long video today. If I got my calculations right, it's around 13 hours. But what you're about to see is the collection of a bunch of private trainings that I did for my own community of showing people how to get to $100,000 per year. That cost maybe like $20,000 a year to join, and maybe like 300, 400 people went through it. And so now I'm giving it all away for free here on YouTube because I'm building a different company, and I thought maybe this could benefit maybe you, maybe somebody you know, on how you can build a solo business to $100,000 per year with one VA. That's what I did. That's what I show you how to do in this video. We cover everything from how to craft your offer, to finding your positioning, to creating what I call whale bait, which is content that gets actual buyers and not triers, to the first post you should make. And that's actually the first I call them workshops that we're going to cover on the first post you should make on that journey. And just that one post was, to this day, the most profitable post I've ever made. And then we get into a bunch of other stuff. So maybe you can check out the timestamps below if there's one that maybe you do want, or maybe one that might help somebody and you can share it with them, or for yourself and being selfish. Honestly, it's up to you. But we start. See ya.
So the protagonism style content is one of my main 4 content buckets. So if you would, like, I don't do content calendars, but if I did it, it would look somewhat like this. I go among these 4. So it's philosophy. What do you believe in? Problems. Why are problems happening to your target market? And why are stuff happening or not happening? Outcomes for yourself and for your clients. And protagonism. So if you wanted to kind of point out to which workshop is most useful to you, and you self-recognize, I'm slacking in this area, these are the best ones. So philosophy, go to whalebait. Problems, value versus insight. Outcomes, 20-minute email. But there wasn't one about the protagonist. That is today. Out of all of them, protagonist type content is the one that has the highest energy. Like when you read it, you just feel a different kind of energy, and typically is the one that turns into the most clients. Because it gives the one thing that people crave the most, that a lot of coaches just cannot deliver in, which is a leader. So there's too many people of reaction. There's people of action and people of reaction. People of reaction wait to see what's happening in the market, and then they react. So they see people doing the Hormozy style caption, and then they do that. They see people doing the Danco visuals of black and white, and then they do that. They react. But when you react to somebody else, you are by definition not the main character. Which is kind of ironic, because the people who think like, oh, I got main character energy, or like I'm doing these things and I'm like, I'm main character energy kind of stuff, they're just following somebody else's script. It's just the other end, right? It's kind of the bell curve. They're just on the other end. There's too many people of reaction, but not enough people of action. People who happen to the market. They don't wait the market to happen to them. People who are willing to go first. And these people I call the protagonists. When people say someone has a special aura, the other day we had Dan on the call, and he asked, how would we define aura? I define it as the willingness to go first, the art of going first. So when somebody has a special aura, this is what they mean. So they're not first because they have a special aura. They have a special aura because they are willing to go first. And I find that the best way to set the tone for what we're going to cover, and to get you into the right state of mind, because when we talk about protagonism kind of content, if you try to do it logically, you will fuck it up. But if you let yourself be led by the feelings you're having and go momentum based rather than, copywriting based, you do better. So the one that puts me in the mood is this video. So I'm going to show you a small transcript that really explains the frame of mind of why people need a protagonist more than any time else.
Now, you accuse me of breaking the rules, and I tell you, I am playing by the rules. The very rules that you and I all agreed upon. The very rules that you and I all wrote together. So, yes, I'm guilty as hell, but then so are all of you. Yes, the system is corrupt, but you wanted a guardian at the gate like me, and why? Because you know I will do whatever it takes. And you have all enjoyed it, been party to it, and benefited by it.
A little context, he's the bad guy. He's killed a lot of people, he's done very bad things, but we still keep watching. This is like season 4.
Oh, don't deny it. You've loved it. You don't actually need me to stand for anything. You just need me to stand. To be the strong man, the man of action. My God, you're addicted to action and slogans. It doesn't matter what I say. It doesn't matter what I do. Just as long as I'm doing something, you're happy to be along for the ride. And frankly, I don't blame you. With all the foolishness and indecision in your lives, why not a man like me? I don't apologize. In the end, I don't care whether you love me or you hate me, just as long as I win. The deck is stacked. The rules are rigged.
That inspired me a lot. Why? Because this is exactly what people want. A mentor asked me, and you'll see this later, what's one takeaway you take from 2024? I feel like professionally, it's been the year where I created the most progress in my business. And I told them that people don't care if you're right, wrong, good, bad, kind of a dick, or a good person. As long as you're going first and you're willing to lead, they will follow. Because with all the foolishness and indecision in their lives, why not someone like you? And that hit me, honestly, because that's what people want. It taught me that competence is abundant, but confidence in oneself and self-reliance and the willingness to go first, that's what's scarce. And if we can combine both, then we make that transition from coach to protagonist. So a coach typically exists in circles, right? They just kind of have this offer and then that offer and then that offer, if not the same one. Whereas a protagonist has a goal and has actions. I've been upfront for a year now, and I've been really consistent in saying, this is my goal, this is the updates, and I keep bringing people along. It's been my pinned post for a year because it's the post I keep referring to and talking about and quoting and updating. A coach creates, as in hey, here's what I have, right? Whereas a protagonist updates. They have a goal and they just keep updating people, which is why a coach treats stuff like social media, whereas a protagonist treats it like Netflix. As in, it is literally a show. I was hesitant and I was thinking about calling this stuff the final season instead of the final intake, right? And you will see me use this wording. What season am I in? Is the finale, right? Because I'm seeing myself as a protagonist of a story. A coach is kind of indecisive because you see him doing this thing and then that thing and that thing. Whereas a protagonist cannot be indecisive. He's always decisive because if he changes his mind, that's not indecisiveness. That's called a plot twist. You're just changing how you serve. Just something in the story happened if you know how to finesse it. And a coach is always there. A protagonist is there for now. Because when you declare a goal, that implies that that goal is an end of something. When that happens, there will be less of you. This is a wonderful card to pull. This is why now in December, a lot of people are making reservations for January because I'm letting them know I'm out. People are like, oh yeah, that angle works for you. Yeah, but it wouldn't have happened if I hadn't started with the protagonist angle a year ago. So this is the angle, what we want to do today. Post about your protagonism plan and journey, predict the end of your season, and so you will have this strength all the way through 2025. Now, the reason why people don't want to declare a goal or say, hey, I want to get here is because of being a protagonist seems risky. Because if you succeed, everyone sees it. Now, if you fail, everyone sees it too. So this perceived risk is why people hesitate becoming one. They don't want to be put in the spotlight. They believe that if they fail, that's the end of them and their brand. Ironically, I have found that it's the opposite that happens because people fall in love with you and it doesn't matter whether you win or not because you tried. And people like people who have the willingness and the bravery to try. Rocky lost his first fight and we still watch Rocky 2. Luke lost his hand and a friend and we still watch Return of the Jedi. I know I did. Walter White became a literal murderer and drug lord, and I still rewatch Breaking Bad because it is awesome. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose because people fall in love in characters, not outcomes. You don't care if the main character wins or not as much as him or her being there. And I'll prove it to you. And this is something I'm not going to say publicly. But if I got to 100K a month in profit, I had it in the back of my head. I thought I was going to post, hey guys, I did it. And I'm going to finish with a cohort to show you how I did it. And then I take my hiatus. But what if I didn't? What if I lost, right? What if I didn't? And that's the reality. I didn't get there. That's just what happened. I'm going to say, hey guys, by the way, I failed to build a 100K a month in profit business. I just built a 92K a month in profit business. Sorry. Anyway, I'm launching a cohort showing you how I did it. Whether I got there or whether I didn't never mattered because this thing has been rigged since day one. When Frank in that video said, The deck is stacked, the rules are rigged. When you're a protagonist, you're rigging the rules because the possibility of you losing never existed because they fall in love with you. It doesn't matter whether you get there, it matters that you tried. Coaches can lose because they're playing somebody else's game. They're not even playing a game sometimes. Protagonists can't because you make the rules of the game. If at some point you feel like, damn, I'm not going to be able to do it, then you flip the table and you invent another game, right? Because people want you anyway. I had a friend, he was in the trading niche, and then he had a couple hundreds of thousands of followers. And one day he decided, I'm just going to rebrand and I'm going to do Airbnb. And, it's a pretty different niche from trading to Airbnb. So I asked him, was it hard to transfer? He's like, not at all. Why? Because people liked him. A lot of people just moved in because they fell in love with the story with you, right? We want to have that. We'll make that shift from coach to protagonist so that you literally rig the game with 3 tools. So the first one is your protagonist post. The second one is your Netflix content strategy. And the third one is conditioning your audience to buy. Being a protagonist implies that there's a season in which this will end. You're going away. And, that's a hell of a marketing angle. So why not use it? So let us begin. Step 1 out of 3, your protagonist post. So your protagonist post is your call to adventure. It's the post you have pinned for the entire year that you constantly quote, reference, update, and remind people of. I've posted 60,000 times, and this was still the most profitable one. So this is it. This is the post. You've probably seen it multiple times, and that's intentional. So I'm gonna walk you through a little bit of it, and then I'm gonna dissect what are the parts so you can copy it or model yours off of it if you like. The plan to make 100K a month profit with 3 hours a day. My businesses look big, but were small. Big SaaS, 15K a month for myself. Big community, 20K a month for myself. It felt good to hit the big numbers, but the voice in my head wouldn't go away. How much are you taking home? A few months ago, I decided to listen to that voice and simplified my business ruthlessly. Cap spot, stops ads, remove sales team, sold with text, put out 75% less content. The goal was to cut costs and focus on one metric, which was profit. It was tricky, but one day I woke up to the most money I've ever had in my bank account, even after selling my company. The plan for 2024 is to keep going down this path and hit 100K a month profit for myself. Post taxes, expenses, splitting with my business partner. At the time, I thought I was going to end the year with a business partner. Turns out that was not the case. I want 100K a month I can take home and do whatever I want with. Here's the plan. And I lay out the steps. Grow socials my way. Invite people to join the Likes and Cash newsletter. Host workshops, make stuff easy to buy, grow the community to 100 active members, sell access, raise prices periodically, and partner with the top ones. Now, I understand that I burned myself out previously, and this is all true. This is not a marketing angle. There are many packs of cigarettes that I shouldn't have smoked, but I did. So I said, okay, this time I'm doing it straight. No maybes, because that's stressful for me. No more than 3 hours of work per day if I don't want to, because I choose my bottleneck. It's not imposed upon me. And I will cap spots because with unlimited skill comes unlimited stress. My goal is filling our 100 spots consistently rather than taking an unlimited amount every month. And I've been constantly thinking about this thing. You go to school and we have 97. We're getting there, right? So not quite there, but we're getting there. This is the plan. All that's left is execution. I'll keep updating you as I go. This is the most profitable post I ever made, and it's nothing to do with templates or getting there or not. It's got to do with the willingness to go first and lead, to be the man of action, which is what your audience wants. More than the small details, the goal of this plan is demonstrating that you're bold enough to share yours. This is enough to increase the strength of your brand because people crave a leader now more than ever. And it starts with your protagonist post of you being willing to take accountability in public. And now we realize that the costs aren't that big, so I don't know what people don't do it. So the post has 3 main parts. The first one is the goal. What do you want? And the goal has to genuinely excite you. It typically is exciting if you don't know if you're gonna get there or not. I didn't, but hell, I get close, right? It has to excite you. I can't explain it, but if it doesn't excite you, it doesn't excite the audience either. You're gonna have micro expressions, little comments, little dots, little paragraphs that you wouldn't have written if it excited you or not. So it has to excite you. You have to actually want this. So how much money do you want to make? This is one option. For me, 100K a month profit. How many people do you want to help? I want to help 1,000 people get a 6-pack. If you don't do what you teach your clients to do, like you're coaching them in careers or in fitness, then this works, right? How much do you want to capture? So this is for an agency. I want to create 5 million every month for my clients and capture 50K every month from it. Or what thing do you want to build? This is Proyecto Casa, Project House from Javier, which if you speak Spanish, it's extremely entertaining. So he is in the process of like getting a house, and he's explaining how some people turn him down, some people don't. One time he wanted to get a quote, but then somebody found him on social media, and he's like, "Oh, this guy's probably loaded," and then upped the price. And he's, it's a novella. It's super entertaining, right? So this is his project. It doesn't have to be like related to the business. But what do you want? A note here is that the goal itself isn't as important, so don't overthink it. It's the bravery to declare it that it's important. Remember that, like, we don't really care if Rocky wins or not. What we really care is Rocky is willing to try. Jim, if you could mute yourself, that'd be great. Next, your steps. So laying out how you will do things is a very natural way to promote the levels of your offer show. This eases the resistance to your offers through the entire year because people were already told they'll be sold to. This is why on the pin post, I said, I'm going to make an offer for you to join the Lex and Cash newsletter. As soon as you join my newsletter, I say, I'm going to make an offer every day, because you cannot complain about being punched if you're in a boxing gym. The rules are on the wall. So I say, hey man, I'm going to invite you every day to join my newsletter. I'm going to host workshops to introduce you to my methods. And then I'm going to invite some people to join the community so we can work together to 1 million, right? Laying out the exact steps, it demonstrates that you have a plan. Will they change? Of course they will change, because that's what plans do. Plans change. However, when you put them out there, that's enough. Facts are a very stubborn and like unnecessary thing. Facts don't really matter that much in marketing. You can always spin things away. And after your steps, then are your rules. Your rules are a key part of your plan because it makes people develop strong feelings about you. This is a wonderful thing. For example, we know that Batman doesn't kill. This is a key part of his character, and it makes us have stronger feelings about him. Like you know that Batman doesn't kill, therefore you feel something, right? Or it makes you feel stronger than if he didn't. These rules attract whales because to whales, it's typically not just about the goal, it's also about how they get there. Promises typically attract low-income people, but philosophy and personal rules of life attract higher income people, because people don't buy coaching, they buy coaches. So show what you're willing to do to accomplish the goal, as well as what you'll show your clients to do and not to do. So for me, it's I don't do maybes, no more than 3 hours of work per day, and I'll cap spots because honestly, I can't be bothered to work with everybody. So that's it. Your goal, your steps, and your rules. If you find yourself overthinking this, then remember that I said I was going to get to the end with a business partner, and I didn't. I said I was going to get to 100K a month profit, and I failed in front of 220,000 people. And I'm still going to spin something, and somehow I'm going to end up winning. Why? Because the deck is stacked and the rules are rigged when you are a protagonist. You cannot lose, because you control the game. You control the rules of the game. What matters here is you having the bravery to say, this is where I'm going. You can use my template if you like. You can find it pinned in every post and every social media. And if you're implementing this, then at this checkpoint, probably pause the video and write your post. Now, it's not just enough to post it. We also have to weave it into the content as so. So how do we do this? We do it like Netflix. Protagonists don't treat social media like social media. They treat it more like Netflix. So for example, a coach would say something like, I just hit a record month. And the audience is like, good job, bro. Whereas a protagonist might say, I just hit a record month. If we keep going at this rate, we might hit the goal sooner than expected. The audience might be like, okay, what goal? The difference is subtle, but having a protagonist frame makes people lean in because they know that they are not the most important thing to you. Your goal is the most important thing to you. And when they are not needed, it makes you more attractive. Treating it like Netflix and not social media increases the speed at which people let themselves be led. This is a big one. There's 3 ways I've found to use this content strategy: big updates, small updates, and mini games. So we'll start with big ones. Plans will do what plans will do, which is they change. And that's the beauty of it, because the path is formed as you walk it. Your best episodes are still unknown to you. Like it works a lot like a video game. Like you know that you're getting, you know how like at the top right corner of some video games you have like hearts, which are like your lives. And then an enemy hits you and you lose a heart and so on. You have to believe deep down in your soul that if you keep going, you will lose lives, but that the game will provide. And it always does. But you have to be willing to take the second step without being able to see the path. It's a mist that doesn't allow you to see more than 2 or 3 steps in the front, but you have to trust that it'll be there because it always will. Something that makes me feel better about it is, you know, I fucked up plenty during my life, but, you know, somehow I'm fine, right? Like, I tell my girl when I'm trying to do something dangerous, I'm like, hey, babe, but like, you know, I have a 100% survival rate, you know? I've been waking up every day, so like, I'm 100 for 100, you know what I mean? So you have to believe that in your heart. My expectation of what was going to happen was declare my goal, cap spots, and always be on track, If somebody churns, I'll just replace them with a waitlist member, keep selling workshops and open-end intakes, and I'm going to get to the goal. And I thought I was a genius. And then the reality hit, and I'm declared my goal. I capped spots and was on track for like maybe 1 or 2 months. Then I realized I don't need a team, and I fired my team. Then I realized I don't need a business partner. And then I split up and I incurred almost a $500,000 debt. Like this wasn't clear to me when I was starting it, but because I kept going, the game provided. I transitioned from 14 people to 2, just me and Christian. I overworked myself. Well, it's 15 actually. I overworked myself. Summer churn sets me back 3 months. And then I open up more spots. And then I understand the importance of creating long-term deals. I got engaged and I'm getting married. And plans changed. And then I realized I don't have to wait till March to pay off Ryan's debt. I can just pay it today. And you're going to get an email out of it soon. I'm debt-free. $500,000 debt-free. Thank God. Win or not win, I'm taking a hiatus anyway. I didn't plan on this hiatus, but I will. I'm doing a final intake and then a final cohort and then a temporary retirement. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I'm going to do it. Like, I am glad that things did not go according to plan because this is a much better story than this one. And that's what I mean by saying that your best episodes are still unknown to you. So yeah, still unknown to you. And to everybody saying congrats, thank you. Very much appreciated. Plans changed throughout. Yet at the end of every step I took, I was rewarded with being shown the next one. And that's kind of how it's supposed to be. You have to let go of your insistence of certainty. You have to let go of your insistence of always being safe in order to write a good story. My dad had a mechanic shop. He would fix cars and he had this poster. And I didn't understand what it said because it was in English, but eventually I translated it. That said, you cannot discover new land. So it was a ship. You can't discover new land if your insistence on always having the shore within sight. Like you have to be able to move. And I love this meme because I played Mario all my life, but it's so true. And it's one of those things that I remember every day. Be like Mario. Mario prioritizes movement over everything else. As long as he's moving, he does not care about any hazards. You have to believe that the game will provide because it does. And you're also the main character, by the way. And if you don't like it, you can change the game. So what are big updates? What do these look like tactically? Big updates, which can be just posts, can be in percentage hits. So whenever you hit a percentage hit off the goal, that's a big update. Also, a hell of a reason to promote your offer. Updates in business. Whenever something happens, again, your best episodes are still unknown to you, but when they happen, talk about it. I split up with Ryan as a business partner, and I talked about it. An update in progress. So I made this post and this is how many cash creators I'm going to work with. This is how many I've found. This is how many I've got to go. Keep moving and update people along the way. And remember, don't take it too seriously because the story is for your own amusement too. Besides big updates, there's also small updates. So small updates, understand that most episodes don't move the plot forward. It doesn't matter because we watch for the protagonist and not the outcome. So what are some small updates you can make? A win of you and your clients, whatever happens. Remind people of the goal. I personally do this like every month or so. An event of what happened that day. That day I just used my tools and I worked 41 minutes and this became the 41-minute workday. My most profitable email ever. An event that day helped. Just an event that you got before, over the shoulder, showing people like physically what do your eyes see? Like this is my desk, this is what I'm looking at right now. Physical movement, this is physical. Like actually like you going out and touching grass, moving places. Like you see people always in movement. If it's not travel, then it can be the gym or the coffee shop or like keep moving because objects that stay in motion are easier or like catch more attention than objects that are always still. People who are always in the same 4 walls recording the same talking head reels, they're missing the point because people want to see you living the life. They want to see you having physical movement, doing things in real life. Like you see me now posting about I made an investment in local pork. Like, of course I'm not keeping that quiet. Of course I'm like making a huge nose out of it because it matters. Non-business related, this is when I ran half a marathon on the treadmill. Losses as well, but only, this is my personal philosophy. I've seen other people do it the other way and also works, but I don't believe in sharing losses if you haven't solved them, if you haven't turned them into wins. Why? Because I believe personally that being the man sells more than being relatable. And if you're too relatable, I feel like you kind of lose that aura. And honestly, since sales is a status game, I'm not a fan. So I only talked about why I pay someone $38K a month after I've done the complete math on why this was not a stupid move. Statistics. So if you go back to your Stripe or your ConvertKit or I don't know, your MyFitnessPal, if you're a coach, you will find very interesting statistics. And these typically give birth to big ideas. I understood that my Instagram makes 15 times as much as my Twitter if you say it follower for follower. And then that led to the value versus insight idea. I understood that most people have bought a workshop from me before they became a client, 80%. And that led to the prospect inertia idea. So looking at your own statistics ends up like giving you a lot of insight into what the market wants. In hindsight, talking about the events that happened, so I could post, realistically, it's not a bad idea. Do I regret firing 13 people? The answer is no, but it makes for a good post. Emotions. Like we all want to see their characters and what they're feeling. It gives a lot of insight into them. So for me, this post was about how I'm ending my survival season. And now I realize I don't need to be as reactive as I was in my survival chapter. And now I need to like become a more mature entrepreneur. So what are you feeling as you go? Remember, you're the main character. It's like listening to your own dialogue. People want to hear that. And recycling. Recycle your top post every 6 to 8 weeks. If you have a cow, milk it. I posted this on school the other day. It was the exact same post, 8 weeks apart. It did the exact same numbers of like a couple hundred retweets, which was kind of cool. So all these make up for like, it's not filler episodes, but they don't exactly move the plot forward. And it doesn't matter because people become more enamored with you. And the last one is minigames. In your content strategy, you can blend them in, and this can be done everywhere. Minigames are games that are correlated to the main goal, but don't last that long. So an example was when I opened up the Cash Creator store, I posted this. To celebrate 1 year since my first workshop, I opened up the store, and every day I would update people on how much money it was making. So this sold this many copies, that many copies, that many copies, and this went on for like 3 weeks. It was a fun game. It also gave me like an excuse to promote this offer because I would say, today there's a price raise. I wonder how many people are gonna get it. It's entertaining, but it also lets you know, yo, there's a price raise. I wonder if you're gonna get it. Another example was excellently performed by Harry, the baby project. So Harry, he became a dad. So congratulations, Harry. Well, anyway, yeah. So his baby boy was born, and he said, "Hey guys, like when my baby boy is born, like he's the priority, not you guys, right?" So I'm taking people up to this date, and then I'm gonna dedicate myself only to serving them, not exactly just getting more clients in, because I'm a dad and I have to figure out my time now. And it got a lot of people to be like, okay, like first of all, congrats. Second of all, it's like, okay, how long will you be away? It's a mini game. It gets people to be like, okay, what's going on? Small, and I'm not saying this is small, but you understand what I mean. When it's like not the main goal you declare, it gets people to like lean in. These mini games are like a big deal to get attention. And the last one is, and the last example is this one by Robert. He announced in 30 days, I'm going to make 100K. And like Robert's content isn't tailored to me. Like he talks to other kinds of avatar, right? Yet I tuned in and I watched every single of the 30 days because it was so interesting. I wanted to see how he did it. It attracted people from all sorts of places. And it requires bravery. I'm going to make 100K. I'm going to show you how I did it. And he got there, right? He took an accountability and was rewarded by it. What if he failed? What if he didn't make 100K? You could say, hey guys, I didn't get to 100K. I just made this much, but hey, this is what I learned. Who cares? What's episode 2, right? People are still going to watch it. Mini games are exciting and fun. It gives people a strong reason to come back to you because you're putting on a good show. So now we covered the protagonist post. This is like the basis. And then the strategy, which is Netflix as content strategy. Now, how do we weave it into sales and actually get people to move? Because protagonists tend to make more money than coaches. Coaching is a luxury good, but it's sold as a commodity. People are used to coaches always being available and nice, to always follow up and be there when they finally get around to needing them, which they never do. A protagonist flips the script because they see things for what they are. There are millions of people who need a problem solved, and only you can solve it the way you solve it. You are the one who holds the status in the sale, not them. The protagonist knows this. And so he takes pieces of him away from the audience to condition them to buy the next time he offers them. You want to get people to understand that things go away here. He makes the audience understand that he's willing to help, but not forever. So here's a few ways that you can do this to weave it into your sales. One is strategic price raises. So I already knew that I was going to raise prices every quarter, and that at least I was going to have a big campaign every quarter at 25, 50, 75%, and 100. If you have them scheduled, you can use these as reasons why in your marketing. You can even include it in the plan. Every quarter I'm raising prices. If you want to do it, be my guest. Private consequences. And this is just examples of like things I say via email, because the model requires most people to reply. We don't really get them to book a call and stuff. We just get them to reply. And most of our sales come through conversations. So I will use these and weave them in. Hey, I'm closing reservations tomorrow. Are we doing this, or should I release yours? For example, I'm having my final intake on January. You can bet that I'm going to use it. Have a read and let me know if you're in or if you have any questions, because I'm raising the price next quarter. I'm closing your file because I didn't hear back from you. These are all true, Because when you're a protagonist, you're the scarce good. You're not just another coach. Who else is going to provide that game? Who else is going to do it the way you do it? Nobody, because people are afraid of leading. You can use it to start conversations with people who missed out. Hey, you just missed this opening, unfortunately. Let's say they reply to your stuff after you've closed doors. Would you like to see the details of what making a reservation for the next one would look like? Hey, this replay is not for sale. What are you working on? I have some other stuff that might be helpful, right? You change your tone and the audience starts slowly getting that they can't fuck around. Like they have to move or you're out. You're an object in motion. And because you're an object in motion, they have to adjust to your speed. And you can also include public consequences. One of them is a married girl strategy. I call it that because what is the pretty girl that's on Instagram and then she posed a ring and then everybody and all the dudes get depressed because she's finally engaged. You want to do the married girl strategy, as in you cannot give me money anymore because we're closed. So you'll see me do this. Lysing Cash is closed, but it was called Lysing Cash back then. Hey, Lysing Cash is closed. Our focus is this. Would you like to be on the wait list? You want to remind people that if they want to buy things, they have to adjust to your timeframes. You can make reminders of global and local caps. So for example, I am 25% of my goal, therefore I'm raising the price. That's a local cap. Or you can remind them of the global cap. Hey, by the way, remember, when I get to this level, I'm out. And you keep reminding them, you keep reminding of the game. And because they associate you with that leadership that you were brave enough to declare in the beginning, they know you're not fucking around and it's real. And these consequences get people to move. In my experience, value doesn't move people as much as consequences. They like getting stuff, but they hate having things taken away from them more. And yeah, taking things away. So for example, I'll have my store and then I'll take it down. You can't buy this workshop after I go live. Why? Because I want to do it live. And I have something else I'm going to promote the other week. People stick to your rules.
Yeah.
Right, Flavio? So TLDR, a mentor asked me what was one big takeaway recently. And I sent them this raw screenshot. For me, it's that people don't care what you do, say, suggest, or create as long as you're willing to go first. Like crossing an empty street even though the light is green. Everyone's standing there second guessing if they should cross, but then one guy crosses and then everybody crosses. People just want you to be that person. People just want someone who's willing to go first. They just want you to lead. And if I could summarize 2024 into one sentence, like everything that I learned this year into one thing is they just want you to lead. That was the main one. If I could summarize a year in a sentence, which gave me a lot of hope, honestly. Now, I started in 2023. It took 1 year to get to 94K a month in recurring profit. And honestly, it was one of the greatest things I did. And I'm really glad that, I took that bet on myself and the model. And I think that you will be also glad you take that bet on yourself. So if that, you wanted to accomplish that, then the next steps are creating your protagonist plan now. I did it now, and January is the best month for coaching and consulting because everybody wants to change. Like, look at gyms, right? Good time to start with a plan for 2025. And even if you're watching this later, you can craft it now. Like, it doesn't really matter. People just want a leader today, tomorrow, and 10 years from now. Because with so much foolishness and indecision in people's lives, why not someone like you? So what are the steps? Step 1, declare your protagonist plan. Step 2, use the 4 content buckets in your content. So it's problem, outcome, philosophy, protagonism. 3, make big updates, small updates, and mini games known. 4, introduce consequences publicly and privately so that you condition your audience to buy. And 5, understand that win or lose, it doesn't really matter, but lead. That's the main thing. Just go first.
Hey, if you're getting value from this, good stuff. You can subscribe and you'll get more stuff like that, or you can share it with somebody that you think might benefit from it. Or you can check out the offers below if you'd like to take the next step and see what it's like working together. We move on.
The minimalist plan to 1 million. So this one has been an exercise of removing things. I am a minimalist in everything I do, and I believe in the phrase of perfection is not when there is nothing else to be added, but when there is nothing else be removed. So that's what I was thinking when I was crafting this plan. What is the minimalist plan to make 1 million a year in profit with the simplest model possible? So we start with the offer, right? So every business needs an offer, and because our goal is to use the simplest model possible, what we want to sell here is find what is the easiest thing we could sell and the simplest offer we have, which just happens to be you, something that you already have. Because people don't buy coaching, they buy coaches. That's why early on I could sell and retain clients even though I didn't have a portal. Like my portal was a Hormozy video and a Telegram chat. And I said, guys, I do not have the knowledge you need in a portal. It's not there, but it's here. It's in my head. And trust me, I got you. Ask me questions, we'll work it through. And it worked, right? Because people don't buy coaching they buy coaches. And this is like a recurring thing you're going to find today. We're going to find a way to sell you and shades of you all the way to $1 million. We will not do this with an offer suite that sells your stuff, aka not stuff that sells coaching. We're not selling coaching. We'll do this with an offer sale that sells access to you, aka the coach, because people don't buy coaching, they buy coaches. So traditionally, the way people sell stuff, it's hard to understand where do people fit. Like they look at everybody's offer suites and they're like, okay, where do I fit? Because they may have like a community, they may have a, I don't know, a course, they have the one-to-one, they have the program, and maybe they have something else, right? So people look at that and they're like, okay, which one should I get? What's the best one for me? And it ends up being confusing to people because we're selling your coaching and not yourself. People buy you. This is why people join your stuff and maybe they don't consume anything, but they're there and they keep paying every week or every month because it's just you. So because we know that people buy coaches, what we'll do is we'll monetize with an offer shell, which is one offer, which is you, and we'll add different access on top of it. This is easier to understand and thus easier to sell. So an example here, for context, I've got around 70 active clients on School, which is kind of the community level. 10 of them pay double and some triple for more access, which I deliver on Slack. It's an upsell that's worth 2 or 3 times the previous one. And the conversations actually just go like this. So like, hey, is the upgrade to DM support still available? Sure, yes, of course it is, right? Hey, JK, I just saw this. Is this offer still open? Yes, here's the Google Doc. Cool, I'd like to do one-on-one. Usually it goes this way. And you can, and people will pay you 2 to 3 times as much if you, the coach, know how to sell yourself and the level of access that comes through it. People will pay you 2 and 3 times as much just to be able to DM you. And it's weird and it sounds like crazy until it happens and you're like, oh, the offer that people wanted was me all along. And by me, I mean you. So now that this is the easiest offer we sell, the simplest one to understand, what does the $1 million offer shell look like for you? So we want to, conventional knowledge tells us that we need 84 people at $1,000 per month to reach $1 million, which is true, but it could be simpler. Because there's people that are willing to pay you 2 as much and 3 times as much. We got to take these whales into account. So the $1 million offer shell actually looks like this. 12 top clients that pay you $500 a week. And I'm going to walk you through exactly what is it that we have in these offers. 55 core clients that pay you $250 a week. And customer offers that you sell every month. This could be from $100 to stuff like 5, 10,000. So what does this math look like? If you have 12 people, this is 24. If here you have 55 people, this is 55K. And then every month from the audience, you just have to sell 5K. This could be from $100 workshops, $300 bundles, $1,000 hours, $3,000 paid in fulls, $1,000 passes to your community. Could be many things. Every month you vary it. But this total is 84K a month. Which equals $1 million. So the number could be something else. Like I felt like I personally made it at 5K a month. Like that was my number. But I found that 1 million gets you thinking big. And if you're going to do this thing, you might as well think big. It's just more fun. And when you break it down this way, you realize you're not that far. You're not 1,000 people away from $1 million. You're not 100 people away from $1 million. You're 67 people away from $1 million. Not 1,000, not 100, not 84, 67. And you have thousands of followers following you. Most of you do. So the money question is, if you had great offers and you knew how to sell yourself as a coach and you made them daily for a year, Could you get 67 people to say yes? The answer here is fuck yeah. We're gonna make it happen, and I'm gonna show you how. 67, this is the big number. We get here, there's $1 million here. So what does it look like? That's what we're gonna cover in the simple plan, the minimalist plan, to 1 million. So first, and because I like wanted to include like everything I could on this, I split it in two parts. So the first one is today, from the end to the start. So first we'll map out the offer shell that gets you there in 12 months. And I'm gonna include I'm gonna send you something here on the chat. This is, you're free to fill this out as we go. This is gonna be kind of us creating your offer shell and what are the exact components each one of them will have. So what do you give to your top clients? What do you give to your core customers, leads, followers? Everything's here. We're gonna fill this out as we go. It'll be better if you have this filled out by the time we're done. And that's what we're gonna cover today. So from the end to the start, what are all the offer shell levels and what does each have? And then next Monday, we go from the start to the end. We actually trailblaze it. So we plan your next 16 weeks. The reason why we're going to do 16 is because we're at a kind of a really nice part of the year. Where in 16 weeks, it's going to be kind of the middle of January. That means that there's 3 really strong seasons and waves coming up. Autumn, traditionally one of the best for coaching and consulting. Holidays, which if you know how to navigate, this is good for cash injections and paid in fulls. And New Year's, because everybody wants to change it in New Year's, so you might as well take advantage of it, right? So 16 weeks gives you this like really good cadence to start setting up the foundations to the million. Now, I'll show you how to use these waves next Monday. I'll show you how to use these waves to get people inside the offer shell that we will create or refine today. And we start with top clients. Like, what is the top level of your offer shell? The one you charge 500 to 750 a week for. This is level 1. Okay. So this is the top level of offer shell, top prices, top help, and blurred lines. So when I say blurred lines, I mean that usually we lack order. Our mind like craves order, but we cannot like draw the lines specifically on our top clients between this is done for you and this is done with you with your top clients because they're the top guys. Sometimes I just do extra one-on-ones. Like earlier, I don't know, Marcel, if you're here, but we had a one-on-one call and I could tell that none of us got what we wanted out of that call. I'm like, you know what? Here's my link. Let's do another one, right? Sometimes I'm like, change this, but like we just don't get it with some one-on-one clients. I'm like, you know what? Just give me editing permission and I'll edit stuff for them. I blur the lines between done for you and done with you because these are my top guys, right? These are the closest access someone gets to you. So it's important that you limit it. 12 people is good. These are your top guys. This sells for 200 to 750 a week. If you're first starting out, 200 is good. If you're more experienced, 500 a week and then 750. And it's sold with a very simple Google Doc. This is how I sell it. So I'm going to show you exactly when do you send this. But the Google Doc is just this. Hey, one-on-one coaching with me. Again, I'm selling not the coaching, but me, the coach. Here's what I'll help you with. Here's what you get. Here's all the details. That's it. This sells $3,000 a month packages because I understand that I'm only selling myself. And if I know where to put this, and you're going to know where to put this on the second Monday we do this, this can just sell for 500 to 750 a week. And I'll show you how. Okay, so we're going to start from the top, right? Like, what are the things we give to our top clients? And now is a good time for you to pull up the Google Sheets I gave you, and we're going to be writing together. Specifically, what do they get is as follows. First thing, they get assets. And by assets, I mean portal, workshops, cheat sheets, all the material and the digital assets that you have, they get that. Office hours. Office hours are once or twice a week. I have twice. I've found that 3 times is just a little too much. So once or twice is good. They get access to a community. We host this currently in school. They get access to a one-on-one onboarding with you, and you map out the plan on how you're going to get the outcome. One-on-one DMs, because these are the top guys, and on-demand calls. Again, these are your top guys. So you're not going to give on-demand calls to somebody you know who's going to abuse it, right? You give it to the guys that get it. You're not going to have a lot of people here, and that's optimal because these are the guys like you give everything for. And remember, you only need 12 yeses. And this is already this is like 1/3 or 1/4 of what you need to get to 1 million, just 12 people. So this is what you give on the top level of your show, right? And if you have your Google Sheets, now's like a good time to write this stuff in there. Most people are not going to be there though. They're going to be in the next one, which is your core clients. The next level of your show is what you give your top clients minus the one-on-one on-demand calls and the DMs. To most, this level of access is ideal. It's limited access at limited pricing. We aim to have 55 people here at 100 to 250 a week. As a rule of thumb, this should be kind of half of your top client offer. And this is solved with the typical one you can find in sale without sales calls, like the Google Doc, as in, hey guys, this is everything we're doing today. This is the timeline to the million and a weekly fee. Is the normal Google Doc that you have. Most people are gonna be. This is around like 65% of my revenue, my recurring revenue. It's from this one offer. So how do we create that? To create all these offers, we're not gonna be like adding stuff. Again, we wanna be simple. Simplicity means you remove stuff, you don't add stuff. So we're gonna take, and you can pull up the Google Sheets now. We're gonna take our top clients and we're gonna remove one-on-one DMs plus on-demand calls. So what you end up with is they still get access to the assets, office hours, community, and one-on-one onboarding. I find that having the one-on-one onboarding is still helpful because one, it gets the individual a lot of clarity. And two is if you get that one right, the demand for services later on is actually reduced because like you had one-on-one time and they're clear on what to do. And this is where we funnel 55 people, right? Again, our number is 67. Like on these two, this is 79K per month. If you just do these are the only two offers you need if you know how to sell yourself, which I'm going to show you how to do later on. But this is your core client offer. If you want to get deep into the like semantics, this is done on school. And this is done in Slack or Telegram. Now we'll remove further and we create the next level, which is customers. We define a client as somebody who pays you recurrently. We define a customer as somebody who pays you once and somebody who's not in a deal. So if somebody like bought many one-time things, they're still a customer, they're not a client. Most people don't create customers. They focus on getting leads and immediately turn them into clients, which in my opinion is kind of a waste because it misses like two big opportunities. Even though some people are not willing to become clients, there are customers that will gladly pay you thousands. Like there's people who have bought 2,000 calls, like $2,000 calls, not 2,000 calls. There's people who bought like, I think somebody bought like 9 workshops the other day. They're not a client, but they bought 9 workshops, I'll take it. So that's the first one. There's people willing to pay, but not willing to become clients, and you miss out on them if you don't create customers. And two is it's just one of the fastest ways to get clients because it creates prospect inertia. Prospect inertia is a principle that says that the more money someone gives you, the more money they are likely to give you. So by asking your lead to turn into clients right off the bat, you're kind of playing a losing game. And you've probably seen this before, but in our world, we have three kinds of people. We have leads, we have customers, and we have clients. The common knowledge tells us get a lead and then turn it into a client. But this goes against prospect inertia because the leads gave you a grand total of $0. And because the more money someone gives you, the more money they're likely to give you. This is just asking too much from them. This is why people can't book calls even though they have tens and hundreds of thousands of followers, because they're just asking for too much. So while others ask leads to jump, as cash creators, we ask leads to flow. That was supposed to look better, but you understand what I mean. So anyway, as cash creators, we understand we ask leads to flow. There you go. That's better. We go from lead to customer to client. And this is why 100% of my top clients were core clients first. Like nobody ever came here and be like, yo, I want a one-on-one right off the bat, and they paid. Like everyone went through a process, as well as my core clients. 80% of my core clients were workshop buyers first. People just need a test drive. They need to know what it's like working with you before spending the big bucks. And creating customers allows us to do that. Hence why I'm here today, and I'm not out there DMing people. I don't spend much time with leads. I make more by focusing on my customer offers, like this one, and only talking to people with credit cards. This gave me a lot of sanity back, and you will get a lot of sanity back if you do that too. We did this with the workshop funnel. So with the workshop funnel is essentially we extract the assets right here that we're going to give our clients anyway. Like I was going to host this for the cash creators anyway. We extract those and we deliver that to our clients once or twice a month. Then we extract those and we sell one-time tickets to customers. I found 50 to 100 bucks is just a really good pricing for this. And then we turn those customers into clients using the workshop funnel touchpoints. The details are in the school. Today, I want to go more in depth, like bird's eye overview. But this is kind of the process. Deliver assets to your clients, sell one-time tickets to things you're going to do anyway. And you're going to find that these people are just worth 50 leads. Every time I've got a customer, they're being worth like 50 leads. I noted this. It's that by using this funnel, creating stuff selling tickets to stuff you're going to create anyway, it means you're not creating to get paid. You're getting paid to create. And as of today, I got paid, this number's outdated, I got paid $20,000 to host this doc. Just fucking crazy, right? Like this was something I was going to do anyway, but like a lot of people said, hey, I'm interested in that. And this is the beauty of it. Because not only am I speeding my leads up, I'm also identifying who has the money to pay. I'm also getting paid for it. And so can you. So an example of the offer shell here in play. In this call, we got three kinds of people. We got customers, somebody who just bought this one. We got core clients, people who pay without the one-on-one access. And we also got top clients that are like the guys that pay 2 to 3 times as much for closer access to me. And the beauty of this is that I'm only going to do this once, but everybody benefits. That's the beauty of the offer shell. I don't have many offers. The offers I have is just me. The only thing that changes is that more people get more access to me after this. Some people, this is the last time they're going to hear from me. And some people, we're going to work on their own plan later on. So this is the beauty of it, of not selling many things, but just one thing, and then selling access to you later. This is also why I can manage to I can afford to have a beautiful presentation and have these colors and prepare the iPad. Like I rehearsed this 3 times. Why? Because I know that if I get this right, the whole model works. And that's kind of a beauty of the shell. So how do we create these things to sell to customers? Well, it's very easy. Well, not easy, but it's actually quite simple. We're going to take the assets we're going to give to our clients anyway. I recommend you do this once or twice a month. And we just extract those assets. And we sell tickets to it. This will identify people who actually want to spend, right? Now, this was something that I realized after running the model for a few months that it was something that needed clarification. I'm calling it assets, not specifically workshops, because not everyone benefits from calling them workshops. An example is Carter. Carter is a fitness coach. He sold a workshop and sales were like $1,400, right? And then he ran another one next month. He didn't change much about it, except this time he called it not a workshop, but a protocol. And the protocol sold, it was the same thing, right? But the protocol sold 5 times as much, right? And then he sold his coaching, and coaching didn't sell. And then he changed nothing except for the name and called it a beta test. And that one sold, like it outperformed. So I don't call it workshops, and the workshop funnel, a better name for that is actually the asset or one-time customer funnel. Don't limit yourself to workshops. If in your market, course, book, ebook, webinar, workshop, protocol, template, if those work better, stick to the one that your audience knows the most. For mine, it's workshops. For yours, it might be something else. So that's why I wanted to make that like distinction. It doesn't have to be called workshop. It could be an ebook. The whole point is still the same. Get somebody to give you $1. That's the goal. Okay. So eventually, what will happen is you'll have a few assets piled up, right? And you probably already have this. Like everybody here, the majority of you guys, you already have a lot of portal stuff, trainings, templates, recordings. It would be kind of a waste not to do anything with them. And that's kind of why I wanted to host this today, because I wanted to prove that you can just get paid to recycle the assets you already have. Christian created that store in a few days. I sent a few emails and it sold $20,000 from stuff that was already created. So what you can do is you can extract from all the things inside of your asset vault, you can create new products. And the real distinction I want to make here is there's a difference between a product and an offer. So these matter a lot. As cash creators, we have one product. The product is you. That's all. People buy access to you. Actually, no, my bad. We don't have one product, we have one offer. So delete that from your mind for the last 20 seconds. As cash creators, we only have one offer. The offer is you. People buy different access to you. But within that offer, and this is the part that matters a lot for you to understand the distinction, you have many products. So a product, for example, could be one of your workshops. That's a product. Another product could be DM access. That's another product. Another product could be a monthly pass just to stay one time in your community. And another one could be a one-on-one hour call with you. So the offer, you only have one offer, but you have different products within your offer. So once you see it like this way, you realize you are infinite because you can sell a bundle. Where is this? You can sell a bundle. Or you can sell a bundle and include a one-time hour with you. Or you could sell 1 month of access to your stuff. Or you could just sell one workshop back from the debt. You have infinite ways you can remix and repackage how you sell. And repackaging is the game. Like, being honest, the cash creators intake was kind of getting slow. And I realized that last month. So I thought, what if I try a new thing? What if I tried a month pass? And from the month pass, I think 14 people bought it. It's shit I already had. Like, I just offered a 1 month pass to things and a lot of people said yes. And you can do the same. You can take things from your own offer and turn it into completely different things. So we can do an exercise now so that it'll be clearer for you. Okay. So if you're like, my offer isn't hitting, or I don't know what to do, right? I have a lot of stuff, but I don't know how to sell it. This is a good matrix for you to do. Separate your offer in 4. So we're going to do this exercise together and you can come up with things on your own. So there's promise,
time frame. There's pricing. And there's a reason why now. So these are the 4 categories we're going to use to remix products within your offer. So there's many promises inside the products inside your offer. For example, I have many workshops that I've done, right? Some of them help you get to 1 million, some of them to get 20K, some of them just to get your first 1K client, and some of them to create time, right? There's different time frames that I offer. One of them is 12 months. Today I made one on 16 weeks. One could be on 4 weeks. And one could be on 1 hour, like a one-on-one call with me, right? That's a time frame in which I can deliver something to somebody, and you can as well. Different kinds of pricing. I could sell something for 50K, 10K, 5K, 1K. And different reasons to do it now. It's because best quarter, maybe it's New Year's, back from summer, or maybe you're going on a trip, dude. Could be anything. So when you see all the products within your offer, this is when it gets fun. And you're like, okay, my offer isn't hidden. What do? Do I change my offer? You don't. You find a different product within your offer. That's what you do. So I'll give you an example for myself. So for me is, I want to help people create, let's say my offer wasn't hitting and I thought, okay, how can I change it a little? Let me change the promise a little bit to helping people generate 20K. And we're going to reduce it to 4 weeks. And then I'm going to charge 1K for it because it's the best quarter. And this became the September pass. This product within the offer generated $14,000 in the past 13 days. What else can you do, right? Let's say you're like, okay, let me create a sped up version of my own program. And you're like, I'm going to show you in 20K, how to get to 20K. We're going to set up a sped up version in 16 weeks. It's going to be a 5K one-time payment instead of a weekly thing. And I'm doing this because we're back from summer and that was the perfect time to get your plans ready. Okay, now you have another offer you can make, right? Let's say you wanted to help somebody else and you're like, we're going to craft an offer that can make you 1K that same week. 1 hour with me, 10K. And I'm doing this because I'm going to go on a trip soon and I want to fund it. So I'll open up 10 hours this week in which we're going to work on this. And if we wanted to create another one, it's like, hey, I'm getting 3 people to go with me closer to 1 million. It's going to be a 12-month thing. It's going to be 15K, but I'm only taking 3 people here ever. And I'm doing it because it's the New Year's and I want to get it right with just a group of 3 killers, which can sell for different things. It's just the same offer. I'm just selling access to me, right? But the difference is that, well, you can craft many products within that same offer. So 3 consistent ones, so you can skip the thinking on this. Hours are really good. So let's say you wanted a cash injection now. You can say, hey, this month I open up 5 hours so we can work on your plan, right? And you tell them what's the plan and you sell the hours. This is the template. You can find it in school. And people can buy it here. Another good one that I just tested is passes. You know, a lot of people bought it, which was kind of fun. You know, it's if you're selling a workshop, add the pass as an option. Hey, would you like to get all of the workshops, not just this one's, plus my personal help for 2 weeks? And what I like about this one is that it has implied scarcity, implied urgency. Because if it's a monthly pass, the more they wait, the less they get. And when you reach a certain date, what you can do is you can take it off. And you can say, hey, by the way, like the offer goes down today, right? Because it doesn't make sense for you to get it later. And another really reliable one is bundles. If you have 2 workshops that work well together, for example, in my case, it would be well-bait and maybe value versus insight, because both are about content, then I can put them together and like, hey, I'm releasing the Cash Creator content bundle, right? You give it a name, you make it fun, you make it grander than life. And this is something you gotta kind of get into a habit of as you go, is every offer you make must have some magic. Even though it's mundane, it's just a collection of 2 PDFs, it must have something that you're like, this is why I'm doing this. This is the grandiose background to it. So get into that habit of making things look bigger than they really are. So 3 really good ones. I will usually promote my core offer for 2 weeks and then a workshop for 2 weeks. But if one starts losing steam, I'll sell my one-on-one or sell a different product for 3 days just to mix it up. Because when people know what you're going to say, they stop listening. Which leads us to our reliable model. So it's not just assets that you extract. You extract assets and products from the thing you're going to be delivering to your clients. And you sell these to customer offers. And hopefully you now can see kind of what the path is. These are all the things we give in exchange for money. This is the one that we just need 12 people in at 500 a week. Can you convince 12 people out of thousands that you have? Yes. This is 55 people we convince at 250 a week. And these are variables between $100 and 10K. You can sell hours, you can sell paid in fulls, you can sell packages, challenges. Your imagination really is the limit when you start looking at it this way. You are an infinite offer creator. You can have as many products from your offer as you can. So get creative. These are just 3 good ones that just consistently sell. Okay. So far, we've only covered things that you give in exchange for money. Next is what you give for free in exchange for a contact info, aka how you get leads. And this is actually like my favorite part of the model because it's just the simplest to understand and some people just skip it. My favorite marketing quote ever is by a non-marketer, Nassim Taleb. His is, marketing beyond conveying information is just insecurity. And I think that's right on. I think that's beautiful. The best marketing is just honest. When you feel like you're struggling to create content, is because you're trying to manipulate truth at some level and your subconscious is not letting you. That's why you get like kind of like overwhelmed when you write. It kind of feels like everything's clogged up. But the best marketing is not clogged up. It just tells a story. It simply tells a story that already happened. It points out something that's already there. That's why as cash creators, we don't really market our product. Most people do this. They create marketing and they're like, hey, this is my product, and they market to their product. As cash creators, because we understand that marketing beyond conveying information is insecurity, we do it the opposite. We market from our product. This is what's happening today. Would you like to join? Here's the invite. This happened last night. This is the place where results like this are created. I'm hosting this workshop anyway. Would you like an invite to things that are inevitable and are going to happen whether you buy or not? Our lead gen strategy is simply telling the truth. And most people do not understand this because they think they need the creative acts and stuff. Like bravado and showmanship have a place, but in an industry like coaching and consulting, that people are just tired of empty promises. The best marketing is just telling the truth, focusing on your delivery and telling the truth that comes from it in 4 different ways. So 4 good ways to tell the truth is, the first one is stories. So this is one of my top 3 highest performing emails ever, the 41-minute workday. I tell the story of how I was working and I finished my day in 41 minutes. And that's a story that is true. I have the picture here. I used this watch and I took a picture of it and it just fucking worked. I'm just extracting the truth, a story that already happened. Another one is outcomes. This is for big and for small outcomes. So actually, this is good timing because I posted this 10 steps to $200,000 from Audrey. Amazing result. Today, I posted another one on somebody making 15K, which is not as big as Audrey's, but it's still an outcome. It's still true. So all I'm telling people is the story of what Audrey is doing. I'm just extracting truth from my delivery. This is why I focus 95% on my delivery and 5% on getting clients, because I know that the best marketing doesn't go to a product, it comes from a product. Another one is problems. So what do you observe? What problems do you see people having? What problems do you personally have? This is one for me. My Twitter engagement and lead gen actually sucks compared to Instagram. If you take audience efficiency into account, Instagram is 15%, 15 times more efficient because my Twitter is based on value-based content, but my Instagram is based on insight-based content. And this is an actual statistic. It is true. It is a number I got from me doing the thing. I'm just showing people, hey, this is what happens. So when people are like, this copy, this is why I don't like, I make the distinction between drunk and sober copy. Drunk copy uses words like supercharge, master, autopilot. Like there is extracting too much, whereas sober copy just tells them 5 leads, 10 clients, 3 days. Easy, simple. And another one that you can extract from your delivery is insights. So this is something I realized. The people in your comments are not the people who buy. And this email got a lot of customers. Clients, what was it? Customers, yes. Because, it's just an insight that it's just true to me. So if you look at it from a really naked point of view, and you're like, okay, what is it exactly that we're doing here? It's to these people, we're selling access to you. But to them, we're selling your ideas. And you get more benefit in social media, I've found, from not looking at yourself as an offer salesperson, but an idea salesperson. You're there to sell ideas and sell the truth of what is happening to you. So what do you extract and what do you delete from what you're doing in order to get leads? It's actually the obvious answer, which is you just extract truth. What are things that are happening, and can you just tell them and demonstrate them? And truth can take 4 shapes. It could be stories, problems, outcomes, and insights. So you see how we're doing things the opposite way? People want to do it this way. People want to go like this. How do you create followers? What do you give them for leads? We do it the opposite way. We focus on our delivery because we know that product is king. And we get our product right, then we extract things to give to everybody. To some, we sell access. To some, we sell assets. And to some, we sell ideas. And it all comes from you doing great work. That's true simplicity, focusing on product over marketing. An asset that might help you tell the truth and make it fascinating, it's this one, 61 Soldos templates. So it just has questions that they're not meant to be answered, every single one of them. They're meant to be read with an open mind, going over these and asking yourself, which of these ideas shines brighter to me today? So for example, you wake up and okay, what are your clients doing that they shouldn't? And you're like, oh, okay, I like that one. We start from that. And you tell a story about a client that was doing something that they shouldn't. Or what's an interesting statistic? Well, open up your Stripe and see something. Maybe your recurrent revenue today is bigger than the one last year. What changed? And you can just use these Soldos templates to tell the truth, but tell it in a fascinating way. Not to market to your product, but market from your product. And the last part is we cover how to get top clients, core clients, customers, and how to get leads. How do you get followers? How do you build the audience? This is the last question we're answering, by the way, not the first one. Again, people buy coaches, not coaching. To attract a following, we just can't base our stuff in numbers and logic. If you build an audience logically, you will miss out on the emotional aspect that makes people buy. Somebody sent me this the other day. Not sure where I read it, but I almost teared up when you said your mom told you you seem at peace. It was an email I wrote about my mom finally telling me after all my life, first time I ever heard her say it, hey son, you look calm. She's never said that. Nobody ever in my life has ever described me as calm, yet it happened, right? And I wrote about it. If you just do it on the logical side, you will miss out on that emotional aspect that makes people buy. Harry here, I don't know if you're here, but Harry's gonna have a kid. I'm like, dude, amazing. What's he doing? When is he doing? It's like 2 or 3 months. Like, okay, here's what we're doing. Now we're gonna talk about the baby project. So you're gonna tell people, guys, I'm gonna have a baby, right? After he's born, well, I'm gonna be really busy. But for now, I'm gonna help you as much as I can until he's born. And we launched another offer, right? And people were like, fuck yeah, and he filled 9 spots. Right? Like out of his client offer, like $1,000 a month or 2,000, something like that. If you don't have that touch, you missed out on the emotional aspect that makes people buy. So to build a following, the only thing that is left to extract from what we're doing is us. The last part is extracting you. And we extract pieces of you in 4 different ways. The first one is ideas. So again, see yourself as an idea salesperson, not an offer salesperson. One of my ideas is value versus insight. And it's very true to me. And this is something I put out there. If I can get people to buy into this idea, then it makes every single word that comes out of my mouth or my fingers more relevant to anybody who buys into it. And that's why it's so important. Offers come with a choice. People can choose to take them or not. Ideas don't. They're accepted automatically. And this is why selling ideas gets people to buy more of your offers. So that's one. Second one is philosophy. What do you believe in? What do you not believe in? What do you observe? By putting your philosophy out there, you attract a bunch of whales. This is especially helpful because it attracts people who make more money than you. Like some people here, I'm not gonna name any names, Travis, but some people join here and they're like, listen, man, like I really like your stuff, but I'm not here for the marketing stuff. Like, I get that. What are the systems? Like, okay, then we focus on systems, right? Like, if I weren't to put my ideas and my philosophy out there, he'd think, oh, this guy just sells a get rich online course. But because I put my philosophy out there, I attract people who are richer than me, but they want my ideas, right? This is why fitness coaches get clients that are way wealthier than them because they got everything except for the 6-pack, right? So when you put out those ideas, you attract people ahead of you. Ideas and philosophy are whale bait. Third way you can extract yourself and put it out there to get people to buy into your stuff is plan. And this is the big one. People lack entertainment in their lives, right? Or it's like they're just bored. And most people that post stuff, they're like, buy my offer, buy my offer, buy my offer. And I am 100% like for making offers every day, but you got to be smart about how you make them. A smarter way would be to tell people, this is my plan to achieve this. And a plan has a goal, real stakes, and a time frame. I made my plan public. This post is from January 1st to hit 100K a month profit in 3 hours a day. I put it out in public. If I fail, everybody sees it. But if I don't, everybody sees it. It's interesting. It's fun. Another plan I started is from the 4th board. Another game I started. It's the Cash Creator Store. I'm like, hey, I created this for this month. I'll update you every day on how it goes, right? And I'm updating people around the game. It's more helpful if you see your social media not as social media, but if you see it as Netflix. People tune into the you show. So creating games, stakes, timelines, consequences, and updates on what is happening makes people, and actually it forces people to look because they cannot get this kind of entertainment from anybody else. And it gets them to buy into your offers. So this is 4 ways you can extract yourself. And this is the core part of how you build an audience. By extracting your ideas, philosophy, games with real stakes, and updates. And this is it. These are the offers. This is your offer show. This is how I got to 1 million. So, recap, the minimalist plan to 1 million, you're 67 people away. So get 67 people in this model. 12 top clients that you do everything for and you blur lines for, 55 core clients, and customers that you sell different kinds of products to. And you move them along by using the tools in each step. And these are the tools available to you. You create content here with Whalebait. This attracts high-level followers. You turn them into leads with insight. Then you turn them into a customer with the workshop funnel. Because customers are worth 50 leads. You turn them into a client with your Google Doc offer. With sell without sales calls. And you upsell them by using the templates inside cash injections. This is the minimalist plan. And you have the tools to get there. And the community to get there. Which, is quite fun. Many variables, but this is the strategy. Attract followers that can afford you with Whalebait, which is just talking about yourself. Turn them into leads with insight that doesn't give away the answer, but proves that you have it. Turn them into customers with an easy, compelling customer offer using the workshop funnel. Turn 55 of them in a year. That's all you have to get. 55 yeses in a year with the lowest level of your show. It makes it easy to say yes for a low weekly fee. And then upsell 12 of them into your top clients with cash injections by selling one-on-one access to the one thing they want the most, which is you. Because people don't buy coaching, they buy coaches. They don't buy your stuff, they buy you. Many variables, but this is the overarching strategy.
All right. Minimalist plan to 1 million. If I were to do it all over again, what pieces would I remove? Not add, but remove, because the best plans, in my opinion, just fit on one page and are easy to understand and to act upon. So this is part 2. First, on last Monday, we drafted the path to get to 1 million from the end to the start. What does the terrain look like? Today, we take the first step towards that terrain, and we plan our next 16 weeks. I purposely did this one very not thinky, as in just execute on this, because I've done this. I remember last year, and I just remember the things that really worked, and I included those as in you're free to swipe these. There's great times coming up like autumn, Black Friday, and New Year's, and certain products do better at different times. So it's important that you get the timing right. For example, it's a good idea to sell a customer offer. We define a customer offer as a one-time offer for Black Friday, because people are in the mood of spending but not committing. So if you sell your client offer, it's probably going to be tougher at that season specifically than if you just send a customer offer and then convert people into clients. In general, it's the opposite. People want to commit, but they don't really want to spend much. So it's better to send a client offer. Seasonality is a big thing in our kinds of business. So first, I'll show you the products we'll be selling. These are just different wrappings around the stuff you already have, so it'll be easy. Again, we don't define the difference between product and offer matters. You only have one offer as a cash creator. It's you. You are the offer. But you have many different products, aka ways you can wrap, bundle, and unbundle your help. So we call that a product. You have one offer, but many products. So we're going to distill what products we'll be selling. Then we'll allocate them in the calendar like this. It'll kind of look like this. We'll start with October, as in what do we do for the first week, and then the next, and then the next, and then the next. And again, this is what I'm going to do. You're free to swipe it as you'd like, and use your discernment to which pieces you need or you do not. So if you're watching this in the future, you're watching the replay, we'll draft our plan from October to January because, well, they're the most relevant now. But if you're watching this in the future, the principles will still apply. So let's begin. We begin with 15 easy products. And this is just things you already have. And these are just 15 ways in which you can repackage it. I've tested hundreds of products, but these 15 are my best. And for the next 16 weeks, these will probably be enough. So first we'll see what each does for you, and then we'll allocate them on the calendar. So we'll start with, well, some of them create customers. This is a one-time transaction. Clients, people who pay you $100 to $250 to $400 a week. And then top clients, people who pay you $400 a week to $750 a week. To create each, there's different products that do better. So the most basic one is the workshop. So this one is best for prospect inertia. We define prospect inertia as the more money someone gives you, the more money they are likely to give you. So by selling a one-time ticket to something you're going to host for your clients anyway, you create a prospect inertia, and it's more likely that you turn a lead into a customer into a client than a lead into a client directly, because, well, the more money someone gives you, the more money they're likely to give you. So this is the regular one. You're familiar with this. And by the way, this could also be an asset. So I learned this from understanding that workshops do better depending on certain audiences. So for example, Carter, he ran the word workshop and it didn't sell as much. But when he ran it as a diet and as a protocol to lose weight, he changed very little about the offer. It was just the deliverability and the packaging it was the same thing. He just called it, a protocol. Sales quadrupled. So you can create that, and it's just easier if it's better for you to name it that way. You can see like how they call it in your industry and call it that. For me, I call it workshops. For some people, it's PDFs. For some others, ebooks. I've seen beta tests. I've seen protocols. I've seen scripts. It depends on you. So workshops are good for prospect inertia, and assets are good for creating prospect inertia and space. So what I mean by space is that an asset is way easier to deliver than a workshop is. I've been doing like I call them workshops every month, but in reality, what I've been doing is I'm been doing one workshop and one asset, because assets are easy. Like, for example, one workshop would have been something like the 20-minute email. That was hard. Like, that took me a lot to craft. But then around that same time, I also gave the 90 days of offers. That was easy because Christian collected it. It was one easy and one hard. And this is how I could sustain like workshop and like 2 workshops every month. So you can give away an asset from things you have collected. An asset, for example, is this one. So my 90 best offers. This one is just me telling you the answer or giving you something I already have. And the workshop is something like 1,000 new whales or the 20-minute email that took way longer to craft. So these are 2 things you could give away: stuff that you've given for your clients already, or an asset that you've already created. Bundle serves as the same thing. So if you already have 2 workshops or assets that go well together, you can sell them as a bundle. So for example, if I combine 1,000 new whales and whale bait, those are 2 workshops. I could combine it as the whale bundle, right? It makes sense. So if there's 2 components in your business that are similar, you can sell them really well. So for my summer offer, I sold a summer 10K, which was just one Google Doc with 3 replays. That was it. But it was easy to sell. And it's another way to repackage the service you've already done. Another one you could sell as a replay. So that's like, it serves as the same way. If you have something that's valuable, you can say, hey, I'm bringing it back for this week. This is what I did for my birthday. I was like, hey guys, no email today because I'm jet lagged. Here's a birthday offer. And that was it. These are the ones you're already familiar with. Let's get into the more fun ones. This is, as I go and I learn more about the cash creator process, I realize that there's easier ways to get to the million. One of them was offering a pass. A pass allows you to find prospects who want more. So here's an example. Wait, hold on. Yeah. So I did this for the first time on August, but it was really helpful. So what I did was, in the cart, you not only sell a workshop or an asset, but you also ask people, would you like to get a pass for the duration for the rest of the month to join the community, where you get my help, you get all other workshops, and you get X, Y, and Z. And this, 10% of buyers took it, right? On this one, 10% of buyers took it. And it's just a fun and easy way for you to get more money. And usually they stay. So here's how it goes. You ask them, you put it on the card, but you also, after they buy the workshops, you ask them this: would you like all other workshops plus my personal help for 2 weeks instead of an hour? The August pass gets you access to my personal help. If you prefer more than a 1 hour workshop, this may be helpful. Not only do you get access to cash creators for the rest of the month, you also get all my workshops, community access to get answers to your questions, and weekly calls so you can get clarity on the right steps for you. It's $900, so it's slightly higher than your normal fee, one time, and your payment is valid for the rest of August regardless when you sign up. That means you can start now and get more help than people who join later, and you don't pay more. So this allows you to tap into that like group of people that want to pay more or want to get more of you. And it also has implied urgency because it's a monthly pass. The more they wait, the less of the month they get. So it also has this kind of fun implied urgency. And when there's like 1 week left, you can send an email saying, guys, like I'm taking the pass down because it doesn't make sense for you to get it later. When I sent that one, 3 people bought the pass just because like you're going to take it away, right? It's got implied urgency. It's something I wish I included on the other workshops, but honestly, it just didn't occur to me. But that's another way you can spin it, and it costs you nothing. It's actually quite easy.
Hola, Diana. ¿Cómo vas?
Another one is continuation. So this is what you referred to, Aaron, in the earlier. Continuation is when the pass is ending, then you ask people to opt out. You can choose to get them to opt in. I'd rather do opt out. So 3 days before the pass expires, I text them, hey, your next step as a cash creator would be to have a one-on-one call with me to craft your 16-week plan together. Because you've been here for 2 weeks already, I'm also including a discount on the regular fee, full details. And I send them a doc with an updated fee, right? I'll keep your access for that weekly fee starting next week. You can do this because you already have the card details. If you want to quit the journey here, let me know and I'll process that for you. Quit the journey, that's deliberate language. Like, it's like, it's hard to say like, yes, I'm a quitter. So I like to include this one. And you send this to everybody who bought the pass and you would like to continue working with. So that's another one. That's a continuation offer. What does it take? 1 DM. And you're already converting people, right? So it's a fun way to spend what you already have. Hours are the next one. This is really good for fast cash and to tap into a different segment of the audience. There's people in your audience that have the money to get your help, but they don't really want to commit to getting that help. So what you can do is, or if you're unsure if you can help them, you can sell them hours. And this is the template we use. So you can find this in the school, but essentially it's just selling hours. It's a very, very simple way. And something you could do in the beginning of every month is, hey, I opened 5 hours this month for anybody who'd like to get a one-on-one with me and craft your plan, right? And then you can sell the call. It's a high fee, but it allows you to tap into a different part of the audience. I will say, I haven't had one situation in which somebody bought a call, and they didn't become a client later. It's just a great way for you to get clients. But sometimes you need to sell the hour before that. This is not for everybody, but if you're like in a cash crunch or you want a cash injection fast, it's not the worst use of your time. What was the birthday offer? My birthday is tomorrow. No, my birthday was in May, but hey man, happy birthday. Another one is once you have a bunch of like workshops and stuff, maybe you have 5, right? You can create a store. This is what I did, and I did it as a celebration. So hey guys, I'm celebrating. So I opened up the Cash Creator Anniversary store. So it closes today. And what I ran with this is I included the best workshops, the ones that sold. That's why you don't see wait lists here, because nobody bought that. But I included all the ones that people bought, and the ones that I knew were doing well. And I gave it a separate time frame. So if you bought from inception to a certain date, you had a certain price. And if you bought later, you had a 50% price increase. And this is where I kill it. This is today, right? So most people bought here, some people bought here, and I expect a lot of people to, if we stick to the process, then
more people will buy today because this is the only chance they can get it outside of the cash creators community. Again, this is all stuff you already have. You already have your time, you already have the community, you already have the bundles, you already have the assets. So you can see how by understanding the difference between products and offers, we can create a lot of different things to sell that all have a different flavor. You know, there's Coke Cherry, there's Coke Zero, Diet Coke, there's normal Coke. The other day I saw Oreo Coke. The other day I saw K-pop Coke. So think of yourself like that. You can spin anything. It's probably the same formula. You change like 10% of it. Okay. Now, some offers that you can make to get clients. The normal one is your core offer. Not going to get too deep into that. It's just your Google Doc, right? So this is my Google Doc. You can have it here. Very simple, right? This is your normal like 100 to 450 a week. Another one that I got introduced to recently is the compressed offer. This is one I'm running in October. So the compressed offer is really good to create prospect inertia and getting clients. A lot of people don't buy our offers not because they don't see the value in it or because because they don't see the value in it, but a lot of people just don't buy the offers because they're too long. People are not afraid of paying, they're afraid of committing. So something I realized is that when you solve one problem for somebody, they pay you to solve the next one because every solution creates another problem. So if you get leads, then you have a lead conversion problem. When you solve that, then you have an offer conversion problem. When you solve that, then you have an upselling problem, and so on and so on. So by selling a compressed offer, meaning you take your current offer and you compress it in 4, 10 weeks, 4, 6, 8, 10 weeks, it allows you to get the people who were like, I really can't commit now, to get the ball rolling, create prospect inertia, and then they're more likely to stay. So this is one I'm running. So what I'm doing is, if you have 1,000 email subs, I know we can get you 10K in 4 weeks. Like I know, right? So I'm going to run this. And it's a sped up version of Cash Creators in 4 weeks. So we start with your Google Doc offer, the season sequence, and the workshop fund. In 4 weeks, we execute on this. And the pricing, the timeline is I'm laying out what we're going to do. First is a call. Then week 1 and 2, 5 new clients. Week 3 and 4, get over 10K with the workshop fund. It's very simple. I like to think of my offers as they are full of the N word. People are afraid of this. People are afraid of using the N word. They avoid it. I really embrace it. And the N word is numbers. People don't put numbers under stuff, and they don't understand that people suck at abstracting. So if you put if you put numbers on your stuff, it's just it gives something people can point at, and it serves as an excuse to do business with you. So don't run away from the N word, put numbers on your stuff. Investment, 1K now and 1K at the end of the 4 weeks. This is higher than the weekly fee, so that by the end of the 4 weeks, I can text them the continuation message and be like, yo, by the way, if you're scared, you can leave, right? So it's just a compressed version of your offer that taps into a different segment of the market that may not want to commit to the 12-month thing, but they're willing to, as long as they get that small win. Because if you solve one problem, they pay you to solve the next problem. All right. Next, waitlist. So waitlist is good if you're busy, you're closed, or your core offer isn't selling. So if you're traveling and you have nothing like to promote your waitlist, so that when you come back, or if you're busy and you come back, you're gonna be able to finally, have that demand build up for you. Marcel did this. He went to Thailand and he promoted the waitlist. When he came back, he had people who wanted to give him money. It's also a high status move. When you're closed, there's very few feelings in the world that feel better than telling people, hey, we're closed. Would you like to be added to the waitlist? You can ask Nate if you'd like. Or your core offer isn't selling. This is a big one too. If the core offer isn't selling continuously, I would say first thing is revise the offer. They may be something non-specific and may be too long. Send it to the community so we can check it. Two is I would use a different one from all of these options that you have to create a new product. Or three, I would take it down and say, hey, like this is done. Because sometimes the best way to get people to respect you is to remove your presence from there, so that people understand, oh, like this is not infinite. There's consequences if I don't move. So this is something you can do. You can promote your wait list. And the doc offer for that is the same doc offer, but what you ask them in the end is not to commit to the weekly thing, but reserve for 350. And you say, this is one time. Your weekly payments don't get started until you get started. So it's just a way to, to create that demand. And it's a 350 purchase now. It's good. These are two that are new to me, but I cannot put into words how much peace they gave me. These are two really good ones if you're struggling with churn. First one is, let's start with long-term deals because it's the most recent one. So if you find someone you really like working with and they're like long-term players, you can put that into a handshake agreement. And I've been doing this, and I reduced my recurring revenue on purpose so that I could create that stability for both. This is how it goes. So if I see someone that I like, I like to work with you, right? I go with, hey, I thought this might benefit you. I believe in playing long-term games with long-term people, so thought about a deal with you. I can reduce your weekly fee from 300 down to 250 if you stay for a year. And you give them a certain discount, right? No need to pay up front. I just reduce the next payment onwards. You end up saving this much, I get stability, and we both get someone we can play the long-term game with. You in? The timing with which you make this offer matters. If you are hitting them with this when they're low, you're probably going to get a no. Two good timings I see for you to send this is when somebody's winning, you send this. Or two, if somebody texts you wanting to churn and you tell them, and by the way, like every request to churn is actually a request for help. And you're like, actually, let's get on a call and let's figure it out. And you give them a plan and they're like, yo, thank you. This is a good time to send this. Because like the timing at which you ask questions matters a lot. So these two are really good. If somebody just got a win, or if somebody lost hope and you gave it back to them, this is a good time to hit them with this. It also, like guys, I reduced my recurring revenue, but I sleep amazing, because I thought, okay, long-term games, long-term people, it's okay. You already have this. You just have to send a DM, right? It's another message you could send. And this one specifically, I wish I sent in 2 months. Summer, actually, beginning of summer, so like May or June. And I'm going to send in November post Black Friday. Buy two, get one free. So this is a good one to send right when after Black Friday, which is going to be the last Friday of November. People are happy, but you got to prepare for December because December is when people churn. They leave. They're busy, right? So you can send them this when the timing is well. The holidays are just around the corner, a festive and hectic time for most of us. And by the way, shout out to Alan. Alan gave me this idea on the office hours. So shout out. And let's be honest, an expensive one too. So I figured maybe I can help. Here's what I have for you. Buy 2 months, get 1 month free. I know it's a mental thing, but skipping auto charge on Christmas and New Year makes us breathe a little easier. So if you pay for 2 months now, I'll stop your weekly payments now and only resume them sometime in February. I'm also adding a complimentary one-on-one call if you get this before date. And I should add here, so we can craft your holidays offer, right? Reply holidays if you're in. JK. I wish I did this in the beginning of the summer because summer churn was intense, right? I wish I did this when the times were good and kind of, like Joseph in the Bible, like prepare when times are good so that you'll be ready when times are not as good. So definitely something I would consider putting on your radar by November, end of November. Again, this is all stuff you already have, right? It's just different ways to deploy your help if you get the timing right. Another, in the last two offers you already have, is number one is one-on-one. So This is to increase LTV. This is my regular offer. Like, hey, like one-on-one coaching with me. This offer is more what it's not than what it is. So what this is not is it's not a lot of trainings. It's not like what's the portal, whatever. I'm not gonna give you to a team member. We just get on the DMs and we solve problems. I do ask for a minimum commitment on this one of 10 weeks. And that's it, right? And just like that, like I sent an email like this like a few times every quarter, and it gets people to be like, yeah, actually, I'd like to be there because again, prospect inertia. The more money someone gives you, the more money they're likely to give you. Interestingly enough, somebody got this package and paid in full for 9 weeks, an hour before we had this workshop. So this stuff works. The problem is just people just don't ask. Like your client's already there. They see the charge coming on their card. There is a chance that they might want to help. They might want help. And what I understand now is that it's not just about the offer, it's also about the excuse they tell themselves for why they bought the offer. So if you just promote the one-on-one coaching with me, that is probably going to work, yes. To make it stronger, you can add a big why and excuse. My excuse is, hey, some of the best times for coaching and consulting is coming up. If you do one-on-one coaching with me for these next 10 weeks, we will craft your autumn, Black Friday, Christmas, and New Year's offer together. So you have all these ready. Are you in? So I call it the autumn one-on-one package, whatever, right? But if you can give people a reason why, an excuse, it goes a long way. So these are helpful, and I'm going to show you when to deploy them. I'm going over the products now, but then I'll show you the timing. This is helpful. And the last one is table. So if you have a bunch of killers in the program, then it makes sense for you to create like a higher, this is a mastermind, essentially, right? So it's the same thing as the one-on-one, except these guys are in a group chat and they get one extra weekly call with you where we touch on like higher level strategy. So this is the dog we sell it with. It's basically like we will work on these sticks. We want to, I'm going to 100K a month profit, and I only invite people who I'm like, oh, like you could get to 100K a month profit with us. Like you have the tools, and it's $750 a week. It's the same as the one-on-one. Should probably price slightly higher, but I turned off the table for summer and probably gonna get it back soon. So this is just a mastermind. Again, all stuff you already have, right? You don't need to create anything. You just need to know how to package and model the ways you deliver. And this already gives you 15 products, right? Now, like in the beginning, different products sell better at different times. So this is when we get into the plan. Like, what are we going to do for the next 16 weeks? 2 rules for this. The first one is we're going to make an offer every day. So your best prospect is only going to read about 1/3 of your emails. And you don't know which. So you might as well send one every day. Like today is what we in the business call 5 email Mondays. I'm sending 5 emails. Don't say you should send 5 emails, but send at least 1. And 2, don't sell a product for more than 2 weeks. This has just been like kind of my rule of thumb, and it served me well. People stop listening when they know what you're going to say. So not only do you have to make good offers, you also have to vary them. Because then if not, people get like what you get when you're driving home and you see the ad, you notice the first day, you notice it the first week, and then you just don't see it, you just don't register. Same thing. So before I get into the plan, does anybody have questions on like the products or the specific of each product? If not, I'll continue, but figure might as well. You can unmute yourself and we can talk about it.
Hi, JK. I had a question in reference to the one where you had, it was the 10,000, I believe it was the
Yeah, 10 weeks.
right. How do you what do you do if like you have a course, but you want to check out something else to see if it works better? What would you do then? Like what I guess what you say, what questionings or what kind of investigation or prying do you do to find out, okay, so this worked, and then what else could I do? How can you know like what will be the best thing for the market? for that
You
particular
mean,
product.
am I a buyer or a seller?
If it's me, if I'm creating the product, I want to know, I want to create a product for the market, and let's say I have one and it's not doing good. What would be the what do I do to go and find out the next best thing to be able to use that as an offer?
Either use the N word and put a number on it that's specific, or
Okay.
two is make it shorter. You reduce the time frame from, you make both the promise smaller and the time frame shorter. So if the promise is 20K in 6 months, you make it 5K in one, and you will find that this will actually net you more, because then you will get more people through the front end, and once they get that first problem solved, they pay for the next one. So either you make the promise shorter, you make the promise smaller and the time frame shorter.
Okay. And which product of yours has us to go through, I forgot, to select an offer that would be best to use in the market?
That'll
If
be
that,
sell without sales calls or the workshop funnel.
okay. All right. Thank you.
Cool. The plan. All right. So I don't know if you guys are feeling it, but I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. The times are changing. People are getting more open to taking stuff up and buying stuff. We do not plan to waste that. So October is the month, September and October are the months where people have the energy, they have the budget, but they don't have the plan. When you offer a plan, and this is why, partly because I offered the minimalist plan to 1 million, you give them what they lack, which is kind of that clarity and that direction. So October, I like to see it as the month to really pursue your recurring offers and recurring revenue. So this is how it goes. This is what I'm going to do, and you're free to swipe it. So beginning of October, I'll promote my one-on-one. This is a habit I like to do in the beginning of the month. I like to send a few emails. Sometimes I send it just to clients. Sometimes I send it to the entire list. Hey, a spot open one-on-one, and I send them my Google Doc. Right on there. Like not the link to the Google Doc, but the text of the Google Doc. Hey, I opened 2 spots for one-on-one. If anybody wants it, this is it. I've had some people who didn't see value in cash creators get the one-on-one. And they're like, oh, this is what I wanted. I wanted a higher level touch. A lot of people don't buy your offer because it's too cheap. Most of them don't. A lot of people don't buy your offer because most people don't buy your offer because it's too expensive. Some people don't buy your offer because it's too cheap. So the one-on-one allows you to tap into that segment of the market. So I would do that for either just my one-on-one for my current clients or to the entire list. And I open my October intake here. So this is the regular core offer. Another good habit for you to have is to include a reason why. The reason why that just works really well is urgency and scarcity. Also seasonality. So urgency is I close on the 14th. Scarcity is I only have 7 spots. And urgency and seasonality is it's the October intake. If you don't have a big reason why to do it, these work really well. Seasonality, like October intake, urgency and scarcity. As a rule of thumb, for every client offer, meaning recurring revenue offers, you always want to have scarcity and urgency. Both components matter. For one-time offers, like workshops or assets, it makes more sense for you to only have urgency, not scarcity, because there could be like 100 people on this Zoom, and it wouldn't really change much about the experience, right? Because I'm going to be yapping most of it. So it doesn't really matter to have the scarcity aspect of it, but urgency does matter, because I say, hey, this is the last day you can get this. You can't get it later, right? So this is what I'll do for the first 2 weeks of October, one-on-one and core offer. And then I'll sell a workshop. Usually my workshop promotions run for 7 days. On the first day, I will send a workshop template you can find in your Google Doc offers, which is basically, this is your invitation to the X, Y, and Z workshop asset template. And on the last day, I'll send 2 emails, which is, hey, today's the last day you can get it. And I'll send one 6 hours before Christian expires the page. It expires in 6 hours. These are already 3 templated emails you can get in your Google Doc offers in school. What I'll sell there is workshop, pass, and continuation. Meaning I will sell a $100 workshop,
I will give people, I don't know how much the pass will be, but it'll be slightly higher than the weekly fee. And then a few days before it ends, kind of like maybe here, I'll text them, hey, if you want to quit, let me know. So it's a continuation offer. I plan on doing this for the workshops that I'm going to do later, just because 10% of people are willing to pay you 10 times as much. So you might as well offer. What I'll do here is sell long-term deals from the 21 to the 23rd. Long-term deals are what I showed you as, hey, if you stay for a year, I reduce your weekly fee. So this is something I do privately on DMs on the people who I'm like, yeah, like you could benefit from this. So I'll do it privately. Meanwhile, to the entire list, I'll do the red, which is compressed offer plus continuation. So this is me selling the 10K in 4 weeks program. Maybe I'll change the numbers later on. I'm unsure, but you get the gist of it. It's essentially, you have your offer. So the offer is, let's say 12 months. What you do is you sell, and this one's like very expensive. What you do is you sell this one for way less. And when the offer is shorter, people can see it better. And it makes them way more likely to stay because you bet on the continuation and how good you are at getting that first win so that you can get them to stay later. Lars, if you're watching this, this is what we were talking about. And at the end of that, I'll promote my core offer again, right here. So at the end of October, I'll promote my core offer again. Hey guys, we're opening for the November intake. And again, good habits to have is beginning of the month, promote your one-on-one or table or higher level access to people. Beginning of the month is when people have high hopes and they have the plan, they have the energy. This is a good time for you to hit them up with a, hey, let's craft your Black Friday offer. Hey, it's November, like let's do something this, right? Beginning of the month is always good. Energies are high. Now, November is an interesting month. Like it's really good in my experience for one-time sales, one-time offers, not so much for client offers, but it's incredible for one-time offers. It's also Black Friday. So this is when, in my opinion, you should sell one of these. One of these. Workshop asset bundle replay password continuation. So I'll sell a workshop in the first week of November. And then I'll say my Black Friday bundle. So I'll probably come up with a bundle. I don't know what it'll be, but I'll do the normal bundle, offer the pass in the cart, and continuation to the people who buy the pass. Something interesting is that if you give yourself enough kind of leeway, enough time before the month ends, you can actually take the pass away at a certain date. So this message actually says, guys, you can buy the Black Friday bundle. However, I am taking the pass away today because it is a November pass. It doesn't make much sense for you to get it later. This one was an awesome email. It actually got like 3 people in. So you can take that away. And, it gets people who want to pay you that 10 times the amount to be like, okay, let's do it. What I'll do for my Black Friday bundle actually is I will raise the price on Black Friday. So on Black Friday, which is the 29th, I'll tell them, hey, the price is going up. You can get them since the 11th, but the price is going up on the 29th. And the offer is going away completely on Cyber Monday, which is on December 2. But this is usually it's just a good time to make offers, right? So on Cyber Monday, I'll add a bonus, maybe an Ask Me Anything, maybe an asset included to everybody who bought and buys the Black Friday bundle. And then I'm going to take it down that same day. This is an incentive so that people buy even though I raised the price. If you can see, there's less client offers on this one because November is not, in my opinion, it's not so much for that. It's better to create prospect inertia and get buyers, get one-time buyers, because people are not as willing to commit, but they are willing to pay. People make a lot of money and spend a lot of money on Black Friday. And again, seasonality. Seasonality is you being in touch in what is happening to my market now. In my market, Black Friday is amazing for them. And December usually is more dire. It's harder.
A lot of people churn, a lot of people quit. So again, the timing with which you make the ask matters. So what I'm gonna do in the beginning of December is run the buy two, get one free offer. Buy 2 months, get 1 month for free. And I'll send them the, Christmas, New Year's is coming, auto charges can be, stressful, but if you would like to get this deal, this is an option available to you, and I'll pause your weekly payments. This also matters because it's right after Black Friday, right? So people are in high spirits, they're good, financial wise and emotionally wise. So might as well, right? Make the strike the, what is it? Strike while the iron's hot. And then I opened the December intake, right? December is for me is the time of one-time offers and securing MRR, not creating MRR, but securing it. That's why I'm gonna run this deal for the buy two, get one free. And I might also text people privately for the long-term deals. If you stay for a year, I'll reduce your fee. This is an option I'm doing, right? December, I'll create my intake. And then if you see a common pattern we're doing is we're kind of going like this. So we go client offer, and then we go customer offer. Usually I will go like this. I'll cycle between the two, 1 or 2 weeks each, just because I see that if I promote a client offer and then a client offer, it kind of gets old real quick. But if I cycle between these two, it creates a nice dynamic. It's easy for me to stick to, and it shocks the audience at a certain degree because they kind of know what to expect, but it takes them like 5-6 months before they really get it. And for a lot of us here, it's just a long runway before that happens. So I like to cycle between these two. So client offer, then I'll run a workshop, pass and continuation, bread and butter. And then for the last week of December, I'll bring the store back. I already have the asset. Christian already created it, and I can frame it as the Christmas store, right? That'll be it. So this is the beauty of already having these assets. You could just sell them again. You take them down for a period of time, you introduce a different one, and then when the times are better or when the seasonality is fitting, you bring them back. On this week, this is kind of when people are planning, the 26th to the 31. So when people are planning, I like to promote the wait list, because kind of cool moment here. But January might be the last and the final intake I make for cash creators, because we might, I might get to the number by then. So I'll promote that as the angle. It's been an amazing ride. So I'm going to promote that waitlist. And at the beginning of the year, I'm going to promote the long-term deals again. As in, hey, for this 2025, I like to play long-term games with long-term people. So I'll reduce your weekly fee if you like to stay for a year. Right? It's the same principle, but hopefully you're kind of getting the gist of it. The timing in which you make these questions matters. Okay. And January. So this is already 12 weeks apart. What I'm thinking of doing in January is the core intake. If God wills it, the last one, and one-on-one in the beginning of the month, right? Again, the habit, right? Beginning of the month, people are in new spirits, strike while they are in stock. Then here I'll sell a workshop or a pass or a continuity. Bread and butter, switch between core offer and client offer. And then sell an asset here that I already have that allows me to also get people some FaceTime here. January is people show up to calls, they're in high spirits, they're more open. So it's a good idea if you're planning on giving them more FaceTime, giving your clients more FaceTime, January is a good time to do so. So this is the time for me of getting and securing MRR. So January, people are willing to commit, give them something to commit to. Gyms know this. And here I'll probably promote my waitlist to, cash creators might be invite only at that point. So I'll promote a waitlist since then. And I don't know what's going to happen in February, but this is the strategy. So real quick, good habits. Show on socials what's happening on the email to make people want to join.
So treat it like CNN. You talk about what happened and what will happen. So this is like socials. Wait, socials. And this is email. So email is usually one step ahead because they get more, they have you have their email, you text them more often, whatnot. So you talk on socials about what's going on email. It's like, hey, today I'm sending this to my list. Today I'm giving this asset. Today I'm promoting this, but you can only join through the list. Treat it like a reporter. You're reporting what's happening inside the list. This gives people in socials a reason to join the list. And it also kind of functions as this like dance, right? You act on email, you react about what's happening on email on socials, and so on and so on. And I found that treating this like a reporter relationship works really well to get people to be like, okay, I want to see what's going on. I want to tap in on the action. And it gets people to join the list. A good resource on this is 1000 New Whales. And a habit, give people a reason to act now. If we don't, they won't. So people are so used to having unlimited offers, to be open all the time. What you really want to teach your audience, in my opinion, is that things go away here. The right frame is, I'm willing to help, but I'm not willing to wait forever. And if you do not move, then there is a chance you're not going to be able to get this. This usually trains them to move faster. And I don't have like a really good way to say it other than train them, but that's kind of what it does. It gets people to be like, okay, like I know this guy takes things down, let me move faster. And in my experience, it's really helpful. And even though people know how scarcity and urgency work, it still works. And that's why we take things down. But to recap, the next 16 weeks is you have so many products you could use from the stuff you already have. Here are all the templates. I'll share this with you in a bit. You have the plan on what to make on every month. October, I would use it if I were you for recurring offers. November, one-time offers using Black Friday and Cyber Monday. December, do one-time offers and protect yourself against churn by securing MRR, by giving people deals early to stay or to pay upfront. And on January, I would be focusing on getting and securing MRR. Like this is the best month for coaching and consulting, not even close. Like January is the best. So you might as well promote your core offer because you can get away with a lot of stuff you couldn't get away in other months. Troubleshooting kit, like four ways that you can solve a problem when they arise, because we're in business and this thing happens, is never judge a campaign before it's over. This is what I call the offer coaster. The offer coaster kind of starts like this. First day, it sells a little, and then there's this big lull. And on the last day, when you take things down, there's a spike. This is usually how it goes. It's a mistake to judge the effectiveness of a campaign by this. So if you're running something, see it through. Create that urgency, create that scarcity, remind people that it's going away, and you will find that often, on the last day, people just move. People who told you, no, I can't do it, it's out of my budget. Well, when things are taken down, you realize that maybe that wasn't entirely true. It was just that you didn't give them a reason to act now. So never judge a campaign before it's over. If you have small questions, and by small questions, I mean like technicalities, like how do I set this up in ClickFunnels? This prospect texted me this, how do I respond? The community is going to be a helpful resource for you because we can get the problem sorted out fast, right? So these small questions, they have this really annoying habit of taking up a lot of mental RAM. So if you put them in the community, we can tell you how we solved that problem and you can just move on to the next one. If you have bigger questions, you can also come to the office hours. And then there are like, hey, can you look at my Black Friday offer? Can we work on the December offer? I want to shift this, shift that. The office hours are going to be a helpful product for you. They're all in the calendar. And if you like some of the templates we talked about today, you can find it in the school classroom. 90 days of offers gives you my best 90 offers. Christian, also shout out to Christian. He was kind enough to collect the last 365 offers I've made. He collected the emails from September 2023, all of them. And he put them on a Google Doc. I'll share this with you later in the week. And you can find all my Google Doc offer templates on your Google Doc offers. So those are in the classroom. But Rika, now you have the model to take you to $1 million. I've done it. I've proven that it can be done. One man, well, me and Christian against the world, 95% profit margins. September wasn't a 100K month, so very blessed and grateful for that. This is possible. You also have 15 ways you can spin your own offer to make it look new. The 16-week plan and some of the best times ever for coaching and consulting. The troubleshooting kit, a community of people who want to win as much as you. The cash creators, and the best seasons of the year. Now it's up to you.
Yes, 314 edits since the first Google Doc iteration. It's led to better clients, lower churn, and more yeses. So I think it's just time for a redo of this workshop. The Google Doc is at its simplest level just copy. And it is my belief that good copy isn't written, it's assembled. So here's what we'll do today. We'll take the offer map, like there are pieces that I found essential to every piece of copy, and then we'll assemble them inside of your doc. The hard part's the map. Putting everything in a doc is just putting things in a template, which is why usually if you just take the template without crafting the individual parts, it just doesn't flow right, or there's some things that could be done better. So we're going to do it on the right order today. So we'll start with the offer map. So we're going to see first my own Google Doc. So you kind of see what the end products looks like. This is also like I've found this to be better. If you're trying to show people like individual components of a thing that you're teaching clients, I found it more useful to go over the end product first, and then you go over the things that make up that product. So the first thing we'll do is we're going to go over Google Doc 314. So on the original one, if you go to my original one, you can't copy and paste it. This one you can. So I've included the details here. So let's go over the entire thing first, and then I'm going to walk you through first we'll do the magic trick, and then I'll show you how the trick is done. So it's like 3 pages. Cash Creators Private Invite. We aim to build your $1 million a year cash creator business with 95% profit margins, 67 clients or less, and no more than 4 hours a day on the tools. It starts with the first 16 weeks, where our goal is creating 20K with 3 components. First, your proprietary Google Doc offer. As a cash creator, you're able to sell your 1K to 3K a month offer with your Google Doc. You have this option because it solves one specific problem in a way nobody else can. It shortens your sales cycle from years to weeks, and because only you can offer it, it grows your recurring revenue without the need for sales calls. 2, whale bait. Whales are the people who need and can afford your solution. You often don't see them because they're hitting in your audience, but they DM you asking about your offers when you post whale bait, content designed to get leads that are not broke. It's just one post a day, yet it turns whales that won't ask for discounts, ghost you, or waste your time into clients. 3, your shell. Offer suites monetize stuff, which adds complexity because you have to create a lot of it. Offer shells monetize access, which reduces complexity because you can focus on creating one really good thing, then sell access to you to implement it. It sells with half the words, takes less than 2 hours a day to deliver, and gets you clients that pay you triple. Our goal in the first 16 weeks is to create 20K with proprietary Google Doc offer, one wheel-bit strategy that gets leads that can afford you into it, and deliver it with one offer shell you can run all the way to $1 million in annual profit with 94% profit margins within 12 months. Timeline to the million. Phase 1 is 20K. I didn't offer this in the past, but as a cash creator, you'll get crystal clear on a one-on-one call with me on 3 things. Your proprietary doc offer, which we finished that same day. 3 next steps to catch your next 20 to 25 clients with it without calls. And the exact model you'll be using to cash flow 1 million per year. We start with clarity and a simple plan to scale your doc offer to 20K and then 20K per month recurring. That's 20 to 25 clients. Phase 2, 50K. You'll hit the additional 20K a month mark once, then we implement only the pieces of the model you need to add 50K per month recurring with less than 4 hours a day. You understand that you get community access to JK and the cash creators to get solutions to your problems in 24 hours. You can do so on the calls or via the community if that's easier for you. The workshop library with all my templates, secrets, and scripts, as well as access to all past and future workshops. 2 office hours at 10 a.m. Central European time and 10 a.m. Eastern time, so you can get help no matter where you are. These are optional. The only needed call is the initial one with me to get you clarity in your plan to $1 million. You'll have a community to rely on when you feel stuck and celebrate wins with on your path to 50K a month recurring. And phase 3, which is 84K, the last step is about getting less people at higher prices. With your shell in place, we'll find those whales in your audience willing to pay you triple and sell them into packages that take you less than 2 hours a day to deliver. You only need 12 of these to get you across the $1 million a year milestone, 84K a month. At this point, you're free to do either push to the next income level, cash creators range from 4 to 400K, or take a step back and enjoy the freedom your business earned you. Investment, it's easy to get started in cash creators because 2 clients are more than enough to make it pay for itself, and you could get them next week. Your investment is 400 now, and then payments are 400 every week. And to make it even easier for you, this is an asset, not a liability. In 16 weeks, you can expect 20K to be created and the 3 fundamentals to be in place. Your 1 to 3K proprietary Google Doc offer, your waitlist strategy to get leads that are not broke, and an official that gets you clients that pay you triple. And your business runs in 4 hours a day or less. 4 hours a day or less. After the 16 weeks, you have the option to cash flow your model to $1 million or leave right after. If you leave, you can't rejoin for a year. No guarantees, promises, or refunds. In a nutshell, we get you clear in your plan with your Google Doc offer, 3 next steps, and game plan to $1 million. We create 20K and then 20K recurring. We'll go to battle together using the tools and community to make 50K recurring, 40 to 55 clients. Armed with a business that runs in less than 4 hours a day, we upsell 12 whales in your audience to get you over the 84K a month recurring mark. How to join? Email me, I'll get you enrolled, I'll welcome you to Cash Creators. It's a boring segment, but it needed to be done. This is just so you understand the entire thing. Now let's go over the individual components that make up this offer. This is called the offer map. So I'm going to send the offer map here. This is so you make a copy and we can start creating this as we go. This is going to be a very hands-on thing. Like, it's a workshop because we're going to work. So I believe that every offer needs 4 components. To me, it's the promise, the path, pricing, and a reason why now. Promise is what are they going to get. Path is how they get there. Pricing is what is it now and what is it going to be later when you raise it. And the reason why now, it's because offers standalone, they don't work like people do. Evergreen offers kind of get really stale. So we need to give constantly reasons for people to act. And you can see this is more like in the content than in the offer, but I'm always posting like this many spots left. We close at this date. This doesn't make sense for you to get it later. It's the November pass, the October pass, the September pass. Like, I'm always giving people reasons to move. These 4 together, I've seen work the best. And every time I write copy, I think about these 4. If these 4 are not in place, then to me it's incomplete and I shouldn't make it. So my promise is build a $1 million a year cash creator business with less than 4 hours a day. My path is first benefit. You get a one-on-one call and we craft your doc. You make 20K with 20 clients. And this happens in the first 16 weeks. On week 16 to 52, we get 35 more clients and we get to 50K MRR. And then we upsell 12 and get to 84. Very numerical. And this is a theme you're going to see me say over and over again. Pricing, I started at $250 a week and then I raised it. And then I'm going to show you when you should raise it. And always a reason to why now. So hopefully you see what I'm doing here. I have the map and then I'm going to put it in the doc. And that's what we're going to do today for you. So let's start with the main one, the promise. And this is where I get excited because I love talking about this one because I say it so many times in a week. And I'm glad we can finally like do this formally, you know? So by far, the number one thing we work on with folks is the promise. In my experience, having twice as many promises doesn't double the effectiveness of a promise. it halves it. So just keep it at 1 that passes the following 3 criteria. I'm going to give you 3 criteria that I think it would serve you a lot to have in your mind as a mental model, as every time you create an offer or a promise, it passes the 3. Okay? So you often see like offers that say like lose fat and build muscle. It doesn't make the offer double, like twice as good. It makes it half as good. We need to focus on one thing because it just sells better. People are incapable of thinking of more than one thing at once. Like they just can't. They can't multitask. So let's keep it at 1. The first one, and this is the biggest thing I see, is we need an offer that passes what I call the meaning test. The meaning test means that if you show your promise to 2 people and it means the same thing to both, you pass it. If it doesn't, then you don't pass it. Just this one, you go online right now to socials and you'll find people who are messing it up. So I'll give you some things that do not pass the meaning test. Transform your physique, achieve your fitness goals, create your personal monopoly, become a productivity master, find your ideal partner, supercharge your lead flow, 10x your sales, develop a personal brand that creates clients on autopilot. If I tell you that, and I tell somebody else that, will it mean the same thing? If it doesn't, then it doesn't pass it, then it shouldn't be on your promise. Whereas what does pass it is, say you're 6-pack, lose 15 pounds, make 10K, finish your workday by noon, 10 dates in 10 weeks. Every time you create a promise, and I want to say this once and for all, please make sure it passes the meaning test, or I will send you what I call the fist. The fist is this meme I developed with client. We work one-on-one. And I kept telling him, numbers, numbers, numbers. Like it needs to pass the meaning test. If not, it doesn't work. At some point, I said, listen, man, I'm going to do this because I love you and respectfully. If you ever send me an offer to review again and it doesn't pass the meaning test, I'm just going to send you the fist. So he sent me, what do you think? How to get your email sales potential. It doesn't pass the meaning test. Therefore, we don't include it. And then, okay. When we first worked with XYZ, we used this calculator to estimate his opportunity, then put a plan in place. And I sent him the fist because it doesn't pass the goddamn meaning test. And then he sent me the calculator we used to find 200K a month in lost revenue. Beautiful. So which offer would it be more likely to buy? How to get your email sales potential? Or the calculator you used to find 200K a month in lost revenue? The meaning test matters because we are so inside of our work that sometimes we forget like what it looks like from the outside. Like everybody thinks that their baby is beautiful, right? It's other people who are like, oh, it's kind of ugly, right? Like you don't know how ugly your baby is. We need to have things that pass the meaning test so everybody is in line with what we say. Or I will send the fist. So quick thing on this, some offers are not tangible, right? Like some people, Rochelle, you said like mindset and like limited beliefs. Some people sell more like productivity or health. If your offer isn't as tangible, then use what I consider the 3 most powerful words in copywriting. So you can. Get rid of your worst habit so you can lose 15 pounds. Install the 3 AI workflows so you can make more than you made last quarter. Let us implement a VA in your business so you can stop sending cold DMs and get a lead a day. Like, if it doesn't mean the same thing to you and to them, then it doesn't fly. Like, we're not Apple, right? If we say this is the professional in the future of, like, people don't. Felix, bless you, but can you mute yourself? It needs to pass the meaning test, okay? If not, I will very respectfully send you the fist. 2, offers come in 3 different frames: coaching, consulting, and mentorship. Choosing one and sticking to it sells more than switching between them. Every time I create an offer, I think, what frame is this in? So a coach shows you how to find the answer within you. A consultant gives you the answer. A mentor tells you what he would answer. And these are all like offers that have converted, so you can trust that they work. So I'll give you one from the coaching frame. Coaching frame is, I'll show you how to find the answer within you. Our goal is to help you save 20 hours per week to spend more time with the people and things you love without losing a single dollar of your income. It passes the test because the meaning, like the money is the same and 20 hours is 20 hours. All right. Imagine this compared to an offer that says you're going to become a productivity master. What does it mean, right? Like it doesn't pass it. Another one is consulting. This is the answer. Mine is a consulting offer. We aim to build your $1 million a year cash creator business with 95% margin, 67 clients or less, and no more than 4 hours a day on the tools. This is me giving the answer. Now, the mentorship angle is also valid. The mentorship angle is showing this is what I've done. I'm going to use what I gathered to you and help you and find the answer as if I were you. So here's one that this guy got 2 clients at $2K a month, and he has like 100 followers. Like, it's incredible. He helps people with CFO. He's a CFO, and what happens is people in this, like his target market, it like the range is so big. Like people can have like Fortune 500 companies, or somebody who just doesn't have their books in order that, you know, he runs a village store, right? So it helps both. So he took the mentorship angle. I'll be your chief financial co-pilot so you can grow faster with fewer headaches or position your company for an investment or sale. So you make better decisions faster. I will use the tools that allow me to start, scale, and exit an Inc. 5000 growing company, raise 15 million in equity and debt, and take my third company from 0 to 20K a month in less than 90 days. The real key is knowing which tool to use, when and how to customize it to your unique situation. Over the next 12 months, you'll have access to me as your chief financial co-pilot. We will use the most profitable tools for you, likely in this order. So I call this the 3 hats. Depending on what the offer is and what you sell, different hats work different way. The offer I made today was I'm going to make 3 offers for Black Friday. You're free to swipe them. That is a mentorship offer. This is what I'll do. My regular offer is a consulting offer. If you were there when I sold the 20-minute email, where I said, I'm going to show you how you can use the expertise you already have, and in 20 minutes, you'll write the email. That's coaching. So every offer needs to have with a certain frame. Think about which one works the best for you. They are all valid, as long as they pass the meaning test. And the last one is, and this is it's hard to understand for a lot of people because like we are so in love with the things we do, and you should, because you should be proud of it, right? But sometimes we need to lower what we do so that people will understand it. The offer does not matter as much as people think. By the time someone in your audience sees your offer, they should already have some level of emotional investment in you. Your offer is not the place to sell them on you. They already bought you. They already bought you emotionally. Your offer is the place to make them a mundane promise so that they can justify the purchase logically. Like nobody's going to come home to their wife and say, hey, honey, guess what I did today? I hired a coach to become a productivity master. Like, what the hell? Like, why? Like, what's the point, right? We must give them a mundane and tangible offer so that they can justify buying it. Something that they can tell others or brag about, and a cool rule of thumb that their wife will understand. Hey, honey, I hired a productivity coach so that I can be done with my work by noon and then attend all of Timmy's baseball games. Okay, then it makes sense, right? We made everything extremely mundane. Imagine if I'm the productivity coach, I'm like, but some people are not going to be done by noon. Some people are going to be done by 2. What if they want to work more? Like, this is not the point to invent, right? This is the point to make things easy and tangible because people are like terrible at abstracting. So we have to make things mundane. You know, my offer is create 20K in the first 16 weeks. For some of you, the offer is incredible. For others, for some of you in this call even, you make way more than that, right? But it's the mundanity that needs to be there so that people can have it and then justify themselves logically that they bought something. I haven't found a way like to clearly articulate this, but the presence of a number is more important than the number. It just matters that it's there. It doesn't matter if it's off. It just matters that it's there so they can justify it. So a good way to summarize is that your content should be elevated. However, your offer should be mundane. Like your offer could be something that anybody can swipe and copy. It should be like a definite number. It should feel like it's kind of dry, and that's why it works. So if you see my content, for example, I try to make it elevated. Time and location freedom with a cash creator business. I can go see my abuelita because my offer shell is pumping. I can be present with my family because of my systems, and Wellbit attracts people that are not difficult or stressful to work with. Elevated, emotional, high level. But if you look at my offers, it's like I live on the numbers part of the keyboard, not on the letters part of the keyboard. 5K in 5 weeks, 84K a year, 20K in one-time revenue, 10K in recurring revenue, 90 offers swipe file. It's extremely mundane because you are selling to warm traffic, not cold traffic. If you sold to cold traffic, then it'll be a different story. But by the time your warm traffic already sees your offer, they already like you. Like they went through some process already. So just give them an excuse so that they can tell their wife and save face. So to include mundanity, either include an outcome or a number. So an example. Productivity could either be an outcome or a number. Finish your workday by noon. That's an outcome. A number could be reduce your workday to 2 hours a day. Let's say you sell a mindset one. An outcome could be get rid of your one childhood limiting belief so you can make more than you made last year. A number could be get rid of one childhood limiting belief so you can double your business. Health could be an outcome, like remove your acne, not like revolutionize your gut health and transform your microbiome. Just say remove your acne. Easy, right? Mundane. Numbers could be get your testosterone to 1000. I think this is microgram, but you get what I mean. Outcomes are numbers that are mundane. It will feel at some point like you're devaluing your work. Like I could do so much more. I could do so much better. I have such a wider range of things that I can do. And if it feels like that, it's okay because that means you're in the right direction. It should feel extremely mundane. It's the content that's elevated. So please, every time you craft an offer, please remember this meme and make sure that it passes the meaning test. It means the same thing to you and to them. You've picked a frame that feels right between coaching, consulting, and mentorship, and it's mundane. So some notes. Every promise is better than a vague promise. A small promise is better than a vague promise. For example, I sold more with a 20K a month promise than a 30K a month promise. Why? I don't know. I just feel like people just... Buyer psychology is a different thing. I think it was in the US that McDonald's sold a quarter-pound burger, and then they sold the third-pound burger, like 1/3 out of a pound. And people didn't want to buy the 1/3 out of a pound because they thought it was less than a 1/4 of a pound, because 3 is less than 4. I don't know how things work, but I just know that I just report what works. An aspirational promise is also better than a vague promise. Aspirational promises like $1 million a year also work because, in my experience, people crave direction more than they crave an outcome. Like some of you don't want to get to $1 million, right? Some of you want to get to a certain level. That's not that, and you're like totally okay with it because it's the direction and the tangibility and the mundanity that people buy. It's just knowing that they're on track. If anything, you're selling hope. Don't be afraid of making aspirational promises if you can back it up. And generic promises also are better than vague promises. If you have like nothing and you're like, I don't know, swipe one that you know is already working well. Like the offer that took me 100K a month, 100K per month for 4 months in a row was, hey, let's get to 20K. Anybody can take that. It's easy, right? Because it's supposed to be mundane. You have to get to test to see which one works better. So if you're unsure, pick one that's small, pick one that you know will do, that passes all 3 criteria, and roll with it. So back to the offer map. Here's the template. You can copy it. What's your promise? What's your something tangible, mundane, that passes the meaning test? This meme is a good visual cue. I imagine this meme when I talk about will beats are the best leads. What do I mean by that? Okay, will bit convert from customers to clients in 2 weeks instead of 2 years. Okay, it passes it. Step 2 is path. So you're at the entrance to a dark forest and two people offer to guide you to the diamond on the other end. Guide A says, just trust me, bro. Dude B pulls out a flashlight and a map and shows you the way. I choose Dude B. Showing people the path through which you're going to achieve the promise is as important as the promise itself. For simplicity, I like to keep paths with 3 stages, and each stage has 3 parts. So if you see it here, my path is get to 20K and then 50K and then 84K. And every kind of stage has three parts: benefit, checkpoint, time frame, benefit, checkpoint, time frame, benefit, checkpoint, time frame. So we're gonna go over each. Benefit. This is important. Focus on the part on what they get, not what they do. So this is easier to illustrate with an example. What you guys do here is we do office hours and community. Okay, whatever, right? It's better if I say ask any question and get a solution within 24 hours. Easy. Hours of trainings and teachings. Although true, it sounds boring. It sounds like work. Whereas I can say tools that have allowed me to lose 100 pounds of fat and keep them off for 6 years in a row. That's what I get, right? What we do is complete clarity and manuals on what you do so your AI chatbot doesn't fail. Okay? An AI chatbot that adds 10K to your profit in business and takes less than an hour a week to maintain. Make sense? And then do could be you make 30 approaches in 30 days. Sounds like a lot of work, but 4 dates in 4 weeks sounds like a nice thing. Right? Focus the part on what they get, not what they do. They don't like the fact that when people mention this, it has this many hours of content and this many weekly calls, they're focusing on the do part. Like, I appreciate you guys all being here, but sitting on Zoom, it does require time and effort, right? Even though it doesn't look like it, like, yeah, sometimes I want to just nap after these workshops, right? So we have to figure it on what they get so that people will, like, they know they're going to have to work, but we don't have to rub it in their face and tell them again. We have to make it easy for them to say yes. Second, checkpoints. This is also one of the things that I obsess the most about when I create offers, because I know that the path is as important as the promise. At the end of each phase, there needs to be a checkpoint so that people do not get lost. And the checkpoint must be a straight line from where they are to the promise. Now, this is where people they are tempted to fall into 2 traps. So say you run a health-related business and the promise is helping people lose 30 pounds. The first trap is separating the checkpoints too much. So this is real. Like, this actually happens. Like, people are like, okay, step 1, we get your subs. Step 2, you look like Brad Pitt in Fight Club. All right, okay, maybe there's something in between. So it looks kind of like this, right? Get plan, get your clarity, and you look great. You transform your physique, right? Like, they're too separated, right? So that's a big mistake. Like, when you separate them too much. Hopefully you can now see it in my doc. That's why I make the effort to say 25 clients, 40, and then 67. Hopefully you're starting to see in it now that 1 million is a big promise. Of course it is. However, when you say 67 people, 67 yeses, it looks like a straight line. It's more achievable. The second mistake is not relating back to the promise. Like, they're kind of like, okay, we're going to get you your meal and workout plan, daily accountability, and lifelong habits. But like, they don't connect, you know what I mean? Like, they're not like, okay, like, I get it, but like, how are we getting there, right? There's no connection. Even a simplistic version would work better. Okay, phase 1, we lose 10 pounds, then we lose 20, and then we lose 30. Bam, 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 easy. Because again, the offer serves more as the excuse. It's something so that they can say, okay, I kind of get it. More than one person has told me, I don't know what your offer is, but I signed up anyway because I trust you, right? But even though this has to be there just so they can kind of have that mental check that, okay, it's done, right? So 2 mistakes. Don't ask them to draw a wolf in step 2. Don't separate the checkpoints too much. And relate back to the promise. Even a simple, like, just 1/3 of the promise, 2/3, and 3/3 of the promise. It could be as simple as that. Again, mundane. Like if anything, this should feel like, oh, this is kind of like a simplistic offer. That's how you know it's good. And the third part to the path is time frame. Time frame is mostly made up, but I have found best results when I divide my core offer in 2 time frames. First, the minimum time commitment you need to get them their first win. Because if they get a win early, they usually stay. I found that if you get people if you solve one problem for people, they pay you to solve the next one. So if you see my doc, I'm very emphasized on 20K early. Like I say 1 million so that people will stay, but I'm like 20K, 20K, 20K. Because I know that if I get there, if we make that happen in the first 16 weeks, it's way more likely that they stay. Also, churn sucks. So for me is I like 16 weeks. FYI, I changed it from 12 to 16 weeks with no decrease in conversions. So 12 and 16 weeks converted the exact same way, so I just put it at 16. And B, which is the second time frame you include, is the longer time commitment you need them to get them the full transformation, like to get them the big one, right? Once they're there. For me, it's 52 weeks. So if you see here, I mentioned what we're gonna do in the first 16 weeks. But on the other parts of the doc, I'm vague. And I say at the end of the year, right? Because people are really bad at thinking long-term. They're just, they just can't, right? So if we work like, this is what happens in the first 16 weeks. And if they trust that they get that result, they don't really care what happens after as much as what happened earlier. So split it in 2 time frames. The first one for the minimum time commitment, and the other one that can be more vague because people do move at different speeds. So back to your offer map. If you're watching this and the recording, you can pause it, but craft your path, even if it's simple, right? So if you're in the weight niche or like a health niche, we already talked about it, right? If you're in the wealth niche, this much money, and that much money, right? If it's something like relationship, it's like first is dates, then it's top 3, and then it's you get a girlfriend, right? It could be as simple as that. The checkpoint should also pass the meaning test, FYI. So if you're clear on the next steps and you know your soulmate is ready, it doesn't pass it. It doesn't pass it. It's like there is from the dates you've gone, now you have one girl which you're happy and you're looking forward to the most to go on the next one. Okay, that's stuff, right? Passes the meaning test. Those are the hard parts. This is the easy part. So I'm requesting permission to consult. As we covered before, consulting is when I give you the answer. I have lots of evidence that weekly beats monthly pricing. I do not have evidence that monthly beats weekly. Why do I do weekly? Because I have found that if I get the most amount of people in the front end, I have a great back end and I know that I can upsell them. Most people don't have a back end. Like it's not that they have a bad back end, it's just they don't have it, right? So they want to charge bigger upfront. But if you have good systems and you can see them inside cash injections, the most profitable way to run this business was with weekly pricing. So I'm requesting permission to consult and give you the answer, the weekly. So here's how to price it. Your scenario is, let's say you're doing one-on-one and you want to do group, your weekly pricing should be half your one-on-ones. Let's say you're doing group and you want to do one-on-one, double your groups. If you're okay with taking it slow early and you don't have that big of an audience, 100 to 200 a week is optimal. If you have an audience, you have a list of a couple thousand people and you know you can command higher prices, 250 a week to 400 a week. And this is for your group coaching offer. Because I am clear on my freedom number, 100K a month profit, I could map out when I'm raising it. So I started at 250 a week, and then at every 25% checkpoint, I raised it. So when I got to 25% of my goal, I raised it by $50 a week. And then at 50% of my goal, by another 50. And at 75, another 50. I recommend you do that very much, because then you will be able to command higher prices because more people are joining in, and also because price raises are a hell of a campaign. Like a lot of people join when you're about to raise the price. So I highly recommend it. If you sit down and you're like, okay, at this point I'm raising it, then you have real scarcity, real urgency, because you know that when that happens, it's like, guys, it's going up, right? So this is an advantage I have, and it's just about doing math. So you can name your pricing here on your offer map. And the last component for an offer is a reason to act now. Why do it now? If we don't give people reasons to move now, they won't. I am a firm believer that consequences move people more than value. Reliable ones are always scarcity and urgency. So scarcity are capping spots every intake. I open intakes every month. And capping spots globally. Very, very soon you're gonna start to see these messages of what's gonna happen when I reach my freedom number. And one of it is no more clients. Like the only way to join is invite only, right? So I'm gonna start making like that a big noise so that people know, oh, like I can miss out here. People are like so used to people, to like coaches and consultants always being open, always being helpful. We don't do that here. We take things away because we know that's how we build stable businesses when supply is smaller than demand. If you control that, it's going to be way easier for you. The problem is when supply is more than demand, because then, you know, it's low status selling. But when you change it, it's higher. Urgency. Open up and close every certain time. I open up monthly. It just has worked well for me. And I found that people only started getting used to it at month like 5. So you can keep doing it. And then if you just change the name of your thing, or you change one aspect of your thing, you buy yourself another 5 months. Open and closing randomly is more powerful though. Like when you just do things just on a whim. Having a deadline for every intake and raising prices periodically. These are all reasons to act now. This doesn't necessarily go in the doc. This goes more in the content you create, right? Hey, this intake, it closes tomorrow. I'm raising the price next week. Like this is more in the content in the doc, but it's important that I mention it here so that you get used to the habit of always giving people reasons to act now. And if you somehow made your offer look new, it wouldn't be unlikely for it to be the case after we work through your docs here. You can make a deadline and urgency for this first intake because you now have your offer. And after this, you're going to have an offer that's like, it's selling the same thing, but it looks new from the outside. Therefore, you as a marketer should treat it like new, right? So you're like, hey, I'm launching this new thing. It's the same thing you've always done, but you launch it, right? So for your next intake that you're going to do, maybe it's going to be your Black Friday one or your November one or whatever you call it, choose a reason to act now and put it here. Just do it for the next one so you can kind of get used to the habit of it, and always do it. That's why like I always take things down. Taking things down makes me more money than having things open all the time. So now that you have the offer map, now you understand. Build a $1 million year cash creator business with less than 4 hours a day, passes the meaning test, is extremely mundane, and I chose the consulting frame. The path, I don't ask people to draw wolves in step 2. I tag them through 20 clients, 40 to 55, and then 67, because it makes it look like a straight line. When you divide things, you make them look easier. Like it's weird, but recently I started running, and when I divided the distance that I have to run by batches, it works really well for me. Even though it's the same thing, right? I don't know, for some reason it just works really well for me. When we divide things, people see it as more attainable. Like my offer is $1,400 a month, $1,400. Like, oh, okay. But if I'm like, it's just $350 a week, people know it's the same thing and they can multiply it, but it somehow feels more achievable. And with these offers things, you kind of just want to make it feel achievable. I changed my pricing, and this is why people join. I do weekly because I just trust in my backend. And I always give reasons to act now. So, like we covered in the beginning, Hopefully now you see it. I'm putting the pieces individually and then I'm piecing them together. Okay. Now, this is the Google Doc that's analyzed. So you're gonna see some comments. I'm not gonna read it again because it's boring, but look at comments are part of the offer map. Like here, I'm explaining the promise and the path. First, I start with stage 1. We're gonna make 20K. Then I go into the main 3 things that will allow us to make 20K. This is where I introduce my big ideas. Big idea 1, 2, and 3. Does yours have to be like the big ideas by our definition that your audience reflected it to you? No, as long as you just give it a name, that's enough. So step 1, step 2, and step 3 with numbers or outcomes. So see, 1K to 3K a month offer. No sales calls. They DM you asking about your offers. All of these things, like you know exactly what somebody DMing you looks like. It passes the test, right? You know exactly what asking for discounts, receiving a question about discounts looks like. And I tell you, it's not going to happen. So it's very tangible. It passes. Sells with half the words, takes less than 2 hours a day, and gets you clients that pay you triple. See the insistence and autism on just putting numbers on all of this stuff because it matters. And then when I finish exposing my first 3 ideas that take you to the first promise, I remind them of the first part of the path. So it's create 20K. I often remind people of the path and promise throughout the copy. You can see this a lot. Like if I promise one thing, I will tell people about the same promise at least 6 times throughout the entire copy because I know that if not, I'll lose them. And at the end, I hint at this. So the frame I'm taking with this is we're going to do stage 1 to make 20K and have the fundamentals in place. These fundamentals will then take you to the big promise. This is important. I don't know if you catched it, but this is important. You start with phase 1 and you say, at the end of phase 1, you will get the outcome and you will have the fundamentals to have the big promise. You get the first small promise and then the big promise. This matters so that people understand there's a small thing that I can get, that I can drop out of at the end of this, but there is also a bigger thing in the back end. It does 2 things. It allows you to kind of get people first on the small promise and get more yeses, but it also increases retention in the back end because you're hinting at the big promise. At this point is where I include the path, right? So I'm like benefit 1, checkpoint 1. Benefit 1, phase 20K a month. I don't mention we're going to do Loom videos and you're going to hear me talk in a workshop. Like I don't do that, right? So I just say 20K. And then I say checkpoint. What's the checkpoint? 20 clients. It means the same thing to everybody. And then I'm like phase 2. I don't say, I don't bore people with the details. I just say 50K. And then if you look at this part, it's a lot of what they get, not what they do. Community access is kind of what they do, right? It's kind of boring. But then I say where you can get solutions within 24 hours. That's what they get. 2 weekly office hours. Okay, that kind of sounds like a lot to do. But then I say, the only need a call is the initial one with me to get you clarity in your plan to the million. Okay, that's what they get. Like, look at the insistence of using these principles. And then I mentioned checkpoint 2, which is 55 clients. Phase 3, benefit 3 is 84K a month. And then I go again with checkpoint 3. We know we got there when we upsell 12 people and you get there to 84K a month, right? A linear one. I'm not asking people to draw walls on step 2. It's just 1, 2, 3. Very like, it's not easy, but it's a straight line at least, right? It's got a logic to it. I'm not asking people to just go in the dark and trust me, bro. I'm showing them the map. This is where I introduce the minimum time commitment. If you're starting, I am a bigger fan of don't make them commit so that you can kind of understand the model and see where you fail. I recommend you do start asking people to commit when you get 5 to 10 clients. Then again, I'm reminding people of the path. get you your doc offer and make 20K, and then 50K, and then 84. And then I remind people of the big promise at the end so that I remember the promise right before I ask for the payment. 84K a month for just $350 a week. Are you in? It makes more sense. I'm going to go individually over the template, but I wanted to have a little fun before that. Now that you saw this offer, I decided to create a bad version of my offer. So you can kind of see what it would look like without everything we talked about previously. So this is how most offers I see on Twitter or Instagram are written. So I'm going to read out mine. And you tell me, how does it feel? If you'll see. We aim to build your cash creator business to monetize your audience effortlessly. We'll do so in 3 stages. Your Google Doc offer. It's all about the offer. As a cash creator, you're able to sell your irresistible offer with your doc. It makes it easy to get clients in a traditional sales calls model. And because only you can offer it, you will get clients effortlessly. Whale-bait. Whales are people who need and can't afford your solution. You don't see them because they're hitting, but they can't help but be attracted to your offer when you post whale-bait instead of fish bait. They're the best leads and will create less headaches than a fish. Your offer shell. Offer suites monetize stuff, which adds complexity. Offer shells monetize access, which reduces it. It's the most efficient way to not only get clients, but then upsell them. Our initial goal is to have your irresistible offer, drive leads to it with whale-bait, and then upsell them with your offer shell so we can supercharge your audience. I didn't offer this in the past, but as a cash creator, you're getting a call with me and we'll get clear on your irresistible Google Doc offers that people will beg you to buy. An actionable game plan for execution. Your path as a cash creator that values cash over likes. We start with clarity and a simple plan for profits. This shouldn't be here. Phase 2. When you're crystal clear in your next steps, you'll have access to the resources that will allow you to supercharge your clientele. You understand that you get community access to JK and the cash creators to get feedback immediately. The Cash Creator Workshop Library with hundreds, even thousands of hours of valuable strategies. Weekly calls to tackle your problems one by one. You'll have the community to rely on when you feel stuck and celebrate wins on your journey. And it sounds like satire, guys, I know, but shit, like you see these offers all day on Twitter and Instagram. Like I'm not even exaggerating. I'm playing it light here. The last step is upselling. With your offer shell in place, we'll find those whales in your audience that you can sell packages much more expensive to. We'll double down on those whales and make your account a magnet that feels stupid to say no to. I feel like I'm on LinkedIn. At this point, you're free to do either push to the next income level or take a step back and enjoy the freedom your cash creator business earns you. Investment is the same thing. Time to profit. Cash creators is an asset, not a liability. First, you can expect the first 3 fundamentals to be in place. I need water for this. Your irresistible offer that we build your strategy around. We check whales to it with content that it feels stupid to ignore. With an offer shell, we used to upsell them into packages much more expensive. Elite packages much more expensive. After the 16 weeks, you have the option to keep monetizing your audience with us or leave right after. If you leave, you can't rejoin for a year. In a nutshell, we get you your irresistible offer, clarity, and game plan to becoming a cash creator. We go to battle together using the tools and community and all the hundreds of hours of value at your fingertips. We use your offer shell to turbocharge your offer and monetize those whales even further and get you to 1 million. This shouldn't be here, and get you to your desired income goal. Like honestly, this is what it says, right? In the LinkedIn offers. not gonna lie, when I did this, I wanted to wash my hands. But hopefully you understand why we're being so important on the meaning test. It needs to pass it or it looks like this. So here's a cheat sheet that might be helpful to you. Promise. Does it pass the meaning test? Does it mean the same thing to 2 different people? Choose a frame. Are you coaching, consulting, or mentoring? Mundanity. Are you including outcome or numbers? Then path. Benefits. Is it what they get, not what they do? Checkpoints. Can people draw a straight line from the beginning to the end that doesn't look scary? And time frame. is the path to the first win clear? Is it clear that they're going to get a very mundane and easy to understanding thing they want within the first 8, 16 weeks? Pricing, have you settled on one? And why now? What is the scarcity on this campaign you're running at this time? What is the urgency or deadline? When do you close it? Are you clear on when you're raising prices? If anything, let me do something real quick. It's a good time for you to take a screenshot of this if you'd like, so you can keep it. It's something that it's like really dear to me in my heart. Like I always have this, and I'm always thinking about it. And this was the best way I found to serve you today, which is just kind of this cheat sheet that it's easy for you to find, so you can supercharge your offer. So value versus insight. This is a fun one. It's challenging for me to work out stuff about content, because content is more art than science. So often I'll struggle a little bit with it. But I analyzed what were the pillars that my content fell into, and they were often very similar between each other. And that is what we're going to cover today. So actually, 1 second, guys. Sorry. Let me just make sure I can let everybody in so it won't be a mess. Okay. So, sorry. Let us begin. So value versus insight. If you have any questions, I'll answer them in the end, as well as send you the document. For now, stay with me here because we will be working together as I go. So value versus insight. Different games require a different place. So the top gurus always told me that I should give my stuff away for free. Now, this made sense at first, but the same pattern kept repeating for 3 years, which was I would find something that works and I would give it away because they told me to do so. Then I would make an offer so people would like to get more of it, and people would not take the offer because, well, I gave it away. Now, this led to a bunch of frustration and confusion at the time, but in hindsight, the reason is clear. Different games require a different place. The people who tell you to always give value away for free, they may be selling to the 1% of the 1%. Think people who take equity in companies or run a real estate syndicate. That's their game. Giving everything away for free is the right play for them because they will only work with a couple dozen people max. They sell partnerships worth $10 million plus. If you're here, then you're more likely to sell client packages ranging from $1,000 to $100,000. Now, selling $10,000 stuff the same way you sell $10 million stuff is just not going to work. It's like if you ask these two to play the same way. Different games, effective at their own thing. Shaq had almost twice as many rebounds as Kobe in the NBA, but Kobe made 1,827 three-pointers and Shaq only made 1. Now, if you add them to switch what they're doing, then you'd get some results, but you wouldn't get the full extent of what it could be, because different games require different plays. And this is an example of a training of 2 videos I did. And this video, I put it unlisted because it was a lot of value. I gave away all my DM scripts, and you could literally take this and use it. I was really proud of this because this is stuff I gave clients. And I thought if I give it away, I'm going to get a bunch of clients because people are going to be grateful. But people don't buy out of gratitude. They buy out of self-interest, which is a key component that the value, give more value strategy fails to acknowledge. Whereas in this one, it's horrible editing, it's horrible lighting. It got me 1/4 of the views, but it resulted in 5 clients. That is because I played my game. It's like I was shooting 3-pointers a Shaq, but then I realized, oh, I can just dunk, right? So today, we're going to be dunking. Value is their game because that's what's most effective for them. Whereas insight is our game because that is what's most effective for us. Now, some useful definitions, because defining value versus insight, it can be tricky. So what is each? Value is showing people what to do. Insight is showing people where to look. Now, don't try to look too deep into it. It really is this simple. But in order to make it clearer for you, I've included a few examples because I think like this is the easiest way for all of us to understand. what is the difference between showing people what to do and showing people where to look? So let me give you an example. This is a topic, DM scripts to book calls. A value way to say this would be, steal this script that will allow you to get more leads. Step 1, intro. Step 2, quality. Step 3, transition. Step 4, proposal. Step 5, getting them to act. Here's a message template so you can do each. A, B, C. This is a lot of value. If I gave this to my clients, then that'll be valuable. That is good, right? But that's for clients, and this is a value way to say it. Here's the insight way to say it, where instead of showing people what to do, we show them where to look. Insight. When we tried DMing people with common scripts, we got 10 leads per 100 messages. When we switched our approach, details below, we got 25 leads per 100 messages. The main DM tactic we used, status. Most DMs are low status, and we realize prospects don't respond well to that. If your DMs are low status, they'll treat you as a commodity and stall the sales conversation. They've seen it a million times, they're tired, and that closes them off to any help you might be able to offer, however effective. Whereas high status DMs send a signal to prospects. I'm willing to help you, but I'm not willing to chase you. This interrupts the pattern they have in their head, which gets their mind away from who is this guy and what's he trying to sell me, and get their mind towards, I wonder if this guy can help me. I tell clients that before they use a script that has been quote unquote proven, they should ask themselves, does this position me as high status or low status? If it's low status, there's no script in the world that will be able to fix that. Because the problem is not the script. The problem is how much status you hold in your prospects' minds. In this one, I told you what to do. Use this script. But you would have taken this and be like, thank you so much, JK. Let me get results with this and then buy your program, which is never going to happen, right? Or rarely happens. Whereas with this, instead of showing you what to do, I show you where to look. Don't focus on the script, focus on the status. When we give insight and we show people where to look, it relieves a lot of anxiety in the prospect, and it makes them act with you. I have 2 more examples. So if it's not like sinking in, these 2 will help. Just be open and try not to get like too caught up in definitions. Value is showing people what to do. Insight is showing people where to look. Example 2. Topic, eating vegetables for gut health. So a value way to say this, John, Nick, this is for you guys. Stop eating vegetables if you have an inflamed gut. Eat these foods instead. Ginger, turmeric, kombucha, bone broth, kimchi. This will heal your inflamed gut because they're ABC, XYZ effect, right? This is very valuable. This is great. But me as a reader, I would look at this and I wouldn't be like, man, I gotta hire John, right? I'd be like, hey, honey, can you buy ginger, turmeric, kombucha, bone broth, and kimchi? And that is it, right? It makes me want to do stuff, not buy stuff, because you told me what to do. Whereas insight will show you where to look. Here's the same thing said in an insight way. Eat your greens is terrible advice for some people. Vegetables carry pesticides that actually hurt your gut more than help it. Jackie followed common fitness trends that asked her to eat her greens. She was fit, ran half a marathon, but still struggled with an inflamed gut. The solution, we stopped listening to conventional advice and started listening to her body. We set up a happy gut plan without vegetables because we found out they were actually hurting her. The friend of many had become her enemy. She felt weird at first, but after just a few days, her gut stopped making those loud and embarrassing noises. 2 weeks later, she stopped having sudden bowel movements. 3 months after, her inflammation is gone. And with that, a new running PR came in. If she followed advice today, she might still be inflamed. But I always tell my clients to forget common practices so that they can embrace the right practices. Just because something works well for someone doesn't mean it will work well for you. What does this make you want to do? Value makes you want to be like, let's try it. Whereas if I tell you, hey, you might actually be the kind of person who might not need vegetables to be fit. What do you want to know? Hey, am I that person? Can you do it for me? Value shows people what to do. Insight shows you where to look. I'll give you one more example so that it'll kind of sink in more. Getting a girl's number. So what is value? Telling you what to do. Use this blueprint when going for the girl's number. Copy this. First, you need a venue. I prefer coffee shops, libraries, and gyms. Then you need a line. Hey, I don't see you around here often. Excuse me, but I thought you were beautiful. I wanted to say hi. Would you mind telling me where I can find a good croissant around here? Start a conversation and then go with the transition. The busy man. Hey, I need to go right now, but can I get your number? The travel guy. I'm in town for a few weeks. Show me around sometime. Or directness. Hey, I think you're cute. Want to go out for a drink this weekend? These have worked great for me. Feel free to use them too. So if you use these, it'll actually do two things. Number one, it's not gonna fucking work. She's probably gonna block you. And number two, it just might not get you clients because they're gonna take this, and when they join your program or they're thinking about it, they're gonna be like, oh, but you're just gonna give me the scripts I already have. When you give too much value, you speed the leads down. You slow the leads down. Whereas inside speeds leads up. So what is this told in an inside way? Know what to do, but where to look. It's never been easier to connect with a beautiful woman, but it's also never been trickier. Women today are bombarded by compliments and WAC 2012 dating block lines that have made them more closed off to potential partners than ever before. That's the bad news. The good news is that this is a huge opportunity if you know how to do it right. The modern way of approaching a woman, is the non-threatening approach. Unlike common practices, the first step is not impressing her. Leave that for the pickup artists. The first step is non-verbally letting her know you're not a threat, so she won't mark you as another one of those. Non-threatening approaches work because when everybody else pushes, you pull. When everybody else shows aggressiveness, you show confidence. And when everybody else looks needy, you look assertive. The non-threatening approach has got me 27 numbers in the last 30 days. And if you want to stand out, I haven't found a better method than this. Imagine at the end of this, I say, in the non-threatening workshop, we'll cover 3 things: how to approach a girl, where to go, and how to get her a number. And I'm going to show you how to get numbers in a way that's different to everybody else, because it's not the actual script that matters. It's being non-threatening that matters. I have a way higher likelihood than converting than if I plug something in below here, because it doesn't give me a reason to try anything. It makes me forget. Like, I will get this advice and be like, okay, this is what I gotta do now, but I can't remember who said it to me. We all now have recipes and stuff we want to do. We don't remember where we got it from because it was a lot of value, but it wasn't enough insight. Value is showing people what to do. Insight is showing people where to look. So before I go into like a little bit deeper on the framework, I'm gonna stop right here for a minute. Does anybody have any question on this before I keep going? And hold on. You can now unmute yourselves. I'm gonna answer like a few questions, but you can unmute yourselves now. Do the numbers help? I see there's a few. Numbers do help, and it is because specificity sells. Specificity, like, people already know we're selling to them, but when we include numbers, it just makes it look more legit. How do I know, Jacob? Because 80% of scientists confirmed it. Is that a statistic true? I don't fucking know, but it sounds legit, you know?
Yeah, I got a quick question.
Yeah.
So what I'm getting from this is you want to kind of maintain a curiosity gap so that somebody wants to buy afterwards to like figure out what's the pot of gold on the other side. What do you like? How do you differentiate what you share versus not share in order to kind of like keep that curiosity without revealing too much?
If people, it's kind of a little bit of like feel, but if people read it and they can take action on it, I wouldn't use it as a marketing material. Whereas if people read it and they get an insight that reveals that you have other insights, so I would use that as marketing material. It's basically what do they want to do after? If they want to do something, then probably not. If they want to like act on it, or if they want to, if it just reveals something and you show them where they should focus their attention, that's the right way. Value makes people act. It makes people do things with their hands, but insight, it makes people do things with their brains, which is shift their focus towards where you want it to go. How would this work for a side hustle offer? My offer: faceless Instagrams, theme pages. You would explain why faceless is actually better now, or why AI is the main opportunity here. But you wouldn't tell people this is the exact blueprint on how I grow it. This is how many posts I make every day, because then people would try. Last question before I keep going. Do you link every insight post with an example of how it worked with you and your clients, or you can make it work without this? You can make it work without these. At the end, I'll show you a few components that I think are valuable for you to have. If you have all of them, that's even better, but you don't need to have your clients all the time in it, as long as it kind of makes sense. For that, actually, I'll include, like an example is what we covered in the beginning of this workshop, right? So I said, if you give everything away for free, it makes sense for people who run a real estate syndicate or sell to the 1% of the 1%. That makes sense. And when I said you can't sell $10 million stuff the same way you sell $10,000 stuff, that makes sense. So if the thing clicks for the reader, then you don't need to embed your example or the client's example every time. Does it help? Yes. Do I try to do it every time? Yes. But if I can't do it, that's okay. I'll give you some more principles later. All right, let us keep going. When to give value and when to give insight. And this is simpler than I thought. I asked myself, have these people given me more than $0? If the answer is no, I just give them insight. If the answer is yes, I give them insight and value. So for all my followers, to try to get them to buy this thing, I didn't give any value. Here's my framework, right? I didn't give you the examples of how I actually write or the examples below, because that would have been value, right? That wouldn't be like, oh, let me try that. But if somebody has given me more than $0, then I give them both. This workshop is an example. I started with insight on why this thing matters and where should you focus on instead of value content, focus on insight content. That's insight. And now I'm going to proceed with actually giving you value, which is what to do. So if they paid you, just insight. If they haven't paid you, just insight. If they have paid you, both. Just some helpful definitions. Now here's the framework, because frameworks are popular and everybody likes them. I don't. I hate frameworks. And the reason why I hate frameworks is because I'm autistic, and that it makes me overly autistic about things that I shouldn't be autistic about. Writing is art, not science. So let's make a deal between all of us here. I'm going to show you the rules so you can actually do it on your own. And so you're going to learn the rules like a pro, but once you get familiar with it, break them like an artist. I don't want people like, if you want to copy me, that's okay. If you want to like steal my stuff, that is okay. But you're going to make a lot more money once you understand how this thing works. And then you do it on your own. And then you use your own magic and your own, like, you can model around me, but like copying me will just limit your greatness. So the framework is this: what, why, where. It's hard for me to tell you exactly what I do when I write because I myself am not conscious. However, most of my best performing content does fall into this insight content framework, which goes as follows. First, I will explain what. What am I trying to explain here? What is the main topic? Why? Why does this matter? Why is this happening? Where? Where should you shift your focus in order to get the benefits of what we just covered? What that will do is that will set up a gap between where the person is and what they want. And then I will use my product to bridge that gap. Now, let's go deeper in an example, because this is very, don't get too caught up in the definitions. It's easier if I show you with an examples. Just so you know, the what could be three things. It could be a problem, an outcome, or an idea. Not enough leads, many leads, lead speed, whatever, right? But for now, let's start with content. I'm gonna show you an example with problem, actually, with problem. Let's start with a problem. So this is the main thing, but let's start with just the problem area. So it's this row right here. So what, why, where, bridge gap. Number one, what? Problem. First, I'm trying to introduce what the problem is. Here's an example. This is one of my best performing emails. Problem is what you can see on red. Jake, we have 0 calls for next week. My business partner texted me that on a Sunday night, and he was right. We had nothing. I had thousands of followers, and we didn't have a single call lined up. I was supposed to be the marketing guy. I was supposed to know how to do this thing, and I couldn't even book calls. It was embarrassing. But it woke me up, and I made a decision right there. I was going to figure out a way to get qualified prospects on the calendar every day, and it was going to work. So what am I doing here? I'm exposing the what. What is the problem? If I asked you what the problem is here, the problem is clear. No leads, right? So I attack one problem. Then you go with why. What I like to do with problem is I like to give insight on why is this problem happening to you right now. So this is the yellow part. I tested lots of different approaches. Posting took too long. People just didn't make decisions. So the reason why this problem is happening to you right now is because you're not, it's because it's too slow. Like your methods of trying to get leads, they're too slow. And they just take forever to like make decision. Instead, this is where the where comes in. Where should you look or focus on to get rid of this problem? Where should you focus on? So I decided to go directly and DM them. My DMs were ineffective and a few were really cringe, but I knew that if I cracked that code, I could finally book the calls. And if I booked that many calls, it's just a matter of time until I close them. I was right. When we cracked that code, we passed 7 figures, and then I sold another business for 7 figures. With that money, I made my grandma's childhood dream come true, got in shape, moved to Poland, and bought an apartment in cash. Getting leads with DMs changed my life, and it can change yours if you have a DM script that just works. Good engagement, bad engagement, it doesn't matter to DMs. You can book calls every day anyway. What did I do? I introduced a problem. No leads. Then I explained why. Why are you not getting leads? Because your leads are too slow. Where should you focus on to fix this? Focus on the DMs instead of focusing on trying to get them to book a call directly on the website or huge monster funnels. So what that does is it makes the reader get insight into why this problem is happening and insight into where the solution is. But that creates a gap. And what I like to do is I want to bridge that gap with my product. So I've created a gap between him and the leads they want. It just is about learning about DMs. So you can get my DM script for $100. Tomorrow I'll take it down. This script will allow you to do X, Y, Z, and you can get it here. I created a gap with the what, why, where framework, and then your product bridges that gap. And that's the entire Insight content framework. I'm gonna go and explain 2 more emails, so it'll be hopefully more clear. We covered problem with the what, why, where bridge gap. Now let's go with outcome. I'll show you an outcome email. Now, outcome, and we're in the middle row right here. It starts with what the outcome is, and then we transition to why did this outcome happen? Okay, so it's in red. This is the what. What is the outcome? A client said something we can all benefit from. I read all my emails, but I think he just nailed the cash creator principle that I had to share it. Audience efficiency beats size. These results are not typical, but with 10K followers, he added 20K in MRR, had 2 30K months back to back, and filled 10 of his client spots. His secret as told by him. What have I done? I've talked about the what. What is the outcome? Then I'm transitioning to the why. Why did this happen? This is yellow. The biggest change for me that has led to more sales equals that anytime someone talks to me, I begin a sales conversation with them. I don't let any leads slip through the cracks anymore. I've sometimes shrank the conversation down to minutes. If someone replies to my email, likes a post, follows me, sends me a connection request, breathes in my vicinity, I start talking to them. I realized in the past that I let way too many leads just die or slip through the cracks. You have holes that need to be plugged. So, outcome, a lot of money. Why did this outcome happen? Because he plugged these holes. Because he understood that the game is not about getting more leads, but stop leaking the leads that you're getting. That is the why. Why did this outcome happen? And in the end, you go with where. Where to look to create a similar outcome. You'll be tempted to grow your account even more because then monetizing will be easier. It might, but sometimes the revenue you're looking for is right in front of you. It's a much better use of your time to work on that before you move on to the next stage. Everyone knows that growing your account makes it easier to make money, but I've seen enough to learn that plugging the holes is easier and it makes you much more money. Likes and cash, JK. So where should you focus your attention? Not in getting more leads, because everyone and their mother wants more leads. Instead, focus on plugging the holes so that you will stop leaking leads. This reveals, I don't know, but like when I wrote this, I felt like I was talking to myself, and I felt a little bit of relief and anxiety. And I thought, okay, so it's like, so this is where the answer is, right? It goes from what the outcome is. So why did this outcome happen, to where should you look if you wanted a similar outcome? Now, what that does is it created a gap between where the client is, or where the prospect is, and where the main outcome is, which is plugging the holes, right? That is the gap. If you can plug the holes, you fill the gap. And then I will bridge that gap with my offer. Cash Creators is closed because I'm well on track to hit my freedom number. That means the next opening will be the last opening before I raise the price. So you don't miss a spot. I can add you to the wait list. And honestly, right here, I should have added you ends, and we can plug those holes in your business to allow you to get to 20K MRR recurring and above. And in some cases, more. That's what I should have done here. But, in hindsight, when one person teaches, two people learn, right? But I created a gap between them, which was plugging the holes. I should have put in my product, as in I can help you fill in that gap. What, why, where, bridge gap. That's the whole process. What, why, where, bridge gap. And the last example I'll give you, so it'll be like clear, is the idea. So it could be a problem, it could be an outcome, or it could be an idea. So idea starts with, what is the idea? Audience friend zone, giving away so much value away for free that you taught your audience not to buy. It's a dangerous place because it feels like making progress, but you're actually regressing. You get lots of engagement and thank yous, but they also come with, let me get results with your free stuff so I can buy your program. I'll definitely buy from you someday. Let me implement this and I'll get back to you. Also known as you're in the friend zone. The problem is annoying, but the dating world always had this solution. So what is the idea I'm introducing? The what? Audience friend zone. Now, why? Why does this idea benefit you? Why is knowing about this useful? That's the yellow part. A girl only friend zones the guy that never asked her out. If he just asked her out, he would be able to get an answer right then and there. If she's into him, great, he can move forward. If not, great, he can move on. So why is this useful? Because if you were to just get out of the friend zone and ask people out, then you will be able to either move forward or you could move on. It gives you mental peace. It allows you to have a black and white answer if this is going to work or not, which allows you to focus on things that will make it work. So that is the why. Why is this important? Because it can either make you move forward or move on. And we end with where? Where should you look to get the benefits of this idea? That's the green part. Just like a girl only friendzones the guy that never asks her out, an audience only friendzones you when you don't make enough offers. Make them an offer and do it every day. If they get upset, great, they filter themselves out. If they buy, great, you make money. It's as simple as making an offer every day. I'm not saying create an offer every day. I'm saying create an imperfect offer, but promote it with perfect consistency. Email, socials, DMs, wherever, every day. Where should you focus your attention if you are in the audience friend zone? Make an offer every day, right? So I'm shifting their focus. I'm not giving them my offer template because then that'll just make them use it. I'm not telling them exactly what is the cadence and how many stories. That's for clients, right? But this reveals that I know something, and that will make them want to get into the next stage. What is the idea? Audience friend zone. Why is it important? Because it allows you to move on or move forward. And where should they focus on to get the benefit of it? In making more offers. Now, this created a gap, which is you're in the friend zone. How do you create more offers and sell more of them? And this is where you introduce your product to bridge that gap. The first step I do with cash creators is craft their offer personally. They're planning to get their next free clients with it. We craft an offer with a call, one-on-one with me. We promote it every day, one-to-one and one-to-many validation templates. And then we run the cash creators campaign on an already validated offer so that it's easier to sell. That's it. It's a simple plan that gets you out of the friend zone because as cash creators, we do what's effective over what's trending. When content creators put themselves in the friend zone hoping they make money someday, the cash creator makes offers every day. Most people will say no, and that's okay. Because as cash creators, we don't optimize for huge amounts of people. We optimize for a few great people we can build a great business with. See how I'm bridging the gap? I showed the what you want, what is there between you and what you want is making more offers. But you need a good offer. And you need to join cash creators to get it. You bridge that gap with your product. Insight creates that gap. You bridge it with whatever you're selling. This is why I'm not a fan of naming your stuff program or coaching or mentorship, because then it makes it too rigid. I don't say the cash creator program will allow you to because then people are like, this is a program. Whereas cash creators is malleable. It can take a shape of whatever it is. In the case of this email, that shape is making more offers and making good offers. In another email, it'll be about getting you clarity. In another one, it'll be about relieving your anxiety. Don't call yourself program or coaching or stuff because it will allow you to bridge the gap in different and interesting ways. At Cash Creator, we fix offers, but we can also help you scale to this much a month, or we can also help do X, Y, and Z. I got 2 more spots left inside Cash Creators, so we can close. I should have included here. So we craft your offer and offer cadence together, bridging the gap before we close the doors on Friday. Reply and I'll get you the details. What, why, where, and then you bridge the gap with your offer. Now, what does bridging the gap look like specifically? Well, our system is mostly based on email. So in email, you would ask them to book if you do sales calls still, or buy if you do a workshop, or reply if you're selling with the Google Doc. On socials, you can bridge the gap other ways. You can ask people to share it. So if you share this, then I'll know you want more content like this. You can ask people to DM you. We're going to cover this on the workshop. Actually, let me just show you an example. It's going to be easier. Yeah, there you go. So here I'm giving insight. Value leads to likes, insight leads to cash. And the way I bridge that gap is, by the way, I'm hosting the workshop where we're going to work on exactly what I told you. DM me for an invite. So what is the bridge? The DM. It could be subscribing to your list. So you can say, I'm sending this email tomorrow, or you can get this email or this lead magnet that will show you how to do or fill in the gap. It could be a question. So like, what was your biggest takeaway? Or you made a list and you asked them, what would you add? Something like that, right? Or you could do nothing. Like, honestly, if I don't have anything to add, I'll just do nothing. But this is essentially the model. And if you want to take a screenshot, now is a good time. So what problem, outcome, or idea? And then you explain why. Why is this problem happening? Why did this outcome happen? Why does this idea benefit you? Then where? Where should they focus on to either get rid of this problem, create a similar outcome, or get the benefits of the idea? That will create a gap. This is the insight content framework creates a gap between the prospect and what they want. And then you bridge it with your product. And by the way, often my best emails have a mix, and that's okay. This is what I meant about me hating frameworks. Learn the rules like a pro so you can break them like an artist. Don't be too rigid. Rigidness kills creativity. Like, my emails will sometimes have problems, but also outcomes, but also ideas, and that is okay. If you try to be too rigid, you will limit your greatness. And with it, the money you could make. So real quick, content fundamentals. This is something that there's a lot of things I think I should do when I write. Have a good hug, stuff like that. But there are three that I never want to go against, because every time I've gone against this, I've limited the money I make. So I much rather avoid ruin by always doing these three. Writing is art, not science. Frameworks work against you, but principles work for you. That's why when people ask me what books I read, it's actually like the basics. How to Win Friends and Influence People, Influence, My Life in Advertising, Great Leads, The Ad Week Copywriting Handbook. Any book on psychological biases, it's fun. Because I know that advanced means you don't skip the fundamentals. So here's like 3 personal fundamentals that I want to say that I never go against. Sometimes I'll go against it, but I try not to. And I'm going now to spoil Breaking Bad for you. So if you haven't watched Breaking Bad, stop watching this. So spoiler alert. At the end of Breaking Bad, Walter does a bunch of really bad things, right? He creates a huge empire, kills a bunch of people, and he says that he was doing it for his family because he wanted to provide. Now, that was the excuse that he was telling everyone. His own family, his enemies, and even himself. But on the end of the episode, they asked him, he was going to say, hey, I did it. And then somebody asked him, if you say you did it for your family one more time, I'm going to lose it. And that was the only time in the entire show where Walter White was actually honest. And he said, I did it for me. I didn't do it for you. I did it for me. I was good at it and I liked it and I felt alive. Why am I telling you this? Because often people will tell you the bullshit Walter White answer, which is I did it for my family. But it's not really that. It's that there is a deeper truth that they are hiding. Like when I hired a coach for fitness, I really the reason I told people I hired a coach for fitness was, hey man, I'm gonna get in shape, gonna get the best version of myself, I gotta level up. That's what I told them. Why did I hire a fitness coach really? It's because I was insecure. I wanted girls to look at me. Honestly, that was my Walter White's moment. And often us as writers, we need to give people the permission of being honest with us. And we start with us passing the Walter White test and being honest with them. So here's an example of a personal fundamental. Is it the truth? One of them, not the truth, getting your diet on point. If I sell you something, hey, we're going to get your diet on point. It's way better to say, food or food talk make you anxious, and that's the only thing you can think about the whole day. I fixed that. You're worried you ruin your metabolism because you've tried too many diets in the past with little success. You just finished a cut and now are terrified to bulk because you don't want to feel fat, even though you know you're not. See how much harder this feels? And this requires you getting deeper into who you're talking to. I actually did this here. When I told you, people don't buy, people don't convert, that doesn't ring a bell, right? That doesn't hit. But if I tell you, if you don't do this, people will tell you, I'll definitely buy from you someday. Let me just implement this and get back to you. That hurts because it's true. So when you pass the Walter White test and you actually talk about what they're actually feeling inside, that hits so much better. So is it the truth? Are you attacking the true problem? 2, is it specific? I love this by, where is this from? Scientific Advertising. Platitudes and generalities roll off the human understanding like water from a duck. They leave no impression whatever. To say best in the world, lowest price in existence, is at best simply claiming the expected. But superlatives of that sort are usually damaging. They suggest looseness of expression, a tendency to exaggerate, a careless truth. They lead readers to discount all the statements that you make. So what's not specific? This program is going to get you an overflow of leads and a ton of clients. That just passes, people don't pay attention to it. Whereas if you go with, we'll use this funnel to get you your next 10 customers and then we'll turn that into 3 clients. I'll give you my 102K MRR Google Doc template so you can get clients without calls. The goal is to get your next 3 clients, cash flow your offer to 20K, and then work on your retention so we can cash flow it to 20K per month. It's specific. It's numbers based. Every time I can include specificity, I do. because it's just easier to believe. By the way, if you have a non-ROI offer and you can't really say, I don't know, let's say you do skin. Your skin is going to be 25% better. Like, you can do that, right? But you can talk about what will stop happening. At this stage, your hair will stop falling. At this stage, you would have lost 2 to 3 pounds. Or maybe what will start happening. At this stage, your acne will start to disappear. You can be specific like that if you saw non-ROI offers. And the last fundamental is, are you showing, not telling? So this is big. There was a guy that sold elevators. This is like in 18th or 19th century. And I don't remember who he was, but I remember this story. He said, my elevators are the best in the world. They're never going to fall, because people were kind of concerned, because elevators were new, that, they were going to die. So what he did was he implemented a mechanism for security, and he made a huge show. In New York, he set up an elevator with 2 really big cable cords made of metal, and he had an assistant. And he said, cut 1 wire, and the assistant swings the axe, cuts 1 wire, then the elevator goes a bit, like a few inches, and then it stops. And then they're like, well, there's another one, right? So he says, now cut the 2nd wire, and he was inside the elevator, right? Cuts it, nothing happens. The elevator goes down a little bit and then stops. He convinced you that the elevators were safe. And at the end, he goes, see, folks, everything is safe here. It's all good. That is such a way stronger demonstration than me telling you my elevators are the best in the industry. So don't tell, show. This is how my quit porn methods can help you. That's telling. If you show, I used to be ultra skinny, I had no motivation. Now I'll put in 40 pounds of muscle and I feel I look much better. Here's a picture. Thanks to quitting porn, I could build my business, and now I moved to sunny Spain where I work remotely. I'm loving this new change. Just ran 10K for the first time, because before I didn't even feel the urge to train. Now I have abundant energy and I can spend. Today, 436 calories in 1 hour. 3 fundamentals that I never want to go against. Showing, not telling, being specific, and telling the truth. Every sentence, I love this by Claude Hopkins, every sentence must ring with sincerity. I think that's beautiful. If you read your own stuff and it's not ringing with sincerity, then it might not be as effective as it could. 2 notes. You can both show what this has done in your life or what this has done in others' life. Like, you don't need to show just about you or just about somebody else. It could be about anyone. And by the way, no outcome is too small. By the way, smaller outcomes are easier to believe. You don't need to go through a huge gut transformation. You can just show that somebody's acne is now slightly better, right? You got more leads this time. You close the client this way. Smaller outcomes are easier to believe. It's more about you giving the insights that will convert into clients. That's the variable. If I don't skip any of these 3 fundamentals, I'm comfortable with pressing send. An example of these 3 fundamentals are here. So the traditional funnel, get followers, turn them into leads, turn them into clients. When I did it this way, I had some results, but massive inefficiencies. I had a big audience and I wasn't getting any leads. The traditional funnel failed me because it simply asked too much from people, leads to clients. It's scary for prospects to book a call. It's scary to pay in full. Yet the coaching and consulting industry tells us to optimize for them and get some yeses, but you end up with a massively inefficient audience because out of hundreds of thousands of people, only a handful say yes. And then you get pissed because you see some random dude with 2,000 followers making more money than you, right? That's the Walter White moment. It's true. You get pissed. I sent out an email promoting this one saying, by the way, just being politically incorrect, we can all agree that we want American customers, right? And that was one of the best performing emails of the campaign because it was true. They pay a lot, so it feels good. The pleasure of the money soothes the damage of the inefficiency. That's true. It's hurtful, but it's true. Now, after I did this wonderful thing that I'm going to sell you, then here's how much money I made. Show, don't tell. I include some statistics. For context, this is the percentage of my audience who's a workshop customer, and this is how much they represent in terms of income. It's not that the workshops make you more money than your clients. Workshops will allow you to find the people who are most likely to become clients. This is also specific. Because I'm not saying this is going to give you an influx of huge amounts of leads. I'm saying it's going to make it more likely for you to get leads. But this carries higher weight because I gave an insight that they didn't have access to before. I'm taking the workshop funnel invite later. This is where we'll work together to create your next 10 customers from stuff you already have so you can get your next 3 clients. Tickets are 100 and I've included the recording. Get yours here. Specific. 3 clients, 10 customers, tickets are 100. I've included the recording. Sincere, it's truth, 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 truth. So 3 big fundamentals. Tell the truth, be specific, and show, don't tell. Before I go into the questions, last thing, how do you turn this into content? So the best content strategy is copy and paste because people literally don't care. I don't know if you noticed, but I copy and paste all across my socials and, I'm alive, right? One of the few emails I often open. Thank you. I'm going to send you this thing 3 more times on Instagram, LinkedIn, and Twitter. The strategy is create for email first. I do daily. Do I recommend daily? Yes. Today, you're going to get 3 emails from me. 1 day later, copy and paste steps 1 to 3 to socials. What is steps 1 to 3? What, why, where? But the last thing is you only change how you bridge the gap. So for example, I wouldn't promote cash creators in an Instagram post because it's going to be there forever. And, it's not like I'm going to have 2 spots left forever, right? So in that case, it makes more sense to ask them to subscribe to the list so they can get access to it. Or if I'm running a workshop, it doesn't make sense for me to leave it to buy because the link is going to expire. I'd rather have them DM me. So change how you bridge the gap between socials and email. An example of this is this email is exactly the same as a post. It's the same thing about me choosing my bottleneck, right? However, on email, I will ask people to reply. But on socials, I could ask them to DM me, to join my list, ask them to share it, do nothing, or ask them a question based on what we talked about. Don't think too much about it. Just make sure you stick to the framework. Copy and paste it into socials 1 day later and change the bridge. So recap. Different games require different plays. You cannot play the game of giving value away for free like the 10 million people do and expect similar results if you don't sell $10 million. Value is showing people what to do. Insight is showing people where to look. If people have not paid you, give them only insight. But if people have paid you, give them both. Because everybody here paid me. I gave value. I gave you the framework. It makes you know what to do. But I also give you insight. To everybody who didn't pay me, I didn't include the framework. Because value is for people who have paid. The what, why, where bridge, or you explain an outcome, a problem, or an idea. Why is it happening? Where should they focus on? And once you created that gap, you bridge it with your product. Tell the truth, like Walter White, at the end. Be specific. Show, don't tell. Copy, paste to socials. And that's honestly it. If you want to go be like, okay, what do I do? How do I put this into practice? Write 7 problems, 7 outcomes, 7 ideas. And then once a day, you just post it on email and then copy paste it into socials. And you can alternate, right? So 1, 1, 1, you can do 2, 2, 2, 1, 3, 1, whatever you want. But 7 problems. And by the way, problems, and I believe when you sell coaching personally, market research is overrated. You don't really need to go that deep into the problem because you already know what they're doing. If they have a bad gut, it's because they're embarrassed about it, right? People are fat or they're not making enough money. They're not getting that many leads. So just come up with 7 problems. Like market research is overrated in our industry, in my opinion. Now 7 outcomes. And if you don't have like a big case study, you are the case study. What have you done? And if you don't have big case studies, also it doesn't have to be big. A slight increase in leads that demonstrated an insight, that's enough, right? A thing that was annoying and they stopped doing it, that's enough. And then 7 ideas. What things do you believe to be true? We did this with Dennis last time. He was telling me about the practices he was going against his market. Like SaaS people shouldn't do this, they should do that. And I said, that's interesting, but like you're going against them. What are some ideas you believe in? And he said, metrics have to be specific to each company. You cannot run this company like that one. You need to test this, but you don't really need to spend that much money to test it. Like, and he was like spitting game, right? So what are some things that you believe to be true? For me, you don't need sales skills to sell. We run a business, not a show business. Prospects in motion stay in motion. Value attracts other sellers, but instead attracts buyers. What are some things you believe to be true? You don't need to count calories. Big pharma sucks. What do you believe in? And then once a day, you follow the what, where, bridge framework. And then you send that to email, but then you copy paste that the next day into socials. 777 for the next 3 weeks. But if you can dominate value versus insight, you're in a really good position to take advantage of will-be. The offer show. Sales are easier the more we sell what people want. Like groundbreaking discovery here. But more than our stuff, people want us. Imagine if you dropped all boundaries today in front of your socials and sold unlimited access to you for a flat fee. People get calls, DMs, lunch every day with you, and you're like 5 spots only. You'd probably sell out before you go to bed tonight because people want you. The key then is not finding a good offer. You already have one, which is you. People have admitted that they want you by following and engaging with you. The problem is not a better offer. The problem is how to finding a way to sell the better offer that you already have, which is you, without crossing your personal boundaries and in a way that you actually like. So the default offer structure today is an offer suite. Typically, it's a combination of stuff like a course, mastermind, program, and a community. So it's like different kinds of stuff. However, the implications of a suite is that improvement in one offer does not bleed into the others. So let's say you make your program better, that doesn't make your ebook better. If you make your ebook better, that doesn't make your mastermind better. And if you make that better, that doesn't make the community better. So the effort that you're applying to making your business better is not multiplied by 4 as it was intended with an offer suite, but multiplied by 1/4. So like 25% is effective. When you have a structure like this in which the improvements don't bleed onto the others, that demands that you divide your attention. And dividing your attention often leads to unhappiness because you can't be fully present in one thing. For me personally, I'm at my happiest when I'm creating one thing and I can just focus on one thing and get in flow. But flow and multitasking don't get along. It's one or the other. For me, it's either flow with more happiness or multitasking with less. The trade-off and finding that, okay, I'm either happy or I'm multitasking is what got me in search of a model in which improvements in one area bled more into the others. That way, I wouldn't have to create many things to make more, which would get me out of flow. I can just put all I got and all my focus into one thing and make sure that thing is good and know that everything then will be okay. That's how I arrived to the model of the offer show. So the offer structure that monetizes access, not stuff. And that is something you can see play out right now as I speak. So there's different kinds of people here. Some people paid $400 to be here. Some people pay $30,000 per year to be here. Everyone's getting the same stuff. Like everyone's getting the same workshop today. The difference is in how much access you get on top of the stuff. What that allows me to do is just put everything I got into this thing. And then I know that if I make this okay, the benefits will bleed into everything else. I spent all day yesterday, and this is not a joke, doing low ROI tasks like rehearsing this workshop. Like I was rehearsing this thing like at the bike at the gym, you know, the stationary bike, because I was so bored and I'm like, okay, might as well get something out of this. And making sure the graphics were just right. Having a shell though makes these things not low but high ROI because the improvements will bleed into every level. From people who paid $400 to be here, all the way to people who pay $30,000 per year to be here. Knowing that the doc is one of the highest ROI things I can do for my business now allowed me to unlock flow because I knew that if I do one thing right, I don't have to get many things right. I just have to do one thing. And this resulted in quite an enjoyable and profitable week. So the shell gives you 3 things that a suite doesn't. It keeps you in flow for longer, so you're happier. It sells the most desirable thing you have, which is you, access to you. So you get more buyers and more upsells. And it rewards you financially for doing less and focusing on your art. And personally, in my experience, a lot of coaches like the art aspect more than they like the business aspect of what they do. Instead of being coaches who happen to do art, they'd much rather be artists who happen to coach. Like they see themselves as artists. It's not that they see themselves as coaches. And that's who the shell benefits the most. But to install it, we need 3 things that we're gonna install today. So the first one is tiers. What are you going to sell? Second is front end. How do you get buyers from it? And third is back end. How do you upsell people within it? Personally, around 75% of my money comes from the back end. And it's kind of a waste compared to like other well, other models, I see them as very wasteful because they only focus on the front end. How do you get somebody to transact with them once and they never upsell? Whereas I put most of my attention in the opposite place, which is the back end. But yeah, the offer shop. So how do we install it? We install with the tiers. So all the offer templates I'm going to talk about now are at the end of this document. So you can access them later and you can, everything's there. But first, we're going to identify the ones that serve you. So you don't end up selling offers or installing stuff that doesn't serve you. When we finish, if anything, you should have less work because this is actually quite simple and it doesn't need much installation. You just need to identify which ones are the ones that are best for you. So I divided it by stages, 10, 100K, and 100K a month plus. I've hit all three. And now in hindsight, I can see which components I went too far ahead and installed when I didn't really need to. So we start with 10K, right? Now, to get to 100K, you need blue and brown. But to get to 10K, we start from the furthest end. It's easier for us to walk backwards. We figure out what is the most access you're willing to give, and then we start removing things. We do this because if not, then there is no chance of it going a little bit too overboard, and you know how to control the people you give one-on-one access to. So then it never gets out of hand. That's what I'm trying to say. So for 10K a month, first tier we implement here is one-on-one access. What does this include? As much as you're willing to give to the client, access to you in order to accomplish a result. And this is where lines need to be blurred. We often think too much in done for you, done with you, do it yourself. And over systemizing a business can hurt it. Personally, the people who I just got in the beginning when I did one-on-one access, I gave them everything because it's the beginning, right? And in the beginning, you kind of have to do things that don't scale before you have something that scales. And I still do stuff that doesn't scale for my one-on-one clients, but nowadays the price is larger. That's the first tier to get to 10K. We remove something, or a different modality of it is long-term deals. So what is this? Is essentially giving your current clients a perk in order for them to stay for longer with you. Recurring revenue is a mirage. Like, we want people to stay for us for forever, but we got to put it in somewhere, right? I don't do contracts, but I do handshake agreements. So I'll give people perks in terms of a discount or credit or more access to me if they commit to staying for longer. And the third component to 10K would be assets. This is an example of an asset. Today I'm recording one. It's something that's going to be used later. And this is something you sell not for recurring payments, but it's just a one-time payment. And that is it. To get to 10K, this would be, that's the start. But to get to 100, you need things in the middle, kind of in between, because these are things that are easy to sell and easy to profit from, but they don't scale as much. To get to 100K, you need to put two components, or I had to put two components in order to have that scale that allowed me to grow. First one is group. Why do I not recommend you start with group? Because, well, if you're not getting many clients, then there's no group. Right? Might as well just get them one-on-one. And once you do one-on-one, you understand very fast what the market wants from you, which enables you to be more effective when you open up a group. And one thing in between, I didn't have this in the previous official workshop, but now I understand the power of it, is temporary access. So an example of temporary access is the February cohort. So people can join for just their recordings. There's people, like, there's both kinds of people here. People can just join for their recordings, but there's some people who said, I'm willing to pay more to get access to Cash Creators and work a little bit through it. That's temporary access. You'll often see me sell a pass on top of a workshop so people can get my help with it. Hours with you, like hours on Zoom, that's like temporary access. Or I'll sell, let's say your offer has 3 stages. So you have, let's say, lose 20 pounds, right? So lose 20 pounds in 3 months. In month 1, you lose a certain amount of pounds. Month 2, month 3. A temporary access offer is there's people who are willing to work with you, but they don't want to commit to the 3 months. What you can do is you can compress the time frame, the pricing, and the promise. So instead of selling them on the entire thing, you just sell them this. That is an example of another temporary access offer, which is a shorter duration. And often I found that when I sell that, 25% of people upsell into the next thing. And a funnel that converts to 25% isn't a bad funnel. But these are the pieces. And to get to 100K a month, these are the ones that took me there. A lot of nuance in between, but that was it. And again, I'll give you all the offer templates below, but so you understand, this was what got me here. And I'm not hitting that number like always, But now I see the path. If I wanted to get to 100K a month plus, that's going to be more like partnerships. So that's going to be me licensing my work with people or taking equity in people's businesses in exchange for consulting. But those are the strategies. So take the ones that serve you, reject the ones that don't. Now, the simplicity of this isn't the way it's delivered, because now that you know your tiers and you know what you're going to include, all that's left is finding, okay, well, how do I deliver on them? And this is the beauty of the shell. People ask me like, what do I get on the tier that's like 4 times as expensive as the other one? And my answer is messages. And a lot of people pay for it because it's you that they want. It's not your stuff. So when it comes to delivery, we start from the bare bones. What do you have is your stuff. In order for, and this is me running the workshop funnel, but if I wanted to do temporary access, which is sell the next offer, I don't need to add a lot of complexity into the offer. I can just add a community and the group calls that I host on Mondays. And that's it. And I already have 2 tiers just by putting stuff and then adding 2 components on top, 2 components of access. If somebody wanted to be in Cash Creators, then I add another one, which is one-on-one onboarding. So it's like just one more. For long-term deals, they get, on top of everything we covered, they get perks. So they get, for example, lower prices, more access in exchange for their commitment to stay longer. For one-on-one access, and this is as it sounds, like there's no more to this, truly, they just get a Slack channel and my Calendly link. And that is already an offer that's $1,000 per week. It's as simple as that, because they want you. Like if you could, I remember this when I got my first few coaching clients. I didn't have a portal, nothing built out, but I remember I told them, listen, all the knowledge that we need right here is not on a portal, but I got it in my head. I just haven't got around to putting it on a video. So while I built that, I'm going to give you closer access to me. And this is my link, so you can message me and book a call with me when you need to. Is that okay? Nobody complains because they want you, right? So the delivery is actually the thing that you need to think about the least. It's as easy as putting people on a Telegram chat or adding a school community. As long as you're there, the main thing is there. And for pricing, this is after some testing, this is what I arrived. So selling your assets like a workshop, and I'm calling it assets specifically. It used to be called workshops because I noticed that some people did better not doing workshops, but maybe selling an ebook or a course or an actual book. Assets is anything that you can sell for 10 to 300 bucks one time. So that is enough to get people inside of the shell. Temporary access, which I recommend you also always add like as a separate option, because I've found something I call whale theory, which is 10% of people are willing to pay 10 times as much. So adding an option of that's 2 to 10 times the asset price whenever you sell an asset is worth it, because these people typically are interested in you. The other people are like often more interested in your stuff, but these people want you. Group access, 100 to 400 per week. The sweet spot after a lot of testing being 250 per week. The people who got in at 250 per week tended to be the ones that stay the longest, because 250 a week tended to be it's just affordable for the right people. For long-term deals varies. Often I'll have people who pay me like 400 a week, and then there's people at 337, and then at 278, and then 377. And that's okay, because sometimes I'll credit payments, I'll work things out privately with people. I do weekly pricing, which is A, because it gets more yeses, and B, because it's very dynamic. I can change pricing like from one week to the other, and then I can credit this payment, right? And it goes down. The effects are more immediate, which allows me to have people at many different levels. And people come from different backgrounds. So being dynamic with pricing serves you more than being rigid. One-on-one access, which I recommend you price at 2 to 3 times what you price a group. So the way I price my stuff, for example, it's 400 a week for Cash Creators. But if you wanted to work one-on-one with me, it's 400 a week on top. So it's something like they add for a period of time, and they can downgrade if they like. And then partnership is 10% of profits. But that's it. That's the shell. So I have templates for each of these, and I'm gonna go over these. But so you understand now, find the ones that you're gonna implement are the ones that serve you. Everything else, put it for later. So how do you get people inside of this? Once people are inside of the shell, it's easy to upsell them and move them around. But how do you get them inside? So in theory, one offer is enough, right? Just do more volume and the offer will sell. Just send more emails, post more stuff, get more leads, build ads, get a DM setter and you'll do fine. In the real world, offer fatigue is a thing, which is when people know what you're going to say, they stop listening. I put a lot of thoughts into cycling offers. That's why my offer went to 314 edits and I've done multiple workshops. I just don't want people to know what's next because if they figure you out, they got you. If they know what you're going to promote, they're like, oh, I understand everything about you. You see this box? I can put you in there because I understand everything you do. You sell coaching, right? Your program. You don't want that. You want to always kind of be surprising the audience to a degree. And fortunately, fixing this can be as easy as just cycling through the levels of your shell in the front end. And this is my content strategy or my offer strategy. So week 1, I'll promote one thing. Next week, I'll change it. And then next week, another tier. And then next week, another tier. So it's hard for people to like catch up to like, when am I opening things and what I'm doing? This is intentional because people, to a degree, they kind of like it more when they can't predict you. So by cycling through these levels, you create that novelty. I was speaking with someone today that he said, my first intake did amazing. Now I ran my second intake and it completely flopped. And I'm like, right, because offers have a law of diminishing return. If you always promote the same thing, eventually people are like, they understand it and they're like, they want to buy something from you, but just not that. You have to take it down for a few weeks and then bring it back. Some rules of thumb for duration, as it's typically really easy to overcomplicate, like, do I start on Wednesday or Sunday? Do I do it for 10, 7, 3 days? For me, there's no minimum. So if I do it one day, it's okay. 90% of the time I cycle between a client offer and a customer offer. So 1 week each. Typically, this is how it goes. So I'll open my client intake on the first week. Weeks 2 and 3 are separate workshops. In week 4, I will do another client intake. And I cycle through that. That cadence sustained me for like 6 months before people kind of catched up to it. At that point, then I just mix up the order and then you're fine. Like offer frequency matters, but often rotation also matters. Now, the thing here is it's easy to get very autistic about the cadence, as in, do I start on Monday or Tuesday? When's the best day? Don't start offers on Friday or whatnot. But these thoughts, they don't serve you as much. The reason why it's because it serves you more about building the cadence around your life, because then you find like interesting protagonist style angles that you wouldn't have found otherwise. If you think of what offers are better for the market at this timing, then you're gonna sound like everybody else because you're asking the same question that everybody else is asking. Whereas if you ask yourself the question, what is happening in my life this month? Then you build your offers around that. Nobody can copy your cadence, and therefore nobody can predict you. And therefore your audience will land harder. So some examples of this. I had a birthday weekend offer. So I have a client, he was selling this offer and like it just wasn't selling. But then he said, hey, it's my birthday. And my birthday, I have this new tradition that I want to give stuff to people instead of people giving me stuff. So for this weekend only, this is at half price. And somebody who was ghosting him for like forever said, you know what, I'm interested in that. Let's do it. And he bought. Like you can't predict this kind of stuff. Another one's the summer 10K. So I'm thinking, okay, what's happening this summer for me? I was going to go to Spain and I couldn't take any clients. And I thought, what can I do? I can just bring my top 3 workshops and sell it as a bundle. And the summer 10K still was one of the highest performing bundles I ever sold because it was just putting 3 things together. And now I'm thinking about this thing called Omar. So I'm looking to move to America, to the US, on an E2 visa. So the thing about the E2 visa is that you have to prove that you're helpful to the American economy, right? So I thought about running this in-person event called OMAR, Operation Make America Richer, so that I could host an in-person event in America, hire Americans, be an American, and then I could show that to the officer and say like, hey man, like it's Omar, you know what I mean? Like you can't come up with this stuff if you're always thinking about what does the market want. Think about what you want and you make that around that. And this is cool when you allow it to finance your life. There's some people who say, I'm going on a trip next week. So I decided I'm going to launch this new offer that I've never launched before. And it's called the Hawaii trip. It's designed to finance my trip, but you get my best offer here. Bye. So you can finance your life with your cadence if you're smart about it. Now, backing. Another way that the shell reduces waste that I find quite effective is moving people beyond the money line. So most advice is, I believe, getting people towards the money line. And here's what I mean by that. This line right here, every single dot here represents people in your audience. The more to the right they are, the more they trust you. Now, some people have trusted you enough to cross the money line. I said that a lot of advice was wasteful. because it focuses on how do you get people just to cross it. And as soon as they cross it, they stop selling, right? There's no effort to get these people to move further. I focus almost all of my effort in moving these people further because I understand prospect inertia. And I know that the more money someone gives you, the more money they are likely to give you. And it's like, if they already paying you, they already trust you. Not only are they the person who are easiest to upsell, but they're also probably going way willing to pay way more because they already are there, right? They're already moving. So I just think it's a ways when we get people to cross the money line, they become clients, customers, and we don't sell them something else. There's nothing in the back end. There's no upsell. There's nothing there. And I believe that if we focus on here, this part could rival this part of the business. For me, this is 70% of my money. 80% of my clients come from a workshop. 25% of people who bought a workshop became clients. 15% of clients buy something else, and 5% of clients become one-on-one clients. The further end of the money line is where most of my money comes from. And it's the people I sell to the least, paradoxically. This is intentional because, and you find this, if you're a client, the amount of selling I do to you before and after you become a client is like night and day. It's intentional because I know that selling to your current client damages a relationship and you both get less. So you get less money because it's iffy to work with you and it's like awkward, and they get less service because then you got to split your attention between how do you serve them and how do you upsell them. So having less salesy upselling methods work better in my experience. They're not hard. In my opinion, selling people is way, way harder than upselling people. The thing is, when you want to upsell people, what you got to do is you got to actually slow down and you got to think, okay, what makes sense in this situation? It's not hard. It just has a few moving pieces. So about upselling. In order to get people to upsell, and by the way, people can skip steps in the offer shell. Like there's occasions in which people are here, they bought a workshop, and then they're like, hey, what can we do to partner together? Like there's some occasions where that happens. It's not most, but it does happen. So in order to get people inside the offer shell in the first place, to get them to buy a one-time thing from you, that's next week's focus on the workshop funnel. This has some moving pieces that need to be implemented correctly. So next week, we go deep into that. Now, let's say somebody bought a temporary access offer from you. How do you upsell them from temporary access to staying with you? And what I do then is I credit their last payment into the next commitment. So an example of this, the way I price my passes is I price it half now, half at the end of the month. So if you wanted the February pass, it's 500 now, 500 when February ends. A little before February, I'll send a similar message to this. Hey, here's something that might help you keep your momentum going. You have the option to credit the payment you've made and cancel the next 501 in 6 days to cash creators. So you essentially save 1K and your rate goes down to this much, and the next step would be to get on a one-on-one with me and craft your plan. Let me know if you'd like to take me up on this and I'll get you my link. This had like a 25% take rate on November. A pass and this upsell, selling to like 10 people, got me more clients than selling to 220,000 people. Again, inertia. Right? So you want to upselling people is much easier than selling people in the first place. So this is a tool you can use. For example, if somebody buys an hour with you, what you can do is you can credit the hour into a payment for your client program. So if they spend 1,000, for example, you're like, okay, let's credit that into the program so you can keep your momentum going. Credit is the eighth wonder of the world. It is amazing. It works so well because people like being consistent with their previous actions. And it also makes it look like very safe for the person receiving it. To upsell people from, let's say they're in group access and you'd like them to log them in for a year, or they're in the group access and you'd like them to upgrade to one-on-one. The first step there is identifying which one makes the most sense for the situation. Do you want to do a long-term deal with the person, or would you like to upsell them to one-on-one? It depends because not every lead is created equal. You know that there's some people who, they have the money, they don't have the time, so it makes a lot of sense to do the one-on-one. And there's some other people who you think they might not be the richest clients, but they got the attitude, right? So they might benefit from a different kind of perk if they commit to staying for longer. I have 5 ways to have a long-term deal with people. Which is the best one? There is no best one. you got to see which one makes the most sense for the person you're talking to. So some examples. Let's say you get a client now that's paying you recurring. You can text them what I texted them on Black Friday, which is, hey, I'm doing something for Black Friday that might benefit you. I believe in playing long-term games with long-term people. So I'm making it easier for both of us to play it by reducing your fee from this to this if you stay for a year. No need to pay upfront. I just reduce your next payment onwards. You end up saving this much over the year and we both get to play the long game. If you'd like to do this, it's an option available to you. 20% of people took this and that locks in for the year. So again, recurring revenue is a mirage. I'd rather like have a handshake agreement in which we can set this up. So if somebody's having, cash flow is a little tight, this is the deal you can make. Another one is buy 2 months, get 1 free. So this is, shout out Alan Go, he's the one who showed me this, but this is useful really on summer and holidays because those are typically the months when people get a little flaky with their commitments. So he sent this to his people. The holidays are just around the corner, a festive and hectic time, but also an expensive one, so I want to help. Here's what I've got for you. Buy 2 months, get 1 free. I know it's a mental thing, but skipping auto charge on Christmas and New Year makes us breathe a little easier. So if you pay for 2 months now, I'll stop your weekly payments and only resume them in February. I'm also adding a complimentary one-on-one call if you get this before date. Reply free if you're in. So this is a way to get people to not leave on the tough months like summer and holidays. Credit. So let's say somebody has spent, let's say you charge $1,000 per month and somebody has stayed with you for 3 months, but you'd like them to stay for the year. Now, they've spent $3,000 with you. The year would be $12,000. 2 options you can make. Number one is you could say, hey, would you like to lock in the year? Could work, also couldn't. The one that has a higher likelihood of working is if you credit the money they already spent into the next commitment. So if you credit the 3,000 into the next 12,000 and the year ends up at 9,000, that way you make it look like continuous. You credit everything they've done in the past. So, hey, I'm doing this thing for Black Friday where I credit all the payments you made into the future. You've paid this much, which I can credit into your membership. 12 months here is this much per week. If you stay for the year, I can credit your past payment and your fee would go down to this much per week. That's why all my payments are like kind of walks. Like they got people at 377, 337, 271, whatever, right? Because I just credit people's payments to the next commitment. No need to pay upfront. I just reduce your next payment onwards. If you like to do this, it's an option available to you. These are all messages that you can send today. You could lock in people for the year today if you just send them this kind of stuff. And they already trust you. So that's why you need less selling with it. More access. This is my favorite one personally, because as I'm in timeless mode now, I'm not taking new clients, but I'm working like with more depth with others. This is my favorite one. I'm doing this new thing called a call a quarter, where I'm including 4-hour long calls with me to create, tweak, and achieve your 2025 plan to goal. No need for upfront payments or increases in fee. Everything remains the same. Plus, we both commit to working together towards a goal for the year. Let me know if you'd like to take me up on this, and I'll get you my one-on-one link to craft your plan. This has like a 60% take rate. It's amazing. People are like, okay, yeah, let's do it, right? Because there's more trust here, and you give them more access to you in exchange for them staying for longer. And the fifth one is I don't incentivize paid in full personally, because I'd rather have recurring revenue than paid in full. But I do see an argument for people who want to do it. If you need cash now, or if you're in other niches, mainly like fitness, in which, for example, if me, that, it's a small world, coaching and consulting, if somebody defaults on their payments or they go back on their word and break their word, there's consequences. On fitness, people don't care about it, right? Because it's like, there's no reputation involved. So paid in full might be the move for that. Or you just may want some cash now. So you can say, hey, great to see the win. Just letting you know that the annual discount is still available for the next 4 weeks. You'll save this much. Let me know if you want to take me up on this, and I'll credit your payments to date and run it with the card on file. Okay, so there's 5 things you can use to sell people on. Like find your clients and you're like, what makes sense for that person? This is where the magic is. You can make tailored offers, or you can just do one-on-one upselling. So this is my Google Doc that I used to sell one-on-one coaching with. It's a very bad offer for cold traffic, but it's just right for warm. So this is one-on-one coaching. This is what I'll help you with. This is what you get. Private DM access, on-demand Zoom calls, here's what you won't be getting. 10-week commitment, $1,000 a week. That's it. This upsells 5% of clients into working with me at $750 to $1,000 a week. Now you've identified which ones work for each client, and this requires you slowing down and thinking, okay, what would benefit this person the most? Now you can implement touch points for upselling. And this is something that some of it can be automated, some of it has to do manually. And I recommend you keep it that way. The best time to upsell a client, I found personally, is right after your onboarding call. So at this person, I sent them the recording and I said, hey, this might benefit you. I'm doing this new thing called a color quarter, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, okay, yeah, I'm in. Every month, back when I used to have one-on-one coaching spots open, I used to open them every month. So I said, one-on-one coaching, one spot for July. And this is a post, if you have a community, you can make it today. And there's a non-zero chance that people will say yes to it. I've got one-on-one spot for one-on-one, best for tweaking the plan you already have or crafting a new one. These are $300 a week on top of your membership fee. It includes DMs with me and a setup one-on-one call. Upgrade or downgrade whenever you'd like. DM me for details. Private DMs, if you identify somebody who you think might benefit from it, hey, I'm doing this thing. I thought they might benefit from it. Shall I send you the invite? And then you just tell them the duck. Talk about it, hint at it. You'll catch me saying this on the weekly office hours or even today. Like my one-on-one clients, my personal clients, table members, I'll talk about it. And then it hints at the existence of it, which with your current clients, selling is overrated. If they just know that it exists, they often ask. Include it in the cart when somebody buys from you, along with the paid in full options. I found this to be optimal. To be on the Google Doc, you sell one thing, one pricing. As soon as they get into the cart, then you introduce the other options. After the checkout, so once people pay, I ask them again, hey, would you like to pay in full? And then in the onboarding material, I have a training where I describe how to get help. And I say, if you want DMs, it's this much. If you want this, it's that much. It's as simple as it sounds. So that's how you upsell people. It requires some human touch. So you gotta understand what long-term deals you give them or what one-on-one coaching, who requires it, and then you just implement the touch points. Again, not hard. It just requires slowing down. And for partnerships, it's case specific. I work with one person on a partnership. And it's like love, you know, when you know, you know. So out of all of this, I have a preference for selling more access, but I'm flexible. And the flexibility helps me because I make tailor offers. And in my experience, people appreciate it. I had a client the other day that he paid for 16 weeks every week on time, but he did nothing. He didn't ask me a single question, didn't post a single time, nothing, except for his one-on-one onboarding call in which he mentioned that he'd be going like from person to person, getting help, but he like never made the move to actually do the thing. So when he said, JK, I'm out after 16, thank you very much, I thought this is a perfect opportunity to use credit. So I said, listen, I don't want you to repeat the same pattern of investing and then getting nothing out of it. How about we credit all the payments you already made into the future? We commit to this for the year, but at least you won't have wasted this money. But this time we do it right. And that's the first time somebody has ever thanked me for making them a deal to upsell them. They're like, you know what? Thank you. And I respect you. You know, sometimes if you know which one to make out of the long-term deals, it ends up being very, very worth it to tailor it to the person. And once they're in, the game is forming a good relationship. And this is kind of the key to the churn that I had to learn. If you're in the coaching or consulting business, what you really are in is in a relationship business. If you can make the relationship strong, then you will have a strong business. This is why I'm very flexible with pricing and payments and like some help that I give some people. There's often times where the call goes horribly and I just ask people, hey, like, listen, I fucked up. Want to go another time? I'm free at 12. And they're like, okay, sure, let's do it. And we do it because it's a relationship business. The other day I had a client, well, no, not a client, but a past buyer that got on the office hours. And I could sense how my energy was different talking to clients versus talking to him because he wasn't a client, which wasn't fair because he earned the right to be treated as a client for as long as he bought the pass. And I treated him differently. So I realized I fucked up. So I said, hey, he's like, hey, I didn't like how that came out. I got a few minutes until my next call. Want to hop on? He's like, yeah, let's do it. Same link. We got on a call and the guy said, JK, if I knew that you were going to help me with ABC problem, then I would have signed up to the main cash creators, not just the pass. So I said, well, now you know. You already paid this much. Do you want to credit that purchase into cash creators? It's like, okay, let's do it, right? So being flexible helps you more than one pricing, one offer, one thing. You're in the relationship business and relationships are not rigid. The offer shell gives you that flexibility. It happens quite often, upselling with an offer shell. And I've noticed that often the main blocker is my lack of attention to detail. It's not hard. You just have to slow down a bit and think, okay, what makes sense for this person? AKA, if you want to make this work, you have to give a fuck. So what I do is I'm not a checklist guy, but I will do this. Every Monday, I'll be like, have I checked in with my one-on-one guys? How's it going? Do you know what you need to work on for the next one? And I'll do LTDs, lifetime deals on the DMs. So I'll go over my client list and I'll think, based on what I know about where this person is at the moment, which of the offers serve them? How can I help them more? And that has been reducing churn from 70% took it down to 20. So the two-step plan, because we covered a lot. The goal of the show is not to upsell everybody. This is unrealistic and it will disappoint you. The goal is to extract as much as you can out of everyone willing to pay and enjoy it. The other day, somebody bought a temporary 3K access offer and he didn't upgrade to cash creators. Under suite standards, this was a loss. But like, you know, I talked to the guy and like, to put it nicely, he was just not cash creator material. Under shell standards, this was a win because I don't even want to work with this guy and I got 3K out of it. So not bad. Everyone has a maximum amount they're willing to pay you. The number is unknown to you and to them, but there's two easy rules that to find out how much they're willing to pay you and actually get paid that I live by and probably won't stop living by for a long time. Make a front-end offer every day and make a back-end offer every week. If I do this, I know I'm doing the thing. These give me clarity and make sure I'm doing the main thing, which is just making offers. So all the offers that we talked about, the one-on-ones, the bundle, the assets, the ebook, everything is here. And they all have the template and you have my blessing to get into them and swipe them. I'm not gonna get into them right now. We can get into them later because there's just a lot, but here's where you can get them. In order to implement it, to know like, I understand this, what's next? The first one is find the offers that are most useful to you at your stage, depending on what level you're at. What are you willing to give and tolerate and not tolerate? Second, make a front-end offer every day or as often as you can without burning out, and make a back-end offer every week so that you don't have too much waste in your business and you're actually moving the people who want to pay you the most further along. Here we go. The customer funnel. Now, this is my most efficient funnel, the highest converting funnel, and the one that I love the most. It used to be called the workshop funnel. It is not called that anymore, and I'll explain why in a second. But let's begin. The traditional funnel, in terms of getting clients, signing them for 1, 2, 3K, it's get leads and then turn leads into clients. Easy enough. When I did it this way, I did experience some results, but I had a massive volatility. So I had a big audience with maybe like 1 client a week or less. And back and forth months like this. So this is 2023, June versus July. So June, $159,000, July, $46,000. It's over $100,000 of difference. This is very volatile for the business, but also for you as, you know, it's very emotional, right? And the traditional funnel asks a lot from people. When you gotta turn them into leads, into clients, it's scary for somebody who has never paid you anything to pay you $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 per month. Yet the industry sees it as the best practice and they tape it up to volume. Out of 500 people they DM, 1 person ends up becoming a client, which is a low conversion rate for warm traffic. For cold, it's okay, but for warm, it's like quite low. This is okay for a lot of people and acceptable, because 1 yes means 1 to 2K a month. I do think though that it is inefficient. It's just that the big amount per client masks the inefficiency because at least you're making 6 figures, right? But the reality is you got 4 people to say yes to an offer and you have tens of thousands of followers. So it could be better. This is good if you want okay, but if you want great, then what I found was the difference is just adding 1 step in between. Instead of asking leads to jump from leads to clients, it's asking them to flow from leads to customers to clients. And I'm going to be very specific here on semantics. We define a customer as somebody who pays you once. We define a client as somebody who pays you on a recurring basis. Creating customers, one-time buyers, is helpful in our process of getting them to become clients because it allows you to create prospect inertia. Prospect inertia is a phenomenon that I found in my own business, and I've talked to other folks who have the same, that the more money someone gives you, the more money they're likely to give you. And this principle extrapolates in several places. The more dates you go on with somebody, the more dates they're likely to go on with you again, right? The more somebody gives you, the more they're likely to give you further. So what I found is that by asking them to give you a small amount first, say like $100, you'll make them way more likely to buy the next thing than if you didn't. And I ran the numbers. This was a statistic that personally I found very shocking. It's that everybody's so obsessed with getting more leads. When I realized how much different is it from leads to customers, somebody who was a customer was 56 times more likely to become a client. 56. For comparison, and I actually researched this, this is the difference between a blue whale and a dude. That is how much more likely somebody is in buying. I also really like that it's a whale. You know, it fits the whale bait theme, but you get the point. They're so much more likely to buy. And I realized that I thought I had a lead problem, but I didn't. What I really had was a lead conversion problem because I lacked that middle step between my free stuff and my most expensive stuff that allowed me to create that inertia. In 365 days, also another statistic that shocked me, I did this yesterday, I netted an extra 543 leads. That's how much my list grew in 1 year. That's less than 2 people per day net. But with proper lead conversion, that was enough to scale to 100K a month. Because I just don't ask a lot from people before I do ask them for a lot. Understanding lead conversion made me base my funnel off 2 questions. How can I create a customer? Because they're 56 more likely to buy, times more likely to buy. And how can I only talk to customers? You can't get on a Zoom call with me or anybody like in my world, but I guess Christian would be the only one, without transacting. And I keep it that way on purpose because that's just where my best focus is, where my attention is best focused. Now, I do this personally in workshops. Like this is, for example, a workshop. Now, the reason why I changed the name to the customer funnel is because workshops are not the only ways to create customers. I found some people never want to get on Zoom. I do it because I like it. Some people do ebooks. Some people just do several books. Some people have courses. Other people have recordings, prompts. The goal here is just getting people to transact at a lower price, typically between 10 and 300 bucks, in order to create inertia. Anything you can sell as a one-time offer goes. It doesn't have to be a workshop. And this is why I changed the name for this, because it's more accurate. It's a customer funnel. Now, unless you have a big audience, 20,000 people, 10,000 people plus, the customer funnel probably won't make you more than your clients. And that's fine. And I think you should still run it because its true value is in finding and accelerating people who are more likely to become clients. And we do this in 4 actions. Creating your customer offer, actually collecting your customer offer, you'll see what I mean. Selling it, delivering it, and then upselling everybody who buys it. So we start with creation. To get the end result, which is a client, ideally, it serves you to look backwards from it. If you look at it from what do I sell to my leads and what do I sell then there's too many variables. Whereas if you look from the back to what does a client want, then the path is simplified. There's a paradox I've found where marketing is more persuasive when we market from a product rather than to a product. If you make stuff for leads first, you typically get less leads. But if you make it for clients first, you typically get more leads. When you market to a product, show people how that product is going to get them something, it's met with more resistance than this thing got something. We're doing this with the cash creators. Would you like to be a part of it? This is partly why I showed you the AI thing in the beginning. This is happening for the cash creators. We're going to introduce AI with the model. I'm not saying how cool it's going to be. I'm just demonstrating the thing, and then I'm asking people to tag along. It's a difference between pushing and pulling. Notice how each feels when you market to and from. If I market, let's say, an offer doc, marketing to a product is something similar to this Google Doc template will sell your offer to 100 people for $2,000 a month without a sales call. You can get it here. Okay. Now, if I market from a product, this Google Doc template sold 100 calls, 100 clients at $2,000 per month without a sales call. You can get the copy here. It feels different because this one came from a place that was already tested. An offer tends to be more persuasive when you have skin in the game, you as the seller. It's safer for them because you are taking the risk. This is why I make a big deal out of this is going for the cash creators and inviting people along because I want people to understand that there's skin in the game. I am presenting today and there is a big risk to me fucking it up because my clients are here, right? When you have skin in the game on something, it tends to sell better because people understand that you're going to put more effort into it. It makes it more attractive. So in order to create your customer offer, you don't really need to think much of what your customer offer should be. Find something that you already have a skin in the game in, like something you used already that worked, or that you will have soon, something that you will do for clients. These two constraints typically will make you do a better job and people will feel it. It forces you to sell something good. I have detected in myself that I put more effort into things that are for the cash creators more than for other people. The pressure is healthy because product first businesses tend to have better retention and growth. Who would have known? The way to retain clients is to, focus on making good stuff for them. People can feel when something comes from a product versus to a product. So market from product and focus on what can I get clients first. And then you take that and you sell tickets to it, or you sell limited access to it. So that's why we're not really creating a customer offer. We're more like extracting it from the things that we're going to do for people anyway. Now, and I recommend pen and paper here if you have it, or take notes. This is not, you're not supposed to answer every question here. If any idea comes to mind, just write it down. So think about useful stuff that you already have. So I'm going to go through a few examples and you write down if anything comes to mind. What assets, and ask yourself, what assets do I use a lot? Do I have a template? Do I have the same sheet that I'm referencing? Is there anything that I constantly repeat? So for example, I do have my sawdust templates that I may use like for inspiration. I have Google Doc 314 that I use to sell clients. And now I showed you some AI prompts. What assets have sold well in the past? So what sold well in the past that you stopped selling? You could do this again. What already got good feedback from clients? People inside Cash Creators, they keep using the same phrase, which is well bait, well bait, well bait. So that hints at me that I probably haven't nailed this enough. What do clients need? So look at your own model, and this requires some self-introspection. Where are you dropping the ball? What have you not made clear? So I like this phrase that if I said it, but clients didn't hear it, then I didn't say it. So what is something that your clients didn't hear? Then you didn't say it. So there's probably room for you to do something with it. What are they asking from you that you're not giving them? People kept asking, how do you grow your email list? And I told people, dude, I already answered this question multiple times within the workshops, but because they didn't hear it, then I didn't say it. And 1,000 new whales was born, which was a very well-received workshop among the community. What are you already delivering? So the other day, I gave you this 2025 plan. Yeah. As in, how can you work backwards from your freedom number and you know how many people you need to take on each level? And then I thought, hell, this is already done. What am I already doing for these guys anyway? What can you bundle? So there's some stuff maybe in your current client portal that you could bundle that work well together. In my world, for example, it's value versus insight, and I can combine it with whalebait. That's the content bundle. Maybe you have a few that go well together, or you can sell it as a standalone, or you can unbundle one, like the 100K map. I had the option on this one because I'm running 4 workshops back to back to sell each individually. I decided against it, but it was an option to me. Or maybe there are some assets within the assets. Let's say you have a module of a course, you can sell the individual parts of that module. What unique mechanism do you already have that you know can deliver a result? Typically, you find yourself recommending this often. Like I look at someone and I think, you need a protagonist post. Like this is for sure. So when you have a tool that you keep recommending to people, make that a workshop offer, a customer offer. What is missing from your delivery? I had my Google Doc 314, but I didn't have like a way to tell people how to validate it that was as ordered as I'd like. So I created the validation equation, which is a way to get your first 3 clients from your Google Doc. Now I could sell that individually. So that is me dropping the ball. Where are you dropping the ball? What is missing? And yeah, did you say it? So again, if clients didn't hear it, then you didn't say it. So what are some things you keep repeating that you're like, I'm delaying this workshop and I know that I should. Why did I create one? I know that I'm delaying and procrastinating on the visual persuasion workshop. I'll come around to it one day, but anyway, it is something that I could extract. So find anything, stuff that you already have, assets, templates, swipe files, collections, tools. So write one. And then packaging, because there's a difference between selling the thing and selling the thing with sparkles, you know? Stuff alone is valuable, but packaging makes it sellable. I personally do this with a tool and a promise. This is as far as I think about it. I don't think about it too much. The first thing is a tool. A tool is a proprietary name. So now that you have this stuff, name it like you would name a tool in a toolbox. So this is why I capitalize my tools. You see me using capital letters on words that other people don't, like tools, model, because I want people to refer them as proper nouns. I want people to use my stuff like an everyday term that they can reference to. It creates more intrigue and it often is more persuasive this way. So here's some examples of some tool names you can give yours. So templates, like the 2K Google Doc offer template. Swipe files, my 365 days of emails. A certain mechanism, like the customer funnel. Asset, the sawdust templates. You can hint at its ease, so the one pager, the one page X, Y, and Z. The script, the cash script. An expected result, so the cookbook, but you call it the thinner every meal cookbook. Bundles, collections, like I have my SOPs that took me to this level. I can just call it the 100K a month SOPs. Easy installs. So I had the Calendly kit back when I used to run sales calls, which basically was like templates for you to put in your email and SMS Calendly thing so that you'll reduce no-shows. So you just call it a kit. It's just something you install. It's easy. Ideas like the monopolistic positioning, whale bait, offer shell. Like, is there a idea that your clients keep, and I call this reflecting back at you? They keep enunciating back to you. If that means that idea is persuasive, landed, and it got a result. You should probably do something with it. Prompts, like I thought about the insightizer. Like you just give it your value-based email and it turns it into insight. Or a fascinating fact about your thing. Somebody on the call the other day, she showed up with, I have this script that closes 6 out of 10 people, but I don't know what to call it. I'm like, you already called it. It's called the 610 script. You know, if you find a fascinating fact, then you can elaborate on it. So find something that you can call your thing. Template, swipe file, mechanism, asset, ease, script, expected result, bundles, collections, easy installs, ideas, prompts, or a fascinating fact. My favorite one is actually fascinating fact. Because they can't copy it. Like Google Doc 314, it's called 314 because it went through 314 edits. Now, that's half of the packaging. The other half is the promise. What it does or what they will get. Now, when it comes to when you're giving out a promise for your tool, then you got to make sure that it passes the meaning test. We define the meaning test as you pass it if you show your promise to 2 people and it means the exact same thing to both. So what doesn't pass it is transforming your physique, because that means different things to 2 people, right? Whereas what passes is see your six-pack. Easy. Create your personal monopoly, doesn't really hit. Make 10K, everybody knows what it means. Become a master of productivity, they don't know what it means. Whereas finish your workday by noon, it does pass the meaning test. And so we got introduced to the fist. The fist is the meme that developed inside Cash Creators a few months ago that started as a meme, but it's actually quite useful. Every time a one-on-one client would send me an offer that didn't pass the meaning test, I would send him the fist. So he said, how to get your email sales potential. And I sent him the fist. When we first worked with X, Y, and Z, we used this calculator to estimate his opportunity and then put a plan in place. And I sent him the fist again. And then he said, the calculator we used to find 200K a month in lost revenue. Now that's an offer. See? So make sure that it passes the meaning test for yourself. we're gonna make it easier with AI as time goes on, specifically next month. But so you know, for now, just make sure that it passes it. Like for example, I will say the 1 post a day strategy, the 3-week calendar, the 20-minute email, the $2,000 offer doc. This matters because people, it's not that people want to be absolutely correct. They just don't want to be blatantly wrong. And that's how they make decisions. As long as like an answer is directionally accurate, they can buy into it more than if it's just way too vague. The presence of a number and specificity, of the number or specificity, matters more than the number or specificity thing itself. Like instead of saying you're gonna get better skin, we just showed a picture of a guy that had acne versus no acne, and sales quadrupled. So there is a big spot for making things mean the same thing that it means to other people. Now, what happens here is often we get stuck, as in, how do I promise? How do I not promise? Or which frame should this offer take? And I find it helpful for me to look at stuff versus, as in, is this a coaching offer, a consulting offer, or a mentorship offer? This is what I meant when I said I was gonna go deep on semantics. This matters. These 3 are different things. The promise could take either of these angles. Some people do find stuff easier than others. Like for me, coaching offers are really hard, but mentorship offers are easy. So find what it is for you. A coaching offer helps your clients find the answer within them. A consulting offer gives them the answer, and a mentorship offer demonstrates how you got the answer. So say you go to the Ferrari dealership and you take your mentor with you, right? Or your teacher with you. A coach would say, so which Ferrari do you like? What things are important to you? A consultant would tell you, take the red one. A mentor would say, here's why I chose this kind of Ferrari. So it's all 3 different angles. All 3 are persuasive. So let's say you have a checklist that you use when onboarding clients and you're a fitness coach. We're going to label that same tool with each of the frames. A coaching frame would be, you will leave this session with your customized 1-page plan to lose 10 pounds before spring. You leave the answer, like you find the answer within yourself. Consulting offer would be the 1-page plan to lose 10 pounds before spring. Mentorship would be the 1-page plan I use every winter to lose 10 pounds before spring. So we're all selling the same thing, but naturally we all kind of gravitate more towards one, or the tool that we have itself gravitates more towards one. So it's helpful to look at each of these 3 and think, which one do I think fits this or me the best? Additional ideas for promises. This is just some stuff that I know and I've used that got me a good result. Is your first X, like your first 2 apps, and then your next 2 apps, right? Your next $10,000. X hours of Y, so like 2 hours of free time. X units, 10 leads. Your X asset, so as in your 10% no-show rate asset. Add X to Y. This is my offer actually, so add this much to your money. Add X to Y without Z, without working more than 4 hours a day. Remove X from Y. How to lose weight without always being anxious. Get rid of X, like acne. X free Y. Sell without sales calls. X% more or X% less. The thing that does this. So the AI prompt that writes your offer in 20 minutes. This without that. So you kind of get the point, right? This and that. Break free from this. Get this before spring. So these are all like useful promises that you can put inside, like couple with your tool. And this is already a very persuasive offer that we already extracted from your thing. And we can work on these after or in the community. But it just matters that you give it a certain utility that passes the meaning test so that people won't get confused as in, what is this thing again? An observation on this. People like buying offers in the extremes, not in the middle. Either, and the way I think about this is people either want to download a new app for their phone that's easy to install, or they want a completely different phone brand and go from Samsung to Apple. What they don't like is upgrading between phones. So I will either sell really easy installs like the 90 days of offer swipe file. Well, that's easy, just copy and paste it, right? Or I will sell a complete new paradigm, as in we're going to restructure your entire offers and we're going to stop doing offer suites and call it a completely new offer shell with the cash creator model all the way to the end. Where I fail is in the middle. You don't want to sell like marginally improvement offers. It's either like something that's really easy or a complete change. The bell curve MIM fits. So once you have your asset, combine it. So the customer funnel. The funnel that makes your leads 56 times more likely to buy. The 4-week lean out. Lose 10 pounds in 4 weeks with one eating, one cookbook, and one workout plan. Will be the one post a day strategy that gets you leads who can afford you. So you just combine the two. The tool, so now you can reference, it's more persuasive, and the promise that passes the meaning test and nobody can doubt what it is. And that's it. You have your tool. If you feel stuck on this is a very powerful question to ask yourself in a vacuum. What thing worth $100 can I sell this week that I know will sell, that I don't doubt, that I know people want? You know, there's something that you have that you know people want, a template, a swipe file, a course, something. So use that if any of the above failed. So now that we have our customer offer, or at least the packaging of it, let's sell it. I personally sell at the same time that I build stuff because I like the healthy pressure. You don't have to do that if you don't want to. That's just how I do it. The funnel goes as follows. Use any of the 5 avenues I'll show you, or if you have more, even better, to sell your customer offer. And we're going to offer 2 different kinds of options, which I'm going to show you soon. Then you deliver it. And then this is the part where I find that a lot of people just like kind of drop, is you got to have touch points in place to upsell people into the next thing. They're not hard. They just do require some attention to detail. I do have 10, and I'm going to show you the 10, so that then they will become clients. Once they enter and become clients, that's when the offer shell workshop that we ran 1 week ago is more relevant. But this is the funnel I'm going to be walking you through today. 3 principles for selling your customer offer is the KPI, key performance indicator, is offers made. I send an email a day, sometimes 2, sometimes 3. People keep buying. And a few people even thanked me. Thank you for this offer. Like, can you imagine? Buying feels good. Like, I like it when I buy stuff, right? People like buying more than I like selling. Like, this is the reframe that I believe serves you. People like buying more than you like selling. So you might as well sell more. Second principle is limited offers sell more than unlimited offers. So you can see here the Starbucks US sales, and you can see very clear peaks. You know when these peaks are? It is the pumpkin spice latte season. You cannot buy the pumpkin spice latte in other seasons, but when it is, you know, you see all the white girls going to Starbucks and buying their pumpkin spice lattes, right? This is the thing. So it's going away. So when you take your thing away, you make it more persuasive. And if your thing is not something you're going to deliver live like a workshop, it doesn't matter. You can just still take it, make it available for 7 days, and then just don't sell it anymore until you bring it back. This is why, by the way, I put effort into cycling offers. I do think, and I want to send a message that inside the Molina list, things go away. This conditions the audience to respond faster, as opposed to the normal route of always being available. So I'll cycle through levels of my shell because I make more like that than if I just had one thing all the time. Hence why you can't join cash creators off my link in bio, because I don't control the cadence. And this is why I like email so much, because I do. And the third principle, include a higher access option. Like this is big. 10% of people are willing to pay 10 times as much. As of today, having run the 100K map, 23% of cohort buyers bought the pass. It's probably more now because some people bought it during the weekend, during last week. But the pass is 2.5 times more expensive, and 23% of people bought it. This is significant numbers. By adding a higher access option like a pass, you get two benefits. You get paid more, and you also identify who's there for your stuff and who's there for your stuff and you. Because there are some people who want to buy your stuff, but they're not willing to become clients, but they're willing to take that middle step. Pass is converted into clients at 25%. And I'm going to show you how we convert pass buyers into clients. But I do believe I introduced this maybe like in September. If I had used the pass earlier, I would have got to 100K a month in 75% of the time. It's one of the most efficient pieces of the model that I have. And now that I think about it, man, it would have been easier. But at least now I know, right? So what is a pass specifically? So you have your core offer and a pass. They both have portal, like all the trainings, community, they can ask questions, and office hours, weekly calls. The difference is core offer in terms of pricing, it's ongoing, whereas a pass has a monthly duration or a set duration. A core offer has a weekly fee. A pass has half now and half at the end of the month. And a core offer has their one-on-one onboarding call with you or with me, and a pass doesn't. So they just get like insider access, but they don't get the one-on-one call. And that's it. That's the only difference. Just by adding this, 25% of people bought something else, 23, and then 25% of them got into the core offer. It is the prime example of prospect inertia. These people, what I like also is that it tapped into like a different part of the audience. People I've never seen in my life were then buying passes and then becoming clients. It's not that they weren't client materials. It's not that the audience was dead. It's just that I hadn't made it as easy for them to begin. So that's why I'm big on don't nuke the thing. Don't go directly to the nuke and think my audience is dead or I need to run ads. Maybe you need to finesse it. Maybe you need to have smaller steps between their free stuff and the big client stuff so that people will be more inclined to take you up on those. It's not that they're not ideal clients. It's just I believe I just haven't made them the right offer. Is it true? Is it not? It doesn't matter. It's just a useful belief that I have. It's like believing you're the chosen one. Is it true? Is it not? Doesn't matter. It's useful. So armed with your customer offer and a higher access option like a pass, it's time to sell it. 5 good ways are as follows. The first one is the one I'm in love with, is email. So I believe that every follow is an implicit request for information, but every email sub or group request, if you run groups, is an implicit request for help. Plus, it's private, so it's more natural to make frequent offers there. To sell mine, this is what I do 90% of the time. 7 days, maybe 14. Day 1, I'll use the template, which you can find here. You can find it here, right? Yeah, okay, good. So you'll find my customer offer template. This is actually the wrong link. In the middle of the campaign, I'll do some insight-based emails. And on day 7, I'll just send the customer offer template twice. So 1 day left, 6 hours left. This is 90% of what I'll do. Fun fact, 60% of buyers come in the last day because people are more driven by consequences than by value. Here's some emails that I use to sell the 1000 New Whales workshop. So you can check them out at your convenience, but you can see that it's divided in 7 days. And then the last day, I sent the same template twice. That's it. You can find the template here. Some things you can expect when you sell these kind of customer offers. Sales are often highest on the last day because people need consequences to act. Never judge a campaign's effectiveness before it ends. This is big. I was talking to somebody yesterday, and then she said, why is everybody buying at 5:59 when the workshop is at 6? And I said, just because that's just how people move. We can work with it or against it. 2, it took for me 3 to 4 cycles of taking things away to condition the audience to move. At the beginning, they didn't believe me. They were like, oh, you're just gonna have this forever. But when they saw that things were actually going away, then we were like, oh, okay, it's real. Making more offers will rarely result in you making less money. One time somebody told me I got a 40% open rate, like as he was flexing on me, right? And I told him, really? Why so high? And you can see how his face like changed, right? Because that's way too fucking high. You're not making enough offers. Excuse me. So email offers coupled nicely with social offers. Social offers are helpful whether or not you have an email list. The rule of thumb is that in social, it's generally better to ask for a reply or a comment. Not a link, as social media is not a good place for social links. Like you do get your engagement kind of messed up. So I'll post it on tweets or stories. Like this was how I saw the workshop funnel. If you don't have a list, then you can just put it on socials. Just copy paste the email into stories back to back or into posts and then change the call to action to, instead of click on this link, DM me. If you find it helpful as well, you can also hit people who reply but don't buy on the last day. Hey, this link expires tonight. Are you in or do you have any questions? It is just something you can use to get people to move. Third out of 5, DM offers. If you don't have much reach or you just want more people, then you might want to get resourceful with the DMs. They often work faster because they're one-on-one. So, hey, person who booked a call with me 3 months ago and didn't buy, this week I'm hosting a workshop on the thing you said you wanted. I made it easy to get it for just $100, and I thought it might benefit you. Shall I send you the details? And then you can add the follow-up as before. The limit to this is your imagination. You can always find more people to message. You can message people who might benefit from it already in your world, like previous customers, people who said, oh, maybe later when the timing's right, tire kickers, previous clients. That's as much as I'll say about that. Followers, people who ask you a bunch of questions that you think might benefit from this, group chats, or local networks. Some people have invited people from the workshop, like, in person or in their WhatsApp chat, and it works, right? Do what you gotta do. An audience is an audience, whether it's on Instagram or it's on a WhatsApp list. 4, joint ventures. So this is useful if you can find someone who you with who you do not directly compete with and give them something they benefit from. This would be free for their community, but it's still a paid environment. And because they're paying, they often get better results than if you just did a free webinar, for example. So this is me texting Dan. Hey, is it possible to pay for a 1-hour Q&A? If you'd like me to do one for your community, I'm glad to do it as well. Yeah, let's do it. They liked that a lot. And 2 clients came from it. Because if you're talking other paid communities that you're not directly competing with, then this is a big value add. We talked about doing the AI stuff. Like these guys, they all have their offers. And of course they have their permission to sell their thing at the end of the workshop. Like it benefits everybody. I don't know anything about AI, but I know that I'm going to benefit from it and they're going to benefit from it. So joint ventures, good way. And the last one is ads. I don't want to pretend like I'm an ads expert, so you can refer to 1000 New Whales, where we do have an ads expert, Travis Spiegel, who gave a masterful class on how to run ads. But checkpoints is you created your customer offer, you've promoted it, and now it's game day and you've taken it down. It's time to deliver it. If it's just an asset like a recording, then you can just give it to them upon purchase, right? But let's say you're going to do something live, or you have to create it. This is a very nuanced distinction that creates a massive shift in how much you sell and how much clients like you. When I create for clients, I find that it's helpful to both customers, one-time buyers, and clients, recurring buyers. When I create for customers, I help none. Like nobody likes it because it feels salesy. As I create this, I've even mentioned stuff that customers don't have access to, like the AI thing, the community, the weekly calls. And it's not because I'm mean or I'm being petty. I am petty, but it's not because of that I'm including it here. I'm including it here because I'm clear on who this is for. This is for clients. And if I think about customers, then I might enter selling mode. And that's when I fuck it up and nobody enjoys it. This is not a webinar. This is not a lead magnet. You're not trying to persuade anybody of anything. This is a tool for your clients, so treat it as such. By creating for your clients, you both serve them better and create curiosity for your core offer. It's in everybody's best interest that you deliver effective work. The format doesn't really matter. I just do it live because I like it, it's fun, and I get a lot done in a very short period of time. The big question though is, does the thing work? If you don't want to go live, don't do it live, right? But does the thing work? Does it get a result? And your enemy here is volume. Volume ain't value. An effective customer offer is often much, much less than we think. Like, I find myself constantly looking at my own workshops and thinking, I could take this out, I could remove that. Even now, hell, you can see it now. Like, if you see the other one, it's much longer than this. Because I realized, I didn't really need that. Like, that wasn't needed, right? And a lot of these things that we make, they're not needed. Then we could just remove them, because often what people really like take away from this, it's like one core strategy, one insight, and that's it. Going beyond that is hurting you and them. And then the fun part, which is the last, upselling customers into clients. So a statistic that you've probably, if you read my emails, you've probably seen this. Workshop customers are 0.1% of my audience, but they are 80% of my income. This is fucking dramatic. This is incredible to me. Like, this is why I like going over my own data, because it gives me so much stuff to work with. But if there was any doubt as in who should I focus on, well, there you go. Why? Because of prospect inertia and the things we mentioned before, but also because the more offers you make, the more offers you are allowed to make. Because John asked Sarah out, it's natural for him to ask her if she'd like to have a drink after. It's a natural next step because Sarah is already in motion. She already has inertia. Because I offer this customer offer, it is very natural for me to ask customers if they'd like to move on to the next stage. The best offer to make is the one that's the most congruent with the offer made last. So if I made an offer on buy the customer funnel, then it makes more sense for me to provide another one next that's let's install your customer funnel, because it's congruent with the offer that was made last. It would also be kind of a waste not to do so, because in my experience, 10% of people want to pay you 10 times more. And if we don't have the touch points in place, then some people will, most won't, ask you, hey, do you have anything else? So, touch points. What are we selling them into? We're selling them into the higher level of your show. So open a higher tier from your offer shell to your customer. Maybe it'll be compressed access, like a small offer, or it will be your core offer. You choose. Make sure to have a cap and a deadline. Typically, I run 3 to 7 days. Now, if your core offer is closed, you can open it for them as long as you use the right wording. Instead of saying this program is closed, well, now I say this program is closed because like people can't join Cash Creators. But instead of saying that, I say this invite is expired. So that way I can open multiple. And I have the option to open only for customers and stay ethical. So this is not hard. It just requires a little bit of attention. So I think it's 7 touch points that we have to upsell people from customers into clients. People are like, I sent 1 email. I'm like, great, you're missing 6. So the first one is in the landing page. Put it on the cart. Right here. So you see, you can buy both. And you can find the ClickFunnels template here. If you'd like help like installing this, you can ask Christian. He also has the Go High level ones. As soon as they sign up to something, redirect. So now I'm selling the lobby, right? So if people want the lobby, they can get it here. And then I have optional. If you'd like, you can credit the payment you made to Cash Creators when I come back from timeless mode. Here's the details. So as soon as they buy, they gotta see the next offer. That's already 2 touch points. And by the way, all of these have converted clients. I just can't predict which one is gonna be the most effective, so I just have them all. Email sequence. If you ever bought a workshop from me, you know that you will get this. you'll get a, hey, here's 2 links to save, like the calendar link or whatever. And then a question that I typically turn into a sales conversation. Then I'll send another email, hey, what are you working on? And another one. And then 3 days later, I'll send the Google Doc offer. On the welcome sequence, after they bought an offer, there's another offer. Theoretically, this can keep on going infinitely. Inside the customer offer itself, if you're doing it live, you can do what I did in the beginning of this, which was I made an offer in the beginning and I said, hey guys, if you'd like more to work on what you'll see today, here. Or let's say you can mention it in the beginning or the end of yours if it's pre-recorded. Right? Like you put it in the beginning of your ebook or something. Give them a limited time perk for joining, like more access, credit, or discounts. And make sure that you have consequences and you actually take it down. So the way this works for me, as soon as you join the list, you will get an email sequence selling the offer shell. Now, it's very hard for me to enforce urgency because it's an evergreen thing. But what I do say is you have just joined this list. If you buy within the first 7 days of you joining this list, I'll give you a bonus. So I give them my Google Doc template, right? And I keep reminding them on that welcome sequence. You get this for the next 7 days. You're on day 5, you're on day 6, you're on day 7. Today's the last day. So it's a limited time perk for joining the next thing. And another one is you can just send it with a recording. Like I'll send a recording to people and then update offer. It's not hard. You just have to put it in there. That's what she said. To past buyers, I do this in the DMs. So as soon as somebody joins, I'm like, hey, what is your focus so I can point you in the right direction? 1 week in, how's it going? Do you know your next 3 steps? 1 week out, and this is when we use one of the tools we covered last week's workshop on the offer shell, credits. So, hey person, something might help you keep your momentum going. You can credit the payment you've made and cancel the next one to cash creators. So you owe $500. Would you like me to trust that? So you essentially save this much and your rate goes down to this much per week. And the next step would be to get on a one-on-one with me to craft your plan. Let me know if you'd like to take me up on this and I'll get you my link. This has a 25% yes rate. It is fantastic. And I wish I had this in the beginning. Now I can't, but this is why we're redoing this, because you will see this is good. So you can see how from 1 offer, we created 9 offers. Because we sold the workshop, we can sell so much more back. The more offers you make, the more offers you're allowed to make. And there's one additional one that you can do if you'd like, which is an implementation session. So you can offer customers to hop on a group Zoom and ask you anything. I frame this as, let's implement the thing you bought. It serves as a value add. And mind you, you're only spending time with buyers, which is not the worst use of your time. It gives you also 3 more upselling touch points. You can sell live, you can sell with a recording, and you can sell with the short email sequence after that. Should be noted, every time I do an implementation session, I get a new client. Spending time with buyers is not the worst use of your time. Now, upselling customers isn't hard, as we've covered. You just got to make sure you make the main things, which is make offers, because people like buying more than you like selling, package them well, offer a higher access option, deliver work you're proud of, and don't forget the touch points. And that is the entire customer funnel. It's simpler than other funnels because people who buy, they're already in motion. The time you took your girl on the 5th date required less effort than you asking her out on the 1st date, right? Because they're already in motion. This is very similar. By deploying the customer funnel, you're already making the business more efficient. And this is why I really, really like this. Instead of creating to get paid, you're getting paid to create. Customers are financing your client delivery. I was going to do this thing anyway. Because I sold tickets to it, I made an extra $15,000. This is amazing, which allows me to focus on what I consider the most fun, fulfilling, and entertaining part of this job, which is just doing cool stuff and creating cool stuff. For me personally, running this and getting paid to create, marketing from a product instead of to a product, to me, it brings me immense joy. And my hope is that you'll install this and it'll bring you immense joy too. Because like I find that most people, and I mentioned this last week, we see more ourselves like we're more like artists who happen to coach than coaches who just happen to write. What we really want is focusing on our art and delivering and creating, because that's just our natural state as humans, right? We like creating. But by reacting to the market, we kind of fall out of love from our business. The customer funnel is what allows me to fall back in love with the creation and get paid for it just by switching the order in which I do things. And I love it, and I hope you're going to love it too. So we've talked about the distinction between coaching, consulting, and mentorship. Coaching is me like showing you how to find the answer within yourselves, right? Often we already know what the answer is. We just need somebody to like help us find it. Mentorship is when somebody shows you how they would solve the problem if they were you. So for example, I have some mentorship one-on-one clients where they send me emails and I'll edit them. And well, that's kind of how they see how I would do it. And then there's consulting. Consulting is the easiest of the three because it just tells you what to do. Today, it's one of those. I just tell you kind of what to do, as in when do you implement each. And I'm going to show you 11 ways to inject cash into the business. We can workshop into which one would be the most efficient one for you, either on the community or today during the call. Today, we have no outside guests. It's just us. So I'm just going to send you the doc here. You can check it out as I go. And I'm going to try to go through this fast, and then we can workshop individually which ones are the best ones for you. Let us begin. So cash injections. It is a mistake, especially us as entrepreneurs, to mistake the main goal with the goal of the season. So let's say you want to get your dream physique. That's your main goal. Would losing weight be considered a good goal or a bad goal? The honest answer is it depends. It depends on the season you're in. If you're in a cut season, well, it's a good goal. But if you're in a bulking season, then losing weight is a bad goal. It's important to have a main goal, a North Star, something you aim towards, but to also understand that it's not wise to get there linearly. If you do, you'll end up with less than desirable results. So if you're always bulking, you get there too fat by the end of the year. If you're always cutting, then you build no muscle, right? It's more useful to look at business as the way business actually is, which is a non-linear phenomenon. And understanding that to get to your main goal, you will need to cycle between seasons. The right answer depends on the season you're in. And you could have a situation in which one answer could be both correct and incorrect, depending on what timing you're watching the answer in. So as entrepreneurs, I find that there's 3 seasons: bulk, maintain, and cut. Bulk is when it's time to get clients. You have the infrastructure ready and the time is right. You got to be humble and experiment a lot. Imperfect offers with perfect cadence is the move. This is usually Black Friday, the beginning of the year. That's when you need to just step on the gas and just hold on to the rocket. Then there's maintain. Maintain is when it's time to maintain the business running while you focus on other areas of your life because something else calls you. Either a spiritual, emotional, physical, relational journey, right? Maybe an emergency happened. For some of us, if we dedicated half the energy we dedicate into business to something else, we would make massive progress. That's what the maintain season is for. You keep the business running while you do other things that need your more urgent attention. And the last season is cut. Cut is when it's time to pay attention to the details you overlooked when bulking and maintaining. It's when you fine-tune the parts of the business and prepare for a season of bulking. This is when you prep, and the better you prep during this phase by tweaking the small things, the better your other 2 seasons are going to be. Me, now I'm in the cut season. I realized that there were many things I got away with in easy times that could still be optimized. And this changes a lot about how I look at the things happening in my business. In a bulk season, I consider growing monthly recurring revenue the biggest one. In a cut season, I reframe that. I consider a deeper relationship with clients and small optimizations, like saving a churn, like a paid in full, like small things, I consider those the biggest wins. Now, in summer, it's kind of like the season sometimes gets imposed on us. So most of you now are kind of in a cut phase, a cut season. We got to optimize the little things to prepare ourselves for a bulk season. Because if you optimize the way you reduce churn or the way you get paid in fulls, by the time fall comes, when it's just so much easier to get clients, your machine is so much more tuned that you prepare yourself for a glorious bulk. So that's what we're doing today. Today we're optimizing the small things during the cut, and we're doing so with the 11 cash injections. So the injections. This week I got payments for $100, 300 a week, 500 a week, 600 a week, 1,2,400, and 1,4,000. They're all variations of the 11 different ways I use to inject cash into the business. This matters a lot because most coaches and consultants only have one way to get cash into the business: when somebody becomes a client. So it's just that, and then it dies. It gives you a dopamine hit because you got a good sale, but it also incurs a huge liability because if you close a 6-month paid in full, that also means you don't get paid for 6 months. So you incur a 6-month liability after. That's why it's common for people to get 50K months and then make 5K the next month or make $50 the next month. Their business is highly volatile because they only have one way to inject cash. And the whole stability thing you see in my marketing and I talk about often, it really nails down to how many ways do you have to inject cash into your business. And if that one way fails, then the cash just stops. Our goal today is implementing 11 different cash injections and different touch points so that cash never stops. This gives you two benefits. Cash doesn't stop. And the second one is if one doesn't work, then you simply move on to another one that might. Today is the cut season. We got to optimize the little things. So we're going to implement 11 cash injections. I'm going to show you these. I'll show you the 11. Then we'll workshop which one or which ones are the most adequate for you depending on your season. If you're watching the recording, then you have the option to ask me in the community as well. This is going to be a lot of hands-on thing. I'm going to give you a little bit of, this is where you implement them, and then we discuss which ones are the best for you. So 11 cash injections, they are divided in 4 stages. So pre-journey, before somebody becomes a client, early journey, during the journey, and the distinction there is 1 month. 1 month, if they're, from 0 to 4 weeks, that's early journey. 4 weeks on, that's during journey. And post journey, after somebody has ended their 6-month commitment with you, what's next? So we divided it in 4 stages. We're going to start from the first stage, pre-journey. The first pre-journey cash injection is the regular one. Everybody knows this one. It's paid in fulls. So in this industry, people usually offer the big number first and the small number or the payment plan second. So it's normal for you to go, it's 5K, paid in full. But if you can't do that, then you can do 3 payments of 2K, right? I've found you make more money by offering the small number first and the big number second. So you sell the small number with your doc, but put the big one on the cart and the payment page after they say they're in. It looks like this. You've seen the doc. I sell cash creators at this much per week. But once you get to the page, you can see other options that people can pay for the yearly, 6 months, or 16 weeks option. I find personally, there's no downside to mentioning it in the doc. That there is a downside, to mentioning the paid in full in the doc because it scares them away. But there is no downside to putting it in the options in the cart after they have said they are in, because they're already in motion. The whole thing about the doc on the weekly pricing, the whole reason why we have that, it's because it's an easy yes. Now, after we get that one, then you can introduce other options like 16 weeks, 6 months, and 1 year. You can include that in the beginning of the cart and after they sign up to your weekly payment with a 20% discount expressed in a dollar amount. This matters a lot. So if you see, you can save something for Lex and Cash just as you join. Why do we put a dollar amount instead of a percentage? Because I've tested 2 things. One was a 20% discount. The other one was a $2,000 discount. And even though the 20% discount was more people took the $2,000 option. So it's just a good rule of thumb that we've tested. It's easier and you get more yeses if you offer a dollar discount than a percentage. So as soon as they pay, you can take them to a page where you offer a dollar discount. So that's one way to inject cash into the business. That's a pretty regular one. Second one, DM access. So I found that people take the DM access sometimes without me asking about it, or they don't even ask me about it, they just buy it. If you just add it in the cart. This has got a few takers, but it's also important that people know that it's there. It hits at the existence of another offer shall they need it. So it's not uncommon for people to join Cash Creators at the normal amount, and then they're like, hey, Jacob, by the way, if I wanted to do the DMs, is it something like X, Y, and Z? Right? People keep asking questions. So put it in your cart. You never know who might take it. That's another way to inject cash into the business. Do you think everything should use the 12-month option as a one-click upsell versus 3, 6 months? I've only tested 12 months, but it makes sense to include something else. Like I could see 3 and 6 months working just as well. Okay, so now we covered 2 cash injections, paid in fulls, and DM access. This is just in the cart. The third one is customer offers. So I believe everyone should sell customer offers, and we define a customer as somebody who buys a one-time thing, not a recurring thing. So workshop, assets, swipe files, etc. Everyone should sell customer offers because if you couple it with the workshop funnel, then they lead to the most clients. But for people with larger audiences, like 10K plus, customer offers can also have the second added benefit of injecting cash into the business. 2 ways to selling, and like the 2 big variables of customer offers is framing the asset like a magic pill and selling them for long. If you frame the asset like a magic pill sold in large numbers. Depending on how well I communicate the magic pill, I've had workshops sell 170 tickets and others sell 9 tickets. Like the naming matters a lot. Just if you name something like get more leads workshop, it doesn't get anything. But if you say my daily lead template, then it can sell like crazy. Like the name and the magic pill ing of it matters. So you can use me and the community for naming and magic pilling. If you have a large audience, then this is a good way to inject cash into the business. That's the first variable. The second one is how long you sell them for. My highest performing one has been the summer 10K bundle. It was also the one that I promoted for the longest. A 2-week promo will always outsell a 1-week promo. So these are the 2 variables that matter. Some magic pills that work consistently that you can sell for 50 to 300 bucks are like templates, swipe files, scripts, collections, courses, or bundles that you put in together, assets, bundles, workshops, and challenges. These all have the kind of the common feeling. They're kind of naughty. They're kind of like easy. They're kind of like a cheat code, which is exactly the framing you want for magic pills, because then it makes it easy to understand, which makes it much easier to buy. So this is why I ran this thing and I sold 170 tickets. It was like 17K cash injection for work that I have already done, just with a bundle. The naming matters a lot. So you can use us as a way to get the naming right. The other day on the call, Houston had one about like video filters. And during the call, we workshopped them like a magic pill name, and 2 cash creators bought the thing on the call. Like these guys already knew how the magic trick was being performed, yet still they wanted it. Like that's how much it matters. Again, you should absolutely run the workshop funnel regardless of your audience size. For smaller audiences, it would get you clients. But if you have a larger audience, this can also mean fast cash. That was wild. Yeah, it was wild. Onto the other 8 injections. If you guys are wondering what the magic pill was, it was about video filters. So it was something like get my templated video filters that you can just add to your videos and it gives them that professional look. So it was just like a one-click thing that makes your videos look better. It's a like extreme magic pill framing that, you know, is working for him. That's the power of framing it as a magic pill. Okay, those were the boring ones, pre-journey. Now, the early journey. So from 0 to 4 weeks, there are 2 ways you can inject cash into the business from each client. You can offer a paid in full after somebody becomes a client, and you can offer them DM access. There's a quote by Don Draper I really like. The day you sign a client is the day you start losing them. Clients don't fall in love with you, they fall out of love with you. So early journey is an important part, and it increases the likelihood that you get another upsell. So it's important that you do it from week 0 to week 4. You can get a paid in full after somebody becomes a client. This is the 4th injection. Recurring revenue doesn't exist. Money now does. Whenever you can, get the paid in full so you get the cash now. Most people will not take it, and that's optimal because the other weekly payments will give you the best of both worlds. So if you're wondering, like, should I take the paid in full? Because if not, I'll be sacrificing MRR. Yes, take it, because most people won't take the paid in full. And future revenue is a mirage, it doesn't exist. So you might as well have it now. Plus, the other guys that don't take it, which are going to be the majority, are going to give you the best of both. And by offering the paid in full, you actually also give them a service, because those who pay in full are often more committed. You know, it's not uncommon for the guy that pays you the most to take your stuff the most seriously. So 2 ways to get paid in full after somebody becomes a client is offer a paid in full discount for the first 4 weeks of somebody staying in your program. And on the 3rd week, you can DM them this. Hey, letting you know your annual discount is still available until next week. You'll save this much. Total for the year is Y with the discount at Z. Let me know if you want to take me up on this, and I'll credit your payments to date and run it with the card on file. So it's a compelling offer with an urgency tactic, as in like, hey, if you don't say this yes to this week, you can't take it next week, right? You can play around with the timings. You can also offer this later down the road, like at the middle of a program. And if you really need a cash injection, you can then go to the people who are in the middle of the program, or 1/4 of the program, and offer them another paid in full for the rest of the program. I would recommend you do this privately, not publicly, but this is an option available to you if you needed an injection now. And after a win, right? People are high, people are happy. When people are happy, they make decisions. So what you can do after a win, hey, great to see the recent wins. Letting you know your annual discount is still available. You'll save this much. Total for the year is Y with the discounted Z. Let me know if you want to take me up on this, and I'll credit your payments and run it with the card file. This is a private message that you can send to everybody who gets a win on the 3rd week. It's a good habit for you to get into this. And what I've found is that some people are afraid of making this offer because they're like, what if they churn, right? What if it reveals that maybe they didn't want to stay, right? And I've found that to be kind of in our head. It doesn't happen. Like, they already get the weekly payments notifications. Like, they have their bank app on their phone. So don't be afraid to make this, because you might get, you know, a surprising yes. This one, DM access. So people are willing to pay you twice as much just to have DM access. And to me, this is the simplest upsell and cash injection to make. The way you can promote this is you can do this in 3 ways. So publicly, you can make a hand raiser. So I get 2 openings. You can use this to get more access to me and faster help. Works great in an intense season, or if you want to get a lot done in little time. Throw in a call for takers. These are this much on top of your membership fee. Downgrade and upgrade whenever you want. DM me and we'll set it up. So you can do that publicly once or twice a month. This is a good practice to have. You never know who might need it. The one that has been working the best for me, though, has been right after the onboarding call. So somebody has your onboarding call one-on-one, and you're like, hey, great chat, here's the recording. You send it. This is when you say, by the way, would you like to get DM access? This way we can implement the plan fast for this much on top of your current fee. You're free to downgrade when set up on whenever you'd like. This one has got a bunch of takers. So this is, to me, the easiest way to upsell people. Wait until the onboarding call, and then you send them this. And privately, if you think they need it, like if there's somebody asking too many questions in school, you know, you can hit them up. Hey, I think you might benefit from this. I log on school a few times today, but you can get Slack access to speed your process up and answer questions back and forth fast. It's this much per week on top of your membership fee. Upgrade and downgrade whenever. Thought that level of speed might make sense for you right now. Would you like to do that? So it's very natural. If you see what we're doing here is we're adding touch points at places where they seem obvious or they seem easy and simple, but we just never have it. And some things, if we just made the question, that's the difference between somebody paying us a certain amount and paying us double. That's what I meant at the beginning with this is a consulting kind of workshop. Just add this. keep it into your system, because then when you flood it with more clients, you're going to see how more people take this, and they wouldn't have taken it if you didn't have it in place. This is the most fun one, during the journey. So during the journey, you can also add 4 cash injections. The key to monetizing an audience efficiently, and this is how small audiences kick ass sometimes, is to tap into different segments of it. Most people don't buy your stuff because your stuff it's too expensive. True. Some people don't buy your stuff because your stuff is too cheap. Also true. Right? There's a few guys that joined Cash Creators last week. They didn't join until I added a 60 minimum commitment to Cash Creators. And then they joined, right? So there's ways in which, like, sometimes the offer is too cheap, right? For those people for whom the offer is too cheap, then we can offer more depth and more access to us in 4 different ways, 4 different cash injections. The most easy one to sell is hours. So hours can tap into a part of the market that doesn't want to pay recurrent fees, yet it still is willing to pay high fees. We're all selling our time to some degree, and it's easy to understand and sell, so I like to sell it. A simple call to action and a reason why, like price raise, discounts, or time limits, can do the trick. This January, I'm going to be doing a few one-on-one calls if you'd like to set up your plan, offer, podcast. I charge $5K for a one-on-one, but I'm doing it at $2K for Lexing Cash folks. If you want one, shoot me a DM. This sold 2 1K calls. Easy. I'm also testing this. I'm not gonna go ahead and recommend it because it's not tested. But what I'm doing is next workshop, which is gonna be like, I'm gonna host an Ask Me Anything with the guys who bought a workshop before. I'm doing this. So, hey guys, if you bought the summer 10K, you can buy a one-on-one call with me where you can get my help implementing it. And I'm giving you a $500 discount. This only applies inside 24 hours. Christian's taking this down in 24 hours. Get it now. So I'm selling these with just an incentive. What you can do is, if your offer isn't hitting, if your workshop's ain't selling, and like people are just not joining the waitlist, you can sell hours to your list. Hey, this August I freed up 10 hours so we can work one-on-one. If you like it, reply and I'll get you the details. And this is how you sell it, right? This is the page and you can get it here. Very simple. Would you send that that link directly in the email or ask for replies? I would ask for replies because I don't want to talk with like anybody, you know. And also you probably get more people in. Okay. 7th cash injection, private mentorship. Some people don't want a community. They want you. For them, you can offer private mentorship. It includes DMs, on-demand calls, and closer access to you with a minimum time commitment. This is the doc you sell it with. So very simple, one-on-one coaching with me. It's just you and I. I can help you with these things. This is what you get. And you're not going to get trainings, templates, and shiny objects. We're going to do this together. $750 a week with 10 minimum week commitment. Why? I'm only looking for 12 people who I can take this, so there's implied scarcity. Are you in? This is how you sell it, like plain and simple, easy. You can make the offer publicly, as you normally would with emails. For example, let's say you close your intake and you say, well, we got this closed, but if you wanted more touch and more access to me, this is what you can get. And you sell it like that. Or you can reach out privately if you spot a client who you think might benefit from it. Hey, I'm opening up one-on-one coaching for some folks. I think we can get great results together. Interested in seeing how we can plug a strong back end to your already strong front end. Shall I send you the details? Notice how I make it customized. I'm clear where to help because this is a more sophisticated offer and this is not something I want anybody to take. Like these guys get DMs, right? So be clear on where you should help. Like here I said, plug a strong back into your already strong front end so that you can make it just to a specific amount of people. The value of this is who doesn't take it. 8th cash injection, the table. An invite-only group. The table is just my equivalent of the inner circle. like for other people, right? The table is an invite-only group where you'll help the folks you like the most and that like you the most. It includes on-demand calls, a bigger goal, and the highest level of access you're willing to offer. You sell this privately because a big aspect of selling this is who doesn't get in. You're selling the exclusiveness and closeness to you. So the table document, this is where I'm going. I'm hitting 100K per month in personal profit. That's the goal. And I want people to join me to get there the cash creator way. For this, you need to have a Google Doc offer, a workshop funnel, X, Y, and Z. It's $750 per week. It's a total. And we start with this. We start with a one-on-one call, and you can get as many calls as you'd like with me so that we can reach the goal. It's cool if you offer it whenever, because what I found is that when you give people the option to book infinite calls, if they're the right people, you actually get less calls than if you schedule them. So if you say, we're going to have a call every week, that is actually more calls than you telling them, hey, here's my link, book whenever you need it. So this is what I do with the table. You choose a very small amount of people who want to achieve a much more ambitious goal with you. The message is simple. Hey, I've got a small group of people gunning for this much. I'd love for you to join us. Shall I send you the details? Very simple. You choose people who you think might get along, and you build your own Avenger circle. Ninth, cash injection. Events. So I haven't done events yet, but if it appeals to you, you can get a lot of money for it. Somebody to watch who does this really well is James Kemp. So James does this stuff in Bali, $2,500 per person, sells 10 spots. That's 25K. He has 10K followers, and he always fills his spots. 3 days and sold with this document. I asked him for permission. He was kind enough to let me share it. So this is how he sells it. Hey, I'm bringing you in Bali. This is who it's for. This is the schedule. This is how you get there and how do you stay. So personally, I don't want to do events right now. It's not my thing. But I will say, though, I've met with some folks offline, and it's been awesome. I met with Daniel the other day. We crafted his plane together in Spain, and it was highly energizing. So maybe in the future, events are due if you shall come to Warsaw. But it is a good way to inject cash into the business. Pierogi Town, as Max says. Yes, it is Pierogi Town. You might fall in love. So that is that is what we in the business call a unique selling proposition and unique mechanism. But it might happen, Ask me how I know. And the last one is post journey. So these are the last two cash injections you can make. Resales and continuity. I got on a call the other day with Cash Creator, and they're like, yeah, I offer 12-month tech support after my program. I'm like, for free? They're like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, we're changing that. That's not happening anymore. So 2 ways you can benefit, inject cash into the business post journey. The first one is resales. Just because someone stops working with their trainer doesn't mean they don't get fat. You never know who needs you. But the problem is they won't reach out first. They're not going to tell you, hey, bro, like I keep needing your help. Like it's not going to happen. What you can do is touch base with them again. Be the first to make the move and offer a good deal. Hey, I went solo recently to give close access to some folks and help them remove sales calls and add 20K per month. You still get the same help as always, calls, help, channels, advice, and even a one-on-one call to see how I can help in your current plan or craft a new one. But this time it's only this much per week. Leave if or whenever you want. Shall I send you the details? This is a much easier sale because they'll already know you. And maybe they need you, so you might as well, right? If you took all the people you've worked with right now, you took all that list and you send them all the same message, offering them to keep working with you with your already converted Google Doc and weekly pricing, there is a non-zero chance you could sign clients today. It could happen. So you can ask them this. Tim made a good point the other day. What if they say no? And what if you want to get a referral? You can change this question to, do you know anyone who might be interested? This is an option to you if you wanted to. And the last one is continuity. So when a client is reaching their last 2 weeks, be proactive and reach out. These guys are already thinking about their next move, so you might as well be a part of the conversation. You don't need an upsell call, you can just text them. Hey, your initial 6 months are over next week. Would you like to keep working together? You're always free to leave whenever you want. Yeah, I'm staying. And this client has been here since October, and it's been highly rewarding. In some situations, and this is what I meant about the cut phase, you can get scrappy, and you can offer a scrappy offer with a minimum time commitment. So the person below asked to live. You didn't see that? Asked to leave. But I like working with him, and I think he has great potential. So what you can do is, hey, I've got some time on my calendar for next week to tweak your current plan or craft a new one towards what you said you wanted. I'm offering this because I like working with you, and I think your audience has potential. I'd love to help if you're willing to stay on the reduced rate of 200 a week without any reduction in access for a minimum of 16. You have the option to continue or leave right after, of course. This message is a $2,400 message. The person said, you know what, JK, like, thank you for all this time, but I think I'm out. And then I sent him this, and he's like, you know what, I'm in. Right? You never know. So you might as well make the offers. I'm going for a time commitment for the folks that I think can benefit from it. Like this guy. This benefits both parties because it gets them focused and it gets me MRR. For the folks that I know that don't need the commitment, I just offer the option to leave whenever. So you know your guys, right? So you can see who needs it and who doesn't, who might benefit from it and who wouldn't. So that's another cash injection. Recap. Most people only get paid once, paid in full. Cash creators, we have 11 ways to inject cash into the business. And this right now is a good time for you to set it up so that when the bulk comes, you have the systems in place and you can see how it's called the Galton board. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but my business feels a lot like this sometimes. Like if you set this up, you're going to see how the people start falling into place because you put everything right. So now is the time to set up the system so that when the influx comes later in the year, or maybe even next month, right? You're going to have places to fit all these people. DM access, customer offers, and paid in full in the pre-journey. Early journey, DM access and paid in full. During the journey, you can offer events, hours, mentorship, and table. And after they're done with you, you can offer resales and continuity. All these, like, we all have one that we're missing. So we can implement it today. About skipping steps, something important to know. Most people will buy your cheaper thing before they buy your expensive thing. But some whales do skip steps. Some whales, out of nowhere, they're like, hey, can I meet you? Hey, can I pay for a call? And that's enough reason to open the offers to everybody. I recommend you open the yellow offers to everybody and you add them to your offer cadence. They can tap into different segments of your audience, and it has the added benefit that it lets your other offers breathe for a while. So if you're offering DM access, customer offers, or paid in full to your clients, you can offer them to anybody. Actually, never mind. So offer DM access customers and paid in full to everybody. You can change that a little bit. You can also offer events, hours, and mentorship to everybody because you just don't know who might skip steps. You can phrase it in your emails or posts as, this investment is 500 a week, 400 a week for cash creators. Reply and I'll get you the details. When I send emails, for example, selling DM access, right? When I send emails selling that, it's not uncommon for a current client to get back at me and say, hey, I'm in. Even though, he's already in the community, right? So you can send it to everybody. Sometimes a whale will get it, not always, but be like, welcome them when it happens. It's not uncommon for these to convert mostly clients, but some random whales can reach out. Don't count on them, but welcome them when they appear. So these are the ones you can do for everybody in your list and add it to your offer cadence. Now the injection plan. This is the last bit. Let's craft a plan together. It's more fun that way. My goal is for this to be fast with you guys. So first, let's implement the easy ones. This can inject cash into your business in 1 to 2 days. So the easy ones are the ones in gray. So what you can do in the next following days is you can add the DM access to your cart. You can add a paid in full to your cart. That could be done in an hour. promote DMXs in your community and privately with the templates I gave you. You can offer a paid in full to people doing well with an incentive. You can do that today. You can promote hours privately and in your community and to your list. And you can make a list of everybody who worked with you and offer them to come back. And make a continuity offer to everybody whose time is expiring. Like this could all be done before Wednesday. And you would keep things in motion that might inject cash. So this is the plan. Shall you want to join us? And second is, well, I sent you the doc here. I'm going to send it again. But let's plan your cash injection. So you can make a copy and we can plan your cash injection for the next 8 weeks. I've included them here below as well. But for example, I'll give you an example of how I would craft mine. It's important with offers not to always make the same offer, like the same offer over and over, because then people stop listening. So for example, this week, I'm opening core offer. Next week, I'm going to do hours. And then I can do workshop. Then I can keep doing workshop. Actually, this is workshop. This is hours workshop. For a week, I'm going to promote the waitlist to keep people under consequences. Core offer. Workshop. Maybe event or mentorship. And then I can do another core offer here. Actually, I'm not ready for that. Let me just do this. And it's a good habit for you to get into. Every offer must have a reason why. Why to give you money. And what are you taking away or why are you adding? So for the core offer, this reason why. It's only limited spots. And I'm offering a different promise. If you see it in the email, it's like go to 1 million. The waitlist, I'm offering a free week to everybody inside the waitlist. So I'm testing this out. Let's see like if people respond to that. I'm going to limit spots. Workshop has only 1 week promo. Only 1 week promo. 10 hours. So this gives me clarity and it will give you clarity as well. What are you promoting per week? And what's going to be the reason why? And then if you vary them and you make the offer every day, you know you're able to inject cash into the business because you're promoting different things. And if you install the 11 injections in your backend, then you know that all you have to do is get people to give you $1 and then the machine runs in itself. That's kind of the beauty of the model. If you set up the right kind of mousetraps, well, then it works. So you're already, for our guests, you're already on your way to getting 10K weeks. So here's an interesting statistic for you. Let's say you get there. You're 1 double away. Let's say you get to 10K weeks, 1 more double and some change, and that makes you at 21K weeks. 21K weeks is also known as 1 million in annual profit, which is just like you get there, 1 double away, you're there. So you're on your way already. I'd love to help you go faster. And it's a good season to start. So for that, here's your invite if you'd like to tag along the Cash creators and I, as you can see some of them in our call today. The goal is simple, hitting 1 million in annual profit. So I've sent it over there. There's your invite if you'd like to join us. If you let me know if you're in or if you have any questions in the next 24 hours, I can onboard you on Wednesday. So there's your invite. If you'd like to join us, I'd love to help you crack 1 million in annual profit. Let us begin. So the recording will be in the school. You already know how this thing goes. Let us begin with the cash script. So you have your doc. How do you sell it, right? There's a lot of nuance to be talked about here. So let's talk about the little nuances. I love doing sales by chat training. This was the first one I did. And it's just a dear place to my heart because I hated doing the whole outbound thing. But there are ways in which you can do it high status and it won't be a pain. So today, I'm bringing my good old reliable iPad to help us do so. So
let's roll. I'm going to speed run through this for like 45 minutes. Then we'll go into questions to look at what the nuance will be like for you. The cash script. I've gone through many sales by chat scripts. Some were effective, but they all had this thing in common where they all kind of died young. They were all dependent on some sort of gimmick. And if people caught onto that gimmick, then the script wouldn't work. And I'd have to come up with something new or find a new one because the current one just felt like corny. Like, remember the would you be opposed to gimmick? Like, when people started using it, people understood what you were trying to do. And then it didn't work because it was corny. So scripts would last, at least for me, they would last 3 months. The one I'm going to show you today has lasted for almost a full year and is still going strong, even though a lot of people use it, because it doesn't depend on a gimmick. It's solid yet flexible and applicable in many situations, which I'm going to show you today. Now, some caveat, which requires your discernment. The cash creator model will get you to a point where you only get inbound. This is the goal. And you can use the script so you can convert the inbound leads into clients. However, today, we're going to get scrappy because sometimes in summer, well, you just have to get scrappy, right? It's the lowest season for education businesses, and we can cry about it or we can do something about it. So today, I'm going to walk you through the whole picture. Inbound, outbound, and tricky scenarios you will encounter. Let's roll. So today, we got the cash script, outbound, situational scripts, how we keep track of conversation, and some resources to complement this really well. So the cash script, the funnel goes as follows. So we post on socials, then we take people to daily emails, then we sell them our core offer, which is your Google Doc, and then we upsell them into our higher offer tiers. The script I'm going to give you is designed for the green part. How do you turn an email reply into a core offer sale? Now, if your strongest channel is an email, I'll show you what to do. But for now, let's go over the script first so you get familiar with it. And then we're going to look at in the Q&A or later in the community how you can implement each. Ideally, the script would go as follows. Somebody joins your list. You send out an email. You've all seen my emails. I ask for, hey, reply this, and I'll send you that. So ideally, you ask for a reply on socials or email. This could be in stories too, or posts. Then they reply. You send the doc. They say they're in, and that's that, end of story. So an ideal conversation looks as follows. I said, reply when. If you'd like to see the details, the guy's like, when. Okay, here. Have a read and let me know if you're in, if you have any questions, because reason why, right? So I always include a reason why here, like I'm raising the price. There's this many spots left. Cool. He's like, I'm in unsure because I don't think I figured out who my audience is, but I'm willing to put in the work. Great, next steps. Pay, book your call. Great, done, easy. This is the ideal, right? The ideal flow, but ideals rarely happen. I'll walk you through a rather tricky conversation that ended in actually a great client. Like, it's actually really enjoyable to work with them. And if you're here, we know who you are. Then I'll dissect what happened at each stage so you know how the script worked. And then I'm going to show you how to apply it to you. So first, I'm going to show you the entire conversation, and then I'm going to dissect it. So this comes from email 0. So this is a cold guy. This is somebody who is receiving my first email. Email 0 is the first one I send. That ends in this. P.S. Before you leave, can you hit reply and let me know what you're working on? It gives me insight on how to be helpful. It could be a one-sentence reply or a full story. Takes a few seconds to do that. Likes and cash, JK. And the guy said, hey, JK, my name is X. I built a large following on Instagram, but I've really been struggling to play the content game the past year. I'm struggling to show up in my business because I don't enjoy the way I have to show up and make money. I look forward to learning more. The way you run your business is what I'm looking to do. I did the same. You can run a business without much friction. You just need a plan to match it. I can show you how to get there inside Cash Creators. Would you like to see the details? Sure. Here, have a read and let me know if you're in, if you have any questions, because reason why. Cool. And then I got ghosted. So I'm going to show you kind of a tricky one. It's common that we get ghosted. Hey, we close in 6 days and I don't want you to miss out. Are you in or do you have any questions? And then I get ghosted again. Hey, I'm closing your file because I didn't hear back from you. And this is when you usually get a reply. Hey, apologies on the delay. I didn't realize your Cash Creator invite is a private thing and you run it live. I assume it was evergreen. If there's still an opportunity, I did have a few questions. Ask away. I think my biggest question right now is content creation. The struggle has been feeling like I'm on a hamster wheel with content.
I'm wanting to find a way to make content I post be better at selling, if that makes sense. I wouldn't focus on creating new content. Real shift you need is how to use more content out of the work you're already doing. It works if you have the plan to match it, because we don't come up with new stuff often. You don't need to. I can help you with this inside Cash Creators. I got 2 spots left. Would you like one? Hey, yes, great. Lock it in here. Signed up. So there were many pieces moving here, but first I wanted you to see kind of how the magic trick is performed. Then I'm going to show you how the magic trick is done. So the 5 stages we went through are as goes below. So I've included the 5 stages here and the conversation transcribed, so it's easy to reference. But we went through 5 stages here. First, I scouted where I could be helpful. Then I positioned my doc as the solution. Then I made the offer with my doc. I followed up, because you often get ghosted in this business. It's normal. And then 5th, I took 1 of 3 responses, out of which none are a maybe. Either a yes, no, or wait list. So I'm going to walk you through specifically what happened at each stage so you can apply it to yours. Let's roll. I love teaching sales by chat. It's so much fun. Okay, first step, scouting. So scouting is, the first step is scouting where you can be helpful. Now, these questions are useful to find it. You can include these both during the conversations that you get inbound, or you can include them on the email itself. So an example is, what are you working on? What's the goal? What would you like help with? What feels like you need the most help? Where does the thing break? What have you tried? What's missing? Now, in this case, the person said it. He needs help with his content game, right? So let me show you. First thing we're doing, let's go in order here, is scouting. So me asking the question in my emails. You can include this in your conversations, in your emails, in your posts, in your PSs. Can you hit a reply and let me know what you're working on? And the guy said, hey, I built a large following on Instagram, but I'm struggling to show up in my business because I don't enjoy the way I have to show up and make money. What I'm looking for, and what you should be looking for in the first stage, is where can you be helpful? This is exactly the problem I solved for myself. So the moment you find where you can be helpful, you check it, you move on to the next stage. I'll give you a second example here. Sometimes you'll have to dig a little deeper and ask 2 to 3 questions. You can use the questions above or have some ready of your own. The goal is finding where you can be helpful. Hey, JK, do I have to be a coach, guru, or something to make this work? I run an ads agency. Do you think this would work for me? So I didn't really understand the concept, right? I don't know if this guy's a beginner or whatnot. So can you give me more context? Niche, audience, how many clients you're working with? I run an ads agency serving e-com businesses stuff. I'm working with 15 clients. How do you get clients? Most of them are inbound. So me, with my, let's call it your guru radar, you look at this with your guru radar and you're like, okay, this is where I can be helpful. For me, it's, we use his Facebook profile to look at people who are on e-com businesses, and we can help them below 1 million a month by selling his coaching offer. Done. I found where I can be helpful. So for you is, when you find it, you can use these questions to do so. The moment you set it, you go on to the next stage. So when you find it, you move on to the next stage. In this case, he said, I have a following. I hate creating content for them. I know what I can do, right? I found it. Next stage. Next stage is position. So if you see, that's stage number 2. We're going to call it here so it's easier to reference. Position. What position? We position our doc as the solution to whatever they say. Example. This is where we save the most time compared to other scripts. We're not going to solve their problems because we risk getting sidetracked. Like, how many conversations you've had that you answer a question and then they hit you with another and another and another, and it's like, it's too long, right? We're working with Aaron one-on-one to like shorten this because it could be shortened. Don't go into solving their problems because we lack context on their problem and they lack context in our solution. So it might get like really long. To avoid that, we position the offer we're planning to make as the solution. So let me show you how I did this here so you understand kind of how the technique happened. So position is in green. Look at how whatever he said, I don't go and solve the problem for him. I just position my solution, my doc as the solution. I did the same. You can run a biz of one without much friction. You just need the plan to match it. I can show you how to get there inside Cache Creators. Would you like to see the details? This sentence right here, the plan to match it. This is an important sentence because what I said is whatever you're struggling with, Mr. Prospect, I can do so. And the variable you're lacking, I'm not going to give it to you, but I'm going to tell you that it is the plan and I can give that insight. So it's not like I'm giving them the entire answer. I'm not giving them value. I'm just giving them insight. I'm not telling them the answer. I'm just pointing at it in the map. So look at how I'm positioning it here. I'm just saying, whatever problem you have, we can solve that. Two more examples if this wasn't clear. So in this example, I asked, reply with your offer and I'll show you where to start with yours. And this person said, I like the way you think. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this offer. And he sent it here. I blurred it for confidentiality. Cheers. Look at how I'm positioning my doc as the answer. So I've already scouted for where it can be helpful, his offer. Now look at how I position my stuff as I can help you more. The numbers are impressive. I wouldn't add anything, but I would remove a lot. The offer is clearly compelling and you can do many things, but you profit more when you make the message about the one piece of information that the prospect wants you to convey. I do this for you in Cache Creators along with a plan if you'd like to see the details. You see what I'm doing there? I'm giving them insight and then it's like, by the way, I pointed at the answer. Let me take you there. Another example, just so it's clear. I'll open 12 spots in June 3rd for an invite reply game. This person replied, I am tempted, but I would be in the same place as X, Y, and Z couldn't help me with getting an audience. 2,000 emails right now. Look at how I'm positioning the doc as the answer, not solving their problems for them. Together, the focus would be on what you didn't lose, but you haven't leveraged. So this person loves their audience, but they kept their email list. So what we're going to do is we're going to focus on existing clients, previous leads, etc. 20K is good. 40K is not too far. You just need the plan. I can help if you'd like. Would you like to see the doc? So instead of me going, what have you tried? How can I help? What are the options? Let me give you some advice. I just delete all options and I tell them, by the way, let's just focus on one, which is your doc. Whatever they say, you say, I have something that can help with that, which is the doc. So position your doc as the answer and offer to send it. Look at how I did it here again. I did the same. You can run a biz of one without friction. I can show you how to get there inside Cache Creators. I have something you want. I can point at it. I can get it to you. Would you like to see it? And the guy's like, yes, I'd love to see it. Right? So that's stage two. First, you scout for where you can be helpful. When you find it, you position your doc as wherever you can be helpful. Now, Tim actually sent something really interesting yesterday. So Tim, I took the liberty to add this a little bit. So hope it doesn't, piss you off. But it's an example of a conversation you have. And this is an example of stuff that could be improved. So Tim got this response right here. I appreciate the personal touch. He helps people with moving restrictions, right? He's basically like a ninja. Left knee after full rupture, lower back's hurting, ITB left and right, neck, thanks again. Now that you know what to do, the wrong answer would be to keep digging because you already found where you need to be helpful. So instead of asking, hey, thanks for your honesty, what have you tried to resolve X, Y, and Z? This is an extra question. You don't need to ask this because he already told you where you can be helpful, or at least you scouted for it. A better answer would be, hey, let's work together. So let me show you what this would look like. You got to be careful not to start with the right. We got to be careful to see where should we start. If we start on the wrong area, then it could impede the others. It works if you have a natural, nice path that matches it. I can show you how to do so inside Tim's program. Would you like to see the details? You see what we're doing? We're not giving them the answer. We just say, whatever you need, I got you. That's positioning. You're like, you point the answer, but you're big at the details. So thank you, Tim, for asking for feedback. This is really helpful. Now, you'll probably sell your core offer 90% of the time, but some prospects clearly need something else. In that case, you can sell a different level of your shell. Lower, like one-time workshops, or you can send higher levels like calls or DMs. Remember, people come to you as the expert. You can tell them what they need, right? You're the one that controls the keys to the kingdom. Okay. Back to the main combo. A lot of scrolling today, but we've scouted for where we can be helpful, and we position our doc as the solution. Next up is the easiest. It's making the offer. This is really easy if you validated it. It's really hard if you haven't. So if they ask for the doc, just send it. If you already went through the validation phase inside Sell Without Sales Calls, and you can send it to me if you'd like me to go over it, your doc is validated and it can do the heavy lifting for you. The thing is, don't talk yourself out of the sale. Just send them the offer and wait. Look at what I did here. So now we're making the offer. Simple. Here, have a read and let me know if you're in or if you have any questions. Like, this is not complicated. If they're like, sure, give me the details, trust your doc. You already validated it, trust it. Next, this is the cemetery right here. This is where you get ghosted. Is that normal? 100%. But let me show you how to fix that. Follow up. This is where you get ghosted. So some numbers. On average, for me, per email, 0.8 of receivers reply to the email. 21% of repliers say they're in. 63% of the people who say they're in actually pay. This number is particularly alarming. You send something to 100 people, 37 of them say, yes, I will pay. And then 37 of them do not pay. Like, people are just not consistent. And these are normal numbers. So like, if you're getting ghosted, this just happens in business. The part of the brain that makes a decision is not the same part that follows through on that decision. However, we do want them to move, but we don't want to be annoying. So the solution for that is what I call consequence-based follow-ups. Consequence-based follow-ups is you just create consequences and you just remind them of it. Simple, true, and like quite effective. If you can see here, it got a reply. So follow-up. I'm not saying, would you like me to ping you later? Hey, did you get a chance? Hey, just bumping this up. Hey, we close in 6 days. Are you in, or do you have questions? That's it. Often these are better. This is why I recommend you always have a cap and a deadline, because then you can use those to have true follow-ups. We close in 6 days. I'm down to my last 2 spots. If you're true in your follow-ups, you make your stuff much easier, because you don't have to think about how to follow up. And this is why Christian can get so much of it done, because he just knows when we close and he just copies and pastes the message. It's not hard. They're consequence-based follow-ups because they're just reminding people of what will happen if they don't move. We're going to cap spots anyway. We're going to close anyway. Follow-ups are just reminders to prospects of the inevitable consequence. So a resource I'm including for you guys here. I'm not watching Pokemon stuff. This is totally not me. So resource for you are these consequence-based follow-ups. So if somebody asks for details, you send them the details right here. If somebody says they're in, well, you send them that. And you can use these to follow up. 2 days later, hey, we close in 2 days. Are you in? The day you close, we close today. Are you in? The spots are full. We're closed. Would you like to be added to the wait list? And if you get ghosted, then what can you do to get it back? It's not the no's that kill you, it's the maybes that kill you. So for this, you actually, this is quite nice, but you get more yeses when you're willing to walk away from it. Like, it really happens like that. And you can see that in stage 5. Let's go back to the combo. So here, I don't know why I didn't follow up more, but I just closed the file. And you can see after I closed the file and I got a response, he finally replied, right? So what's stage number 6? Stage number 6 is just getting a response, none of which are a maybe. And you control. It's not just prospects that can tell you no. You can also tell no to prospects. And I highly recommend it. So let's go here. So the no's that kill you is the maybes that kill you. That's why we will only get 1 or 3 answers, out of which none are maybe. Yes, no, or waitlist. So either in your world, as cash creator, they buy, which means we dedicate time and resources to them. They don't buy. Either they said no or you said no. This is going to be most people, and that's okay because not everybody is your client. Learn to say no fast because they will free up the space you need to achieve your freedom number faster and more calmly. Business advice: be a heartless bastard. Walk away. You want your prospects and your audience to understand a core message, which is things go away here. Or you can offer the wait list. Like if somebody is like a good fit or like they have genuine, they just can't do it. If someone stalls or it's not the right time, don't offer follow-up. Offer your wait list so you can hold the status frame when it's a better time. An example is this. Somebody didn't respond to me. I said, we're closed. Would you like to be added to the wait list? Members get notified 24 hours before the rest. Take your spot before it's taken. Sure. When a spot opens up, hey, your spot opens up. You're next on the list. Would you like to get started? For more waitlist usage, you can check waitlist workshop. But let's go back to the combo so I don't lose you. The last step is getting an answer. You choose the no's as well. So I said no. I'm closing your file because I didn't hear back from you. And that's it. I would consider this a win. Why? Because the energy you need to get the energy you waste in chasing a prospect is more than enough than the energy you need to replace them. So I consider this a win, and it's like, done. Here's what's interesting. When you're willing to walk away, people go back. They're like, hey, actually, like, I didn't know you did business like that. And notice what happened here. Hey, JK, apologies for the delay. If there's still an opportunity to join, I did have a few questions. And this is something you might encounter a lot. Throughout the script, sales are not linear. They often are like circular. You will go back to, they're cyclical. You will go back to earlier phases, and that's okay. So this guy currently is here. But notice how when he asked me, hey, I have more questions, he's going back here. He's going back to the beginning. And that point, I understand that it's okay if I fall back on track. I just go back to the beginning and I walk through the script again. So I scouted. I did have a few questions. Ask away. Then he said, I think my biggest question right now is going creation. I'm wanting to find a way to make the content I post be better at selling. Coming up and creating new content is being an issue. So look at how I'm cycling back. I'm again finding where I can be helpful. Next up is position. He said, I need help. Look at how I position my doc again. I'm just cycling through. I wouldn't focus on creating new content. You just need to use more, get more content out of the work you're doing. It works if you have a plan to match it because we don't come up with new stuff. You don't need to. I can help you with this inside Cash Creators. 2 spots left. Would you like one? Okay. And then he's like, hey, JK, I agree. Let's do it. Next steps. And then I got a definite answer. Yes. So we went through the cycle. See? You scout for where you can be helpful. You position your doc as the solution. You send the doc and you trust it. You follow up because you will get ghosted. But in the end, there's only 3 outcomes, out of which none are maybe, so you don't keep the open loops and the open poison. If at some point, because sales are not linear, they're cyclical, you need to go back, then you go back and you start over, right? But you follow the same line. Scouting, position, offer, follow-up, yes, no waitlist. I'm gonna answer questions, specific questions at the end. I'm almost done. 2 rules of thumb. 1, insight, not value. If you give out value, you risk getting yourself into a consulting session. You're distracting people from what they lack, which is you. And that's when they will try to try your stuff before they buy your stuff. What if you give them a lot of value? What's the answer they're going to give you? Oh, let me try it, and then I'll, for sure, I'll get back to you. We know how that ends. And 2 is, the less you say, the better. Don't over-engineer your responses. Keep it focused enough so that you show that you have the answer, but be vague around the details. Notice how I was vague around the details all throughout. What they value here is not the details, but the confidence and direction you have to lead. Your validated duck plus the questions after is all they need to know about the details. And if you already validated it, then that, it's already working, right? So if you already validated it and they ask you questions, that's the only combo you need to get the sale. Okay. If you'd like to take a screenshot, now might be a good time. I'm going to go through the outbound script. Okay. So let's say you don't have that many inbound leads, or you recognize that you must get scrappy. This might happen during summer when things are tough. So if you're in this position, the best place to start is by making sure you're doing the 5 fundamentals inside the checklist. It's easier to send 1 email a day than it is to send and track 50 DMs a day. Ask me how I know. But if you're doing the emails, you're doing the stuff, you're doing the fundamentals, and the business isn't picking up, well, you can ask me or the Cash creators and we'll help you out. But if not, then you can do outbound. Because if you have 1,000 followers, those are 1,000 leads you can message, right? It is a non-zero chance that you will get a client from those. So who do you DM? The best place to start is with people who already gave you money. Current clients to upsell them, past clients to bring them back, and customers to turn them into clients. I don't like spending time with leads. This is why all of you guys, you wouldn't be here if at some point you haven't transacted $1 with me. So I focus hard in summer on turning customers and creating customers so I can turn them into clients. So you can find the summer plan for scripts on those. However, let's say you already exhausted the current list, past clients, and customers list. What do? The next best option is to message your audience because they already know you. We don't really do cold email as coaches and consultants because it's not a thing you sell with cold email. It's my opinion. Anyway, think of this as a hunter-gatherer relationship. Every time you post, you gather leads. So these are all everybody who engaged with it. This is a gathering of 128 leads. Every time you DM them, you hunt them. Right? So you keep that cycle going, eventually you're going to get sales. If you're not getting as many leads as you want, there's 2 things you can do. First one is you can gather more or you can hunt more. Gathering more is about posting more or boosting your posts. You can boost it with ads or by paying others to share it. You can also reach out to followers or people who engage with your previous posts. Auto DMs, or 2 steps for the Facebook filter on you, are great for these since they get a lot of engagement. So you can gather more leads that way. I was recently talking to Daniel in Spain, and he's like, dude, how do I grow my audience? And I'm like, auto DMs, buy retweets, or boost it with ads, do 3 a week, 1 a week, and will grow. Like if you wanted the simple answer, that's that. You could gather more or you can hunt more. You can send more DMs to your existing engagers and followers. The daily recommended amount is however many you can stick to. I started with 5 because I wanted to get into the habit. 15 is a good starting point. You can do that or give someone this workshop and hire them to do it for you. So, side note, if I were to start all over again, I would just have 1 Google Doc, 1 social media account, and then I would DM like crazy. Because sometimes it is just that simple. More offers, more traffic. That being said, what is the script for outbound? For inbound leads, scouting is the first step because they came to you, right? They're at the clinic, you're the doctor. Well, first natural step is what's broken. But you can't just start scouting when you do outbound. It's too soon. You need to create the right environment for it first. We do so with an intro question. 2 good ones is finding anybody who engages with your stuff, and you can send any of these 2 messages. Hey, I appreciate the follow. People usually follow me because of A, B, C. Do any of these sound relevant? I may have some stuff that could be helpful. Simple. Or you could use the this or that approach. This one's the one I use when I used to book calls on DMs. Hey, are you a coach or are you just enjoying the content? If they're just enjoying the content, you close the file. If they are a coach, well, you can continue the conversation. Are you on your fitness journey or are you just enjoying the content? Devin, who leads with more sensitive niches, he helps people quit porn. He asks, if you're what do you say? Hey, if you're working on like quit important, how's that going? So if you're working on X, Y, and Z, thank you for following me. If you're working on X, Y, and Z, how is that going? You're just opening the door, right, for them to say something. Most won't reply, but a few will actually tell you what they want. I'm a coach. I'm currently looking for clients. Hey, I'm following you because of your fitness insight. This is huge. And it is really important because it gives you an opening. That's all that your first message needs to do. The second you get an opening, you can start scouting for where you can be helpful. AKA, this is a big reveal. You pick up where the outbound scripts start. Super simple. You send an intro question, they reply, you just begin the outbound script again. So it's not two different scripts. It's the same one with one extra step, with just one of these two intro questions, or others that might have worked for you. Okay, so I'm going to give you a rough example from when I used to do outbound, plus the outbound cash script. But it's just one extra step, actually. Like outbound cash script is just a cash script with one extra step. So look, first, intro. Appreciate the follow. Are you building on Twitter, or are you just digging the content? Or are you a stalker? A side note, this probably won't work anymore if you just use the stalker part, because it's a gimmick. It used to work, doesn't work anymore. Try it at your own risk. And then the person responded, stalker, definitely stalker. But yeah, interested in your niche, trying to grow my account and build my authority. So here I'm scouting. He responded, I can start using the outbound script, the inbound script. What are you selling or planning to? I like the idea of having an audience I can work with to launch new products. Maybe a pod, not sure. I haven't figured it all yet. Do you have any thoughts or advice? I know where I can be helpful, because I think this strategy is wrong. I don't think you build the audience and then monetize. I think you do both at the same time. So when I spotted where I can be helpful, next step is I position. Gotcha. You have to be careful to build the audience without an offer, because you attract a lot of freeloaders. It works if you have the offer first. We can help you craft them. Would you like to see what that process would look like? Yes. We position the call, in this case, as a solution. Next up, which is make an offer. Here's what I'm thinking. Let me connect you with Vlad, our scaling guy. Good too. This was our setter back in the day. Peter can jam on ways to get your offer rolling. If relevant, he'll show you how we can help. Cool. This is part of why I think it's easier to sell Google Docs than to close people on a call, because this offer is not nearly as strong as a Google Doc offer. It's just a call, right? That's why sometimes it's harder to get people to pay you to book a call than to pay you on the call. However, it is an offer nonetheless. Like, appreciate that. Next up, this was the area where I got ghosted the most, after people said, of course I will book a call. Surprise, surprise, they don't. Here, mind booking now so I can send my team the details. In this case, I didn't need to follow up, because he just gave me a response. Sure, thanks. If he hadn't responded here, I would have followed up. If I knew what I know now, I would have a monthly limit or a weekly limit and remind them of it. Hey, we can only take one more client this week. Can you book today? Hey, we only got 10 more spots before the price raise. Would you mind booking now? Simple. Consequence-based follow-ups. God bless you too, Andre. Now, situational scripts. You will get into trouble. It happens. There are infinite places a conversation could go. Use these guiding principles to get them to go wherever you want them to. And this is going to be a little meme-y. We're gonna laugh a little. Not on this stage, but on the next one. So I kind of messed up the timing of the joke, but still, assume it was funny. Anyway, you will get questions. When you get questions, answer them with insight, not value. So notice how I didn't give anyone the steps. I just pointed the spot on the map. When that person said they were burnt out for creating content, I didn't give them the steps. Instead, I said I wouldn't focus on creating new content, get more content out of the work you're already doing. It works if you have the plan to match it, because we don't come up with new stuff often, you don't need to. I can help you find it inside Cash Creators. Would you like to see the details? Don't tell them what to do, show them where to look. Then use your discernment if you can just end it there. A useful phrase to end with, if it's like you answer the question and it's like kind of you don't know how to transition to the next step, is, do you have any more questions, or do you feel like you've made a decision? Cool with either. High status, easy. Now, assume the joke I told you earlier was funny. This is when we go with the should be fine strategies. This is the almighty, great, and powerful strategy, the best thing you're ever going to learn today. Most of the small questions you'll encounter are a variation of the big question. Is this for me? For a lot of them, you can use the great and powerful and almighty, unbeatable, legendary should be fine strategy. So what is this strategy? Let me walk you through it. People will ask you questions that are like kind of, I call it like a fish out of the water, right? So you take a fish out of the water, what do? They react and they move like crazy. They will ask you like random ass questions. And the best way I found for me to answer those are as follows, with the should be fine strategy. So what is this? Whenever you encounter a weird question like this, I don't know if you can see it, but let's see if I can zoom in. Hey, we'll get it locked in today. One question. I have 2 team members I'd like to have join me on the calls. Is that okay? At that point, if I say yes and they send the invite, I found that I get ghosted. So then we use the almighty should be fine strategy. What role do they have? You ask a question that doesn't matter. You could tell me they're the janitor. I don't care. I am head of business development for our agency. One of our team members is the CEO of the company and head of marketing. We have whatever. Should be fine then. Ready to get started? Signed up, just paid. Now, if you think this is a gimmick, allow me to introduce you to the second example. I'll let you know when a spot opens up at most end of April. Appreciate it. One question I had, is there any way to just pay for the full month up front rather than week by week? Look at my stupid question. You mean go month to month? Yes. Should be fine. Thanks. Looking forward to the waitlist spot. This person signed up. I'm telling you, this is the sauce. And one last example. Hey, your stuff has been really helpful. I was wondering if you can help agency owners. I'm not really your ICP. I say coaches because more of those follow me, but the fundamentals are the same for both. Make good offers, get good clients. Yes, if I get a spot, would you be able to add my business partner too? If so, I'm ready to join. What does he do? He basically helps me, whatever, should be fine. Ready to get started. Yes, let me send you money. All 3 of them became amazing clients, and I really enjoyed working with them. Because sometimes all the small questions are actually a variation of the big question. Is this for me? So you ask them an irrelevant question, and then you follow up with the almighty strategy you learned today, which is should be fine. Okay, next up, real quick. I'm finishing in like 5 minutes. Let's say somebody asks you for the details the second time. In that case, you have the Lego. You can ask them why they want the details again if last time they said no. Hey, last time I sent you the invite, I didn't hear back from you. What changed? This has been really helpful because then people sell themselves to you. Let's say in the sales process, you find a red flag. If you find a red flag, it's my opinion that losers exist and we should avoid them. So just cut it right there. Not everyone who churns is a loser, but every loser will churn. So you might as well cut your losses short. Let's say someone said they're in, but you're closed and you stick to your commitments. Cool. I'll send you a payment link when a spot opens up. Then when a spot opens up, hey, a spot opened up. I can onboard you on Tuesday. Would you like to get started? If somebody's stalling, hey, let me check the time. Let me check the calendar. I'll let you know next month. Don't offer to follow up. Instead, say, hey, would you like to be added to the September waitlist? I notify waitlist members early, and that way you can save a spot for when we open them. It's higher status, and usually it results in more sales than, hey, just mopping this up. When somebody comments your auto DM on your two-step, you can just send them, hey, here's your resource link. What are you working on? This is us scouting. I may have some other stuff that might be helpful. Last bit, how do we keep track of conversations? I believe in not building a rocket ship when a bike will do. You don't need a CRM. It's necessary for a model, in my opinion. Gmail labels and a notes app will do. So in the Cash Creator world, there's 4 places someone can be in at any moment. Follow up. That means that you send them the doc. They're on the wait list. They requested to be on the wait list, or you added them. They say they're in, but you're close. That's a hot wait list. Or they paid. They're clients. And if somebody says they're out, or you close the loop, or you just remove the label. This is how we keep track of people. So we follow up here, like 2 days, day off. Then we offer wait lists. And if no response, close file. Close file just means you're not going to spend any more energy on them. They stay on the list. They're going to keep getting your emails, but you're just not going to chase them because this is not the type of creator you are. You're a cash creator, not a nice creator. Christian says and removes these labels depending on which stage they're in. Now, this is for email. If it's for socials, Christian or I just keep track of the names on a notes app. It tells him who to follow up with, and then when a decision is made, or we close the file, he just deletes the name. Like, it's actually like this simple. Because of how we sell, aka we just remind people of consequences. Christian can handle 90% of conversation on his own. And hopefully after you've seen this, now it's clear. If there is a question that needs my discernment, then he just leaves it unread. I know to check those and follow the script when I check email. Simple. The Cash Creator way. Recap. The Cash Creator model is designed to get you to a point where you don't have to do outbound. But if you must, then you do what's required. Do it. The cash script. We scout for a problem or where we can be helpful. We position our doc as the solution. We make them an offer and we trust our doc. We follow up because we understand that the part of the brain that makes decisions is not the one that sticks to those decisions. And we only get 3 responses: yes, no, or waitlist. We don't do maybes. When it comes to outbound, it's the same thing, but you add an intro question that allows you to scout. Most questions are just a variation of, is this for me? Don't talk yourself out of the sale. Respond to questions with insight, not value. The less you say, the better. And you don't need a CRM. Labels and a notes app will do. With the Cash Creator model, the goal is to get you to a point where you only get inbound. We define inbound as someone who replies to your email or reaches out. If you have more than 3,000 followers, this can be done. So the best trainings for that is if you haven't validated your doc, sell without sales calls. If you email daily, email sales machine. If you don't, the 20-minute email. And regardless, it's a good idea for you to do some hand raisers so you can keep the blood flow going. But if you need to do outbound, then do it. Build up your audience, income, or both so that you won't have to. And a note in summer, just because being real, last week was tough. Not like crippling tough, but just tough. Things will get tough. When that happens, cash creators don't give up. We put our hand up and ask for help. You've got a community of smart people who want to build up to 1 million in annual profit just as much as you. Ask and we'll help you execute your plan or craft a new one. 1 doc, 1 whale bit strap, 1 offer show. Coalesce together by selling with cash script. Pair it with workshop funnel. And this is my entire path for me to craft 1 million in annual profit. And it is the one I'm working with you guys.
So scenario swipe. Let us begin. You're always going to be having conversations. Small optimizations in how you talk can make a big difference. In the little words you say, like a comma or a word can make a big difference. For example, there's a big difference between saying, hey, I'm just following up, just bumping this up in your inbox, and saying, hey, we close tomorrow. Are you in or should I close your file? Using the right framing and specific scenarios can help you retain, get and upsell clients better. So the scenario swipe is a collection of the 54 scenarios in which I typically default to the same useful responses. Again, I trust that you'll use your own judgment as in which ones apply to your case or not. So our schedule today is, first, I'll go over the top 10, the ones that I found, that I just used the most. And then we're going to go by categories. First, how do you upsell someone? How do you retain someone? How do you serve someone? And how do you turn someone into a client? So there's a lot. That's why I sent the invite early. So if you got what you needed at this workshop, then well, you can leave if you'd like. But if you'd like to stay and work on your stuff, then I will stay here for 90 minutes. This will take me maybe like 45 to 60. Let us begin. So the top 10 scenarios that I find myself in. The most relevant one is a conversation starts and somebody asks a question. How do we turn a normal conversation into a sales conversation? And this is usually where I used to struggle with this because I used to be too nice and not make the offer. But I made the distinction that nice is not the same as kind. I'm kind, but I'm not nice. So I'm very quick to say, hey, here's how I can help. Take it or leave it. So we're not going to solve their problems. When somebody asks you a question, don't start solving their problems unless they're a client, because you risk getting sidetracked. We lack context on their problem and they lack context on the solution. So it might get long. You solve problem A and then you get A squared. You solve that, you get A cubed and so on. To avoid that, position the offer you're planning to make as the solution. Don't solve the problem, but position the offer you're planning to make as a solution. The easiest way to frame this is with an example. So here's two. One time I posted this. I emailed this. Reply with your offer and I'll show you where to start with yours, like how we can make your offer clearer. Somebody replied, I dig the way you think and I'd love to hear your thoughts in this offer. He sent the link. So usually I would be like, fix this, fix that. But because I'm not in the business of solving problems if they're not clients, I'm in the business of positioning my solution so they will become a client. I said, the numbers are impressive. I wouldn't add anything, but I would remove a lot. The offer is clearly compelling and you can do many things, but you profit more when you make the message about the one piece of information that the prospect wants you to convey. I'll do this for you in Cash Creators along with a plan if you'd like to see the details. Let me know. Out of all the avenues this could go, I just channeled it to the offer. And he said, thanks for taking a look. I'd be interested in seeing the details for sure. So don't solve people's problems when they ask you a question. Instead, position your solution as, well, the solution. Another example, so this might be clear. I emailed this. I'll open up 12 spots in June 3rd to work with me. For an early invite, reply game. Somebody replied, I am tempted. And by the way, context, this person lost their audience because they got hacked. I am tempted, but I would be in the same place as XYZ couldn't help me with getting an audience. I got 2,000 emails right now. So instead of telling them, do this, I said, together the focus would be on what you didn't lose, but you haven't leveraged. Existing clients, previous leads, etc. 20K is good, 40K is not too far, you just need the plan. I can help if you'd like. Would you like to see the doc? Notice how I'm not starting like fix stuff for them. I just say, it's fixable and I can provide a plan. Would you like to see what that would look like? Don't solve the problem for them. Position your doc and your offer as the answer and offer to send it. For more in close conversations, because this is typically the situation you'll be the most in, you can use a cash script inside School. That's going to help you out a lot because I go over like 45 minutes exactly to my script. 3 good conversations about people who were they're pretty much delaying the action, and how do I get them to like take action and pay then? And here's 2 docs where I can show you close conversations from December and January. Sales by chat is more art than science, so it does require a lot of feel more than fact. But here's some close conversations. This is the longest scenario we'll cover today, but just so you know, the TLDR is don't solve problem for people who ask you questions. Position your doc as the answer and offer to send it. Here's number 2 out of the top 10. Now, this is going to get much faster from now. So if somebody asks you for your invitation or your doc, I've found that giving people a reason to move now typically makes them more likely to do so, even if the reason is not that obvious. So for example, if somebody asks for the invite, I'll say here, link. Have a read and let me know if you're in or if you have any questions, because reason why. Reason why could be because we close on Monday, because there's 2 spots left, or because I'd like to get moving fast on this, or because I'm going to the gym. It doesn't really matter. But if you provide a reason for people to move now, they typically do. Option 2, and this is when I say like use your own discernment. If you want to do this, I am willing to do this. So I start kicking people out of my list if they ghost. So I say, hey, good to connect. Here's how things work in this newsletter. I've included your invitation below, and one of 3 things may happen. You're not in that case, that's okay. 2, I don't hear from you by this date. In that case, I'll assume I won't hear back from you again, and I'll remove you from my list, so neither of us keep open loops. 3, you're in or if you have any questions. Let me know, and I'm glad to clarify or talk next steps. Your invite, link. And this got some people moving. You got people to be like, hey, like, I'm in, right? Because as cash creators, we're not nice, but we're kind. And we move people towards that decision or it's next. We don't do maybes. 3, prospect is ghosting. This is a common one. So this is why I recommend you always have a date in which you close your program or in which you're going to take something down. For me, every customer offer, aka a one-time offer, should have urgency, like you take it down by a certain date. And every client offer should have both urgency and scarcity. You have a limited number of spots. So follow up with the truth. You will close. Either you're full or the expiration date arrives. So for me, in case you wanted to know, every time I send an email, 0.8 of people reply to it. 21% of repliers say they are in, and 63% of the people who say they're in actually pay. The part of the brain that makes a decision is not the part that follows through on that decision. Like 63% of people who said, yes, I will pay, did not pay. Like that's 37 out of 100 people who are lying. So what can we do is just follow up with the truth. I follow with the truth with this. Somebody asks for details, you already saw what I sent them. If somebody says they're in, I will ask them to book their spot. Now, if somebody doesn't ghost, which is most people, if somebody doesn't respond, which is most people, I go with, hey, we close in this many days and I don't want you to miss out. It's true, right? No following up, no like, hey, just bumping this up. I'm just with a high status position of, hey, this is closing. Do you want it or not? The day we close, I say, hey, we close today. Are you in or do you have any questions before jumping in? Alternatively, you could say, are you in or should I close your file? If the spots are full, I say, hey, we're closed. Would you like to be added to the waitlist? That way you can get notified 24 hours before the rest. I take the opportunity away because I kind of want to let people know that I'm here, but I'm not here forever, and that things go away in this list. And it's a good practice for you to have that as well, so that people will move, because they're too used to like being the price. They're not the price. You are the price. They're the ones with the problem. You're the one with the solution. So let's reflect that in our sales. And when somebody goes, I say, hey, I'm closing your file because I didn't hear back from you. This is what I mean by I don't do maybes. And closing your file just means I'm not going to follow up anymore. But it sends a message. And that message usually gets people moving the second or the third time around. Okay, next, client upsell. So, you have your offer shell and you got people in the community level. How do you upsell them so they'll have DM access to you, right? This is typically double my rates. So how do you get it? 3 principles to understand here is clients don't fall in love with us, they fall out of love with us. There's a really cool quote by Don Draper from Mad Men, is the day you sign a client is the day you start losing them. I have found that to be true. So do it fast, do it early. An excuse why to take an offer goes a long way as well. Sorry, it's my alarm. An excuse why to take an offer goes a long way. Seasonality is a good one. For example, in the beginning of the month, I might say, hey, I'm opening up one-on-one November access, December access, Easter access, autumn access, 2025 access. Just having an excuse of the season can make it good. If you don't really think too much about that, just do it every month. And maybe they don't know it's an option. I believe that if I said it, but my clients didn't hear it, then I didn't say it. So I will repeat it again so that I say it. So the best way that I've found to get people to access upsell to DM is right after somebody had their one-on-one with you, like the initial onboarding call, send them this. Good chat. Here's the recording. And you send the recording. By the way, would you like DM access? This way we implement the plan fast for X a week on top of your current fee. You're free to downgrade when set up or whenever you like. This has worked beautifully for me, and it's just an easy one because people are in the momentum and you might as well strike while the iron's hot. And every month or every season, depending what's relevant to you, post it in your community. This is an example of an email I sent back in, I think, the beginning of October. I'm opening up autumn one-on-one coaching. Hey, autumn's here, right? Our goal is hitting the 1 million in profit mark. I got 2 spots for this October. Reply and I'll get you the details. You save $250 a week if you're inside Cash Creators. So you can just send this every month. It's good practice to kind of have it as an SOP, if you will, to be done every month and to be done every time you have a one-on-one with a client. These 2 touch points I have found to be sufficient to get people to upsell. Notes, this is my doc for one-on-one coaching. So if somebody asks you, what would that look like? Then you can send them this. It's 2-page, but I got maybe like 10 people on the one-on-one right now. So it's been working well for me. The next one, and this is a new addition to the model, but it's a wonderful addition to the model. It's retaining clients using credit. People keep moving if you make it easy for them to do so. Prospect inertia. The more money someone gives you, the more money they're likely to give you. But we often don't give people something to buy after the last thing they bought. So often it's not that we have a leads bottleneck. It's sometimes that we're not making the next offer. That's the bottleneck. You just don't have something else in the backend. So what you can do is if somebody has stayed with you for a while, credit their past payments into the future so they'll stay for a longer duration. It looks like this. Hey, I'm doing this new thing where now I credit all the payments you've made into the future. You paid $5,100, which I can credit into a one-on-one access for 6 months going forward. 6 months on one-on-one is this much a week. With the credit, it ends up at this much a week. If you like to do this, it's an option available to you. So what you do is you take what they paid and you discount it from the big payment. And then you divide that over the number of weeks. At the end, it's going to be something lower. But the way you frame it matters. It's not a discount. It's a let's credit the purchase you already made into the future. People are oddly consistent. So they like to do these kind of deals because we don't like feeling like there was something wasted. So this is a really good example. It's worked multiple times for me. And it's just a wonderful thing if you already have clients and you like to retain them for longer. This reduces their fee, yes, but it also sets you up for MRR. And if I can make the choice between clients that'll pay some amount and stay for little, and clients that'll pay less but stay for longer, I would rather choose option B. Next, long-term deal, retaining clients at a lower fee. Personally, like I said before, I value predictability over volatility. So if I can choose to reduce my MRR, but people stay for longer, I'm glad to do it. So if I spot somebody who I'm like, oh, this is a long-term player, I'd like to work with you, I will send them this. Hey, I thought this might benefit you. I believe in playing long-term games with long-term people, so thought about a deal. I can reduce your weekly fee from X to Y if you stay for a year. No need to pay upfront, I just reduce the next payment onwards. You end up saving this much, and we both get someone who we can play the long game with. Are you in? First or second week that this happened, MR went down. 0 problems from my end. Because like it's not so much like the MR going down, it's like the pain from losing a client can be a very emotional process for a lot of people. And I'm not the exception, right? So having this in your arsenal to send both credit or long-term deals, I sleep better now. Client payment fails. So what do? The first thing is an emotional thing you do with yourself. So never assume malice. There's been a few times in which client payments fails, and it's because somebody in their family passed or somebody got hacked, like things can happen, right? I just assume that I'm the lowest thing on the priority bracket for my own clients. So I never assume malice, and I assume like something's generally going on. There will be the dickheads that actually just ghost you, and that's okay because we're in business and like you pretty much sign a contract to deal with dickheads the moment you became an entrepreneur. But most of the cases not. I believe that people are like mostly good. So you can just send them this. Hey, your last payment didn't go through. Everything okay, or should we work something else out? And now you have the tools, right? Because you can maybe downgrade them if they like, or you can use credit, or you can use pay 2 months, get one free, or you can use retention by longer term deals. The beauty of the cash creator model is so flexible because we do weekly payments that you can move stuff around a lot. Client asked to churn. Now, I wish I knew this one earlier, and take this with a grain of salt, but when people ask to churn, they're typically not like rejecting you, they're just scared. And they're scared of the uncertainty. Uncertainty is scary. So people will typically have a fight or flight responses, and you'll see a very ugly side of people recently. Like somebody asked to churn yesterday. I'm like, dude, like we committed for 16 weeks, you and I. And then he just pretended he didn't see it. He's like, this is not clear. The sentence is not here. The word's not here. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to fight you on this. Goodbye. But typically it's because people are scared or uncertain. In this case, take the assertive approach and give them certainty plus one good next step. Don't ask them to stay, ask them to take one next step. Here's an example. Somebody asked me, hey, is it okay if I downgrade my plan to $100 a month for now? I'm a bit hard up financially right now. I don't have a $100 a month plan, so I don't know what he was talking about. However, I did say, because this person has mentioned that he hasn't been as active, I said, respectfully, this shouldn't be a surprise to you. You're doing a lot of the right things, but you're also moving too slow, like you mentioned the other day. Downgrading won't serve you because what you need now is more money, not saving money. Come to the call on Monday and let's dig in and craft a plan. You take the assertive approach. This person then came to the call, we crafted a plan, and then he signed up a deal because I sent him the long-term deal for a year. It turned what would be $0 into $13,000, right? Just because you took the assertive approach and you realize that sometimes the best thing you can do for somebody is not to solve the problem, but change how they feel about the problem. 2, somebody said, hey, I like to leave, right? And I'm like, why? Because my audience is full of fish and I really need to start from scratch. That doesn't sound like a good idea to me because the game is in finding the whales, right? So I said, if I may, starting from scratch is unnecessary for you. I've got folks who make more than me who don't meet my quote unquote ideal client, but they are still in my audience. The issue is that they're hidden. It's much easier to find them and to build from there than to start from scratch. I think this benefits you more. Why don't you come to Monday's call and I'll show you how. I got a few templates and offers you can send to your list the same day to find these whales. We craft a plan and take it from there. Cool? Person said cool, and then we sign a deal for $10,400 a year. Like this thing works, right? That like don't take these things emotionally, because if you take it emotionally, it's gonna blind you. You gotta, like, as cringe and like as generic as it sounds, you gotta have empathy and think, okay, they're scared. How can I provide a safe option? Be the safe option, because that's what they're really asking for you. They're not rejecting you. They just kind of need some guidance. And if you have good intentions, you can offer it in this person's state. Notes, sometimes closer treatment may be required, and that is okay. This person said, I will make the next weekly payment tomorrow, and I'll need to end my membership. Let me know if there's anything I need to do. What happened? Everything. I'm in survival mode right now, which I hate to admit. And I said, I respect for admitting it, because, it's not easy to admit it. So I said, why don't we do this? Why don't we do a pseudo DM pass for this week? No additional charge. Text me the problems and I can help you find a way around them. Then come to the Monday's call and we can come up with something. You're a great client and I'd love to help you with the plan. He's like, okay, let's do it. What time's the Monday call? And this person stayed for another $10,400 a year deal. Again, like empathy, right? Like don't take it emotionally. Like it's not a rejection of you, it's just a call for help, right? See it for what it is. And additionally, something I've done, if you feel like there's clients that are just not doing well and they're not communicating the problem properly to you so you can help them, I've opened up voice notes. I fucking hate voice notes. Like I do not listen to voice notes. But over the years, I've changed a little bit. I've matured. So what I say is, tell you what, I don't do voice notes, but why don't you send me one and talk to me about the problem so I can catch the nuance and help you better. So that's how I help them, right? Because usually they vent, and it's not the venting that helps, is that I can understand, like depending on the tone, and you can as well. Oh, this is the real problem. It's not that problem, it's this problem. One time I had a call with a client and I could tell like my answers weren't landing. They were asking me, what do I say here? And I'm like this. What do I do there? And I'm like this. And the person didn't catch it. So I took a step back, and I don't know what was in the water that day, but I'm like, hey, like respectfully, and forgive me if I'm overstepping, but do you kind of just want me to tell you that everything's going to be okay? And the client's like, oh my God, yes, please just tell me it's going to be okay. I'm like, it's got to be okay. And they're like, okay, went on to have a great relationship after. Sometimes the best thing you can do for someone is change how they feel about the problem, not solve the problem. Prospect wants to start later. The typical, I don't have time frame, I don't have the bandwidth, can we start later? Put me on the wait list, and then when that time comes, put me on the wait list again. What do you do? So people do this, and this happens to you because there is no consequence to waiting. Show that the current price or bonus is going away. But not just that, get them to commit to just one small payment. Hopefully you kind of see the pattern here. I'm very big on don't ask a lot from people, just have to take one next step, because I know that if you get the ball rolling, they will keep rolling. This is also why I schedule my price raises. So I'm going to show you this on the next workshop, which is going to be the protagonist workshop in December. But if you schedule your price raises, as in like every quarter, or 25, 50, and 75% of your goal, it allows you to like play a lot with consequences. And people do not like having things taken away, especially low prices. So they move. Here's an example. Thanks, man. I've been tossing and turning about whether I can take that on, but I don't have the focus. Once I'm settled, I'm doing the next intake. He's not. So I'm like, okay, I appreciate the honesty. Listen, the next intake is going to be at 400 a week. But since you're busy with real world stuff, I'm glad to save a spot for you at the current lower rate. It's one payment of $350. We don't get started until you want to get started, and that way you get to keep that price. Shall we? It's high status, it's true, and it's one small step. I don't ask a lot from people. He's like, yeah, I'd appreciate that. Might be a few months though while I get set up and settled, because I really want to go all in and give this everything I got. Is that all good? I thought he was wishy-washy, so I said, are you sure? Price is going to be $2,700 a year higher than if you save the spot now. Weekly payments don't get started until you get started, so don't have any pressure. So you don't have any added pressure, but you still save. And then he said, oh, okay, yeah, let's do it. So see, small steps. What do I do, and how do I collect the payment when that happens? I send them this doc. So it's the same Google Doc that I already have, except for the last few bits. I don't ask people to pay for weekly. I ask people to reserve a spot. So it's just a one-time payment, right? And people are oddly consistent. So when they save a spot, it's like, okay, I'm already in motion, and they typically keep going. I used to previously only have, when people asked to be added to the waitlist, I just added them. I don't do that anymore. I ask them to save a spot, because the only truth in my world is not words, it's transactions. I don't treat everybody as innocent until proven guilty. I treat everybody as guilty until proven innocent. Why? Because that's just the way I do business. And I think this is the last one of the top 10. Yeah, prospect is asking unnecessary questions. So sometimes prospects just want you to take the assertive approach and lead. And I'm going to prove that to you with what I call the biggest and most important strategy in business, called the should be fine strategy. So the should be fine strategy proves that sometimes people will ask you questions that they don't really want the answer to. Let me show you. So
how this works is if somebody asks us an unnecessary question, if you respond to that question with more details, you're going to get them sidetracked. So the optimal answer in that situation is twofold. Number one, you ask them a ridiculous question that doesn't matter back, and whatever they answer, you say it should be fine. That's it. That's the entire strategy, and I'll prove that it works. So this person said, hey, well, I said, I'm down to the last 2 spots before the price raise. Are you in, or do you have any questions about what this would look like for you? He said, hey, I'll get it locked in today. One question, I have 2 team members and I'd like to have me join me on the calls. Is that okay? So again, the answer is reply with an unnecessary question and then say it should be fine. What role do they have? I'm head of business development for our agency and they're the Cookie Monster. Should be fine then. Would you like to get started? Signed up. I'm in. This works more often than you think. And I'll prove it to you. Here's another example. I'll let you know when a spot opens up. Probably April. He said, I appreciate it. One question, is there any way I can pay for the full month up front rather than week by week? And you hit them with the unnecessary question. You mean go month to month? Yeah. Yeah, should be fine. Thank you. I'm in. And this person paid. It works. Just say something stupid back and then say should be fine. It's one of those hacks. Another one. Hey, your stuff has been helpful. I was wondering if your program helps agency owners. Now, this is a legit question, so I did answer it. I say coaches because most of my clients are coaches, but the fundamentals are both the same for agencies and coaches. So it works for both people. Yeah, if I get a spot, would you be able to add my business partner? If so, I'm ready. Again, if I say, yes, it should be fine. Here's the link. It doesn't work as well as in like, I don't know how to explain it. It's just kind of from experience, but I know that the unnecessary question is necessary here. So I'm like, what does he do? He basically helps me with the Cookie Monster. Yeah, should be fine. Ready? Yeah, let's go. He became a client as well. Should be fine strategy works more often than you think. And it's a wonderful thing that I still to this day use. So that's the top 10. Now I'm gonna go into like the more granular ones. Again, this workshop is gonna go longer. So if you're like, okay, I got what I needed from this, I need to leave or like stop the recording, I won't take that personally, but I will continue with the following because we got a few to go. How do you upsell clients? Turn client into higher level client. So if I look at a client and I'm like, dude, this guy could just crush it, right? I'm not a fan of buttering people up to upsell them. I just make them the offer because, you know, they're in my world and they get it. So I say, hey, I started a small group of people gunning for 100K a month profit, gunning for whatever, right? The outcome. Shall I send you the details? Just straight up DM. If they say yes, I send them the document where I have the table. The table is the top 12 cash creators. It's a very like close circle that we got in which only like, this is invite only, right? But it's for 12 cash creators. If they say yes, I send it to them. Let's say, depending on your situation, instead of getting people to commit for MRR, you want to get them to pay in full, right? Because sometimes the cash might be more helpful to you now than later. So timing matters when you ask a question to pay in full. Strike with the iron's hot. This could be in either of two situations: after you win, or early on in the journey, because the day you sign a client is the day you start losing them. Hey, good to see the recent wins. And context, I offer a pay in full discount if somebody pays for the year in the first 4 weeks inside Cash Creators. After that, then it changes. Hey, good to see the recent wins. As a reminder, the discount is still available to you for the next week. The original payment would be Y with the discounted Z. Let me know if you'd like to take it. I can credit the payments you made, cancel all future charges, and run the card and file. It's worked more than once. Client wants back in. Get them to explain why. Don't just take them in blindly. Like personally, I've felt that it just sends the wrong message. And it also goes against my principles. Like I'm the whole thing about like I don't do maybes, right? So I like if people want to work with me, I want to make sure we're both in it. So if somebody asks me, hey, can I get back in? I'm like, good to hear from you again. What changed?
And then they'll typically sell themselves to you. It's a better timing, it's this, it's that, whatever, right? And then, okay, we can work together. Retaining clients, and this is serving them. So let's say the initial agreement of a client is coming to an end. How do you keep them? In this case, more selling hurts you when trying to retain them. It's super awkward. Like I've done the whole, like, hey, let's get on an offboarding call so I can, try to retain you. And it felt icky. I didn't like it. A message where you give them the option to renew is faster, and in my experience, it works more often. It is also more kind because saving people time is kind. So 2 weeks away from the deal ending, I hit them with the previous message of long-term deals. Hey, with our initial deal ending, I thought this might benefit you. I believe in playing long-term games with long-term people, so I thought about a deal. I can reduce your fee from X to Y if you stay for a year. You don't need to pay upfront, I just reduce the next payment onwards. You end up saving this much, and we both get someone we can play the long game with. Are you in? No need to have the offboarding call, because in my opinion, it's super awkward and nobody wants to be there. They just kind of do it out of respect. Churn prevention. And these two that I'm going to give you now are really important for December. December is a month of, of light and happiness. It is also the month when people get flaky with commitments. Same thing in summer. So sending this now in Black Friday week is relevant. Yeah, you see it in May and November. The logic of this is prepping the good times, so in the bad times you will be ready. So to prevent churn, you can send this. And credit to Alan Go, he's a cash creator as well. He gave us the idea for this in a call, and I thought, man, this is so good. The holidays are just around the corner, a festive and hectic time, and let's be honest, an expensive one too. So I figured maybe I can help. Here's what I have for you. Buy 2 months, get 1 month free. I know it's a mental thing, but skipping auto charge on Christmas and New Year makes us breathe a little easier. So if you pay for 2 months now, I'll stop your weekly payments now and only resume them for sometime in February. I'm also adding a complimentary one-on-one call if you sign up before Black Friday. Reply if you're in. It's a good way to reduce churn. Another one is, long-term deals to reduce churn when the times are good. So good months in coaching and consulting, January is really good. Spring tends to be really good. November is fucking amazing. So you might as well do it now. So I sent this to the cash creators, and some people, we started working together for longer term because of it. So it's a personal story. I sold the company, and then like a year and a half later, it sold for 8 times as much. And I don't do regrets, but this one stung and taught me a lesson to play long-term games. Here's what I have for you. This Black Friday, I have the long discount. It's a discount on your fee where we both play the game with each other. Because I'll be closing cash creators to outsiders soon, I'd like us to be able to keep this relationship that allows us to get stuff done. And I'd like my offer to you to reflect that. Whether you've been here for weeks or months or years, there's something we can work out. DM me and I'll show you what your long discount would look like. Very helpful message and very real. Payment dispute. So a client is fucking around and they're disputing the payments, they're asking for refunds and stuff. A lot of people fight it. I do not. I personally do not believe they're worth the time, and it throws me off for days. So if somebody asks for a refund or somebody's like, for lack of a better word, bitching, I just let them bitch and I just refund. A client wants to pause, and this is again part of like why I do things, why I ask you to like use your own discernment. Some people allow pauses. I do not. I don't do maybes. It's a personal principle. So I do send this message. Hey, I'd like to pause. In my world, that's quitting. So I say, I don't do pauses. You're either in or you're out. You're welcome to rejoin back in 12 months if you'd like at $500 a week, which is higher than what they pay. This personal preference is how I do it. Now, a separate option is to give them a discount if they pay up front. This is better if they tell you for how long they want to pause. Typically, they'll just tell you, I want to pause, because they're just too scared to tell you no. But if they say, hey, I'd like to pause for a month, then what you can do is say, okay, if you pay for 4 weeks, I'll give you 6 weeks, right? If you pay for 4 weeks up front, I'll give you 6. So client wants to cancel before the agreed time. I have a minimum time commitment on cash creators. So, I don't assume malice, but I do remind them that like we don't do that here. Like we're adults and we stick to our commitments. So I'm like, hey, doing that would go against our X week agreement. Neither of us really wants that relationship between us. And ask them to agree to one easy next step. So I say this. Meanwhile, we can see how to make the most out of like the time you still got left with Black Friday and holidays coming. Why don't you come to the call on Monday and we can craft your plan with the time constraints? It's like, you're right, I did make a commitment, I'll be on the call. And there's been a few times, actually yesterday, that somebody's like, no, it's not clear on the doc. I don't know how many people have told you this. I'm like, literally nobody has told me this. You're the only one that's found this. But he started saying that it wasn't clear. So I said, you know what? I'm detecting that you want to cancel. This is the first time it's happened, but I'm not going to fight you on it. I'll cancel you, remove you from the community. Goodbye. It's really not worth the time. Like, one bad client is going to, like, there's very few things as toxic in business as that. It's not the money losing that hurts you. It's a rejection that hurts you. So if you can kind of see that for what it is, it's going to be healthier for you. These messages are a little bit of why when I crafted this workshop, I thought, gee, like I'm giving the things away. But hopefully it'll be helpful to you because these scenarios are real and they do happen. Let's say a client wants to downgrade, right? It might be that they're acting emotionally. And what you can do is kind of those snow removal vehicles that you can remove the clutter for them and get them to take one easy next step. Again, sometimes it's not an ask for help me solve the problem, but help me solve how I think about the problem. Or it could be that they legit have stuff going on, right? Somebody was going to Brazil for the past month. He's like, hey, can I do this instead of that? And I'm like, yeah, sure. Like, you're going to see family. That's okay. Don't assume malice. There's a lot of mal people. There's a lot of evil people and bad people, but don't assume that from your clients. It's just not useful to you. So I just asked them what happened and then genuinely see what's up. Let's say somebody buys your pass. So if you recall this, a pass is you sell a workshop, but you also add an additional option so people can stay in your community for the duration of the month. And that's called a pass, typically 5 to 10 times more expensive than a workshop. Don't just like remove them from the community, offer them to stay. So what I like to do is, let's say if the pass is $1,000, I like to split it between 500 now and 500 at the end of the month. 2 days before the month ends, I send them this. Hey, as agreed, I'll charge your card the other 500 and remove you from the community tomorrow. A different option, if you prefer. I can cancel your next payment, and you can remain in Cash Creators for just this fee starting this week. We commit to the goal for 16 weeks, and you're free to continue or leave after. This way, you save $500 and you keep your access and momentum. And the next step is, if you'd like to do this, is get on a call with me one-on-one and recraft your plan. Are you in? Again, momentum, right? The way, and hopefully you can understand what I said in the beginning, just how you shift some words and how you move some words can change the entire meaning of a sentence. Like, let's say you lose $5,000 in the casino, and you go to your girlfriend and you're like, hey, honey, like, I lost $5,000. It's gonna be like, what the hell, right? So what's going on, right? But if you say, hey, honey, really bad news, I lost $50,000. It's like, what the fuck? You lost 50,000? No, it's actually 5,000. It's the same thing, but you frame it differently, and then the message is received differently. Serving clients. So if a client is inactive, I used to trip about this. I do not anymore because I realized that I'm a consultant. I'm not a babysitter. If someone's inactive because they're doing the work, then I'm not going to interrupt. AKA, I let them cook. If I do have a hint, however, that they are unclear on what to do, then I will reach out. You can see it on their content or socials if something's off. So a simple message is, hey, how's it tracking? And you can start a conversation. Let's say you're switching from one-on-one coaching to group, and you don't have much material on the school or whatnot. Understand that clients buy the guru, not the guru stuff. WD-40ing, aka lubing your lack of assistance with an abundance of you, gets the job done. So instead of recording a bunch of workshops and then launching your community, which might delay you for like a month or two, you can say, listen, I've got the stuff we need to get to the goal inside of my head. It's just not in the portal, which is why I'm building it as I go. So while that's ready in the next 6 weeks, you can get DM access and book calls with me to make sure you're always clear. Cool? They love that. Because they don't buy your stuff, they buy you. You are the offer. Let's say a client is crossing boundaries and just asking too many questions, or maybe they're just not thinking for themselves. I have found that it can be scary to hold your ground, but people do respect it. And it ends up in a much better professional relationship. So I say, in the nicest way possible, this is a Googleable question. Or respectfully, you can solve this one on your own. And they respect that. Like, they honestly do respect that, because, like, I don't know, they just do. There's been an occasion in which clients have texted me, and I'm quoting, I'm not being a bad person, I'm just quoting. They say, "You're right. I'm done being a bitch." And I didn't call them a bitch, right? But they realized that maybe they weren't acting the best way they could have. Let's say all of your clients are in your DMs and you want to get them to post in the group, or you want to get your community to be more active instead of everybody DMing you. Instead of taking the DMs away, which is going to be a minus and it's going to anger them, offer faster response times if they post in the group, which is a plus, and it's going to make them happy. So you can post this. Hey, faster response times. The typical response times for DMs are 24 hours. But from now on, if you post it in the community, the response time will be much faster at 12. This way, I can both help you faster and get input from other smart folks who might already have solved that same problem. See, the frame changes. But you're not taking things away now, you're adding them. Let's say client is asking too granular questions. This happens a lot. Let's say, can you edit this copy? What do you think about this? What should I do next? And then next, and then next, and then next. They ask this because, again, they're uncertain. They may not know what's best for them now. It's hard to see when the problem is happening to you. Like when you see it in somebody else, and this is why I can say, oh yeah, I see it in somebody else's, and then I make that exact same issue. It's because it's hard to see the problem when it's happening to you, but easy to see it when it's happening to others. But giving them clarity on the problem is enough to be able to get them to solve the task on their own and kind of get out of their own way. So reframe them to understand the big picture. Get them to zoom out and understand why the thing is happening or not. So you can say, okay, let's zoom out. What are you trying to do here? I did this in the morning call if you want to check out the recording. Additionally, it may be an emotional problem. In that case, reframe it to them so they can like breathe. For example, if somebody's been, and they use the word stuck in revenue for the past 3 months, reframe it as, well, you could see it as you're stuck, or you could frame it as you've got 3 months of consistent revenue. Let's just optimize the little things of the machine and you'll grow. That means you're doing the right things. They're like, oh, okay. Then the conversation now isn't about how bad they are or how bad the situation is, but how do we optimize the machine? Little sentences and reframing and understanding that a lot of these things are emotional is a big part of the game. As somebody who's like, I'm not like that good with understanding other people's feelings. I had to like really learn this, but it's really helpful. We're in the people business. So, if you're here, you have to be a people person. And that comes from one of the most introverted people you'll ever meet. So let's say client DMs you instead of posting in the community. It's too dry if you're like, hey, no, ask it in the community, please. I give them some leeway. So I make an exception once and then ask them to do it. So for example, if somebody is DMing me and asking me questions like whatnot, they don't have DM access, right? What I will do is I will answer their questions. I'll be, helpful how I can. And then when I've answered the question and then when the issue is over, I'll say, by the way, I'm glad to continue coaching you here in the DMs. However, you're now on the community level. On the community level. The DM level. Yeah. Would you like to see the details of what the DM level will look like? And then they're like, oh, my bad, I didn't know, right? But at least you kept the relationship. Or if they're interested, then you get a client, right? You get to upsell. This doesn't happen if you assume malice. Or if you get too stuck up and you're like, no, this goes in the community. Can't do that. You gotta be more human. And by the way, I'm not condemning everybody here. I'm actually talking to past me, saying, you fucking bozo, like stop being stuck up and start doing things like you're in a people business, because you are. So if somebody asks about referrals, I reduce their fee $50 per week for every week that their refer stays. I found that this aligns incentives and it's pretty nice. Ask them, your clients, to share wins. Don't just post like value, value, value. The community is also about like bonding, right? As cringe as it sounds, it's important. It makes them feel good. So you can ask them about what are your wins of the week. Sometimes it's even better if you don't just make it about money. It could be non-financial, personal, relationships, confidence, or what are your consistency wins? What commitments did you keep to yourself this week? What are you proud that you've done consistently this week? Right? It's a good thing. It's a lighthearted thing that can go a long way. Alternatively, it's also good for you to ask about struggles. Asking people about their struggles helps you find those who are drowning, because like it's embarrassing if you're not doing well to be posting about, hey guys, I'm not doing well, and everybody's doing well, or at least it seems like it. Just like open up the scenario so they can help. So you can ask, what are you struggling with? Let the cash creators help you. I posted this and some people reached out that I haven't heard from in weeks or months. And we crafted a plan, and it was something helpful for the community, right? It's not always about the wins. Sometimes it's about just, you have to fix the machine, and that's okay. A client is hogging the call, right? You booked the call for 30 minutes and they're in minute 76. So what do? You frame the call early. So in the beginning, you say, okay, good to see you. We got 30 minutes. Let's make some magic. How can I help? It frames it in the beginning, get stuff done right. A client's taking up too much time in the group call, right? It's not often that they're hogging the call. Don't assume malice. They're just too caught up in the small details, and that can be overwhelming, right? So you can help them zoom out. 1 or 2 questions are fine, but if they keep piling up, it's a good practice. Like if somebody asks you a question one-on-one and it's like very granular, I guess, unless it's way too granular, relate it to everybody. So if somebody asks you, what do you think about this headline? You might like edit it and say, by the way, this is relevant. If your headlines look like this, you might benefit from thinking about it this way, right? This might be relevant for everybody here. And that way, everybody's centered around that topic. And it's just not like everybody takes their turn, but it's like a conversation in which everybody gets to be a part of. If they keep asking, then zoom them out. Again, okay, let's zoom out. What are you trying to get here? Explain what the problem is happening to them so they get relief, right? And they actually get to fix the problem. And then if they keep going at it, then you can say, okay, you know what? So out of respect to other people, why don't you message me privately and we can work out how I can help. And you can deal with it privately, and maybe you can upsell them to DMs. Usually if somebody gets to this point, they're probably not the best client, but it might be that they are just a good client to upsell. Again, I'll leave this up to you. Somebody's not a good fit. I'm very direct, and I say, hey, I just refunded and remove you from the community because it's just not a good fit. Or, hey, I just cancel your next weekly payment because this is not going to work out. I feel much lighter after this happens. And the last few are, how do you turn a prospect into customer or client? So this is it. I talked about how do you serve clients and upsell and retain them. Now let's talk about somebody who's not a client. How do you get them to buy? This is the fun part. So a good practice, if you wanted to DM your audience, you can send this. This is really good. So, hey, name, I appreciate the follow, like, or comment. Typically, people follow him because of A, B, or C. Are you doing any of this? I may have stuff that can be helpful. This was good. Another one is the this or that. So let's say you help, you're a fitness coach. You can say, hey, appreciate you for reaching out. Did you follow because you're looking to lose fat or build muscle? Or you can say, hey, are you a coach or do you just enjoy the content? These are good messages, easy messages that get people choosing from a range of options, and they start conversations because conversions happen in conversations. Let's say your prospect got your auto DM, or if you're from the Facebook world, you call it a two-step. It's the things where you are like and comment, and I'll send you resource. So you're like, here, link. What are you working on? I might have some other stuff that can be helpful. If a prospect keeps asking for info but doesn't pay, it's a typical guy that's like, hey, I'm interested. And they don't buy. And then next month, I'm interested. And they don't buy. And this repeats 7 times. This happens because they're too used to being the price, and you keep treating them like the price, and you shouldn't. Flip the script to make them sell themselves to you. Hey, last time I sent you the details, I didn't hear back from you. What changed? And if they don't respond, then you save some time. If they do respond, then they typically sell themselves to you, and it's an easier sale because they convince themselves. A prospect goes, we don't do maybes, it's either yes or next. Often that makes them take you seriously for when you open the opportunity again, because they just might know that you're a cash creator and you don't take maybes for an answer. Hey, I'm closing your file because I didn't hear back from you. A prospect is broke. Don't waste your energy on broke people. You can take that to the grave, but don't offend them either. So if somebody's like, I don't have the funds, whatever, totally understand. You might find this helpful instead. And you can sell them a workshop. You can sell them something else, right? Allow them to save face. Like, it's embarrassing enough not to have money, but allow them to save face by either sending something cheaper or just, not hitting them. This stuff is great. Thank you, Rishabh. Prospect doesn't have the time or the bandwidth right now. I like this one because it's a paradox. Like, they work with you to have the time or the bandwidth, but they don't have the time or the bandwidth to work with you. So take the assertive approach. I'm confused. Isn't more time or bandwidth the reason we're talking? There will always be work to do. The best time for us to get started in freeing up the time to do things other than work is now. Glad to provide a plan for you to get going with your time constraints. Notice how I'm always referring to either call, the Monday call, the weekly call, or the plan. I try to get them. I'm like, I understand that some of the best things I can do for people are remove things, and you as well. Like, remove the clutter so they can make an easy decision, aka lead. Let's say somebody thanks you for a workshop or something, and you don't want to be too pushy, but of course, you'd like them to become clients. A good message I found is a direct invitation that makes it their choice to move forward. So, hey, Jared, thank you for the workshop. Appreciate it. If that workshop was helpful, you may consider becoming a client. Low pressure, but smooth operator. You know what I mean? Somebody asks you, hey, do you have a minimum time commitment? Do I have to be locked up for this time frame? I reframe it as, hey, you actually remember, we're here because you wanted to be here, not because something else. So it takes 16 weeks to set the foundations for 1 million up. If you cannot commit to the goal for that time, then do not commit at all. This has worked. All of these have worked, but I'm just giving you the ones that are the most helpful here for me. Let's say somebody bought a workshop. Every purchase comes with intent. People just don't buy things out of the blue. Like, they sign up to newsletters and follow people out of the blue, but they don't buy things out of the blue. Find out why they bought it. The workshop funnel is not designed to make money, but to filter in the people with the intent. Like, the workshop funnel makes very little money in the front end. It's amazing in the back end. So, hey, welcome to the scenario swipe. What are you working on? I may have some other stuff that can be helpful. And then they're like, yeah, I'm building my coaching business to X, Y, and Z. I'm like, oh, X, Y, and Z is precisely the first step we do at Cash Creators. Would you like to see the details? Do you see how all this comes together? You start a conversation, you see a gap, position your stuff as the answer. No, some people do this with selfie videos. It's not my style, but it works well for me. Like, hey, it's JK here. Thank you for buying this. What are you working on, Jared? Maybe I have some stuff that can be helpful. It does get more responses though. So if you like to do so, and this is your style, do it. Let's say there's a deadline and prospects asks to join after. Prospect isn't aware that you're a cash creator and doesn't know that you take things away. You hold the status now, and it is a good opportunity to sell them something else. At the very least, you'll send a message that next time they have to move. because if you don't give people reasons to move, they don't. So, hey, dude, I don't sell this replay, unfortunately. Let's say they ask for the replay, right? I don't sell this replay. What are you looking for? Maybe I can shoot some other stuff your way. This has resulted into people becoming clients more than 0 times. Because it's like, I don't know, people just take you more seriously when you take yourself seriously, when you have boundaries. This is why I'm so like adamant about stop being nice, because it's hurting your business. Let's say a prospect missed the deadline. Hey, the intake filled up last night. Would you like to see the waitlist details? That way you can take your spot next time before it's gone. And you send them the waitlist doc. And then last thing, no, one more tip, we'll get to the last. Prospect request to be added to the waitlist. Hey, add me to the waitlist. Talk is cheap. Everybody can talk. And leads will entertain you and make you, they'll move you around before making a choice. Like that's just what I found. So I only believe transactions. This is why I love the workshop funnel, because right now, the only people I'm talking to are the people who have transacted with me. And I love that. It's much better because it's the leads who don't take, they don't take you seriously. So you can say, hey, name, the waitlist works on a first come, first served basis. The only way to get inside Cash Creators is to be first in line by saving a spot. There's currently this many people ahead of you. You can save yours here today and we will work out a day to get you started. And you send them the waitlist doc. See how high status this is? We're not like, hey, I'm just bumping this up, because it's just not how we do business. Let's say a waitlist spot opens up. Hey, spot opened up. You're next on the list. Would you like to get started? If you don't get a response, hey, let me know unless you prefer me to release your spot to someone else. If they don't respond, I'm giving your spot to someone else. I'm closing the loop here. Be willing to say no. Okay, so that's it. So that's the scenario swipe. We can work on your own like after this, but we covered a few things today. We covered the top 10. How do you upsell clients? How do you retain clients? How do you serve clients? And how do you turn people into clients? Some resources that can be helpful is this is the doc that I always send. Well, Google Doc 314. The doc for the table, which is your closest group of guys. The waitlist, which is pretty much the same thing, but I just ask for a one-time payment. And one-on-one coaching with me, like so you can swipe the file if people wanted to upsell to DMs.
Hey, your 3 big ideas. So let us begin. This is an exciting one. So I built a 100K months business partly selling offers, but mostly selling ideas, because ideas give me 3 things that offers don't give me. Ideas are an easier sale than an offer. They're the easiest first sale. You're always selling. You're either selling ideas or selling offers. Selling yourself is kind of also the idea of working with yourself. But the order in which you sell them matters. Selling offers first limits how many people enter your funnel, because taking an offer requires effort. They need to put in the effort to take it or reject it. They have to think through it. Most people don't take it, but still the effort is what limits people coming into your funnel. Buying into an idea doesn't require effort. People kind of just buy it or not automatically. Like you can look at Whalebait as an idea and think, oh, okay, I agree with what that says or not, but it's not something that goes through your conscious mind. It's a reaction more than a choice. People can choose to take an offer or not, but they cannot choose to take an idea or not. They just kind of do. Selling ideas first gets more people inside your funnel than selling offers first. So this is kind of a mindset shift that I like everybody present to make. Don't see yourself as an offer salesperson. I sell offers, but I'm not an offer salesperson. I'm an idea salesperson, because it's easier to monetize a believer than to monetize a non-believer. If I can get people to buy into the offer shell as an idea, then getting them to buy into the offer shell workshop is an easy sale. So if you want to look at it as a shell, usually the shell would start here, getting your first customer, right? But I actually look at myself as inside email, I turn people into customers and clients. But on socials, my job is just to get them to buy into an idea. I'm still selling, I'm just selling different things. Because I know that if I can get people to understand likes and cash creators, whale bait, offer shell, value versus insight, if I can get them to buy into that, everything else becomes easier. Because they bought one idea, they're more likely to buy the next thing and the next thing. And eventually the offer becomes an easier transition. The second thing that it gives me is that it increases the amount of people that see my value, and it increases the amount of people that see your value. So look at yourself, kind of this, you're this asterisk, and every line kind of represents one thing that you can do, one of your skills, one of your ideas, because you are not just your offer. Your offer has, for example, if you do like business coaching or something related to that, you are good at lead gen, you're good at sales, you're good at following, and you're good at upselling, right? Now, the problem is that these things are kind of bundled together, and you haven't really separated them if you haven't exposed your ideas or you haven't like really found them. So then there might be somebody who has 3 components out of 4 that you need, but because it's all bundled together, they don't see it. And then there's somebody else who has other 3 components that you could very much help, but because you lack this separation of the ideas and the articulation of them, you don't get the sale. Same thing with this guy, and same thing with this guy. When you allow yourself to almost zoom out and separate your ideas, then it makes it easier to see your value. So that somebody who has some components that you can help them with, but he doesn't have all of them, then he can look at your stuff and be like, you know what? I don't need all of it, but I do need this. Can you help me with this? I have some clients that hit me with, I understand what you do. I like your marketing, and they're actually present here. Shout out, Travis. I understand the marketing thing, but I've been doing this thing for decades, dude. What I would really want help with is your systems. I only want this. And because I articulated my big idea, then I could just sell that component. Now, the client that wants one idea and the client that wants all of your ideas, they pay the same. So you might as well separate your ideas so that you can serve more people, and it'll be easier to see your value, right? So it increases the amount of people you can help. But the top benefit is that it answers the most important question, which is, why should I buy from you and why should I not buy from somebody else? When you find your big idea, it's like finding a color that didn't exist before. That's how I think about it. When you find a color that didn't exist before, even though you're solving the same problem everybody else is solving, nobody else can solve it the way you solve it. Like if you look at my offer, it's kind of general, right? It's at 20K and then 20K months and then 20K weeks. A lot of people have that offer. I actually got it from a lot of people that I've seen running a very similar offer. So I'm pretty much selling the same thing. But because only I can do it with whale bait, only I can do it with an offer shell or insight or cash creators or likes and cash philosophy, I have a color that nobody else can have. And this is why you should choose me and not somebody else. Not saying it as a stuck up thing, but saying as when somebody asks you, this is the answer. Because my big ideas, you can only get it here. You can only get this color here. So this is why they should buy from you and not somebody else, which is an important question. So here's what we'll do today. Today we'll find 7 ideas. Some might be big, some might not be. Then I'll show you how to find your big 3. And lastly, once we find this kind of color that people cannot get anywhere else, I'll show you how to paint your offers and content with them so that people will see something in you that they cannot see anywhere else. This is a big idea. People can offer you lead gen help, but only I can do whale bait. People can offer you offers, whatever. Only I can do the offer shell. The goal is for you to be able to do the same at the end of this. So let's find 7 ways to find big ideas. So I ask every cash creator why they are here. Some people go, I want to become a cash creator, or I want to get better at insight content, or I'm looking for more whales, too many fish. Out of context, we sound schizophrenic. Like try telling somebody in the street you're creating whale bait. Like, what do you think they're going to think, right? I actually thought the offer shell as a name when I was first creating it was kind of crunchy. But today it's converted the most people from customer to clients out of any other workshop I've done. Ideas like whale bait, cash creators, insight, and likes and cash have gone through similar processes. I think they're cringe. They turned out to be not bad.
these results wouldn't have happened if I gave into my logical judgment and discard them because these are cringe, I look cringe, this is bad, right? Ideas always start cringe. It always feels like, dude, like they're not gonna get it. It's cringe. It feels weird, right? Because it's weird to be original and it's not common. I truly believe that competence is abundant. There's a lot of competent people, but that confidence is scarce. There's not that many confident people. And sometimes confidence is more important than competence. If you can say your idea better than somebody else, then their credit is going to go to you. But it's that resistance that you have to go through, as in, this is cringe, and so what? Your job is to protect that cringe idea from yourself so that it can grow and prove you wrong. I like this quote by Johnny Ive, which was, I think, #2 at Apple when Steve Jobs was there. While ideas ultimately can be so powerful, they begin as fragile, barely formed thoughts. So easily missed, so easily compromised, so easily squashed. So, no, today we're going to find ideas. Know that they are probably going to be extremely cringe. And you're probably not going to like them now. But that's okay, because that's how all ideas start. So this is a good part, a good time for you to pull out, if you're writing on a notebook or if you're writing on a Google Doc, to open something up, because we're going to get, workshop working. Some recommendations, something I do when I write and I'm feeling like a little like, it's not flowing too much, is I start writing at the top of the page. This is probably going to suck, but ... So if it helps you, you can write this right now on your doc or on a page. These are probably gonna suck. ... Kind of eases the pressure, and it allows you to find the cringe ideas that then make a lot of money. Way #1, your own version. So now we're gonna go through 7. Write as many as you can. And like, don't really think if they're cool or not, just write them, right? This is not the part to be a judgment. This is supposed to be fun and kind of lighthearted. So idea method #1, your own version. So some practices in your market are necessary for things to work. Like if you're gonna make a car, you should probably have 4 wheels. Yet there's an infinite amount of versions you can spin off the original design.
Hello?
Can somebody mute themselves?
So,
How do I do this? Can you guys still see the iPad?
No.
You can't see the iPad? You can, yes, my bad. All right. Cool. So anyway, there's some ideas that are like good, and you probably shouldn't change much about them, but you can change some things about them. Take what's working in your market and find what your version of it is. So I'll give you some examples of where I got my ideas. I took the original and then I edited them. So Frank Kern, great marketer, once said, "You can't catch whales with minnow bait." I don't know what minnow is. And I still don't, because I refuse to look it up so that I can tell this joke. I don't know what minnow is, but I know it's easier to understand fish. So I took that and I thought it could be better. It could be simpler. So take something in your marketing, you're like, okay, I could edit this. Well bait. Jack Butcher actually tweeted once, like 3 years ago, "Engagement ain't cash." And I thought it's good, but it could be better. It could be just likes in cash. There's Hard Value and Soft Value by Ben Settle. I took that and I thought I could like straight up say something different. So just say value versus insight. Same thing with offer suites versus offer shells, value ladder versus the workshop funnel. Like the workshop funnel, like guys, it's just 3 words that are like really random, right? But I put a capital letter on it and somehow it's a different thing. There's a difference between the workshop funnel and the workshop funnel with stars, right? And then there's content creators, and I look at that and I think I could be doing something focused on something else, like the cash creators. So for you in your niche, and this is the part where you need to be selfish, what are some common practices, sayings, or terms in your niche? And then you can talk about what's your version of them. It could be as simple as just caps locking what you do.
So what are some common practices? Let's say in the wealth niche, right? You have lead magnets, and then you have email sequences. Me personally, I call the insight-based lead magnet. It's the same thing, but not really, right? It has 4 wheels, but it's also has a spin. So what is something like that for you? Write all the terms in your niche that you can think of now and craft your version of them. I'm gonna give you 1 minute. Okay, so that's the first one. This should say number 2, but bear with me. Number 2 is your model and the tools. People crave certainty in their lives. Clearly explaining the process through which you achieve an outcome creates certainty. Certainty creates sales. Most people just tell you the steps, but don't really have a logical way of getting through them. It's like kind of when kids ask you questions. There's like, Mom and Dad, should I do this? It's like, yeah. Why? Because it's good. Why is it good? Because God says so. Who's God? You don't really have a bridge between things, so it may confuse you, right? But what you do then is you connect every step with one of your tools and give it a name. These tools then become your big idea. Everybody has a process that's like general to their niche. So for example, if you're in wealth, it could be leads, customers, clients, and then upsells, right? What are the big ideas that connect them? And then those tools become the big ideas because everybody's in your niche is kind of trying to solve the same problem. You don't need to be the best. You need to be the one that actually has a plan. Instead of telling people, we're going to join and then you're going to make 10K. You can tell them, we're going to join and we craft your proprietary Google Doc offer. And then we create well-paid. And then we use the offer shell to upsell people. The certainty translates to big ideas. Wait, where is this? Yeah, here's an example. So for cash creators, I take people from stranger to follower to lead to customer to client to top client. And I do so with Whalebait, Insight, Workshop Funnel, the doc, and the offer shell. Everything is connected, and so I look like I'm smarter than I really am. So you can come up with the steps inside your own funnel and tell them you have a plan. Like sometimes people, like they're not really thinking about who has the best plan. They just want somebody who has a plan. And this could be as simple as caps locking your stuff. Like the workshop funnel isn't original, right? Like it's not something I invented, but it is an idea that people associate with me because when I create my model and when I talk about it, I constantly say the workshop funnel with capital letters. So in your world, write the stages that someone goes through. It could be as like first 5 pounds, 10 pounds, 15 pounds, right? So it's like from date to dating to boyfriend, girlfriend to engaged to marriage, right? Like what are the stages? And then you talk about which tools connect them. Be okay with being cringe. I'm gonna give you some minutes. Meanwhile, this video, you know how I talk about the 41-minute workday was my best email ever? This beat it. It's my model. So it's this video about the cash creator model. If you haven't seen it, well, I can't show it to you. Never mind. But if you go to my YouTube, you'll find the cash creator model. And it's me, that's a video kind of like this, that the one Rashid recorded, just walking you through this diagram, right? That video got 4 clients in a day. It was incredible.
it makes a lot of sense for you to work in what are the steps you take people through. And if you just provide a plan and you call the connection something, that is enough. It looks like a big idea. So what are the stages people go through in your world in which tools connect them? I'll give you a minute. Give them a name. This is another example of that Rashid did. Rashid recorded the same video. This is Rashid right here. And it worked wonders for him. It's like a 40-minute video. He doesn't have that many followers. He's got like 2,000 views on YouTube. Because people sometimes they just want a plan. Like things as basic. People taught us like to create irresistible offers, but they forgot to tell us how to tell people how do they connect. If you can articulate how you connect from A to Z, you will beat somebody who has a quote unquote better offer than you just because you reduce the certainty. People don't buy outcomes that much. They buy more like some kind of progress. They just want to feel something, right? They just want to feel like they're doing some progress. So these do wonders. Okay. Third method out of 7, the central focus. So 2 people could belong to the same space, niche, market, and want different things. For example, in trading, there's the people who are like get rich quick and people who are safe for retirement. In dating, there's people who are like get one girl, there's people who say get many girls. In money, become famous versus become rich versus drop shipping versus code versus X, Y, and Z, right? So it's like infinite. We all share a market with somebody else, but the central focus of our approach makes us different. It looks the same from the outside, but in the inside, it's different. If somebody without context look at what I did, they're like, oh yeah, it's just a guru, right? And maybe they're right in their perspective. But I'm focusing more on, okay, I want to make money. I don't want to get rich. I don't want to get famous, right? A note on this is this has to be true, right? Like this has to be aligned. If you don't really live by this code, if you're like, yeah, you should totally live a freedom kind of business. This is what I experienced. It's, oh, we just want lean businesses. That was the offer. But then I had 15 people in my team. So it's not congruent, right? You have to have something that's congruent with the way you live. This central focus of your market then becomes the big idea. So 3 examples. One is quiet copy. So there's, in his world, quiet copy and loud copy are different. Loud copy is what you put in your sales pages, on the emails, on your pages that everybody sees. But quiet copy is what a copywriter, because this guy that came up with this is what copywriting coach. Quiet copy is the copy that gets you clients. It's your cold emails, it's your sales script, it's your follow-up, and it's your close. So his thing was, let's talk about quiet copy. We don't talk about the loud copy in the sales letter, but about the quiet copy that makes the business, right? Same thing from the outside, different from the inside. Will be content designed to get leads that are not broke, right? Clear distinction. What it's content, and content, right? Fishbait and Willbait look the same from the outside. They're both letters, but they have a different focus. And then there's dollar design. This is by Nate from the community. I really like this. Most designers are like, they focus on how to make you a better designer, but it's all about like, I'm going to show you how to get better design that makes money, delivers dollars, right? So it's design, but it makes money. Same thing from the inside, from the outside, different than the inside. So what's the central focus of your approach or tools? We all have people in our market that we disagree with. I'm going to give you a minute. What is the focus of yours? How are you, where are you looking that they're not? And you can call it the design focused approach, the dollar focused approach. If you have a contrast and people do this, I do that. What's that called? What cringe name can you give it? Okay, this workshop is meant to be rewatched and kind of paused. Like, it's good that we're doing it live because we can do like this stuff later. We can talk about your specific cases. But if you're watching the recording or you're even here, it's a good idea to like pause it at one time and do it on your own. And it's also a good idea to mute yourself. Sorry. Number 4 out of 7. The best practices, quote unquote, are not the best practices for everyone. I saw what value content did to my leads. And at the time, everybody was like, yeah, give value away. Like, that's the way, right? But I look at the common idea and come up with that goes against it. Come up with something that goes against it. I'm like, insight, like giving value away kind of sucks. So we all kind of have this stuff that we disagree with. I call it UBS. It's the unspoken bullshit of our market that we are against. And if we think that, other people probably will resonate with that. So you take a contrarian stance, and the stance that goes against the UBS is what becomes the big idea. So some examples, like Carter, I work with him, fitness coach. Weight loss needs to be sustainable. So this is kind of the best practice, right? But he thinks like, what if you have a wedding in 4 weeks? Do you want to do it sustainably or do you want to look good? Right? So you're going to get, ideally, you only get married once, right? So he came up with the contrarian idea of aggressive fat loss and the 4-week lean out. It's a big idea, right? It goes against others. Finding a profitable niche. Everybody's focusing on finding a profitable niche, but Dan Coe, he's like, no, you are the niche. I'm like, this is great. It goes against what other people think. This is one we came up with Daniel too. Filling your calendar with calls. He coaches agency owners, but he says maybe that's not fun. So he invented the MLA, the meaningless agency. How he runs an MLA, the meaningless agency. I think this idea has a lot of potential, because like SMMA, small and medium-sized, social media marketing agency, MLA, meaningless agency, this could be something, right? So take some of the practices in your market that you believe, or even if you don't believe, even if you feel that they're like, that's bullshit. That's just not how it works. And remember, competence is abundant, confidence is scarce. So then go against it and you take a contrarian approach and you're like, no, this is what's worked for me. I'll give you a minute. Next, 5 out of 7. Under your nose. This is the easiest one. And it's that which ideas are already validated, which ideas do I have that are already big? Consciously or unconsciously, I've had big ideas that were under my nose. And sometimes I just didn't even bother to look at it. I posted a version of Likes and Cash for 2 months. 2 months before I was like, oh, like maybe I should do something with this line. It took a while to coin the term whale bait. Yet I've been making trainings and talking about it on weekly calls for 3 months before I was like, maybe I should sell something related to whale bait, right? This happens with us entrepreneurs because we're just good at doing stuff and being in motion. But sometimes that traps you because you become you've been inside of your work for so long that you forget what it looks like from the outside. Too much talking, too little listening. And I put myself first on that line. So take a step back, and nobody knows these better than you, but which big ideas do you already have? Here are some prompts that might help you. Your clients asked for it or mentioned it. They like that concept. They keep asking you the same question, even though you already answered it. And FYI, if you said it, but your clients don't know you said it, then you didn't say it. Right? So then you have to say it again in another big idea. Like I've done whale bait 4 times. I've done the same workshop 4 times. It keeps popping, right? So like you use that too. People constantly ask you questions about it, maybe on socials. You know, they ask in the DMs or they keep like, what is this? Like, talk to me more about this. Or they use it when they ask questions related to it. People associate the term with you. Like, what about it? You know it gets engagement or it already got engagement. An offer about it that in the past did well and you just stopped selling it. Like you had a bestseller once and then like something happened, you know, life just lifed and you just didn't do it again. Or you had something going, you knew this idea had momentum, but then you stopped. So we all have part of this. So I'm going to give you a minute for you to look at these questions and answer it for yourself. Which ones do you already have that you maybe haven't seen because you've been inside of your work for so long that you forgot what it looks like from the outside? Six, identity. What identity do you embody? This is like out of all of them, this is probably 1 or 2. Identity is deeply attractive because everyone needs to feel like they belong to something. And if you can get them to resonate with an identity you create, the only way they have to belong to it is by paying you. An example, I recently started running. So I adapted the identity of a runner. I'm like, I'm a runner, right? Before I knew it, I was spending on shoes, shirts, equipment, running tags, gels, armband, isotonic drinks, and even thermal wear. Like, dude, I'm Latino. Why do I need thermal wear, right? But because runners buy it, I bought it, right? I adopted the identity of a runner. And it feels good to spend on things that are congruent with your identity. This is why people like, if they like this happened also in like my country, like we never went to the World Cup. Guatemala has never gone to like one World Cup. But people were like, I pick Brazil, I pick Spain, I pick Argentina, right? And they would like buy the shirts and spend like a lot of money on the shoes and the equipment because identity and spending on an identity feels good. So create an identity based on the things you embody and then you believe in. Mine is the cash creator. So this is an example, right? This was a great post, even though I dropped water on it, right? The content creator sells with calls, we sell without it. The content creator creates to get paid, we get paid to create. They chase prospects, we don't do maybes. They have an irresistible offer, we have a clear offer. They give value, we give insight and sell value. They post fish bait, we post whale bait. They have volatile revenue, we have recurring revenue. They create content, we collect it. They have different offers, we have one offer with different access. They have sporadic offers, we do them daily. They take whoever wants to work with them, we don't. They run a show business, we run a business. They attract peers, we attract prospects. They're revenue focused, we're profit focused, and they think likes are cash. We think likes ain't cash. So if somebody looks at this and they're like, I fuck with that, right? The only way they can get inside of this and get all of this is by spending with me. This is what I meant about the color. I invented a color that doesn't exist, right? So if you can create an identity, it's like, and they get to resonate with it, you invent something a color that doesn't exist, and the only way they can paint themselves with it is from you, by paying you. So here's some good examples. The hybrid athlete, right? This is an identity. The athlete that runs and lifts. So people will be buying, like their deadlift straps, and they'll also be buying Nike shoes. The solopreneur, the one-man show selling info products, and they're like, no, I don't do client work because it's not scalable. Like, it's all about scalability, right? Scalable, scalable, scalable. What I think about them is beside the point, but you understand it. Or the family lifter. I really like this for Josiah. We crafted this together. The lifter, then when he's not lifting weights, he's lifting his family. So instead of just going towards like the roid heads, right? People who just want to get big, he goes for dads, right? But if he called it just the dad, like the fit dad, it's okay. But the family lifter is like an identity. I want to be like, dude, when I'm not lifting weights, I'm lifting people, right? So for you is, what is an identity that you embody? Maybe this is extra, actually. Not that you can embody, but that you do embody. Who are you? What do you believe in? Like, you're competent? Let's create some confidence with it. So what identity do you embody? And what are 3 things that you stand for? You can write more if you'd like. I'll give you a minute. And last, the North Star. People are generally anxious. They're generally clueless. Could be because of problems, but also because they lack a North Star to follow. By that, that quote by Viktor Frankl. I don't think he said it, but I'm not sure. It's, he who has a why to live can bear any how. Right? Not having a why or a North Star is deeply uncomfortable because it makes you feel lost. And humans absolutely hate feeling lost. You can't create a North Star to give people a direction. We're going towards the million. We're going towards the 6-pack. We're going to this. That North Star, that enunciation of it, becomes your big idea. So 3 big ideas take you to 1 million. It sounds meta, right? But this is a big idea. The big idea is that 3 big ideas take you to 1 million. Why does it work? Is because obviously there's more to it, right? Obviously you need more than 3 big ideas to get there. Yeah, there's something romantic about it. It's something that gives people hope. So for you is, what is something that your target market wants, or maybe something that you're pursuing? What is the simplified path, the simplified version of the path that'll take you there? So Mark Cuban is, you only need to be right once. Russell Brunson is, you're 1 funnel away. Naval, learn to sell, learn to build. If you can do both, you'll be unstoppable. These are all overly simplified versions of the path, yet they are true. So in your world, what outcome do people crave? What is the North Star, the 3 steps, the 1 way that will take them there? So for me, you see me say this a lot. It's, if you just had the right model, 3 big ideas take you to 1 million. You're 1 wheel-based strategy away from fixing your lead flow problems. 1 model away, 3 big ideas. So I'll give you a minute. What outcome do people crave? What's the simplified path? That's simple but true. We're in fitness, 1 good push. Just kind of occurring to me. Now I'm following my own advice. This might be cringe, but hey, bear with me, right? So if you want to lose a pound of fat, that's like 3,500 calories-ish, right? So if somebody wants to lose 10 pounds, which will create a big change in your body, they're 35K calories away. It's like you call something the 35K. You drop a 35,000 calories, you drop the 10 pounds. It's just a different spin, right? It's like super cringe. But if you stick to it and you're confident on it, then people are like, yeah, let's get that 35K. And then you can have people track it. Today, it was a 500 deficit. I'm getting closer. 35,400. Stuff like that, right? It's supposed to be light. All right. How to test. If you believe you have a big idea, you will have self-satisfaction. If the market accepts it, you will have self-satisfaction and money. There's a reason why you don't hear me talking about the Calendly, Ghostbusters, or the coaching car. Like, I thought it was so cool, right? And they gave me plenty of satisfaction, but the market never really accepted them. So here's 2 ways to know if the market accepts your ideas, because you do need both. The first one is what we call reflection. When somebody other than you, uses it in a sentence. If someone reflects your idea to you, it means that in the entirety of the English language, they couldn't find a better way to express something than the thing you invented. They want your color. Fortunately, testing reflection is simple. Share your idea in 15 pieces of content. So if you create only tweets, then 15 tweets, right? If you create YouTube, mix in some shorts, right? If you create Instagram, then some posts and some stories. If you do it in LinkedIn, share it in 15. If you get a reflection, also client work. So if you're helping clients record some videos, share it with them, talk about it on your calls, even better, because then you can have face-to-face feedback. Fish for reflection, because once you get one, you know that the idea is worth pursuing. If not, then that's okay. You go on to the next. Mark Cuban was right. You only need to be right once. So here's an example. This is something that somebody posted in the community. I'll say his name. It's Daniel. So guys, I think I found one of my 3 ideas. I hit something that really resonated with my audience a few days ago. When I was writing it, it felt right. And now I've started hearing it being said back to me, which hasn't happened before. And this was the concept of the overseer, which is pushing the idea that agency owners should be overseeing and not getting dragged into service delivery. So this is the email. My client has 16 agency clients right now, and both Jay and I have similar size teams. But here's how my agency is structured. I'm the overseer. My only complaint here is that he didn't put it in capital letters, but still, you get the idea. Except for exceptional circumstances, I do not touch delivery. I simply oversee. And then somebody said this. Nice to be here. I have a Klaviyo agency for e-com shops and currently have 6 clients. My main problem is how to get out of productions and be the overseer. Looking forward to learn from Daniel. This is reflection. The moment this happened, if I were Daniel, I put the overseer in fucking everything, like sales pages, content, emails, workshops, upsells, Google Doc, YouTube video, everywhere, because the idea is big. It's like you can roll with it, right? So this is how you know. That's one aspect. You put it in pieces of content and you fish for reflection. Also, if somebody already reflected an idea back at you, you can skip everything I've said for the last 43 minutes and just use that. The second one is retrospection, which is what I just talked about. Pick up an idea you already have. So same list again. Your clients asked for it or mentioned it. People ask you questions about it. People associate the term with you. You know it gets engagement or it already got it. An offer about it did in the past well. Or you had something going but just stopped. Whether you find your big ideas through reflection or retrospection, it'll be like finding a color that didn't exist before but people want. It's a big deal. Next up is you paint the entire business with it. So once you find it, with the 7 cringe methods, but you find someone's and you test it and you either get your idea reflected or you find it through retrospection, you find your color and then you paint everything with it. Here's why this matters. Ideas spread really fast. So let me see if I can open this. I don't know if you can. Well, this is a video. I don't know if I can play it now, but it's a video of Alex saying, focus on your clients, focus on your customers because likes ain't cash. I'm like, yeah, now people understand it. And there's been several instances in which people have said, like in Cash, that they don't know me, right? Or maybe they got it from me. I don't know. I don't want to assume, but ideas spread really fast. Paint your business with your new color or idea quickly so that you and the idea grow together. Your idea is more powerful than you. But if you associate yourself with it, you will grow through association. So here's how you do it. You do it through the entire funnel, from strangers to followers. What you sell to them is you sell them ideas to get them on your list. You do this with posts, and you see it like you can see it every single post I make. It's rare that I post something that doesn't have a capital letter on it, that doesn't have any of my ideas on it, because I know that there's a chance that the person watching this is going to be the first time he sees it. And then he's going to be like, oh, this is the offer show guy. This is the likes and cash guy. It matters, right? So you sell ideas to get them on your list. Then once they're on your list, you sell them products congruent with the ideas. And this is an example. I sold the big idea that 3 big ideas take you to the million. Then if I can convince people of it, it makes complete sense to sell them a 3 big ideas take you to 1 million workshop. So if I can convince people of the whale bait, then it makes complete sense to sell them a whale bait workshop. So I sell products congruent with the ideas that I already sold. I'm painting the business. 3, clients. You sell a life with the idea. So once people buy the whale bait workshop, they have told me they want whale bait, right? So this is an excerpt from my doc. Whales are people who need and can afford your solution. You often don't see them because they're hitting in your audience, but they DM you asking about your offers when you post whale bait. Content designed to get leads that are not broke. It's just one post a day, yet it turns well, then one asks for discounts, ghosts you, or wastes your time into clients. So I sell a life with the idea, with my offer, right? And then this is also like a neat benefit, deliver with ideas. The power of it doesn't stop the moment you get a client. It continues over, because if you have a big idea, then you can make workshops or assets for them with that idea. So that when people ask me, JK, like I'm getting leads that are super broke, what do I do? If I tell him, oh, what's the content training? It's like, whatever, right? But if I then can sell him on that call on, hey, like you actually have been posting a lot of fish bait. Whale bait is the one I recommend the most here, and I actually have a product with it. You don't need to buy it. You can just go to the portal and watch it. Watch whale bait. Your service delivery improves. And hopefully you now understand why I'm so like autistic on making every single one of these workshops right. Like if you see any of them, I'm very proud of each, because I know I did something good. So then you have a big idea, you can bank on making it good, and then you can use that for your service delivery, which just, I don't need to tell you how that benefits the business. It's awesome. So you paint your idea, your business with it quickly, so that you will grow with your idea, right? And then you simply remind them every day of it. Because if you sell offers every day, it gets exhausting. But if you sell ideas every day, you're suddenly a visionary. You have the quote unquote aura that people want. So ending notes, your best ideas will appear when you're not thinking about work. Today we brought them to life, and now we're going to workshop them. But often you make them better when you're busy doing stuff. Some of my best ideas came in the middle of a walk, in the middle of doing a workshop, or in the middle of a lecture. True story. I highly recommend a daily 20-minute walk outside with no inputs. Like every writer, good writer, they're like, they have something, right? People have alcohol or tobacco. Walks are better, and you probably have better ideas from it. Selling ideas first and offers second sells more than doing it the other way around. Treat socials as an idea salesperson, and you treat your email as like an offer salesperson. Ideas will always start cringe, and that's okay. Because you don't believe in your ideas because they're real. Your ideas are real because you believe in them. You can send your ideas in the community, but even better is if you bring them to the calls and we sharpen them together. It's better because of the nuance. You're going to see it later, like right now, because ideas are a chaotic process. So going back and forth quickly with me, you, and the cash creators can be quite helpful, right? So we can talk it through. You can test your ideas if your ideas are big by reflection, someone other than you uses it in a sentence, or by retrospection. You look back at what you already have. Ideas spread fast. When you find it, paint your business with it so that the idea grows together. It's like if it's a rocket, you tie yourself to that rocket so that they both go, because ideas spread faster than people. And this is why 3 big ideas take it to 1 million.
This is 1000 New Whales workshop. So cash creators, this is going to be the organic version of 1000 New Whales. On Wednesday, Travis, who got 13 million subs with email, was kind enough to show you this version, but with paid ads. So he has like, he doesn't have an audience. He has like 100 followers, but he collected like 13 million subs. Travis is gonna show you that on Wednesday. I think it's the same time or 1 hour later on the paid version on how to run paid ads to grow your newsletter. FYI. We're gonna do something differently today. This is, now I'm talking to the guests. So I figured it out that if you have the tools I'm gonna give you, they're gonna help you get 1000 new whales. I'd like to help you go faster to do that. Now, this is not inside Cash Creators because we're not open yet. I'm preparing some stuff for this month, but shall you want it, this option might help you. This option is the August Pass, and you can get access to Cash Creators for the rest of August, so we can implement 1000 new whales or whatever you might need at that time. So maybe it's your offer shell, your offer, the workshop funnel, whatever it is, we take those for the rest of August and we implement it. No recurring payments. You can join for 900. So if you join, you get access to everything. And if you commit to getting this, I commit to serving you as if you were a client and helping you implement whatever you need most in your path to 1 million. So this is the link. The earlier you join, the more help you get, because this is for the rest of August. Meaning that if you join now, you get more help than somebody who joins later, and you don't pay more. So that option is available to you. I just sent you the link. I'm gonna make you a pitch again at the end, but it gets kind of weird and like a lot of tension if I just leave it for the end, so I might as well just make it now too. Okay, let us begin. 1000 new whales. This was really fun to create, but also really challenging. Pulled a few late nights. I don't usually do like late nights for this. I like working in the mornings, but the idea kept me up. I thought this is really interesting because I thought this workshop wasn't necessary. I thought this was gonna be like, guys, like just take a swipe file and copy it. Like I've given you the swipe file, right? Like I have an email plug swipe that I'm gonna give you later on. Like just take this, use one of the 100 I gave you here, and that's it. But there was so much more to get 1000 new whales into the list. This is why this was exciting. So this is it. There's no best platform except for the one you own. You can have a big following on social media, but you don't really control how many people see your stuff. This makes that audience inferior to email, in which you do control who sees your stuff. I personally have more active clients than average likes on a post. Like, think about that. Like my engagement, like it's not good, right? But I get more active clients than average likes. And that happens because I know how to get whales into the list and sell them something. And that's why this meme is real. Me after posting a thread with dog shit engagement and using likes and cash as an excuse for the 1000th time. Because, well, that's just what happens. Getting whales into your list actually is not hard. I believe that getting high engagement is harder than keeping high cash flow, personally. But getting whales into your list is just kind of repetitive, and that's why people don't do it. You will grow your list if you have these 3 pieces in place. It's your big ideas, your cadence, and variance. So these are the 3 pieces we're uncovering today. 1, big ideas. Promises attract fish, ideas attract whales. I made a lot of money off just repeating the same 3 concepts of whale bait, insight-based content, and the offer show. Like I share this a lot, and there's a reason for that. If someone agrees with your big idea, the only place they can get more of it is by joining your list. It's by getting closer to you, which makes you much more desirable. 2 is cadence. The easiest way to get people into your list is by making an offer to join it every day, right? Groundbreaking stuff. However, we do this with two kinds of promos. We do it with big promos that give you kind of those big subscriber spikes, and with small promos that give you that consistent subscriber growth. Both matter. And the third one is variance. People stop listening when they know what you're going to say. It's not enough to ask them to join the list. We have to change the way we do so they actually follow through. This is why you will also find me varying a lot of my offers. So usually in the beginning of a workshop, what do I pitch? I pitch cash creators. Today I thought, what if I pitch the August pass? And maybe next time I will do something different. Like if they know what you're going to say, they stop listening. So when you change the way you make an offer, it makes people look. So our goal today, anyway, that was a little segue, but our goal today is deploying these three. Then craft an 8-week plan to start funneling these wells into your list. So let us begin. Number one is your big ideas. This is the first component out of the three. So one of my favorite quotes, unless your campaign has a big idea, it will pass like a ship in the night. We're all offer salespeople. We're all selling offers. But the paradox is that it's easier to sell your offers and attract whales when you look at yourself like an idea salesperson, not an offer salesperson. In a simpler language, is you sell more of your offer if you sell the offer second and the idea first. Offers come with a choice. Like people get your offer and they can choose to take it or not. Ideas don't. When people hear an idea, they either agree with it or not, like immediately. It's an automatic reaction. You see something, you see an idea, and it's not like, do I buy into this idea? You don't have that thought process like if you were into your offers, right? But with ideas, it's automatic. This automatic reflex matters a lot because if you can get someone to buy into your idea, they have no choice but to lean in. If somebody buys into the offer shell context, I own offershell.com, so they have to lean in. It makes joining your list much more desirable because that's the only place they can get more of it. So if you sell your ideas, you get more people in. Don't try to get people to join your lists. Try to get them to buy into your ideas. And this is kind of the first mindset shift I want you to make to get 1,000 new wells into the list. Because that makes joining your list much easier and you just get more people. 4 years of selling taught me that people buy stuff mostly because of your ideas. Like the offer is just kind of the enabler. Like a cash creator the other day said, I didn't even need to read your offer. I was sold the ideas already. And that's how powerful big ideas are. They get you a yes before you make the offer. You probably already have a few. Like everybody here has come up with something, right? But how can you know for sure? Like, how do you know you have a big idea? I know for sure the offer shell is a big idea. How do you know for sure for yours? The short answer is if somebody other than you uses it in a sentence, then you have a big idea. That's the litmus test. So when I got these questions asked, hey, is this in the offer shell style? Do you have fitness coaches that do the offer shell? That matters. If somebody uses your idea in a sentence, that matters because in the entirety of the English language, they couldn't find a better way to describe it than the one you invented, than the language that's in your head. You probably already have a big idea. So think about your conversations with clients, customers, leads, followers, friends, and think, which of my ideas have they used in a sentence? I'm going to give you like 30 seconds, think about one. All right, if you didn't have one, here's some frames. To find big ideas, these are some useful ways that I find to think about them. A spin on common practices. So you look at people in your market or the practices in your market and you think, can it be better? Like, this is a powerful question. Can it be better? So I looked at offer suites and I thought, yeah, that could be better. That could be offer shells. So what do people do in your market that could be better? The new way. What's a new way to do an old thing? So I take something that's like tried and tested and I just call it something else. Like the workshop funnel is just like, dude, it's just making a $100 thing. Like everybody does this, right? But when you call it the workshop funnel, it's the new way to do an old thing, and it's you. Identity. Who do you embody? Like, which person do you find yourself to be? Like me, I do cash creators. Today when I was training, I wanted to bench, but the bench was occupied. And I remember this Sam Sulek quote that says, "The enlightened lifter does not trip when his machine is occupied. He just uses another one." And I thought, fuck yeah, I'm an enlightened lifter, right? So who do you embody? What identity do you embody? Contrarian, what's incorrect? So I look at value and I think this is just not the way you build something. It's actually with insight. So you go against the grain. That's another way to come up with a big idea. And you don't have to pick a new per each. It's just, this is more emotional. So like, look at these and think which idea shines brighter to you, which one speaks to you. Simplification. So what can you Justin Timberlake? Like if you watch the Social Network, they called Facebook actually the Facebook. And then Justin Timberlake comes up and he goes, don't call it the Facebook, drop the, it's just Facebook. Right? So I did that with actually whale bait. Thank you, Frank Kern. So Frank Kern actually said, you cannot catch whales with minnow bait. And I don't know what minnow is, but I know what fish is. So you can just Justin Timberlake something, right? If there's a saying that you're like, I don't like this. Jack Butcher once posted, engagement ain't cash. And thank God he posted it, because that became my entire brand. Or engagement. If you can't find any of this is the easiest one. Look at which topics consistently get you high engagement. So you filter by the top post and you think, what are some ideas that I'm like over and over like falling into, or like talking about that perform well? Everybody should have one. And later on, I'm going to do something cool where we're going to be writing about your own big ideas. So if you have a big idea, write it in the chat. It's going to be helpful later. Or any idea that feels big. So test one that feels strong and post it a lot. Repeat this until somebody other than you uses it in a sentence. So you post it and you see yourself as an idea salesperson, and then eventually somebody will say it back to you. When that happens, you know you've got a winner. So when you find yours, here's what we're going to do to attract the big whales. We're going to put it in a landing page. And it could be as simple as offershell.com, right? Where you put the big idea and outcome at the top, and then you include, this is like a rule of thumb for mine, numbers, not adjectives. What number can you point out and find that, because like subjective things are often misunderstood. Then you can have image, and then it's just the joining in. Like I've had 3 or 4 people ask me, hey, what's the template for this? Like, where'd you get this? I'm like, it's the default card template. Like, what do you mean? It's actually not that hard, but because it has a big idea, it's strong. So once you have that, you put this in all your links in bio so that you can direct people from channels you don't control into the one you do. And this idea is only yours. It makes people lean in. You can expect an increase in subs just by having this in place. And just having this in place is already more powerful than, hey, join my newsletter, right? Now, the big idea is, like, this is kind of the landing page you're going to be reusing. It's going to get you whales passively, but that's not enough to get 1,000 new people in. So we need to get them actively with 2 tools, cadence and variance. So cadence. The easiest way to grow your list every day is to promote it every day. But we do this with 2 kinds of promos, big and small. This is the part I got excited writing. So a big promo requires more work than a small promo, but it gets you lots of subs. Think like lead magnets or hosting an event. A small promo requires little work and can be automated, like a plug, or you put something on your story. It's small, right? But it's consistent and you can do it often. A big promo you can't, because it requires more work. Both matter. To promote our list, we need to make an offer every day, but we can make big promos every day, so the small promos kind of serve as a placeholder in between. Armed with our big idea, now we're going to use big promos and small promos to drive traffic to it from the audience we already have. I recommend 1 big promo a week. If you want to go aggressive, you can do it 3 times a week. That's what I do when I used to do ghostwriting, by the way. if I had to grow an account from scratch, I used to get like do 3 big promos per week and buy retweets and just like focus on that. And it grew accounts really fast. So if you're in that situation, then maybe that might help. Big promos and small promos at work. So let us begin. This is the big one. This is my favorite one, the insight-based lead magnet. So we're going to start with these 5. When I created valuable lead magnets, I got lots of subs, but they just kind of took forever to buy, right? And only a few did. The insight-based lead magnet came out of the value versus insight idea. Showing people that you have the answer leads to much better leads than giving them the answer. This resulted in many more subscribers and a much higher quality lead. It worked. And the logic goes in 3 steps. You get email subs with an insight-based lead magnet, which I'll show you how to do. Then you use that insight to create a one-time customer. So as soon as somebody joins your list, you take them to a customer offer, not a client offer. Something that's 50, 100, 250, 300 bucks. Something that's not your client thing. We do this because it's too early, in my opinion, to sell a client offer. You'll get more clients if you focus on creating customers first and then clients than if you focus on creating clients right away. So you get more clients if you focus on getting clients second. Second time we covered this today, actually. And when you do that, you end up with the best of 2 worlds. So you get leads that you get with insight, which are good leads, and customers you can start conversations with, which are the best leads. So this is kind of the logic of the lead magnet. Get email subs, use that insight to create a one-time customer, and then you end up with the best of both worlds. Insight-based leads and insight-based customers. So how do you do this like tactically? Step 1, you put one of your big ideas on a landing page. We covered this template first, and we can workshop some of your big ideas in the community later, but you put it on a landing page. Boom. 2, you create a short insight-based video. This video has got me a lot of clients, and it's awesome. So it's me explaining just the insight. People usually do offer shells. I don't. I do offer suites. I don't. I do offer shells. The video is short and only has 3 parts. So Kevin asked this in the morning. It has insight, proof, and a customer offer. The best way to illustrate this for you is with an example. So you need these 3 in this video. It can be just like 3 minutes long. If you join this workshop, you've already seen this because it's the video that got you to buy. So contrast. What's a value-based lead magnet? For example, if I said, I've ran 19 workshops, and I've ranked the ones with the best results. Get the copy for each workshop below. Huge giveaway. Rah, right? Would have given my templates for free. And it would have attracted a lot of triers and not buyers. So then, I kind of shot myself in the foot. Because I gave that, I attracted triers, not buyers. Whereas an insight-based lead magnet would go as follows with these 3 pieces, so pay attention. Let's say I press record. Leads make the worst clients because of how much we ask from them. Jumping from 0 to a $5,000 offer is a big jump, one that they're not ready to make. The solution is not to make your offer better, but to make it smaller. Not cheaper, smaller. Just like giving a test drive increases car sales because you get a feel for the machine, making people spend a small amount and then making your client offer increases how many clients you get because they get a feel for your program. Sometimes the easiest way to get someone to give you a big amount is to get them someone to give you a small amount first. So this is the insight. It's when you go like, I didn't know that. Like, you're not trying to get them to go, I want to try this. You're trying to make them go, I haven't thought about that, right? Value is telling people what to do. Insight is showing people where to look. So if you can change the direction they're looking, that's insight-based content. Going on. This is why I don't pitch to leads and run the workshop funnel instead. The workshop funnel is why 80% of my clients come from 0.2% of my audience. This 0.2 beats the other 99.8 because they spent something, and that makes them much more valuable than a random lead. It's not that your offer needs work, you just need a smaller offer in between. So this is the proof, right? The second component we needed. We got insight, we got proof. And what that does is that creates a gap because between where they are and where the insight can lead them to. You don't have a middle offer, right? Then you position your customer offer simply as a way to fill that gap. It's my most effective funnel and one that you can set up in one day. Below, I'll give you the templates and copy all of my 19 workshops so you can get your next 3 clients with it. Boom. 3 steps. So they got the insight. So they got what was promised, right? They got the big idea of the workshop funnel. Then I included proof so they could know that, I'm not selling smoke. And then just this customer offer to fill the gap we created with insight. It's very simple. It's a short video, and it works because of the simplicity of it. Big idea into insight-based video into customer offer. So then below you share the customer offer that they can get, that makes sense after they've got the insight. If it sounds too simple, keep it that way because that's what makes it work. It's the simplicity of things. This is why I sell with Google Docs, and I just make everything very easy to understand because I ain't trying to complicate it more than it is. It really can be this simple. That's it. And the last step to get whales with this is promote it with an auto DM or 2-step. This is just auto DM is like and comment and send it to you. 2-step is the same thing, but people on Facebook call it 2-step. But it's essentially this, right? So you post it like this. So this is me, an example. Apologies for the delay. Recorded a 10-minute video on how to position yourself so that prospects stop comparing you. And comment and I'll send it. Right? This is just the easiest way I've found to get people to buy into the thing. And when they and comment, well, then you send them this page. Hey, here. And then if you want to get cheeky with it, you can also ask, PS, what are you working on? Maybe I have other stuff that might be helpful. So that's it. That's a whole insight-based lead magnet. It has 4 components. First one is the big idea. Then it's your insight-based video. Then it's your customer offer. And then you just do it with an auto DM or 2-step. I'll show you how to recycle it and keep using it, but this is just 1 out of the 5 big promos. Okay. Now we go on to the next one. And this next one, by the way, you can automate this with ManyChat on Instagram and Facebook, Tapply for LinkedIn, and Tweet Hunter for X. So send it to the community for feedback before it comes out if you like. Now, friends, I have to admit something. Part of life is growing. And this was a growth moment for me. I have to admit that value-based lead magnets can work for some people, and I've seen them create amazing results. They will get you lower quality leads, but they will get you more leads. So if you're going for sheer numbers, then it works. So if we define sheer numbers, if you have less than 1,000 subs on your list, then value-based lead magnets might be the thing for you. If you have more than 1,000, then you don't have a leads problem, you have a lead conversion problem. This will not solve that. If you have less than 1,000, then this might work. The key to a value-based lead magnet is to make the lead magnet a smaller component of a bigger thing. You want to get subs, of course, but remember that the goal is creating a customer because customers make up the best leads. So let's create a little nuance of difference so you understand. Our wrong, in my opinion, value-based lead magnet would be these 11 well-made posts got me 1 client each. Get this swipe file so you can get all these clients too. The right way to do this would be give them 1, then sell the workshop for the other 10, right? Where they can get it. When they consume your lead magnet, they're gonna do something. They're gonna take an action. Do you want them to go with take an action and do it for themselves? Probably not, because it's hard and it's scary for them. You want to direct them by the way, there's more of this where you can get it, right? And then you point them towards that. You make it a smaller component of the bigger thing. Another wrong value-based lead magnet, steal my 3 offer templates that closed 80 clients, upsold 25, and created 600 customers. You don't give them the 3 templates, you give them 1. And you offer the others you have as a bundle, which they can purchase below. So you show them one thing and then you point them to the bigger thing. Another one. I've run 19 workshops and I've run the ones with the best results. Get them below along with the copy, huge giveaway. Give them 1, then allow them to purchase the rest of a swipe file. Again, if you have more than 1,000 subs, then you don't need this. But if you have less, then it might be a way to get people in fast, right? Value-based lead magnets. They will get you a lower quality lead, but they will get you more leads. It's worth trying? Sure, it is. So how do you do this? Step 1, you decide which smaller component of a bigger component you will give. Creating lead magnets can be a lot of work. But what if you didn't have to create all that work? That's a big recurring theme here. It's we think we need to create a lot of stuff, but we don't. We just need to be better at recycling the stuff we already have. You can just craft a lead magnet from the stuff you already have. Often the things that are just taking up space in our drive can change our business. So here's some examples. Templates. And think about your own, like be selfish here. Templates. Do you have any templates or kind of recipes that allow you to perform your work? Something that you use often. For me, I have my Google Doc offers. Swipe files. What activities do you do every day that leave a record? Your emails, right? All my emails is one activity. If you track your workouts, that is it. If you track your calories, that is it. Scripts. Do you follow a method the same way repeatedly? So I kind of have this idea of a script that I use to turn inquiries into clients. That is something that I do repeatedly. What do you do? Collections. What library of stuff are you building, either consciously or unconsciously? So I know that Christian somewhere is building up the SOPs that he uses, and he's writing them somewhere. But I know that collection is being built. All your sales conversations, your email conversations, the way your offer has shifted, the way your voice has shifted. Stuff in your portal. What videos, docs, or PDFs are there that prove valuable in their time? Everybody has this. Like what thing have you sold that people said, this is good, and you stopped selling? Previous offers. What offers did well before? Same thing. Assets. Do you have any tools that come in handy for you to do the thing? Like, do you have any tools, any kind of like digital hammers, if you will, that you just keep using over and over? I do. It's my season sequence. And value-based posts. This is something that you can turn into a paid offer with no drawback. Like Tom posted exercises of the top 15 knee exercises to get rid of knee pain, and it was free. And then he put $100 tag on it, and it became his best-selling workshop. Like if you give value away in the past, you just can't turn that into a paid thing with no repercussion. So that's the smaller component that you'll get, right? What is one smaller component of the things you have? And then you frame it as a magic pill. Now, magic pills are the difference between the thing and the thing with sparkles. It means putting a wrapper on the thing to make it look easy. So now I showed you the assets. Here's how you turn that into a magic pill. Here's some examples. So template, my Google Doc offer. The 1 million Google Doc template you can swipe. All my old emails. The 90 days of offer swipe file. Sales conversation. The cash script that converts in 5 messages. The asset that I have, which is the ugly email plug swipe that I got it right here. I just have it. And then I could just sell it as 1,000 new whales, which I effectively did. Framework. I follow a framework for email. Well, that became value versus insight. It's a magic pill. It's the thing and the sparkly thing. You just make it look cool. You make it look easy. And if you get one thing right when you sell these things, it's got to be the magic pill. Waitlist, when I sold that workshop, you probably not remember it, and with good cause, because it was not a magic pill and it only sold 9 copies. 90 days of offer swipe file was a magic pill, and it sold 117. If you get one thing right, make it a magic pill. You can bring your ideas to the calls or the community so we can magic pill them. The other day with Houston, we were workshopping on his own. And when we found a magic pill, 2 cash creators bought his magic pill on the call. I'm like, guys, we're here to learn. We're not here to buy. But hey, like that's the power of it. It works even when people know how it works. So the rest of the steps are the same. You find the small component, you make it a big component, and then you just put the magic pill on a landing page, walk them through a lead magnet, like the one smaller component, and then point to where they can get the rest of the bigger component. And then you just sell the customer offer. Like it's not something new. Like I'm not teaching anything that's revolutionary. It's just the small execution of the details and knowing fundamentals of framing it as a magic pill and making it look easy that matters. So if you wanted the template for this, here's the resource, ClickFunnels template. I want to send you this doc at the end. And side note, if you buy retweets, shares, or run ads, I recommend using it on either one of your lead magnets. I'm going to show you other big events, but lead magnets tend to do really well with retweets or ads. Your money is better spent here than on regular posts. So if you will spend on this. Okay, big problem number 3, events. So people attend concerts even though headphones have better audio and you don't have to stand in line for an hour. It also has the added benefit that you don't need to go to a public toilet. Because a concert is an event. And events are fun. So create an event that people can only join by being inside your list. It's fun. And it also gives them a reason to join now. So this is an event. You're invited to our call on Thursday, how to get leads without posting for years. My funnel, small account advice, offer creation. Would you like an invite? Comment and I'll send it to you. So what live event could you show? Think about this as an insight-based webinar. So you host that and you're like, hey, like this opportunity is going away. It's going to be live. Do you want it? How much stronger is that than join my newsletter to get more tips? Okay. I got scared because somebody said I can't see the screen, but everybody else can see it, I think. Anyway, events are fun. So host an event, host a live event that people can join. It also has implied consequences because if people don't join, they don't get it. And as we've covered before, people don't move unless they have a reason to. Its brother, it's JV events. You can leverage other people's audiences that hosting a free event for them. This is especially good to explore yourself to other people's audiences. So this is an example of what I did with Justin Welsh. So I thought, man, Justin's got a damn good audience. So why don't I host one? I'm hosting a free workshop with Justin on September. The theme is monetizing. We'll talk about attracting spenders, monetizing, growing your income, link to register. There's got to be 200 subs from like 1 or 2 retweets from Justin. Like it is that powerful. It is like the big promo, right? I can't do this every day, but that's why it's a big promo, because we're going to put smaller promos in between. But think who has the audience that you would like to have. Who could you partner up with? And what you do is you handle everything. So this is what I send them. This is an actual screenshot. Hey man, I'll handle all logistics. You just show up and share. We both get the email subs and the recording to add to YouTube or Twitter because you can post it on Twitter. It's like, sounds good. Q&A or presentation. And I'm like, presentation, but I will lead. So you don't prepare anything. What you do is you take care of all the tech, invite your audience, you make them look handsome, do the work, and you get the subs. And they just show up and yap. They just engage with the promotional posts, they show up and they get the subs. It's a true win-win, right? So if you find somebody who would be open to this, it's not a bad idea to partner up with them. That's a JV, a joint venture. Another one, quiz. Tanner told me this. Make a quiz and send them the result to their email. So Tanner has a big idea, the style archetype. It could be either rugged, refined, or rakish, right? And he's like, well, do you know which one is the best for you? Take this quick quiz. So you fill it up and then he sends you the result to your email. This is fun because people like having stuff tailored to them. This got Tanner like 140 subscribers. And it like didn't get that many likes, but likes and cash. But this is something you can do. You can make a small quiz. You could also do interview or case study. So show how you help the client get a result. The nuance here is that you gotta make them look like the hero. The story is about them. It's not about you. It's gotta make them look good. So this is an example. 31K with 2,500 followers. I didn't say, hey, this is my client, right? He used my system. I said he got that. Get the 19-word offer he used. See, another magic bill. The 19-word offer. It's like makes people lean in, right? Like and comment and I'll DM it to you. So yeah, make them look like the hero. If you like a template, you can find it in school over here. So these are the big promos, right? As a recap, you put the big promos and I recommend you do one of these per week, but you can't make them every day. This will give you the big spikes. But what do you do in between? In between, you put in the small promos. I think there's like 9. So we're going to cover the 9. The first one is plugins. A post does well and you plug something below. So the key to making a plugin is that it has to be congruent with the original post. Here's one. 2 likes and 15 email subs, you know? If I were to start over, I'd have one of each. One Google Doc offer, one whale-bet strategy, and one offer shell. And then it's convenient below because it's like, oh, what is the offer shell? And I'm like, okay, more on this. The power of a big idea, right? It would have got less, in my opinion, if I said, I'm going to show you more about the offer shell inside my newsletter. But because this is about the idea, it works. What's the wrong way to do it? The coaching industry told me that more sales calls, bigger teams, and more content were somehow going to lead to a less stressful life. Okay, it did well. And then I thought, the tech stack I used to get to 10K a month is identical to the one I used to make 100K a month. Join the list below. So it's like, it doesn't correlate. You know, it doesn't have that, it's not congruent with what was above. So when you do a plugin, make sure you're congruent with what's above. A note on this is some platforms behave differently. So on LinkedIn and Instagram, like on Twitter, you just like plug it in below as if it were a thread. On LinkedIn and Instagram, it can be better if you edit your post after it does well instead of plugging it below. So just like be aware of which one, how the algorithm of your desired platform works the best, and then, you know, play the rules by their game, because that means they will show people your stuff. So that's one of the 9 small promos. Second one is proof. We covered this in the beginning. Trust is at an all-time low. So what undeniable proof can you show that your stuff works? Again, a rule of thumb, and this is why I'm so autistic about this, numbers, not adjectives. Because if you say, we're going to 10x your lead flow, what does that mean? We're going to supercharge your sales. What does that mean? You're going to feel so much better and have increasing energy. What does that mean? They don't know. Whereas when you include a number, it's subjective. They know exactly what they're getting. That reduces their anxiety and increases their likelihood that they buy your stuff. So numbers, not adjectives. New clients, 121. Sales calls, 0. And I included how much MRR, which month, how many clients. Sign up here. Like it's very like numerical. Here's another one. Get everything he got. It's free. So guys, like 17K a month. It has a screenshot. He used to make before less, so it's easy, right? This is one of the ones that performed the best in terms of email subs. I had this pinned for a few months and it did really well. Proof never fails unless you make it about adjectives, not numbers. So numbers, not adjectives. If you don't have numbers, I partner up with John. John is, you know, you hear me talk about sometimes about like the one partner I have in Cash Creators. Like this is the top level of the offer shell. That's John. He does gut health. So if you don't have numbers, show proof of what stopped or started happening. So this is a picture of this guy's Carl's skin. You know, undeniable. Right? If you're a fitness coach, nothing beats six-pack. Right? Although, to be fair, I always thought that the best fitness coach testimonial would actually be not from the client, but from the client's kid. A little kid that says, oh my God, my dad has so much energy. Now he's taking me to the games and now we're playing soccer and I love it. My dad's my hero. Like imagine that as a testimonial. I always thought that would bang. I digress. Next, email offer. So say you're running a campaign to your list. Emails will come out anyway, so you might as well tell people about it. So I'm like, hey, Cash Creator closes doors today. You can get started, join my list. This has the added benefit of creating pressure for people on your list to act because they see it and they're like, oh, okay, well, right, like he sent me an email, right? Another reason why now. If we don't give people a reason to move, they rarely do. Tell your audience that you'll give your list something soon so they join soon. Example, this last quarter, we doubled our profit by taking less clients. Didn't even raise prices. I'll show you how we did it in tomorrow's email. Sign up through my link in bio to get it. Right? Give them a reason why now. And these I find to be really good when it falls into one of 5 categories. Before I get into the categories, by the way, it's helpful if you have your email scheduled 1 day in advance. You schedule an email for tomorrow to get sales, and you talk about it today to get subs. If you don't have them scheduled, you can recycle an email and only send it to new subs. That's something really neat on ConvertKit. You can say, send this email only to people who join after this date. So you can send a special email only to new subs, right? And that way you can recycle them, and you don't even need to write the thing. You don't even need to be ahead of schedule. You can just copy and paste. You know, they don't teach you this at Wharton. So 5 topics that work for us, reason why now promos. First one is philosophy. How can your philosophy or big ideas help? This attracts whales. So tomorrow in the newsletter, offer shells. How to introduce your offer shell to improve all your levels of your offer. Emails only come out once. Join. This one got a ton of people, right? And very high quality. So your ideas and your philosophy. What do you believe in? How can you help? How are your big ideas relevant? And then you tell them, tomorrow I'll show you. Insight. What insight has worked for you that you can share? So for me is, I understood that I don't need to spend time with leads. I can only spend time with customers. I'll show you how I did it. Join the newsletter. Right? So what insight has served you? Fitness coach, Josiah, if you're here, something like, well, I figured a way to like always stay within your calorie limit without tripping, even if you go out drinking or you have date nights. Here's how I did it. I'm sharing it tomorrow into the list. Much stronger than join my newsletter, right? Problem. What problem have you solved for yourself or others that you can show them how to solve? So me, I thought my audience was dead. Wasn't the case. I'll show you how you can revive yours. Join. I wrote this on my iPad. Like, it's very simple. Like, we're just doing the fundamentals well. Think about it like Italian cuisine. It's not that we're creating like very elaborate ingredients. We're just getting the fundamentals perfect. Your outcome. What outcome did you achieve that's relevant to them? So for me, this is me and Christian. Christian made me 10K. He upsold 2 clients and bought me 7 days of free time while I traveled. I'll show you how. And guess how I showed them how? By selling them a workshop on how Christian did. Right? It's the insight that matters. And the last reason why now that I found helpful is, what outcome did your client achieve that's relevant to them? So Audrey, from 900 to 200K, I'm sharing 10 lessons from her journey to my list. It's free to join and free to leave anytime. Right? And I'm just sharing that. 1-day event. That's all you need to start getting stuff. And then you just talk about what's going to happen tomorrow. That's it. That's another principle you can see in play. If you talk about what's happening in the next stage, you get people at the current stage more likely to move. Like on these workshops, you see me mentioning, guys, in the community, right? Share this in our calls. And there's people who don't have access to that. Like, I'm talking about what's in the next step. And it has got people to be like, oh, what is this community you're talking about? Right? Talk about what's happening in the next step. You have your newsletter. What is the previous step? Your audience. Well, then talk about what's happening inside the newsletter so the audience will lean in. Side note on outcomes. Outcomes don't need to be big. Small outcomes work really well. So this is an example of Marcel closing 1 client. So, hey, I'm sending an email. I'm going to show you how Marcel closed 1 client and how to only talk to qualified leads. Boom. And this worked. Like, it might have not worked as well as the Audrey one, but hey, it worked. Right? Outcomes that need to be big. We need to, I'm a believer that we need to lower our standards of what we consider marketing worthy, because the things that are obvious to us are fascinating to others. And it is that bug of, I don't know if this is big enough, that kills you. My best email, this is a $25 watch. My best email is about this, right? It's about the small outcomes that get people. If you can make alchemy out of really small things. That's what I'm trying to say. Man, I'm getting excited. I like this workshop. And the last small promise celebrations, right? So you can use anything as an excuse to sell. Marcel said, it's my dog's birthday, and that's why I am launching Marcel's dog's birthday offer. When I was in Guatemala, I thought, hey guys, I'm like super jet lagged, don't really have anything to send you today, but I'm launching an offer. Call it the jet lag Guatemala offer. Get it below. And it worked, right? You can use a celebration as a reason why you're giving something. It's fun, it's interesting, and it's like people don't expect it, right? So it's like, you know, how can you predict that I was going to go to Guatemala and be jet lagged? That you don't, right? So what small thing can you do? When I moved to Poland, I said, hey guys, by the way, now I'm moving our calls a little bit earlier because I'm in Poland. If you're in Europe, Cash Creators is open. Reply Europe and I'll get you the details. And it worked, right? You can use celebrations, anything that happens in your life. Here's one. When I hit 200K followers, I'm kind of ashamed of this because it was a value-based lead magnet, but you get the point. You have a celebration, even though it's small, you still put it out there. What are you celebrating? Nothing. But you can still use it to sell. That's called alchemy. Okay, quick recap. You now have a big idea that you can put on every social media link and bio. This gets you whales passively. And you have 6 big promos and 9 small promos to drive traffic into it actively. The last component that you have, the landing page, and you have a way to drive traffic to it, is varying the offers so people don't get used to them. It's, as Arnold would say, shocking the muscle. Am I lagging or something? That watch has paid for itself a few times over, for real. So variance. People stop listening when they know what you're going to say. To keep getting value out of your big and small promos, just have to change the way you make them. So 3 ways of varying big promos. You can recycle your big promos every 12 weeks. This allows them to breathe, and you can make them again when people have forgotten about it. And they will. I've run a Wellbit workshop 4 times. People just forget things. Change something about the hook to make it look new. That's the second way of varying a big promo. We call this red velvet because red velvet is actually just chocolate cake with red coloring. It's the same thing. You've been lied to, but it can be sold as a different thing. One small change can freshen a promo. 2 ways to do red velvet is you can change the title to an adjacent outcome. The outcome is not always the entire outcome. So for example, if I say how I got 10 clients, I could change the adjacent outcome of time. How I got 10 clients with 2 hours of work. This looks new. Red velvet. A result. How one funnel change led to double the amount of clients. Red velvet. Or you can change the context. This is me last year versus me this year. Here's what I did. You know, like if anything, you can go to Stripe, like if you're sharing screenshots, right? And you can just change the time frames. And that's a new thing. It's a new red velvet, right? So you can change that. It's like, hopefully you're kind of getting the gist of this is think small. If you think about how can I vary this in a small way, it can lead to massive differences in how people perceive it. Or you can change the magic pill. I used to have this kind of like doc where I say how to reduce your no-shows. And I sold it as reduce your no-shows. Nobody cared. When I changed it to this is the Calendly kit, with sparkles. You can copy and paste it into your Calendly and it reduces your no-shows in 5 minutes. And it did 400% better. So you could just change the magic pill and things just work. And if you have lead magnets now and you're like, this didn't perform well, it's not that the lead magnet is dead. It's just that you didn't dress it nice enough. You didn't change the magic pill. And third way of varying big promo is just create another one. Like with the tools above, with the landing page and the video, you just need a video, some copy, and an existing asset to make it work. Like that's all you need. Done in one work session. So 3 ways of varying big promos, right? So people don't get used to it. And there's 100 ways of varying big promos. So you can use the emails plug swipe. I'm including it in this doc. Actually, now might be a good time to send the doc. So these are 100 email plugs that I use, that I've used, and they just have worked for me really well. The way we do this, like with Christian, because Christian is the one that does it, I don't, is we do it like this. So these 100 promos are actually here, right? I just put it in this Google Doc, and that's why they're green. So what we'll do with Christian is here, if there's any promotion that I'm making that day, I'll write it. If there's no promotion that I'm making that day, Christian will grab one of the bank at random, and then he'll copy and paste it. That meets the variance and the cadence criteria because he does it every day, and he grabs one at random so people don't get used to it. So you can use this to craft your own bank. And then when you craft your own bank, you tell your VA exactly what I told you right now. And that's it. That's how you vary it. If you'd like more on our systems, the 100K a month SOPs goes really deep into it and how I'm able to work just 3 hours a day and enjoy life. Okay, recap and application. So now you have 3 components in place. You have big ideas, cadence with big promos and small promos, and variance, changing the way you make them. This gets you to 1,000 new whales. It's not hard. Like it is not. You saw this together. Like I've been demonstrating this live. It's just kind of repetitive. But when you get the 3 components right, it just works out. But these don't serve you if we don't have a plan and we stick to that plan. So, shall you want it? Here's a challenge to you. These are your next 8 weeks. I crafted this. I'm going to send it. And together, we can craft your next weeks. The green here symbolizes the promos you're going to make. These are the big promos, right? You can do more, you can do less, so you can make a copy out of this. And you can just use that. If you would prefer something more custom, then I did a custom plan that you can just take here. So if you're like, I'm going to grow my list because I have deduced, is that a word? I have arrived to the conclusion that this is going to help my business and this is my focus now. And then I'm going to stick to this. Well, all power to you, man. Go for it. Stick to your 8 weeks here. This is the plan. Shall you want to do it? So what's next? We have arrived to the end. So we're going to get into Q&A in a bit. But what's next is, number 1, execute on your next 8 weeks. This doesn't serve you if you don't actually do it. Send your big ideas and promos for feedback in school. Like there's some stuff that's just like obvious to you, but it's like so fascinating to others, right? And this is kind of what we're getting into. The other day we talked with Carter. He has this unique method that other people haven't found out. He lost 100 pounds with it. And that's how the 100 pounds protocol was born. You know, things are obvious to you, but sometimes you're too close to your work to see it. And this is why the community helps you see it from afar. 18 ways to make magic with pricing. So pricing is interesting in that it is objective.
Let me put that on for you.
But people act on emotion and not logic, which allows you to get pretty subjective with it and create magic. And you see this every Black Friday. Everything's the same price, and then on Black Friday they just had a higher price tag, and then they cross it, and then people just start buying things. Nothing changed about the number, but a lot changed about the behavior expressed by the customer. So pricing is numerical, which is objective, but the subjective feel allows you to create plenty of magic. Changing how you frame your pricing, sometimes not even the price itself, can double sales and retention. So here's an example, and this is not an exaggeration, it's an example. Somebody requested to leave the other day because they're like, I didn't implement the plan, I didn't have time for this and whatnot, right? So there's 2 possible ways to frame pricing going forward. A would be, hey, why don't you stay for longer so you can have more time and actually have time to implement? But like realistically, how's that gonna turn out? They're gonna be like, no, let me cut my losses short, right? They gave up on you. Now, you can offer to give a second chance with your pricing by giving the numbers, but making it kind of have a numerical feel. So you can say, I remember on our call, then this is what happened on the call. This is actually what I sent them. On our call, you wanted to do 1,000 things, but in the end, you rarely took action on what you knew. This is what he mentioned, right? I'm quoting him. You posted 0 times and didn't use my help. Sure, it's easy for me to just take the money, but there's a better option. One that will finally get you moving in one direction with a clear plan and a goal. Because this person struggled with like overthinking and doing many things. You have the option to apply all the payments you've already made towards 2025. You've paid 4,900 so far, and I can credit that toward next year. So this time won't feel wasted, because that's why he wanted to leave, because he felt like he wasted his money, wanted to cut his losses short, as if you hadn't paid anything at all. But this time we do it right. If you commit to 2025, your weekly payments drop to this much. I'll also include a one-on-one call to map out your plan if you decide to take this option. Let me know what you think. So look at how these 2 feel. Don't look at the number, look at how they feel. The first one says, give me money. Keep going with this. I'm not going to help you, just keep paying. That's your problem.
and would have most likely have gotten no. The second one says, let's do it right this time. And not only did it create 9,500 on top of the other 4,900, so it created a total of $14,400. That's $9,500 more just by saying a different number in a different way. Not only that, but it created a relationship that wouldn't have existed otherwise. And that's the power of just like changing some numbers. They're objective, but they have a very subjective feel. Just by changing a little bit of it, you can tap into different sides of the market and double the amount of people and the time they pay and the time they stay with you. Now, the trick to this kind of magical quote unquote pricing is not to sell to a machine and think, what is the optimal pricing? Like, that's more for macroeconomist kind of stuff. We don't do that. We just deal with people individually, and we benefit more from thinking about individual cases in magic. Don't think what's the optimal pricing. It's like asking what's the best pickup line. It just doesn't work. Instead, think, what do I want my prices to feel like? And when you base your pricing on feel, then you can find that you're going to get way more yeses. So that's just one case. I'm going to give you 17 more below. So what do I want my prices to feel like? What do I want my prices to do? For example, you want people who already bought something from you to buy more. So what can you do with pricing? This is one of the 18 ways. You can credit the last purchase into the next. So say you have $100, a $1,000, and a $10,000 product. You can say, hey, you already bought this, buy this, and then that. But that is a tougher sell than selling them as, why don't we credit the last payment you made into this so it's cheaper for you? So to the people who already bought the $100 thing, let's say, hey, would you like it to be as if you had paid nothing for that? And I can credit this into the next thing. You've got some credit, right? People are really consistent. People, if they're non-spenders, they typically don't spend more. But if they already spent, you will find that they like to keep going. That's why the best question ever is, would you like some fries with that? Right? People are consistent. Say if you sell them, hey, you already bought the $100 thing, you've got some credit. Would you like to apply it to this? Granted, you're selling them a $900 thing, but this time it's not an ask, it's a give. And then they already spent $1,000, right? Hey, would you like to apply your credit into this? Right? You've got some credit, it's $1,000. You're giving them $1,000 in a way, or that's how it feels. And it often gets more yeses. Theoretically, this can be repeated infinitely, and it just keeps going. And notice how smooth it can be. I sent this to everybody who has ever bought a workshop. Hey, you're getting this email because you've got credit. It's not, I'm selling you something, it's you've got credit. To finance my wedding, I've released the wedding toolbox where you can find all my workshops. You're getting this email because you purchased at least one of them. And I'm opening the option for your credit at purchase. So everything you've paid will be discounted from the price. Reply asking about it and I'll work out the math for you. So if you got a customer list, which a lot of you have, this is an email you could send today. Hey, I'm crediting what you've paid already into working with me to install what you already bought. And then it gets even smoother, because then this is what we respond to. When to people who say, hey, I'd like to know my credit, we send them this. Hey, Sam, you spent a total of $200, which I can credit in two ways. I can discount it from the price tag and get you the toolbox for $799 now. So that's already a plus, and it created $800 that wouldn't have been created otherwise. Or two, I can get you the toolbox now for free and get you access to cash creators for 4 weeks at a discounted rate of $250 a week. This would get you access to the toolbox plus 4 weeks with me and 2 weekly calls and community questions to work with me. Let me know which one you prefer and I can run your current file. And because they're customers, I can ask them, is it still the one that ends on 1009? See how easy it is. Instead of asking people to buy this, do this, I'm just making it easy by, hey, you've got some credit. Hey, you've got 2 options. I'm big on not asking people, but framing your ask as a give. And when you use credit, that credit allows you to do that. So this is an email anybody can send today. Another one. something you might want your pricing to do is, let's say you detect that maybe your price is too high for your audience. There is a way to lower it without lowering your status, because that's the big deal, right? You don't want to lower your status. So for that, it serves you to think like a Japanese person. So for example, Japanese people sell sushi, right? And let's say sushi has 3 pieces. It's got the sashimi, which is the fish, it's got the rice, and it's got the nori, which is the seaweed, right? So if you take out the nori, you don't have nori less sushi. It's not a worse offer. Now it's just nigiri, right? And if you take out the rice from the nigiri, you don't have rice less nigiri. You have sashimi, right? And these appeal to different segments of the audience. So what you can do is you take your offer and you do what the Japanese do and you just unbundle it and sell the individual components, because there is a chance that people just want one thing, right? If it works, then you can turn it into a level of your shell. And this is how you experiment with lowering your price if you detect that maybe it's too high. You don't say, hey guys, I'm lowering the price. In my opinion, in my lower status. But what you can do is say, hey, I'm willing to compromise. If you're willing, and this is when being clear is kind, and you're very clear, if you're willing to not have this, I'm willing to give you limited access at limited pricing. If you don't want this, the price goes down. Just as simple as that. So if you split all the things you already deliver, you do one-on-one calls, you have the portal, you have group calls, and you get the community and so on. You can take things away and then you market just that. And that's how you can like test lower pricing. So you take something away, you unbundle. I often do this. Like my offers are just different ways I shape, bundle and unbundle the things that are inside of Cash Creators. And I just go like that. I don't think like, how can I make my offer better? I think, what components can I mix and match? Like a Japanese person. What else would you like your pricing to do? You might want to retain long-term people. And I believe in this. The day you sign a client is the day you start losing them, by Don Draper. What I think is practical about this is that it's more likely that you'll upsell a client if you do it early than if you wait. Because clients don't fall in love with us, they fall out of love with us most of the time. And if you want to strike the iron, strike while the iron's hot. So what I like to do here is conserve pricing, but add depth. So as soon as somebody has their onboarding call with me, I will send them this. Hey, here's the call. I'll send it to them. By the way, this might benefit you. I'm doing this new thing called a call a quarter, where I'm including 4-hour-long calls with me to get to your plan. No need for upfront payments or increases in fee. Everything remains the same, plus we both commit to working together towards the goal for the year. Let me know if you'd like to take me up on this, and I'll get you my one-on-one link to schedule the next one at your convenience. Notice how this is framed as a give. It's not a, hey, would you like to commit to the program and like stay here forever, right? It's a, hey, this might benefit you. Let's get you a plan, right? You can frame these things differently. So this is my favorite way to upsell people or like retain people, because I value personally recurring revenue more than one-time revenue. Another way, if you wanted to upsell people, not just retain them, but upsell them, is you can do the same thing and offer the upsell early with the recording. So I sell the call recording, and I used to send this. By the way, would you like to get DM access? This way we can implement the plan fast for $300 a week on top of your current fee. You're free to downgrade when set up or whenever you like. This had like a 25% take rate. And something interesting you'll see with pricing and upselling and retaining clients is that timing matters a lot. Doing it early, even if it's just a worse offer, will often outperform if you do it later with a better offer. It's timing that matters. Like, do it right then and there. Now, let's say you were going for paid in fulls. What I do is I offer the paid in full early with the time incentive. So if anybody wanted to do 6 months or 12 months for Cash Creators, I give them a discount if they sign up for that in the first 4 weeks. So I will send them the recording, and then I'm like, by the way, would you like to take the 3K discount? See, it's a gift, not an ask. Thanks. What are the details on that?
Total for the year is this much, but the discount is that much. So I can stop your weekly payments, credit the ones you've already made, and charge a card on file. So again, objective numbers, but they feel very subjective. So this depends on what you want to do. I'll like leave it to your discernment. But do you want to retain people? Do you want to upsell people? Do you want to get paid in fulls and just get a one-time revenue now? There is no like optimal pricing. It's more like, what do you want your pricing to feel like? And often you can get a feel by the person you're talking to, because you've had your call with them or you've had some interactions with them. You know, are they long-term people but struggling financially? Are they really loaded? So you can kind of get a sense for what you can offer. By the way, paid in full also works with excuses like tax season. Like before the tax season, you can give people like a tax break or however that works. Or the beginning of the year. Like, hey, let's commit to this, making it happen, right? Maybe you want your pricing to reduce work of big whales, because sometimes we have clients that join, you know, they're loaded, but you already know that they're not going to interact with you at all because they're busy doing a lot of projects, right? So what you can do is you can offer a premium option 2 to 3 times less expensive, solving their main constraint. So I will message them. I'm like, hey, dude, I thought working one-on-one might benefit you because we can work around your time constraints and I can help. This person had a ghostwriter. I can help your ghostwriter closer too. Would you like to see the details of what that would look like? Sometimes you can just message people like this. And the frame to message people for an upsell is not buy this, it's I think this might benefit you. And you just make the offer. The more they've paid and stayed with you, the less fancy this ask needs to be. It's like the hardest date you're ever gonna take somebody on is the first one. After that, it gets simpler. It's, do you want to go to this place? And then when they reply, I just send them my one-on-one coaching doc, which is just these 2 pages. You can reference it here. Maybe sometimes you get a winner and you can tell that these guys got the right attitude, they got the best intentions, but they're struggling financially. What you can do is you can offer a discount in exchange for a longer commitment. So I send them this. Hey, I thought this might benefit you to shift your business to the recurring model. I believe in playing long-term games with long-term people, so thought about a deal with you. I can reduce your fee from this much to that much if you stay for a year. No need to pay up front. I just reduce the next payment upwards and onwards, and you end up saving this much. I get stability, and you get somebody you can play the long game with. Are you in? And we both get somebody we can play the long game with. Again, pricing is flexible, right? And it should be flexible because everybody else has a different situation. And when you like, the key to lowering churn and getting people to stay is to actually give a fuck and seeing how can I make pricing easier for these people. You'll be surprised at how long people stay when you actually care and you make it easy for them. Another one, maybe you want to anticipate a lower period. And this is relevant now that summer is coming up. So you might want to have this in your arsenal. Summer and the holidays are typically when people get flaky with commitments. So you can get ahead of that by sending them something like buy X, get Y free. So Alan Go gave me this. Shout out. The holidays are around the corner, a festive and hectic time for most of us. And let's be honest, an expensive one too. Here's what I have for you. Buy 2 months, get 1 month free. I know it's a mental thing, but skipping auto charge on Christmas and New Year's makes us breathe a little easier. So if you pay for 2 months now, I'll stop your weekly payments and resume them in February. I'm also adding a complimentary one-on-one call. So you can do this in summer, right? If you're taking summer off and you like to commit for after that and get you a plan, reply, I'll get you the details. And you can manipulate your pricing depending on how you want it to make it feel so that it won't be like, oh man, I'm in summer, I'm enjoying, I'm in vacation, I'm using the program. You can tackle that numerically before it happens. I recommend if you're going to do this, do it in May. Also, if you know somebody's taking time off, I've done this because I follow all my clients, I see them, let's say somebody's going to have a baby, right? Or something. It makes sense for you to
like get a front of that. Hey, like, so you can spend more time there without worrying about this and that and that. Maybe this might benefit you, right? Another one, you can sell your most in-demand checkpoint. So we all have these things that people kind of want the most from us, right? Like we can hear it from clients a lot. In my world, it's people want to have their offers set up. For others, they just want to lose their first 5 pounds. And for others, they just want to get their next 3 clients. What you can do is you can sell only the checkpoint at a lower time frame and price. So let's say your thing is losing 5, 10, and 15 pounds. You can just sell phase one at a third of the price. If this works, then it can be added as a level of your shell. So for example, Cash Creators is we create 20K and then 20K months and then 20K weeks. I thought, is there a world in which I can do just 5K in 5? Because some people just want one small win. And then you can apply the other tools to upsell them in the back end with credit. So this is an option. You can just split your program for 1/3, maybe do 1/3 of the price. And once you get them going, you upsell them in the back. What I like about this is that it speaks to different parts of the audience. Now that I've released these different modalities of bundling and unbundling and thinking like a Japanese kind of stuff, I'm seeing people that I've never seen before pay. And I realized that it wasn't that the audience was dead. It wasn't like a whale bait problem. It was a audience segments problem. I've been promoting the same thing for too long, and I didn't unbundle it enough to speak to different people. Because just because somebody doesn't buy that exact combination of variables in your offer, that doesn't mean they're not going to buy another one. Getting a compulsive yes. So for example, this is good for Black Friday or if you're selling like bundles or whatnot or products. I just say, hey, this has a big discount. Yeah, it's a typical one, but it always it's tried and true. Observation, if you're gonna give discounts, don't frame it as a percentage discount, frame it as a number. Numbers hit harder than percentages. We did an experiment in which we offered a 20% discount and a $2,000 discount, and we split tested both. The 20% discount was more than the $2,000 discount, but the $2,000 sold more people than the other one, just because percentages are harder to grasp, whereas numbers, people just see it as a noun number, so it's easier to get. Make a big charge seem small, and this is something anybody can do now. If you sometimes sell a bigger thing, like a bigger bundle, I am a fan of always giving an option to finance it. So most people who took the wedding toolbox took the financing option, not the $1,000 option. So I like to do it as a financing weekly. So if your thing is $700, you can offer $100 for 8 weeks. Sometimes just having that option is helpful. Turning past customers into clients. So the way I sell offers let's say I sell a workshop, I will sell the workshop itself, but I will also sell a 30-day pass or a monthly pass to Cash Creators. And it's half now, half later. So let's say the workshop is $100. I will sell a pass for maybe like 600 now and 600 at the end of the 30 days. And the way I frame my pricing here so that people will upsell is I don't charge them and then ask if they want to stay. I offer, would you like me not to charge you and stay? So I send them this. Hey person, as agreed, I'll charge the remaining $500 tomorrow. If you'd like me not to do that, you have the option to stay here with all your benefits instead of losing them by crediting that payment to your fee. Your next payment gets canceled and you can just keep going at this rate starting in March. After the 16 weeks, not before, you have the option to leave if or whenever you like. Let me know if you'd like to take me up on this and I'll cancel your next payment and talk next steps. So it's always framed as a plus. You get more. And hopefully you notice like all these little things add up. This is why I can make a lot of offers and not annoy some people. It's because I always frame it as here's what's in it for you. It's not as saying Cash Creators is, would you like to cancel your next payment? It's not a buy the next thing, is hey, you've got some credits. And some rules of thumb for general pricing, I find that group programs tend to be really good at 100 and 250 a week, like up to those ranges work really well. Raising prices at 25, 50, 75, and 100% capacity also is pretty good to like keep your protagonist journey so that people know, oh, like this guy's actually going to accomplish it and one day he's going to leave. Not being always available is really good for business. If you're going to do one-on-one, which is basically just DMs and calls on top of what they already get, 2 to 3 times what you charge for your group tends to be a good number. Workshops, these are variable, but workshops, all you need for a workshop is, as simple as it sounds, is get someone to give you $1. Because it's not about making money with workshops. Workshops, unless you have a pretty big audience, are not going to make you a lot of money. But they do find you people who are going to make you a lot of money. So you just have to get people to transact. It's more about creating a customer than making money with one-time offers. Because then you can use all the ways we talked about in pricing to get them to upsell. And that's when you make the true money. I make more money from the back end than my front end. And that's how you can have more efficient audiences. It's you just make your front end thing, just get somebody to give you $1. And then you have a really elaborate back end with all these ways to make pricing easy to get people to stay. The problem is when you flip them and when you make the big ask up front and then people don't move because people are consistent. Non-spenders don't spend and spenders keep spending. Selling passes 1x to 1.25x of your group program tends to be a good heuristic. I do half now and half at the end. Now, the case for weekly. So why do I like weekly? I like it because it's subjectively easier to say yes to a weekly fee than a monthly fee. Even though it doesn't really make sense, because like $250 a week feels less than $1K a month. It just feels like less. But if you extrapolate it to a year, $250 a week, you pay more. I think you pay like $500 more. So it doesn't really make sense. But again, pricing doesn't make sense because you're dealing with humans, not robots. A second benefit is that I can tailor pricing to people and the benefits are immediate. That's something I really like. So you tend to get more yeses. So for example, this is what my pricing notifications look like. This is all cash creators. Some people are on regular, some people are on credit, some people are on the let's keep your momentum going, and some people are at a different fee for different stuff. So when you have weekly, you can adapt the next payment onwards immediately. So people get an immediate reward for taking you up on your upsells, on your offers. So that's why I like it. It gives me so much flexibility. My pricing looks like a random number generator, and that's fine because I know, or like I have a better idea than I used to have of where everybody is, and I can make them specific offers depending on what situation might benefit them the most. I test pricing all the time, and the question is the same. Not what the optimal pricing is, but what do I want my pricing to feel like? It's always subjective, but I want to have subjective feel to everything. So something that you can do today, and so that it turns into like an actionable, take one of the 18 today and send it. Find one that you want your pricing to do in your business and apply it. You might be pleasantly surprised. Then getting the habit of going over your client list and all the options every week. And then you might be constantly pleasantly surprised that just a small change in numbers can have a massive effect in how many people take you up on your offers. Sometimes you just don't have to change anything. You just have to frame the way you ask for things. And numbers are one of the most powerful ways we have to do so with pricing. Mr. Helmington, we're going to walk people through a little bit on how these outcomes were achieved. And I'm going to go deep into other segues. So you just ran, kind of keep it as honest and as natural as you can. And I'll get nosy on the things that I think are worth getting nosy about on how you doubled your MR, created 42K in 30 days, some clients have been staying with you for 5 years. You have an ultra premium offer that's multiple times what the other offers are worth, and yet you still get takers for it. Now I don't know if you remember, but like a year ago, you're about making three times as much per month.
Yep.
And you've developed this idea of profits over profits that I'd like to hone in on to show people how they can find theirs and what use they have or what that has created in their lives. So
Okay.
in your life. So we're gonna start with anyway, why don't you walk us through like kind of the story on how you started this thing, what you maybe wanted to build it into, and what then you kind of pivoted towards.
Sure. So first things first, this is a hot seat. Have not prepared for any of this, so it's going to be more fun and more real, I suppose. I started the trading initiative in 2020 during the COVID lockdown. I've been involved in my industry for 15 years now, ex Merrill Lynch, and moved to Brazil during right before COVID lockdowns with my now wife. And so I just wanted something to do. There was a gap in the industry that I felt like I could fill at the time. And it started off a hell of a lot differently than where I'm at right now. No real direction, actually, when I started. It was kind of just throw shit out there and saw what's stuck. And the unfortunate part was everybody was doing it. And not just my industry, but literally everything. Everybody was in COVID lockdowns. So it was anything that came to your mind, you would try to start a business or try to sell yourself online. And the barrier to entry was very low. And during the COVID lockdowns, there wasn't a whole lot going on. Everybody was chronically online. And there was some success and there was some failure. But what I've evolved into over the last 5 years now is a very structured program, if you will, with a clearly defined audience, which I think I didn't have that to begin with. I didn't have it for the first year and a half, actually. It's actually part of the reason why I found you to begin with, was how the hell do I find the right type of people? And now I have, as you kind of stated, the current stats. I have a business now that performs well. I have a dedicated client base. I'm growing every month. The money coming in now finally justifies the time that I put into it for the first 2 years. And everything is going well. And as a matter of fact, this year is going to be the best year. And all things considered, the momentum is on my side. I think that's a really big thing when it comes to business in general, is when momentum is on your side, you don't want to stop. You want to continue to press the gas pedal down. And so the back half of 2025, I think, is going to be better than the first half. And I think it's going to continue through in 2026.
So let's walk us through the numbers. What was it 1 year ago? What is it today? And yeah, let's start with that.
I don't have the specific numbers, but I'll tell you it's a hell of a lot more this year than it was last year. Last year wasn't terrible. Last year, I think the business brought in somewhere around 130,000, 140,000. And this year I'm on pace for probably 300 or more. Specifically since opening up the last tier, you kind of mentioned that, the big revenue jump. Folks, if you're listening to this and you're afraid to charge people a lot of money, don't be. If you actually deliver on the value that you wanted, that you say you can deliver, they will pay. And the sizable jumps in MMR are coming in on a weekly basis now. So I really don't know where I'm going to end up this year. I think on the low estimates, it'll be 300K. I think it could be probably somewhere realistically 4, maybe low 4s. But you never know. Like I said, when momentum is hot, you grow in spurts, and who knows what happens. So I've more than doubled for sure the revenue. And one other thing to kind of point out is my overhead costs are minimal. So I keep, other than taxes, 95% of what I bring in. So I don't have, a bunch of employees. I don't have a brick and mortar. I don't, I'm keeping what I bring in. So.
All right. You said 95?
Yeah, it's 90, 95%.
All right, let's get into the details. So I'm interested in the whole defined audience aspect. So I've heard some people say that they have the world's biggest fish tank.
Yeah.
How do you not end up there? How do you find the people with money?
So let me tell you guys something. I've paid JK for 2 or 3 years now for advice, and for the first year, I was just kind of a lurker, like say Cash, reading everything, never responding to anything he said to me. I didn't even have my one-on-one with him, I think, for the first year. It took you reaching out to me a couple of times, asking me why the hell I haven't scheduled something with you. But the biggest thing that changed immediately once I did have a conversation with you was the fish bait versus whale bait. Specifically in my industry, there's people with a lot of money, and when you create content,
So for context, everybody, what industry is this?
investing, financial markets.
Right.
Sorry, I should have started with that. But yes, financial markets. When you create content for engagement or for everybody, you typically get the people at the bottom, as you say, that are looking to learn everything from you, but they don't necessarily want to pay for it. And you don't make any money making people feel good. So the first thing you had me do was go step by step through the process of who do I think about when I think about like my ideal client, my role model, my MVP or whatever. And we built kind of this picture of who I wanted to work with, like my dream client. And from there, then we started to build out like a strategy on content. It didn't go the other way around. I think that's important, because I didn't create content to find my audience. I knew who I wanted, and then I created the content around that specific individual. And it completely changed not only like my day to day, but the performance, the revenue started going up.
What's the difference? What's the difference between creating content to reach out to your audience and knowing what you like, being clear on that? How do those
Sure.
apply differently?
So having conversations with clients that I already liked, I think is a big thing. You don't have to ask them specifically and make it awkward. You can probe around. And one thing, for example, like clients that I had issues with were like taxes, for example. This is like a niche area of what I do, because guys that have money have to pay taxes. It's life. And if you have, $1 million or more in a brokerage account, you're paying taxes. So I never used to talk about taxes or even bring it up at all, because let's be honest, most people don't ever have that issue. Once I started just like kind of talking about it, just referencing it, like around January, February, hey, make sure you're reaching out to the right guys to help you file your taxes. Who do you think responded? Was it the guys with $500 in a Robinhood account and a dream? No, it was the guys with 7 figures in their brokerage accounts that might have made 7 figures and have to pay 35% in taxes. So all of a sudden, those are the guys that are paying attention to what I'm saying. So the engagement obviously came down. I would get like 3 to 5 likes per post instead of like 50 or whatever. But the 3 to 5 likes were the exact people I wanted to like the damn post. And from those 5 people, maybe 1 or 2 clicked the link, came into the funnel, convert 1 at a relatively high price point. That's all you need. So one thing that I don't do that I think goes against mainstream is giveaways, lead magnets. I don't believe in any of that shit. My audience might be a little bit different than some people's, but my audience is not attracted to free anything. They want to pay because they perceive higher cost with higher value. And so when I'm willing to give something away for free, they almost look at it like it's not worth their time. And so I completely stopped doing giveaways, the lead magnets, like, reply back TTI and I'll send you a link. Like, I ran that stuff. I did it. It got engagement. I couldn't tell you the last guy that actually bought something that came through that funnel. So I just completely stopped doing it. And I know that goes against like every growth hacker's dream. And maybe that does work for some people's, industries or whatever. But for me, it was a net negative because it cheapened my brand. When I was willing to give away stuff that we were charging for free, it made people ask, why the hell would I want to pay for it? I'll just wait till it's free. So it's a big deal, guys. I'm telling you, JK talks about this a lot, but the fish bait versus whale bait completely changed everything for me.
So we'll take, there's many segues we can take this in. So one that I really liked was when you mentioned, and I want to kind of make it define into a sentence, when you mentioned taxes. I saw another post the other day about some dude that said, here's how you avoid paying this many fees on Stripe. And people who engaged with it, you could see the likes. They were only people who, have fees on Stripe, people with money, right?
Yep.
So it's often you want to talk about the second, third, fourth order consequences problems and not and just the one that are beginners. So like showing people how to get from zero to something is probably not going to get you anything, but showing and being in tune with the problems that advanced people have, it's not like their problems disappear. It's there's other problems, but it's just they're so scarce
Yeah.
compared in content, like they don't see it as much. So by you providing that, you'd be surprised at how little of that content people see because it's just so advanced and nobody's like thinking about it. So think about what is the second or third order consequence.
For those of you that are old school, if you remember way back in the day, like Google keywords, if you go and like you're a bodybuilder or something and you're trying to start a business and you want to rank for like bodybuilding, it's going to be very difficult. You have all of these people looking to compete with you. If you're running ads, it's going to cost you a lot. But if you go to like the fifth, sixth, seventh, long tail keyword, right? That's what it was called. If you went bodybuilding for men over 50 with, a chest injury, you might get 50 views per month, but those 50 views are going to be extremely nuanced and you're going to solve an issue that most people aren't even addressing. And those people are going to be the people that pay you. So yeah, 100%. Go out to the fourth, fifth magnitude, answer those questions. You'd be very surprised at how many questions people have that nobody answers.
Good. I like that. So, okay. Cheapening brand. What are some things that you stopped doing that cheapened the brand before? And what are some things that you started doing that gave that brand kind of that luxury, higher end
Sure.
feel?
So there's a couple things, and I'm going to be 100% honest with you folks. And I want you to take this, like, at least for what I'm doing, real, like this is really what I do. One thing is within my industry is there's like say like a small account challenge, like take your account from 0 to 1,000 or 0 to 10,000. That's fine, but you're going to attract the people that have $0, and those people are going to have a lot of time and no money to pay you. So those are going to be the guys that sit in Discord all day with $250 in a dream. And those are the guys that are going to message you on a Saturday night, and if you don't respond to them by Sunday morning, they're pissed. And it's like, bro, why am I even wasting my time? So I completely stopped talking about anything that regards small anything. And by doing that, it completely changed the type of people that viewed my content because the people that were in those shoes are no longer engaging with me, which is great. Another thing, and this is it's funny, but it's true within my industry, and I think with a lot of industries, is people are very superficial. And I'll tell you just from personal experience, networking is kind of a double-edged sword because most of the people that want to network are not people that you necessarily want to know because they don't have shit. And so you can network through different ways of things you talk about online, pictures you post. A great one, and this is going to sound stupid, but it works, folks, is like smoking cigars. There's a niche portion of the world that likes to smoke cigars. So when you post a cigar picture on, you're automatically kind of grabbing the attention of other people that like to smoke cigars. And I'll tell you, most people that don't have a lot of money aren't smoking cigars. So even if my content is financial markets on a Saturday, I'll be like, hey, I hope you guys are having a great day. Here's a picture of Monte Cristo. I'm up in the mountains in southern Brazil. Who do you think's going to like the post? It's not the guy with the dream, $250. It's the guy that maybe he's smoking on a Cohiba, and he's, hell yeah, this is great. It's like virtue signaling kind of. This is like a way to network with the type of people you want. You have a nice car. I know it's stupid. I don't like influencer marketing or whatever, luxury marketing. But if you have a nice car, you're automatically going to draw the attention of people that also have nice cars. So you don't have to be an asshole about it. But these like little nuances are going to start piquing interest of people that share the same type of interest as you. And you're going to start rubbing elbows with them just because you have shared commonality and interests. And that brings people into your funnel.
That's a great point. I knew about a guy that he had a funnel and he split tested A and B. So one of the ads said, this is how much my business make, sign up, whatever, right? It did okay. The other one was, this is how much my business makes so that I can help my family and my wife. And that one had 4 times the conversions.
Yep.
And nothing else changed. And it's just that I asked him, who do you do really well with? And he's a business guy, right? But he's like, married men.
Yeah.
People in relationships with children. So it's almost like exposing the behaviors that you want your whales to reflect back to you, it works because life kind of works in mirrors. So if
Yep,
you
you're
expose the way
100%.
you believe in, you will attract people who believe in that stuff.
Like when you start to build a community or a business or whatever, people want to hang out with people that they share common stuff with. So yeah, if you can, kids are a great one for those of you. I just had my first kid in March. I'm going through it right now, so I automatically, when somebody says something about a kid, I perk up a little bit. It's true, but it's like that with everything in life. It's wife, kids, cars, cigars, drinking, whatever it is, nice liquor, wine, anything. Right? The more niche, the better. The smaller the community that revolves around that particular luxury good or idea, the better you can capture it.
Let's go on content, because you
Sure.
have a really, I wouldn't call it like you have a Notion dashboard that's structured on every single thing you create content, but you do have some really nice variability between like personal and also business related and case studies. What's your thought process behind what do you post and what buckets they belong to?
So this is something that I'm still improving on. But I've come to notice within my particular audience, it's all about the results. So I'll give you a great example. You do this better than anybody I know. Maybe Trump does it better. But you make an enemy out of somebody and you give them a nickname. Or like it's not necessarily an enemy, but it's like an idea that you can poke fun at. So for example, today I posted something called Doomer Derek, which is the guy that thinks the world's going to end every time he sees his own shadow, or Day Trader Danny, or these guys that you can just poke fun of it. You can kind of use your brand, your positioning to kind of explain why it's better. And
Why do you think that works so well? Because I've experienced it, but what's your theory on it?
you make like you want to build people that share the same like thought process as you, the same values as you. And so if you can vilify, like, an idea is better than a person, by the way. An idea, if you can give it a name, that it makes it funny, which automatically gives it a little bit more power. But if you can vilify an idea and position your stance as being superior to that other idea, people will rally around that idea, which is part of the reason why TTI itself is not a brand based off of me. It's a brand based off of the idea of profits over profits. Everything is, if you can build that like core loyalty around the idea, I could leave, which I'm sure we'll talk about eventually today. I could leave for a week and the business will continue to run because it's the idea that works. It's not me. So if you can vilify, Doomer Derek, Day Trader Danny, what a Macro Marty. I mean, I've come up with them because of you, and they work great. The guys inside the community and other people, they laugh at it. They kind of make jokes, and it like strengthens the brand. But the content strategy in of itself, I'm still working on. The results are generally what work for me. In my industry, everybody's posting charts. You go on FinTwit, and everyone's posting the same goddamn things every day. One person posts something, and then you have 5,000 people posting the same thing, and your audience kind of sees it from somebody else, and then there's no like edge to that. It's like all the same goddamn idea every day, and it's just stupid. And so I thought to myself last year, like, what makes TTI stand out? Like, what can I do? Because I can't share better charts than everybody. Nobody really can.
TTI is the Trading Initiative, by the way. That's his company.
Yes. Sorry. And so I focused on the end result instead. And what I realized was the guys that are focused on the end result cared more about the charts because the charts are all the same. And so the process became less important than the end result. And the marketing showed that. So I just stuck with it. So now I turn the result pictures into minor case studies. I give little insights through the case studies, like, hey, this is kind of how we did it, enough to make people curious, but not enough for them to do it by themselves. And it's worked great. But I focus on the end result. I don't focus on the process like at all anymore. Because I realized when I focused on the process, it brought the people that I didn't want to work with, the guys that are going to message me on a Sunday morning, can I help this person? And I'm like, no, it's Sunday. But when I focused on the results, it drew in the people that are like, okay, I see that it works. It's just a different type of crowd. So
what's a process look like?
So the process is like a full trading system, and I have like built-in courses and stuff. It's a way to view the market. I'm not going to get into it right now because it's super technical, but essentially it's like, it's a way to view the market that's very specific to like the way we do things. And I realized when I was marketing that, like, hey, our way is better than everybody's, people would look at that and go, so what? Like, this guy's saying that, and this guy's saying that, and this guy's saying that. But one thing my competitors couldn't do was show the fucking profits, excuse me for swearing, that the people that were paying me got. So everybody has their way to do stuff, but does it actually work? And that's what I realized really drove conversions was, hey, it works. Look at everybody that's in the community. They're doing this. Here's their equity curves. Here's their, their profits on this trade or whatever. And that attracted the type of people that are there to win and not just learn.
Nice. How big does a case study have to be, or a result have to be in order for you to consider it, this could work as a case study? Do you have a certain, like, what do you consider?
I'll tell you right now, I've asked you about this before, and I think it's funny. We have guys that are making verified, by the way, this is not bullshit. Like 6 figures a trade. We have 7-figure earners in our community. And I'll post some of those, and they don't actually convert any better than the small wins, as long as it's a win. So I don't know if I could potentially be doing better at framing those bigger wins, but I think consistency matters more than the big odd lot win. A couple of times a week, I can post results because we get them consistently. And so I think when somebody is sitting there, like let's say somebody follows you on Twitter or whatever, and they see a win, and then they see a win 2 days later, and then they see a win 2 days later, I think that matters more than one single big win. And I've turned those big wins into YouTube videos. I've tried Instagram and TikTok. And personally, I think it's the consistency of the results that matter more than the one big win.
I really like that. And no win is small enough.
No.
Right?
No.
It's if sometimes it's emotional, sometimes it's just about a feeling that went away, like not being scared anymore.
Well, so here's one that I'm going to post. I don't know if I'm going to post it today or later this week, but we have one of the guys that's been with us now for 3 years, one of the tier 4 guys. He took profits from earlier this year and bought a $110,000 Tesla, just taking delivery of it today. And so he's posting pictures in our group and stuff. And I mean, I always ask everybody, is it okay if I post? Because you never want to post somebody's personal stuff on the internet for your own gain without their approval. I think that's fair, right? So this individual, taking a delivery of a brand new, whatever, souped up Tesla he bought. And I mean, like I said, the people that are attracted to those type of big purchases, the 100K cars and stuff, those are the guys that are going to look at that and go, hell yeah. And so that case study is probably going to be great. I mean, it's probably going to do well. But these are the types of things that I think people should focus on, are the wins. It doesn't have to be a $110,000 Tesla, but focus on the wins inside of the community and show other people that are on the fence that they can do it too.
What are other wins that you've shared that are maybe not the impressive ones? Are there others that are maybe non-financial?
Yeah, I mean, we've had I'm running case studies where it's just like we had one a couple of years ago that did really well, where this woman came in, she did well, and she made enough money to build a deck in her house. And this did surprisingly well. I mean, it's not like this huge thing, 15 grand or whatever. It's not the biggest win in the world, but that kind of pulled the strings on kind of the middle ground. So for those of you that are privy to JK's offer show, I have 4 tiers. Tier 1's a one-off product. Tier 2 is a lower monthly sub. Tier 3 is a bigger monthly sub. And Tier 4 is a big annual sub. And, getting that middle ground for the Tier 2 kind of lower cost monthly subs is super important too. I mean, that's kind of where your majority of your recurring revenue comes in on a monthly basis. So don't be afraid to show the small wins either, because that might give a completely different, might take a different audience that is still wanting to pay you. But it's more relatable than buying the $110,000 Tesla, because these guys, maybe they don't want that. Maybe they just want to renovate their deck, or, that's fine too.
I really like that. So I'm going to write here, different wins appeal to different segments. And that matters because we see our audience as this amorphous one thing, like this one blob. Like the audience is a one thing, but it's actually not. It's something that is segmented infinitely. So let's say you have, this is your audience, right? every time you make an offer, let's say you share a case study about a really big win, the Tesla, right? You make an offer to this segment, right? And then you make another one that's also about a big win. You're making it to the same segment. Then another big win, it's the same one, it's the same one. But what you haven't realized is that you haven't made offers or case studies that are relevant to almost all of your audience. And so by creating case studies, small, big, and all the way in the middle, you actually tap into people with different problems and segments in your audience. So if you share a really small one, then you'll get the people who just invest kind of a little bit of their income every month. And then if you share the big wins, you're gonna get the big whales and so on. And both matter because the people who are whales in your audience, they're really ultra high ticket folks. They're the minority. The other majority, they're not gonna pay you life-changing amounts every time, but the volume makes up for it. And that's why the audience, I don't see it personally as a way to get clients. It's just a pool of people, and your job is extracting as much as you can out of the people that are willing to pay from all of that segment.
Yep.
Make sense?
And you'd be surprised at how many people join your you run your full opera stack. There's guys that are out there that will pay tier 4. They just need a little push, and they're going to come through tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 first, and you're going to have no idea. It happened to me. I had a guy that started off with the $99 product just to make sure I wasn't complete bullshit. He didn't even use the product, by the way. There's inside of our platform, I can see how long somebody went through like a course or whatever. He went through 5% and then paid me for the tier 2, eventually paid tier 3, and now he's in tier 4. So, don't ever put limitations on anybody coming in, which can be very easy to do, particularly if somebody reaches out in an email and they're kind of coarse or they come off as rude. Treat everybody like they're going to pay you for tier 4, and you'd be surprised at how many people eventually come through the full funnel stack.
What are some things you've noticed on better ways to upsell people? Like, let's say people are listening to this, and they have people inside of like their tier 1 or 2, and they can kind of tell that they could get into tier 3 or 4. Like, what are some things you've noticed and some insights that you've got to get people to move up?
So for me, I just learned this recently. So some of it was just random. I worked through tier 4 with you for a while. As a matter of fact, you told me for like 6 months, create the goddamn tier 4. And I was like, I don't know. And I finally did, and it's worked great. Imagine that. JK knows what he's talking about. But the biggest thing for me was I knew who would already be the clientele for tier 4, at least like the first batch of people I pitched it to. And I did kind of probably what I'm going to say you shouldn't do, but I did it anyway, is I just asked them what their problem was. Like, what are you dealing with that we could be doing better? And so a big one for us was the tier 3 is, as your Opera Shell kind of talks about, it's all about access. So tier 3 is like access during the day for me inside of Discord. And so we're talking together during the trading day, and there's about 80 people in there. And so as you can imagine, if there's 80 people inside of a Discord, there's a lot of chatter. So the biggest gripe for most people that wanted to get into tier 4 was, I just want less noise. I was like, okay, well, what do you think that looks like? They're like, I want less people talking. I want more like straight to the point. I want to be able to come online, read exactly what's going on, and then leave because I got X, Y, and Z to do. I got kids. I got a business to run. And I said, okay, how about we, create a little area inside of the Discord, that is only for accounts over $250,000, which I think is important because put a barrier to entry to that. Because first off, it creates higher premium on the brand. But secondly, you're going to filter out a lot of the noise that comes through with the smaller accounts out there. Unfortunately, it's how life works. And so kind of set the standard at 250,000 or more. And, every single person with over 1 million was like, yeah, where do I sign up? I don't want, I want it now. Like, let's do it now. Everybody said yes. And so unironically, I asked them what they wanted, and then I made it for them. It's amazing. But you want to do it in a way where it's not like you're underprepared or you're learning yourself. You want to position yourself as like an expert that wants to help them. You just don't know how to help them. And so very plainly told me how to help them. I did it. They all said yes, and here we go.
There's some people that have specific barriers, as in you have to make this much amount of money. I know others that have consumption barriers. They say that if you want to ascend, you first need to buy this and consume this, or else it doesn't work. Like, it works different for different people, but
I think the
apparently
concept is the
this
same,
one
though,
works
right?
for you, right?
I mean, the concept is the same. The same is you don't want your tier 4 to be like infiltrated by tier 2 and tier 3. You don't. You want to keep them segmented out because, like you said earlier, your tier 4 is what moves the needle. You know, if somebody's paying you $350 a month versus somebody that's willing to pay you 10 grand right now, who are you going to take? Right? And so you don't want to filter down that tier 4 tranche with tier 2, tier 3 guys. It's just, you know, it might sound like an asshole, but it's the way the world works. Tier 4 is paying to have exclusivity, so give it to them.
Well, I agree. I think one-on-one and really close access gets a bad rep. If you end up like, I'm a really big introvert, right? And I found that at the end of some calls, I'm completely drained and I just want to sleep. And at the end of other calls, I'm excited and I want to go out for a walk, think about what just happened. And it's not so much what you do, but who you do it with that really tires you. So the whole tier thing, it makes sense not only as an efficient way to make money. Yes, that is the main reason, but also kind of as a defense mechanism to your energy. There's some people I've told Christian, and he won't let me lie, that I'd be like, this guy asks you for the details, you do not send it to him.
You're the one that told me this a year and a half ago when I was, you know, I had an issue with too many people and I wanted to raise the price, and you were like, just kick some people out. If the clients suck, kick them out. And I did. And I'll tell you something. I'm making more money now and I'm enjoying my time a hell of a lot more. I just simply did not extend the invitation again. I said it's been a good time. Good luck. You know, try to do it as professionally as possible, but every client is not worth your time. They're not all worth the same. They might all pay you the same, but if they're taking up your mental capacity like crazy, no, get rid of them. It's not worth it.
Exactly. And you made a good point. You can kick them out, which is the hardcore version, or you can just not invite them again.
Yeah, that's
Kind
what
of
I did. I just
let
didn't
it
invite
run
them
its
again.
course, right? Yeah, me too. I'm just
You don't
like,
ever want to
okay,
make enemies. You got to
right.
do it professionally, right? So
All right, let's shift gears to the big idea.
sure.
Profits over profits. I love that. And I think the fact that you came up with it and it's so like eloquent and nice. But walk us through, how did you develop it first? And then I'll ask a bunch of questions.
Sure. So the first big idea I had was only price pays. And then I ran with that for like a year and a half. And I was like, this is great because it sums up exactly what I'm trying to do. And then I got an email from somebody telling me they were going to sue me if I didn't remove the branding because they had trademarked the phrase. And I said, what the hell is going on? Are you crazy? And so I had a conversation with you and you were like, make this a good thing. Turn it into like, hey, it's so good someone had to trademark it, and then pivot. And it took me a while to figure out what I wanted to do. And I did. I kind of joked around about it. And but then I eventually just like ceased to bring it up. I tried to remove it off of everything. So I didn't want people to reference me from it anymore because I wanted to move in a different direction. So we had a conversation about a year ago, and I'd already kind of thought about this profits over profits idea. And you were like, why the hell are you not using this? This is great. And so I said, I don't know why. And so I kind of tested it a little bit on Twitter and in my newsletters, and it stuck. And then it took off. I started to build a brand around this idea that you don't have to be the smartest guy in the market to make money. And that's the whole idea is if you think you're smarter than the market, you're probably not. And the dumber guys are the guys that are buying the boat. There's this great, you know, for those of you that are in the market, 15 years ago, E-Trade ran these great series of commercials that were essentially like the dumbest guy in high school is buying a boat. What are you doing? And it was all about, you know, you don't need to be the smartest guy to make money. And so that inspired me. And that's kind of the core messaging is, you know, most of the time, the smartest guys on the market are the biggest underperformers because they think they know everything. You don't have to know everything. All you have to do is what we do, right? So positioning myself as kind of the answer to that conundrum. So the big idea there is you don't have to be the smartest guy in the room to make money. As a matter of fact, in certain circumstances, it's probably better to be more dumb. And it's worked very well. I will tell you right now that it doesn't work well with everybody. There are people out there that would prefer to think they're smarter, but those are the people I don't want to work with anyway. So I think it attacks two different issues. It filters out people I don't want to talk to, and attracts the right type of people.
When did it go for you from, okay, this concept is cute to this is profitable?
I mean, pretty quickly. You deserve all the credit in the world for kind of kicking me in the ass to do it, but we had the conversation, and JK, you know me probably better than a lot of people in the business world. I don't plan. I don't, sit and think. I just do. So you told me to do it. Next 35 minutes after we got off the call, I did it. I changed all the branding. I went into Canva. I mean, I look at the damn banner profile picture on Twitter. It's just Times New Roman, like size 35 font, profits over profits. That's it. Started to append it to all the newsletters, and it just immediately stuck. It started to work. And now, just like on Twitter, people, you're the likes ain't cash guy. We now have guys saying profits over profits. I'm that guy. So it's just, you got to say it a lot, put it in everything, but also you have to embody it. I think that's important. You have to embody what you're saying. You have to actually provide what you're saying in general, by the way. For those of you, if you provide a service, please actually provide the service that you're trying to pitch. But embody the idea. So all of JK's marketing is you don't need likes to make money, and all my marketing is you don't need to be the smartest to make money. So
when you say stuck, I want to get deep into that. What does stuck mean?
I mean, you and I both know because we kind of joke around about it, but you have people that they procrastinate not because they're lazy, but because they're perfectionists.
I mean, like when the idea that's stuck,
Oh, gotcha.
Like, how did you know? Oh man, people are. This is not. It's not just a me thing. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, people started paying me more. I mean, that's the ultimate. I mean, that's it. That's all it comes down to. If you see a big bump in your revenue or your profits or whatever, continue to do what you're doing. 2 or 3x it. I'm a big believer in Mr. Gary Vaynerchuk. Like way back when, maybe 10 years ago, I used to listen to his podcast. He said something that will stick with me forever. Is forget your weaknesses. I don't give a shit about trying to make myself better at something I suck at. I would prefer to double and triple down at things I'm good at. And I embodied that since I heard that. And the same idea goes through when you're trying out ideas. If something sticks, don't stop, push the gas pedal down. And you immediately find that through profits. If people are paying you for a new marketing angle or whatever, don't slow down. Double, triple down, and keep going until it stops, or, and in most cases, it probably won't. You might pivot a couple times, but when you catch something, it's rare to catch something with momentum. Keep going.
Did it feel a little cringe when you first started saying it? Were you finding like some hesitation on both of these ideas? Or were you just
I don't give a shit.
Let's just go.
I don't care. No, I don't care about anything. If I post something and it doesn't work, I just move right on and I don't care. It's the internet age. I'm a little bit older than probably some people listening to this. I'm 36. I grew up with the internet since I was like 8 years old. You gotta have thick skin in the business world. If you post something or you try to sell something and it doesn't work, move on to the next idea with no loss of enthusiasm. You have to, or it's going to eat you alive, and especially with today's kind of internet culture where everybody's going to call you a fraud or a scam or an idiot or whatever, fuck them. Just keep going.
Is that something that was always from you, or is that something you learned?
I mean, you got to learn it. I'm a big guy in trial by fire. I don't, I tell the guys that pay me, I'm a trial by fire guy. You got to put money down and learn to lose. And it's going to happen in every aspect of your life. It doesn't matter if you're working out, you're going to learn what works and what doesn't, business, trading, whatever. Marketing is no different. You're going to swing and strike out a couple times, but when you hit that home run the bases and swing for the fences again.
I want to, one thing that is really interesting now is you're in the way you help people is you obviously have a really big skill set on identifying what to invest on, but it's also really big risk because
you and nobody gets 100% success rate on this. And then you add the fact that with coaching, you're only really responsible for like 5% of people's like stuff. Like it's mostly them. You just kind of enable them to do things. So how do you have that conversation with people and set up the expectations right? Like, dude, I'm not here to save you. Like I'm here to guide you and show you the
Yeah.
way, but it's like you can't sandbag around here.
Yep. I mean, this is a good question specifically for my industry because it's illegal technically to give specific advice or to manage other people's
You
portfolios.
got double the dilemma that other people have.
Oh
Because you got the
yeah.
coaching and you got the industry.
Yeah. I mean, I came from a corporate 7 and 66. I used to do this professionally, and I could, we could get sued if we fucked up. But now I'm not licensed anymore, and I think the biggest thing is who you choose to work with. If you work with the right type of clients and people, they will have the understanding that it's not going to be 100% on you, that it's going to be on them as well. And so that's part of the reason why I don't like approaching this specific industry with like every single person that wants to pay me is a good client. It's not true. Maybe in the tier 1 or tier 2 is fine, but if someone's expecting you to save their like out of bankruptcy, or they expect you to pay their fucking mortgage through trading, like you don't want to deal with those types of people. And so you try to filter that out before they pay you. And then also, and this only works to a certain extent, but disclaimers, obviously, in how you, at least with my industry, there's certain things you can say and things you can't say. You can't overpromise, you can't do anything. And so one thing I guess I'll add a different angle to this question is I illustrate the fact that we don't win 100%. As a matter of fact, I'm very vocal on Twitter that I only win about half of the time that I put a trade on. So the expectation when people come in is, hey, you're going to win half the time, you're going to lose half the time. But if you understand the math behind it, you should end up on the right side of profitability. And that tends to strike the right chord with the right type of people. It's the people that aren't dreamers. You know what I mean? Like the $500 in a Robinhood account and they want to buy a Lamborghini next week. Like those guys aren't attracted to me because that's not the marketing that I'm putting out. I'm telling you, you're going to lose. But there's a back end process that should put you up over time. And that's kind of where the case studies come in, by the way. I try to tie it all in. So,
Do you actually say, guys, we're going to be losing 50% of the time?
oh, yeah, you can search on Twitter. I don't give a shit. Yeah, no, listen, I'm a realist. I'm a professional with what I do. I've been doing it for 15 years. My industry is plagued with scams, 21-year-olds selling prop firm accounts and like, weirdo 40-year-olds that are like, I don't know, just a lot of bullshit, man. One great way to cut through the bullshit is to say, I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect. You don't need to be perfect. That's the whole premise of profits over profits. You don't need to be perfect. And I think, honestly, I don't have the largest following. I think I have like 5,200 people right now. But the people that follow me because they know that I'm not perfect and there's no bullshit coming in on my side. You'll see people with 100,000 followers on FinTwit and stuff, and they're posting like $100,000 weeks, and they're 22 years old, and you're just like, the type of people that attracts are other 22-year-olds with $50. You're not going to sell a guy with $1 million in their brokerage account anything as 22-year-old making 100K a week. Nobody believes you, So be real.
I really like that. I like that you're showing that. And it's a feeling that I was ignoring for a big time, but now I'm leaning more into that. On my marketing, I show this result takes time. Like this isn't immediate. This is not a Ozempic thing. Like you need to put some effort into this kind of
Yeah.
stuff so you understand. And it does strike the right chord with people because if you just elevate kind of the promise, that's really good for a problem aware market. But if you're listening to this, you're probably in a solution aware market in which enhancing the promise is not gonna do as much as kind of showing the different like philosophies and proof more than making the thing much bigger. Smaller promises are easier to keep. And if you promise that you're not perfect, then well, there you go. Easy.
I mean, I think it's easy to sell a lot if you overpromise, but if you underdeliver, that you're going to get a lot of bad reviews and you're going to get people talking bad about you. You don't want that, right? You don't want people to be talking shit about you or your brand, and that really happens by overpromising and underdelivering. And so you might get 6 months of some crazy return if you're able to convince a lot of people that you could change their life overnight. But what happens after 6 months when everybody realizes you're bullshit? You know, my brand's been open for 5 years now, and every year it's made more money than the last. That's what I care more about, is building like a community of what's the right word? Evangelists. I think that's the right word. People that are going to go out and talk about you in a good way.
Now you are in a position in which you can turn money down pretty easily because you have enough money, you have a really strong set of convictions. Was it hard? Did you start that way, always with that fuck you attitude, or was there a period of time in which you took in less than ideal clients and you're like, yeah, I'm not gonna do that shit anymore? How do you turn into you now?
It was a learning, it was a learning opportunity for me. For the first 2 years, I really tried my hardest to like help everybody. You know, I was like Robin Hood. You know, I was trying to help the poor. So if you just gave me your time, I'd sit there and I would talk to you and I would help you. And at one point, we had this huge group, like 5,000 people in Discord, and it's just so mentally taxing. It's just not worth it. Most people are very unserious people. You guys, everybody listening to this needs to like remember that most people are very unserious. Even if they pay you, there are people that are going to pay you and like never show up. You know, I don't know why they do it, but they do. And so for the first 2 years, I was kind of an open book. I let everybody that wanted to come in, and the bad apples were in there. And then, you know, started listening to you talk about why that's not a good thing, and maybe turning down clients was not the worst idea. So I started to do it. And it was kind of a two-edged thing. I turned down clients while also increasing price, which is another thing I know we haven't talked about. I don't know if you want to talk about, but everyone's kind of afraid of increasing their price because you've set like a standard. You don't know if somebody else is going to value your work at a higher price point. So you're kind of like afraid, like, oh, I don't know if I raise my price, my revenues are going to dip or whatever. And it's like, you got to test it. Just do it. If you find yourself with a lot of people in your community or buying from you that you don't like, raise your price. It will weed out a lot of that stuff kind of by itself. But it was a learning process. I accepted everybody. And now, particularly with the tier 3 where Discord, where we sit every day, I don't. Matter of fact, I probably turned down more than 50% of the people trying to get in.
Fuck yeah, man.
I
felt that.
I don't want to deal with them.
Was there a number, or what was there an event or a number that you thought, okay, I'm okay with turning fish down?
To be honest with you, the business is like, I don't want to say a side hustle because obviously it's grown into something where it actually makes a decent amount of money. But it was, when I first started, a side hustle. It was like a thing to do. And so I never really expected it to turn into something that was going to substantially give me anything. And so I never really had, like, used to talk about a freedom number. Never really had that freedom number in mind. But obviously now that, you know, 2020, the end of 2024 and obviously the 2025 thing has really started to catch up. There was never a specific number. It was more like a feeling. I don't know how to put it. It's more like just a fuck you feeling where it's, you know, I just don't want to deal with idiots on a day-to-day basis. And I have no advice. You know, if you can pay your monthly bills and bring some money in on the top of it and you feel comfortable with what you're doing, you can save some and everything. I hate to use the word mental health because you can probably tell I'm not that kind of guy. But if there's like a segment of your audience that like makes you feel shitty, just get rid of them. Like, it's hard to put a toll on that mental health part of your life, but it's true. I mean, I'm glad I don't have to, like, I'll tell you guys, I used to work on Sundays. Like, I used to come in, I didn't charge people. I'd be like, hey, you want extra help on Sundays? I'm here. I used to give 6 hours on a Sunday, 30-minute increments and talk to people. What the fuck was I doing now that I'm looking back at that? But it was like this urge to, like, I need to give more. And once again, it was because of you. Stop doing that. Take some stuff away. I took it away and I'm better off. So, you know.
Yeah, volume isn't value.
No, it's not.
The more advanced the person is, I find that they buy and offer a lot for what it's not. So A big thing that sells for me at the higher tiers is just saying, hey, it's not anybody else. It's you're talking to me. Like you're
Yeah.
not gonna be handed off to goblets, to do this stuff. We just talk. It's just you and I. Don't worry about it.
Tier 4, I did this with you. I was like, hey, we'll do monthly Zooms or quarterly Zooms. We'll talk through your portfolio because these are higher value clients. We can talk through your portfolio. They're like, I don't want to talk through my portfolio. I just want like a monthly recap and then intraday commentary once a week. And I'm like, that's even better. I don't want to do Zooms either. So this is great. But you're right. I mean, the guys that are your whales, if you will, the problem is they have money and no time. So they want you to solve a problem with as little time as possible. So, okay. I don't want to sit on a Zoom with you either going through your portfolio. But I offer. Yeah, it's great.
Dude, it's so true. Like, I had we're gonna get on a weekly call shtick, and then I noticed that it was getting kind of draggy. Like neither of us wanted to be there. And then I switched it to you can book a call whenever you want with me. And people started booking less calls.
Yep.
And I'm like, what the hell is going on? Again, not what you do, but who you do it with, right? Select
No.
select correctly.
I can give you a real world example. In my industry, everybody's looking to build courses and teach and stuff. And I'll tell you right now, at least my audience, they don't want to learn how to do what I do. Like a very small niche of them do, which is great. Like I actually like this, what I do every day. So I don't mind yapping about it every day. So like the core group of people that actually want to be able to do this by themselves because they find it fun too. Fuck yeah, that's fun for me. So I don't look at it as work. But earlier this year, I ran like a master class where I'm like, every week we're going to go through a new topic. And I have hundreds of paying clients, and like 3 people would show up. And I did this for 6 weeks, and then I just stopped. I just never scheduled it again. I never talked about it again. Nobody even brought it up, and I'm like, okay, but I was making content they didn't want, and that's fine. So I just stopped making, and nobody even said anything. So, like, if your audience isn't consuming what you make, it's not necessarily a bad thing. You just know that it might not be valuable to them. That's okay.
Yeah.
Just move on.
Yeah. Yeah, if there's a dish people don't like in the menu, you're not hurting anybody by taking it down.
No, totally fine.
Yeah, it's gonna be fine. Like I removed the weekly calls, like the mid-tier weekly calls. And yeah, some people didn't like it. Other people were like, well, I didn't go to those calls anyway, so
I didn't.
whatever.
I love you, but I did not. I got most of my value like on the weekends when I had a couple, minutes to do what I needed. Here's the one thing I've noticed between whales and fish. Fish are going to consume every piece of content you make because they're like desperately looking for an answer. Whales are going to look for an answer to a specific problem. And that's what I did. Yeah, like I have an issue with this. Let's go see if JK talked about it. Look, there it is. I consume it. I fix what I need to do and move on. I don't have the time not to be a dick. I don't have the time to sit on a weekly call and like learn about things that I already have the answer to. So I'm not going to be there. But obviously, I've been paying you for multiple years because you fixed my problem, so it's all good.
Say that again. I really like the how do the fish buy and how do whales buy? Like, what are they looking for?
Fish want you to answer every single issue they have. They don't even know half the issues they have. They want to consume all of your content, and they want they're there every day. They're there 5 minutes early. They're wondering why you didn't start early. Those guys. Then you have whales that are just picking through the content that they have a very specific problem to. That's what I did. If I had an issue with fish bait versus whale bait, which I did, I went and found the content that you made on that. I consumed it and I moved on. But I didn't need to sit through your weekly calls talking about stuff that I already knew answers to. So
I love that. I think specificity matters a lot also in the offers that you create. And that's why I actually scale down on the promises that I make because I wanted my stuff to be hyper specific. So I went from, I don't know, the make $100,000, whatever, I'm going to give you the blueprint with this workshop, right? I went and scaled down to one template that does this one thing, one landing page template, copy and pasteable, that does this. And I found that when I get really specific on the things that I do, almost like I see myself not as a messiah, but I'm just working at the Apple store. I'm like, okay, so this is a charger, this is a case, this is a iPad, and this does that. I make more because then the whales come in and they're like, I need a charger. But
Yep.
what happens if I'm like, no, what you need is a blueprint to create impact to they go to another store, right? But I'm
Yeah,
like, I have a charger.
I'm,
It's very specific.
I'm that guy. I mean, you're talking exactly what I did. You fixed very specific pain points within my process, and you continue to do so. But there's lots of content that you've made that I've probably never watched because I've already either gotten past it or it just isn't relevant to me. That's fine too.
That's fine too. Well, this was fantastic, man. I'm gonna open up the floor if anybody's got any questions. I know I have questions for the cash creators, but I'm gonna stop talking now. And
Sure.
before actually we open stuff, where can people get more from you? Because there's gonna be people here that they have the money, they got the coaching money, and they're looking to like, okay, where do I put this money? Where do I invest in? And you show people how to invest this kind of stuff, right? So where can people find out more about you?
You can find me on Twitter at how to swing trade, or you can email me at info@thetradinginitiative.com. But I want to open this up to if you're a part of Likes Ain't Cash and you have a specific question regarding something that I yapped about today, doesn't have to be investing related. I'll help out. I like JK. He's helped me with everything I've done. So I have no problem helping out as well. You can send me a DM on Twitter is probably where I'll be the most responsive.
All right. Well, that was it for me yapping. Now I'm gonna open up the floor for somebody else. But thank you for doing this with them. This was fantastic.
Yeah. Thanks, man. I don't know if it's going to be like a chat or what.
Yeah, usually this is when people get shy, but then somebody breaks the ice. And if not, I just
That's
keep
okay.
talking.
I'll tell you right now, folks, the most valuable thing that I learned from JK is to just do shit. Just do it. And if it doesn't work, iterate on it, pivot. I've pivoted 3 times. I've iterated on stuff. It's just don't fall into the habit of like being afraid to do shit. Like you can reinvent yourself every week, particularly if you don't have a big audience. No one's gonna even know. So if you're like still stuck in the beginner stage or whatever, just do shit. If it doesn't work, pivot. It's like Elon Musk does, right? He talks about it. Just throw shit down and then beta test it while people are using it. Right?
Yeah, I classify people. I think we're all coping our way through business because business ain't easy. Let's just be
No.
real. It's not an easy thing, but we just cope all the way through. And I believe
It's not
that
easy to get
people,
people to give you their money.
yeah, who would have thought, right? But I feel like there's people who cope with thinking, and there's people who cope with doing. I cope with doing. It's very uncomfortable for me to think and plan ahead in campaigns and really think things through. Like, who's my target avatar? It is very like tiresome to me.
Yeah.
I'd rather do things, and that is my cope. I feel better through posting an offer and knowing, okay, I may be like really bad and I need to cope right now, but at least I put something out. So that's my default cope, and that's the way I act. My default is putting action out there, and then I'll see what happens. And that
I
has
think that's
served
the
me well.
best. That's the best. I think the worst thing is self doubt, and that comes from thinking, not doing. Self doubt is sitting there thinking, well, what happens if this doesn't work? What happens if I don't get any sales? And then you just like eats away at you like a cancer, and then you get nothing done. So,
Right. Like, what happens if you don't get any sales? Well, I'll tell you what, your chances are worse if you don't make an offer, if you don't send
you
something
already got
out.
zero. You already
Well,
got zero.
yeah, so might as well,
You can only
right?
go up.
What if that girl rejects me? Well, you talk to her, man. Like, at least
Oh
you'll
yeah, it's a numbers game.
Well, there's 2 questions here.
Okay.
Actually, so it's not so lonely. Can you guys unmute yourselves and ask it so that you can talk to the man himself?
Hey
Number one
JK,
is
how you been? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know. Did I just speak over someone? Yeah, my question was like, if you could start over, would you change? Like, would you just completely start from what you've learned? Or would you go through it all because you wouldn't get to where you are today without all of that learning curve?
It's a good question. I'll tell you, JK is a great resource. The most valuable thing that he did, though, was fish bait versus whale bait. If I had to start over and I only had that idea, It would be about building your avatar, which is your perfect client, like your tier 4 person or high cost person, and then building all the content around that. JK talks about how he built his Twitter to like 6-figure plus followers versus Instagram, and how Instagram converts better because he grew the Instagram with whale bait versus fish bait. That's the most important thing. So I wish I learned that earlier. I really do, because I think that with the success I've had so far, it could be 10x that if I have done this for 5 years instead of 1.5. So yeah, I would change. Whale bait is the way to go.
Right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then my question was on JK's little notes, he talked about condensing time down from 3 months to 1. What exactly did you condense down?
JK, fill me in. What was that about?
Yeah, it was a fancy way of saying now you tripled revenue.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I mean, I think that's something we could pivot off of. Is I didn't even know what to charge. I didn't know what the hell I was doing with tier 4. As a matter of fact, even tier 3, I had no idea. I just set kind of an arbitrary number, and I asked ChatGPT if it made sense. And ChatGPT was like, "No, you should charge more." And I just tried it, and it worked. So my pricing is tier 1 is a $99 one-off product. I rotate through monthly calls in like kind of like a mini course, which is essentially just an upsell to tier 2. Tier 2 is $350 a month, which is the lowest form of access to me. Tier 3 is $650 a month, which is the Discord, which is all day. And then tier 4 is $10,000 a year, which is however you want to work that out per month. And obviously, the natural progression is to try to get people to go up the tiers as long as they kind of meet your requirements to be a client. And you'd be really surprised at how quickly you can add on to your revenue by taking somebody from tier 1 to tier 3 if you like them. You only need a couple people to get to tier 3 before your revenue is significantly higher. And then who knows, tier 4, you get 1 or 2, and next thing you know, you just added a bunch of capital right at the beginning, which never hurts. You get 30, 40, 50 grand in your bank account within a week. You can do a lot of cool things with that, run ads or whatever you want to do. So adding to your monthly recurring revenue is not entirely difficult, but you have to be like go on the offense, I guess is the way to put it. Pitch it to people, see what they think, and don't be afraid to charge.
How much
An
in does that
interesting
mean?
phenomenon that has happened to me personally was that not every time I've added something to my offer, I've got more clients, but every time I've removed something, I have got more clients. And it's just kind of harping on what you said, that there's different segments of the audience. Every time I've removed something and offered a smaller thing, maybe at a different price point, more people have bought it, which in turn ends up in more people buying the higher end tiers. It just happens in the back end. So often, one of the things that I think about, like, okay, I need to launch something. I want to launch something. These offers getting kind of stale. I used to think about how do I make the offer better. Now I think, what can I remove to tap into a different segment that I haven't tapped? That's one of the things that crystallized from hearing you talk today.
Let me give you a different angle too. Something you helped me do. On Sundays, I used to do like a Sunday night strategy session, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We would get online for an hour, look through charts, talk shit, basically get prepped for the week. And it was great. A couple people in there every time. Actually, you had kind of a lot of people. But I'll be honest with you, I don't want to be there Sunday night. I want to be able to do that at 11 at night when my kid's asleep. I don't want to do that shit anymore. And so you told me just to stop doing it. So I did. And a couple people got some kickback, but nobody stopped paying me. You're like, I miss it. I'm like, yeah, I miss it too. But one thing that I'm doing now is put it into a different offer tier. Why not? Someone's willing to pay me $1,000, $1,250 a month. Yeah, I'll do Sunday night strat sessions with you. Why the fuck not? So instead of offering it to everybody, just offer it to, a select few people that are willing to pay you more. So it's like you said, I took it away. I'm already used to it. I don't mind doing it. But let's do it to people that are willing to pay a little more. And then all of a sudden it's worth my time to show up. Or I'm not saying you have to do this, but you can take things you used to offer and repackage them into a different tier, and people will fucking pay you more money for it. I mean, why not? You're already doing it. It's kind of the same idea as you were like, hey, you've already recorded these webinars. Why don't you sell them to people? I don't know why I'm not doing it. So I did. And it worked.
Okay, Hamilton, I have two more questions for you then based off of that. So you have your top tier for like super premium. Does that mean that you force people through all the tiers before you pick them? Or does someone come along and they're like, nah, I'm gonna pay, I want to, but you haven't like vetted them yet. So you're not sure if they're just gonna be an energy vampire or not.
Yeah, I would not. That hasn't come up yet. I've only offered this to people that are already within tier 3, and I have like relationships with them on a professional basis. So it's an invitation only. I would absolutely not let somebody just randomly come into tier 4. Not only because I don't want to deal with everybody that would be willing. There's been rich people that have come through our group that I fucking hated, and I couldn't wait for them to leave. I can't imagine opening up even more to me for them. But also the legality side. Some people I just don't trust, and it's fortunately for my industry, you have to have a little bit of trust. So no, I would absolutely not just allow anybody to come in. I would vet them.
Right. And then my second question is because I'm building pretty much from scratch right now. And like, I think I've gotten into this idea where like I'm trying to just keep providing value or like keep making it more valuable. So I guess my other question is like, how do you know whether it's just valuable enough? Like I guess right now I'm trying to just build the minimum product and then keep building on top of that. But like you've already been through that mindset of like, okay, well, I got to do Sundays. I got to bring even more value. I've got to take the time. And like, how do you just like get rid of that mindset?
You're right. 100%. I did it the hard way. I don't know how you could do it. JK, maybe you could chime in, but I did it through removing things and seeing how much my audience would be able to handle. So for example, removing Sundays, removing the masterclass, I used to do like bi-weekly webinars and all. I just stopped doing all of it and nobody stopped paying. So maybe I don't know if they bought because those were originally offered, but they didn't stop paying me when they were taken away. So I did it probably the harder way by giving way too much value and then taking some away. But for you, I would be, I mean, I don't know, JK, maybe you could give her some better advice, but I would build the product that you think is valuable for the tier that you're building and then see if they want more and then offer more, but try to wiggle in the next tier up. If people are willing to pay for what you're building right now, you know that there's value there. So if you're looking to go beyond that, well, make people pay more for it and test the waters.
Okay, thank you.
I did it the same way you did it, of offering. We used to have 6 group calls or like 5 calls per week with different coaches, VAs, a portal that I paid a friend to code because it didn't occur to me that maybe I shouldn't code it. I should use one of the solutions, right? But there goes $2,000 and a bunch of other stuff. And then I started removing it, but it felt removing things always feels a little bit like, I don't know, right? Because you're like, this thing that you liked is not there anymore. So it's like, weird. So I would have changed the way I did that. Yes. I'm glad that it didn't stop me, but the way I would start would be what my current one-on-one is, which is understanding that people don't want more stuff or other people that you hire, they want you. So you give away calls, access to you, and here you go. Basically, we're now buddies on Telegram and you can just text me and call me whenever. That's how I would start. And then sell that, get to a point where you make some money that you're like, oh, I'm feeling good. And then you can start adding complexity. But if I were to start over, I would just go one-on-one exclusively. And customer offers that are like really cheap, just like $50, $100 things, right? And only do those 2 ends. I would add more complexity in the middle, but I think I did it wrong in that I started with the complexity and then I branched out instead of starting with the biggest thing and then branching down.
So you recommend what I'm doing now is like probably the better route, which is doing the one-on-one and being more complex and bringing value. And then once it's kind of tested with those one-on-ones, then start creating the different group factors and tiering it down differently? Because I feel like with the shell offer, for the one-on-one, like it's top down instead, or bottom up, or whichever you want to call it. So that's why I'm asking, like, is it better to just create as much value as possible for that one-on-one, or is it better to create like the most minimum viable product and then keep building after the customer?
You're asking the
learn
$1
more
million
and more?
question.
Well, I don't think they're mutually exclusive. The minimum viable product is the most valuable thing. Like my one-on-one clients, the offer is 2 pages. Is you get calls with me unlimited and you get Slack access, and that is both the most valuable thing and the minimum viable product. So they're not mutually exclusive. I think, like you already heard Hamilton, right? If I'm like, Hamilton, listen, dude, now I'm adding more stuff to help you out. Now I hired someone so you can text him whenever. He'd be like, dude, like,
Yeah.
can we not? Right? It's like, do we need this? Not really, right? So the minimum viable product is the most the valuable thing.
I think one thing I want to point out is don't fall into the, I don't know what you'd call it, value trap of if somebody pays you money, particularly like, I don't know how to say this without sounding like an asshole, but somebody that doesn't have a lot of money, they have a lot of time but not a lot of money. If you give them 12 hours a day, they will take 12 hours a day. And you fall into this trap of like, they expect you to solve not only the issue that they paid for, but also every issue in their friggin' life. And so it's important to understand like what you're actually trying to solve. So I think your minimum product, like whatever you're trying to do, should solve one issue. And if you want to add complexity to that, charge them for more. You don't need to solve every single part of their problem. Just solve one piece. And then as they become evangelists, which essentially just means, they root for you, they talk about you to their friends, they're on Twitter replying to your stuff, and they pay you, which is great. Then those are the guys where you can like, hey, is there something else that I could also help you on? And then you go and build that product, and they're going to be the first ones to buy it. But don't fall into the trap of having to like feel like you need to solve every single thing they ask for, because they will try to have you solve every single thing that they ask for, and that sucks.
Right, I get you. I'm just trying to figure out like how much access I give to someone to me. Like I feel like, yeah, I'm just not sure, but I guess I'll just have to test it and see how it goes.
Test it.
Thank you.
Hey, Hamilton. Yeah, great insights, and congrats on being a new dad, right? March.
Thank you. Yeah.
So yeah, I just like to ask you, like you mentioned, like you didn't like get on a call with JK for a year, right? That he followed up with you. I was wondering, like, what was your mental state there, and what was, I guess, the like light bulb moment when he reached out to you? What changed for you?
JK asked me why I pay him and I don't ever do anything about it. Basically, he's like, "You've been with me for so long, we never had a call. Why are you here?" And I'm like, "Good point. Let's do it." And listen to JK talk, particularly on a one-on-one, and he fucking solves the issues that you pay him to solve. And so it's super ironic because people pay me to solve issues, and so I'm the JK of my community. And so I feel the same way. And for whatever reason, I just never did it until JK kind of pushed me, which is just, it's so funny because I have to do the same thing to some guys that pay me. I'm like, why aren't you doing this? You pay me. And they're like, I don't know why. Let's do it. And then it works. So I don't have a good answer. JK pushed me to get on a one-on-one with him, and I did. And it immediately solved an issue and provided value. And then I realized, like, he's right. Let's see how far this can go. And it worked very well. I'll be the first to tell you that I'm probably one of the best clients because I'm very low maintenance. I talk to JK once a week. And usually it's just to touch base, like, hey, fuck yeah, things are going great, thanks. But like when I have an issue, he helps. And I think those are the best relationships. I think JK and I could sit down and have a beer or a coffee or whatever in Europe and be friends. But at the end of the day, we both live our own lives. And so he's here to solve an issue that I have. I pay him for that. And we move on. And I think that's great. And he did. He continues to do so.
Great. And you mentioned about like JK asking you to do the tier 4. What I think you were resistant at that at first, or you didn't implement it right away. I guess what was the hang up for you? Is it anything about the pricing, and how do you break through that?
It was two things. I didn't know what to fucking offer. I think that was one of the big things. I had no idea what to offer. What issue could I possibly solve that I was not already solving by giving them time throughout the day? And I only learned that by asking them what are the biggest issues. And there was three reoccurring issues, but the number one issue was there's too many people talking about bullshit all day. I only have 20 minutes a day to get on and read this stuff. I have to sift through people talking about anime and sports and all this other bullshit. Like, can I have a spot where we just strictly talk about what we need to do on a day-to-day basis? Okay. And then there were some other things too. And so I built the product that way. It was simply asking them what their biggest pain point was. And the pricing thing, I think, is you're always going to get caught up on that. Matter of fact, I probably should have charged more. I think JK knows that as well. JK pushed me to charge more before I even standardized 10,000 a year, and I didn't. And I'm an idiot because every single person immediately said yes and paid me, and basically paid me in full. A couple guys paid me per month, but obviously, if I offer something to 5 people and all 5 people say yes and pay, I should have charged more. So I know now, moving forward, I'm going to give it a little bit of grace period. Maybe I should be charging 12.5 or 15. But there's always a little bit of imposter syndrome. You never know if someone's going to be willing to value you at what you think you should be valued at. But as soon as they start to value it, increase that value, boom, 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 start to wait for people to say no. And then you found we call it equilibrium. When you have the right type of demand and it meets supply, you get price equilibrium. You want to meet that. And 10,000 per year is very obviously not equilibrium. There's way more demand than I need. So I need to up the price to meet that, where some people are going to say, I don't know, that's kind of expensive. But other people say, yes, you're going to net more in the long run. You're going to have less people to talk to on a consistent basis, which gives you more time to do the things you want to do. It's a win-win all around.
Thank you.
To find this really high tiers, I really like your approach of just asking people, because I think I'm not going to say I'm going to say I got a little bit burned from talking to so many prospects and knowing that every interaction is a frame battle. So you got to say this, you got to say that, and you got to make the move this way, right? So it got me into a little bit of salesy frame. And I just thought that everybody I talked to through my computer, I talk in that frame, right? But the frame with clients is actually completely different. With them, you can have a really honest conversation. What do you need? Does 2 of these work for you, or is 1 enough? Would you like 3? Okay, would you pay this much for that? So you can have a really honest conversation with people who already gave you money. That's why I'm like a big proponent of making things easy to get started, so that you can kind of avoid that frame battle and just have that conversation of, how can I help you? And they will actually answer to you honestly.
The biggest mind frame shift comes from when you start something, realizing that poor people have time and no money, and rich people have money and no time. Once you realize that, and you realize who you want to sell to, by the way, I'm not saying don't sell to poor people. I prefer not to. Life's better selling to rich people, I'll tell you that. If you can limit the amount of time and position yourself when you talk to people that I can solve this issue without you giving up time with your kids, they're going to fucking pay you. And if you build a prior relationship with them, like JK upsold me and I said yes, like the student, like, yep, let's go. There was no sales process. JK was like, do you want this? I said, yep. Here's the cost. I said, okay. And I'm not saying I'm the richest guy in the world, but I mean, it's just, if JK has an offer that will solve my issues and save me time, I'm going to take it. And sometimes it's hard to realize there's people out there that are like that.
Yeah, it's hard. It's easy to forget, right? There's competent people in the world.
Yeah.
Right.
And so it is easier, though, I will tell you. Like, for example, when I talk to JK and you guys, it's a lot more personal. I occasionally swear a little bit. I'm a little rough around the edges. I'm not like this suit and tie asshole that projects this perfect image. I think my clients like me for that. But it's easier to sell when you have like you already have an established relationship with somebody, because it's no bullshit. You're not trying to sell me. JK didn't even, I don't know, maybe you didn't at work, but I didn't feel like you were selling to me. You were like, hey, I'm offering this. This is how much it is. Do you want it? Yep, let's go. And it was like, boom, 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 done. And it worked great. And so when you're nurturing, like, I don't want to say leads, but when you have audience and it's established, and you do end up building relationships, not necessarily personal, but you talk to people every day and stuff, they come to trust you. Those are the people where you don't have to put the sales hat on and pitch them and feel like an asshole. You just be yourself. They already know who you are. They trust you. They're already paying you, you know? So
That's a beautiful note to end it. I think that was great. We can't peak this, so we're just gonna end it here. Thank you for thank you for your time, man. This was great. Really appreciate it. This was fun.
Thanks for the opportunity.
All right. So I'll post this. I'll keep you posted. Anybody of you know, if you got some money to invest, might as well have somebody who actually
questions
you
about
know, makes money
the
from
business
it.
side of it, feel free to at How to Swing Trade. I'll help you out as much as I can. But tell you right now, everything I've learned pretty much is through trial and error and JCAT. So you're looking at the man himself.
Thank you. And
thank you.
I really appreciate you doing this for us, man. The ugliest part of my business, coaching, consulting, mentorship, are energy mismatches. That's what I've identified them as. When you give your client energy and then they quit on themselves and by extension on you. When you spend time with prospects and they ghost you, or when you have a one-on-one call with someone and they churn 2 days later. And it's this mismatch of energy that creates an energy debt. And somebody has to pay that eventually. And it's often you, which is the entrepreneur. And that is often a very painful experience. So what this created was a dilemma, right? Because as I grew the business, I realized that the place that created the most energy mismatches was also the place that created the most money, which was group coaching, cash creators / Lexing Cash, as you know it. And group coaching works, and it does make a lot of money. It is a very powerful weapon for both the coach and the client. But for most people, I ask, and it's kind of the thing that not a lot of people want to say, but the experience of running a group coaching is just not that transformative. It's just not as effective. What was sold as something that's very scalable and very life-changing turns out to be that unless the people are rock stars, and you know my beliefs on that, that very few people are, very few people show up to the calls. Like there's 140 something people in Lexing Cash. We're like 7 today. So very few people show up to the calls, and it's just not, I don't say this tongue in cheek, it's just how it is. When people do show up, a lot of the questions are kind of the same. They're kind of repetitive. What do you think about my offer? I need more leads, right? There's a performative aspect to it from both the coach and the clients that can make things feel a little bit rushed, like you're just waiting in line to get a generic response. And the biggest one though is that churn is high. Like it can be really, really high. And me personally, and this is just me kind of telling you the real, clients leaving used to ruin my day. And many clients did leave. It never really got to the point where it didn't bother me. Like it always did bother me. So rather than becoming more stoic and tolerating all those energy mismatches, I thought, how about if I don't expose myself to it in the slightest? And that's when I made the decision that group coaching, which was the main revenue driver, had to go or at least change. And to be clear, I don't regret doing it. And I still recommend it if you're okay with more pain in exchange for more money. We've all been there, and it is 100% worth it in the beginning because it does make a lot of money. And if you're an entrepreneur, you need to have some pain tolerance. But if you're doing well or better than well financially, and pain avoidance is more important to you at this stage, then the offer barbell provided that avoidance of pain, and it's actually much more enjoyable now. So this is what we're going to be installing today, the barbell. So the barbell was inspired by Nassim Nicholas Taleb, which is he's a mathematician, and he has this investment strategy that actually was pretty inspiring to me, which is you put, let's say you got to invest 100K. You put 90K into low risk and low reward stuff, and that keeps you safe. So that's like the S&P 500, or that's like stocks that you know they're always going to go up, right? Or mostly. So that keeps you safe. And then you take 10K and then you put that into high risk, high reward investments, which are like the shit coins, right? Things that they're probably going to go to zero, but there is a very, very small chance that they might 10x. And you avoid the middle because the middle is not either safe enough to keep you, it's not like boring enough to keep you safe, but it's also not
high risk enough for it to need your energy. So with this strategy in investment, the worst case scenario is that the things you put in the volatile kind of end of the barbell, you lose it and you just lose 10% of your income. The other 90% though, it keeps you safe. The best case scenario is something 10x's, right? You find a hidden something. You invested in Ozempic before it became Ozempic and now you're everywhere, right? So this investment strategy, it just made a lot of sense to me. And I thought, how can I translate this into business? So extrapolated, I turned it into mine. And I agree with the avoid committing to the middle because it's the lukewarm things that there's kind of like this meta spiritual aspect to it. Like lukewarm things are not good for you. Like, for example, you don't want like lukewarm coffee, right? You want either hot or cold. You don't want lukewarm commitment with people. They're either in or they're out. And I like this extrapolation into my business so that I have a really low tier with low prices and high volume, and that keeps the business kind of stable. So if a client leaves on a, this is, I'm getting ahead of myself, but this is going to be like a 10 to $100 a week thing. It doesn't really change your life. But if somebody joins, it doesn't change your life either. So it kind of keeps you stable. It's when you get higher payments and then when you lose those that really hurt. So that's what keeps you stable in the low price, high volume side. And then you got the other end, which is high price, low volume. These are one-on-one clients. And I understood as I grew that the world kind of starts shrinking. Like you realize that the true people that you want to be around, they're not that many. But when you find them, they do stay for long. So that's why you charge high prices and you will have low volume. And this is very volatile, but it's kind of a healthy volatility because the worst case scenario is you lose a few one-on-one in them, but then you have somebody who replaces them and that ends up being a 10, 20, 30, 40, 50K deal. Just extrapolated over so many years because they are the kind of people that are long-term people. And if you lose somebody there, then the low tier keeps you safe. And the best case scenario is, again, something 10x's. There's a client that'll stay with you for forever, or they'll pay it in full and they make a huge thing. Two things happened in Cash Creators recently. I think it was last month. A new client, and this guy doesn't charge that much for like specific fitness client. That's what he does. But he charges a lot because he's got one corporate client that pays him like 10K a month. It's just one person, right? But because he had that chance, he got lucky. Not lucky, but he was able to extract like that big 10x. Somebody else here, they got a 37,200 payment. If you have those high tiers, then you get those 10x's, right? And the other day I had a call with somebody who's got a big audience and they thought, I am done with client work. I'm not doing any of this. I'm just going to have a low tier. And I recommended to her that she should have a high tier, but make it really, 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 really high so that you'll have the stability from the low tier stuff, but you'll also be able to get lucky. You'll have a landing pad for luck. You don't get paid $10,000, $20,000 per deal if you don't have an offer that allows it, right? So if you have it, then you understand that you're going to have really low volume on those, but somebody might come around that might actually pay it. So it's the barbell strategy for investment extrapolated into business. And today I'll show you how to install these two. One that protects you and kind of keeps this recurring revenue quite stable, and the other one that allows you to get lucky and really acquire those big jumps in revenue. Volatility is not a bad thing. If you can control it, if you can control kind of the access you give to those people, you're going to realize that volatility actually tends to keep going up if you control who you get into your high tiers. So we're going to start with the high tier. That's one-on-one coaching. So a thought experiment for you. How do you think an offer of book unlimited calls for life would sell for you? If you sent out an email, a post today, you get unlimited calls for life whenever you want. How much would that make? Probably a lot, right? And somebody actually tried it, this dude, and he made 200 grand, which he made unlimited consultations. And what he realized is that a lot of people just didn't talk to him that much because the people who can afford high ticket stuff usually kind of get it. And I'm assuming this is what happens with my one-on-one clients, but sometimes I think that they want to talk to me
less than I want to talk to them. Like they're like, okay, yeah, dude, I get it. The main lesson to get from this, though, I feel, is we spend a lot of energy finding what the audience wants when when the answer is actually quite meta. It's actually quite the answer was always within you kind of stuff, because they want you more than your stuff and your promises and your assets. They really want you. And besides done for you, one-on-one coaching is the highest level of you that you can sell. Another thought experiment on this: let's say Arnold offered to coach you, right? Arnold Schwarzenegger, the Mr. Olympia. Do you really care like how many sessions there are? Like, let's say you go back home tonight and you tell your family, hey, something happened. Are you gonna tell them what the training program's like, what the promise is, and how many pounds of muscle you expect to get? Or are you gonna lead with, guys, I'm being coached by Arnold? Like, people want you, people want the guru more than the guru's stuff. And when you sell one-on-one, you understand that people really want you. The challenge is not so much selling it, but finding ways to deliver it that respect your personal boundaries. Because me personally, you're never going to catch me selling an unlimited calls for me for life thing. It's just not a thing, right? But if you can find ways to respect your personal boundaries, then you're selling something that you can deliver. And also, it is your most valuable thing because people really want you. So what I like to do for one-on-one is pricing is at least double your group coaching rate. If you don't have a group coaching practice, then I should tweak this. 150 if you're more in the lower end to 750 a week works really well. So what one-on-one includes is on-demand calls, which is just a Calendly link, DM access, which is however you talk to them, WhatsApp, Slack, Telegram, and everything your other clients have access to. One-on-one is more defined by what it's not than by what it is. Every time I sell one-on-one, you will catch me saying stuff like, I'm not gonna hand you over to team members. I'm not gonna have you go through a full course. Like, you're not gonna be coached by somebody else. It's just me, you, and that's it. You're gonna catch me saying this a lot because people who want one-on-one, they don't really care about all this stuff. They care about, do I get to talk to you or not? Like, that's what they really want. And I found that when I shared this idea of one-on-one with some people, they're hesitant and resistant on them selling it because they're like, I don't want people texting me. I don't want to always be there, access to calls. Like, I don't know. But what I've noticed is that when I said we're going to have weekly calls to my one-on-one folks, I had weekly calls. But when I stopped and I said, you're going to have calls with me whenever you want, then I had less calls. I had like maybe 2 a month, maybe 1 a month. And I realized that what tires us is not what we do, but who we do it with. And the setup is intense in the beginning. People might book calls, they'll text you a lot, but it gets less intense as people get clarity on what they'll work on. And the right people should end up energizing you. You're going to realize that there's going to be that kind of person who can match your energy in one-on-one, or at least it's more likely that you find it. And everyone else, if they're tiring you, they should be limited to lower tiers of access on your shell. And a few reasons why one-on-one really works well, it ups your chances to get lucky, because some clients that have stayed with me, they paid 30K, 40K, 20K over the course of the time we've worked together. And these are like true long-term gains with long-term people. And if they're cool, I think it's kind of a waste not to allow them to pay you one-on-one fees. It creates healthy volatility, and that's another way of saying it just makes a lot of money. So having it, understanding that not a lot of people will get it, I think is the correct move if you're at a stage where you're already like you're doing well or better than well financially. A way to sell it is it's important to make the distinction between what a proximity offer is and what a promised offer is. A promised offer is a regular offer, which is we're gonna get this. A proximity offer is different, in which you say you're gonna get access to me. One-on-one coaching is a proximity-based offer. You don't promise something, like there is kind of a guiding light, but it's more like you're gonna get access to me. I really like this. Travis showed me this. I don't know who said it, but Travis told me this, which is tall fences make better neighbors. And I like this. So I show my fences with content. One of the best things I did for my personal coaching practice was saying that I'm a terrible coach. I'm not going to follow up with you. I'm not going to babysit you. I'm a consultant, not a babysitter. And you should, like, I have certain high standards for you, and it's up to you to live up to them. Me showing that these are my fences, this is what I'm not going to do, then that attracted a much more enjoyable conversation with my one-on-one people. There was one time where somebody, I said that they should get on the group call that I had that week. And then that person said, I can make it. But I'll book one with you for the day later. It's like, cool. So we got there. He's like, okay, so what did you want to tell me? And I'm like, I thought you needed this. It's like, no, I thought you wanted to talk to me. Like, no, not really. Do you know what you need to do? It's like, yeah, okay, cool. Well, see you later. And the call lasted 5 minutes, and that was it, right? So that's the kind of people you attract when you show your fences with content. What are you willing and not willing to do? And additional stuff will likely hurt the sale more than help it. They're buying you, so don't get too fancy with it. And you can see this on the Google Doc that I used to sell this. It's shorter than the other one, even though it's more than twice as expensive. It's 2 pages, the other one's like 4. So this one is, this is what I'll help you with. This is what you get. This is what you don't. It's 7,500 every 10 weeks. And that's it. And that's the Google Doc. This is what converts. This is a $7,500 offer. And it works because one-on-one people, they just kind of get it. Now, for people who are newer, because it's more likely that people upsell into your one-on-one than new people buy your one-on-one. So for people who are newer, I do have a little bit more of a narrative going on. So I talk about the big ideas, and I talk about you're gonna get access to me, and these are the things we're gonna be installing. I'll let you to watch this on your own time, but these are 2 that are really well. You can find the one that fits you more with your style and run with that one. So again, it's more common for people to upsell into your high tier rather than jump directly into it from being cold. And this is where your tool tier comes in handy, because you can sell people something and then they can jump into it. Again, 80 to 90% of my clients bought a small thing before they bought the bigger thing. And it is a important, really missed out opportunity, I believe, in coaching and consulting, because most people just leave with the most expensive thing. And the more money someone gives you, the more money they're likely to give you. So if you make something really small, then it ups your chances of getting the big purchase. There's a reason why car dealerships offer test drives. There's a reason why stores give you samples, right? It's because they know that if you get a little bit, then it's much, much, much more likely that you'll get more of it. But people just don't do it. They just leave with the most expensive thing, which I believe is a big waste. But when you have a low tier or a tool tier, then you give that sample, you give away that test drive. That makes a lot of people much more willing to work with you. But for you to understand why this works specifically and how you can benefit from a low tier, a tool tier that's like $10 to $100 a week, is to understand and reframe the way you think about an audience. So an audience isn't one group of people. An audience is an infinitely segmentable group of people. So it's not like this amorphous thing. When people say my audience is this way, my audience likes this, I believe to be that factually incorrect, because your audience is made of so many different segments. Like there's whales, there's fish, and there's people in between, right? So you can't really call it one thing. It's infinitely segmentable. And every offer you make speaks to one of those segments. The problem is that most people only promote one offer to one avatar during 1 year or 2 or 3. And when you only sell that one offer, you tire that segment out. They kind of just, they've seen it over and over again. And what happens is that doing this continuously gets you less responses and eventually creates the perception that the audience is dead. Well, if you keep talking to the same 100, 200 people over a year with the same thing, then maybe they're not dead. Maybe they're just a little bit tired of seeing the same thing. When you see an ad over and over again, you just stop noticing it. And it may be true that the audience is dead. I'm not saying it's not, but the reality is that it's too early to tell. If a country has a desert, that doesn't mean that the whole country is a desert. It may be true, but the only way to factually know is to explore all the regions first before you make an assessment of it. Which is another way of saying you got to vary your offers.
I gotta sell something to the other ends to see, is this audience actually there? Or can I offer something else to tap into a segment of the market that I haven't tapped into before? The percentage of your audience that meets your criteria for your high tier is actually minimal. It's like 5 to 10% at most. Those are like really good numbers, right? And the other 90% is often ignored and just not sold to, which is a huge waste. Like, this is a huge chunk of unexplored revenue, of money that could be but isn't. And every audience has this. I have it. Everybody does have pockets, profit pockets that we just haven't tapped into because we just haven't made them an offer that fits them. Me personally, I think this is fantastic news because it means that the audience was never dead. It's actually full of profit pockets that you haven't explored. A tool tier allows you to extract that unexplored revenue because you really haven't sold to them in the past. Or maybe you have, but you just haven't framed it in a way that makes sense to them. And to me, when I released the tool tier, the people who started getting in, I'm like, I've never seen these guys in my life. And then they stayed. And some people upsold. And it was just as if I discovered a new audience. Because that's what happens when you keep talking to one segment and then you say, okay, not for now, and you keep talking to another ones, then to them, it's kind of a relief. They're like, dude, we've been waiting forever for you to launch something like that. So it's unexplored revenue from an audience you haven't sold to before, but now you can. And that's what the tool tier allows you to do. So in terms of tactics, I believe in $10 to $100 a week for it. Me personally, I started at 25, then I went to 30, then I went to 40. So that's how I escalated. I like to do that, like as a rule of thumb for offers, by the way. Start really cheap. Like, I gave access to Cashie for life to some people for $250. And that's it. They get it for life. And why? Because I wanted to test. Is this even worth doing? And I find it a very helpful thing. If you want to validate an offer, make it so that they're taking a little bit of an advantage of you so that you know, okay, this has legs. And then eventually you'll have confidence to keep raising the price. That's what I believe in. And that's why I priced this thing that used to sell for $3,000 individually at $25 a week. Were there people who came in and took everything? Yes. And then they left. Were there people who are still there and then upsold and made me more money than if I didn't? Yes, that also happened. So what this includes is it includes tools. So tools, that's why it's called the tool tier, but it's like your workshops, your PDFs, templates, call recordings, assets, prompts, Notion pages, anything that you can put in a Google Drive, this fits. And you likely have a lot more of these than you think. They just kind of have some digital dust that you haven't dusted off. So it includes all of them. It also includes all your future tools. Now, I personally do not give access to people who are in the tool tier to live calls. Now, this is up to you. If you want to do it, then that's up to you. And they get community access so they can see kind of what's going on. Q&A, though, is up to you. I don't answer questions from people in the tool tier. Some people do. That's up to you. But the reason why I don't do that, it's because I'm just past the point where I don't want energy mismatches. Like, I love the tool tier because yes, it makes some money, but it's not the main one. Like, it's 40 a week, right? But it doesn't require any energy from me. It doesn't require any work from me besides the one that I already committed to you as a cash creator. And it doesn't require any time because it's already there. It's just tools and no energy mismatches. So when somebody in the past, let's say in cash creators, wanted to leave, and I'd still do that today, frankly, if they wanted to leave and they say, I'm out, I'd at least try to have a conversation on, is this actually what you want to do? Is this actually helpful? Now, if somebody in the tool tier decides to leave, you know what I text them? I just say, bye. And then I tag Christian and I tell them, hey, kick him out. And that's it, right? That's just what happens because there's no energy mismatches. I don't lose anything from that. And because I didn't put energy in, it doesn't hurt. Whereas with group coaching, it hurt. Like, I'm just going to be real, it did hurt. So the tool tier works because most of your audience will never become clients. That's just a reality. That's just a fact. And it's better that we accept it. So when we try to make an audience a device to get clients, I think that's the wrong goal. I've talked about this, but I think the right goal when you have an audience is not to turn that audience into clients, but to extract as much LTV as you can from every single member that is willing to pay you. And a low tier allows you to get a lot of a lot of people, because there will be like, just because somebody buys something cheap, that doesn't mean they're cheap people. You know, some expensive people buy cheap stuff first. A lot of people like to try before they buy, right? So if you have a low tier, they create so much more opportunities in the back end. It also has little to no access, which keeps energy mismatches at a minimum and keeps your energy high. It's easy to buy, easy to sell, and it creates more opportunities in the back end compared to if you didn't have it. And I'll show you the actual numbers on how much money I lost because I sold this and how much money I made because I sold this. Those are really interesting. But notes on how to sell your tool tier is this. You know how I always am like very adamant about just talk about one thing. Just make the thing about one thing. With the tool tier, it's actually not how you sell it. This is a volume-based offer. More is more. Having like a landing page of this is everything that's in there and making that thing long, that benefits you. Because the people who are going to buy this are often people who just want more information. And to sustain this, you do have to keep adding to it. If you just sell it, like it's useful for you to sell it as a course, as in you get all of these things, but it's not useful for you to treat it like a course because a course is just there, right? And that's it. But you do have to keep adding to it to sustain it. The question that everybody inside of your tool tier should have an answer to is what's next? And that question is up to you. That's why, and this is why every time I host a workshop that's the last of the month, for example, today, that same day or the day after, I tell you what's going to come in the next month. Every time I'm moving, I give you updates on this is where I'm going, because you always have to keep answering the question, what is next, when you're running one of these tool tiers. Because if not, then what's the reason to stay, right? They kind of pay us because we always keep moving. Objects in motion are easier to see and easier to pay attention to, so keep moving. The sales page for this is right here. You can get it. And the GHL funnel, which has everything that this connects to upsells in the back end, it's also here. So you can just copy and paste it. Now let's talk about the Holy Grail, which is MRR. So real talk, we all want to, for most clients, we all want to retain them forever, right? It'll be ideal, and it's a perfect world if somebody pays you once and then they stay with you until either you die or they die. That'll be the ideal, right? Doesn't happen. It's just not a thing. But because you can't, like, we want to make people stay, but there is so much energy dedicated to it, but we can't. We just cannot make people stay. Like maybe 300 people, maybe 200 people have churned for me. And after 200 things of doing this shit, you understand you can't make people stay. And typically, the harder one tries to retain clients, the harder somebody wants to leave. To retain more clients, we got to shift the way we think about retention. And it's important that we understand what work will is and how your work will and their work will differ. Sellers, like you and I, we generally have a stable work will. Like we're willing to work like pretty consistently all along the year, right? Clients, though, they have a fluctuating work will. There's times when they want to go intense and times where they don't, right? So in times where they want to go intense, that's when they pay you. Times when they don't is when they stop paying you. For us, it's kind of very stable along the year, just being real. Like if somebody says today, hey, can I be your client? We'd be like, sure. Somebody's in like 1 month, can I be your client? Sure. Somebody's next month, can I be your client? We'd be like, sure. Like our work will is pretty stable. It's clients that have a fluctuating one. You're ready to work more often than they are ready to work. You cannot change this. This is a fact. However, you can make it easier for them to stay with you and retain them by providing options that fit their work will. So you can sell them something high when they want to go hard, and you can sell them something low when they don't want to go. The barbell does do this for you. So when they want to go hard, you have a high tier. When they don't, you have a low tier for them. And every transition is an upsell or a downsell opportunity. This is a better frame than thinking, how do I make them stay on my highest tier forever? Because they have a fluctuating work will, it's just not going to happen. But if you have options so they can move along your barbell, then magic happens. People stay with you for very, very long. Ideally, you would always retain people in the high tier, but that's just an ideal because This comes from a lot of pain, but when a client decides that an offer isn't for them for the time being, it is extremely difficult to get them to stay. It is extremely hard. So don't try. So provide upgrade and downgrade options. Providing those gives you a chance at retention. Instead of being forced to convince, instead of trying to convince someone whose mind is pretty much made up, because they're already decided I'm not going to stay here. So then it is just reality that they're gonna go with one or two choices. Either they will stop paying you, or they will pay you less. And between something and nothing, I would rather choose something because this is just a better frame. It's just better than trying to retain them in something that they're probably gonna leave anyway. This is how I think about it. And also, it saves you a lot of energy because one of the conversations that kind of takes the most energy from you is trying to convince somebody why they should not leave. If you've been in a relationship or if you've done this with a client, you understand what's going on. So, caveat on why can people not just pause and leave? Because the barbell works best when you're clear about your rules. I make a conscious effort, and this is why you'll hear me saying at least twice a month, to be clear about mine. In my world, pauses are for Netflix. You can you're in or you're out, that's it, right? And I know that if people, and I make it known in every doc, if they leave, they can't rejoin for a year. I don't tolerate maybes, I don't tolerate pauses. This is not how we do things here. And I've said it, and I also make a very conscious effort of keep saying it because I want to keep reinforcing kind of this is how we do things here. It's important that you reinforce this is how the culture works around here. So the barbell and the upsell and downsell retention kind of strategy, it works only if you're clear about your rules. This is done in content and inside of your community. So cannibalism. This is a concern. Cannibalism is when the short-term offer or the low tier, people see more incentive of staying that, and then they don't upsell into your high tier. Now, is cannibalism real? Yes, it is. It is very real. And it's very real in the short term. But I find that in the long term, it is not a very useful frame. You will lose some revenue in the short term because some clients will downsell. In the short term, some clients did downsell. I lost $9,000 in MRR from downsells when I launched this because some people who I'm just not that useful to them, they said, I'd prefer to have your tools instead of you. Well, sure. And I lost $9,000. Overall, I missed on $11,520 because I launched this thing. So I lost 11 grand, which sucked. Now, I had a theory and I knew that if I kept this going, I was going to make more in the back, and I just needed to understand patience. And I needed to understand that when you have something that is easy to buy, typically your upsells get easier to sell. So 11 weeks in, this is what happened. From active people, from churns that were saved, from paid in fulls that people got in for the year, from downgrades and upgrades that people wanted to go one-on-one, I ended up making with the tool tier $54,748. So I lost 11 grand, but I made 54 grand because you think long term. Because cannibalism is only a useful frame in the short term. And if you see it in just weeks, then you're going to be tripping. But if you think about it in a year, then you're going to end up making way more money than if you didn't have it. This is why I only consider downsells a bad thing in the short term. In the long term, they net you more money. They keep people in your barbell, which might make them come back later and upgrade later, or at the very least pay a lower fee instead of just leaving. Because again, their mind is pretty much already made up. So just last week, these things happened. Somebody who was at the $40 a week, they saw that I opened up one-on-one spots and they paid $7,500. Somebody who paid $350 a week back when I used to do group coaching, downsold to $40 a week because they were in a period where their workload was kind of low and I wasn't useful to them in there. And then they said, okay, I want to launch this thing. I want to do something else. Let's go. So they signed up for $4,500 a quarter for a year. That's 18 grand. And then somebody who was at $300 for a year, for a week, then they downgraded to $40 a week. And then I offered, would you like to stay in and get like the yearly discount for the tool tier? And they're like, sure. And they paid 1 grand. So what would have been a complete loss ended up being $1,080. Again, it's either getting paid something or getting paid nothing, so you might as well get paid something. Rather than making clients stay, think about how can I make it easier to stay within my barbell? That's a better frame. And the upsells and downsells will come naturally if you keep providing opportunities and you keep reminding people that they exist. I like thinking that if I said it, but my clients didn't hear it, then I didn't say it. So that's why I keep reminding people of upsell opportunities and options they got to get more access. So for the tool tier, the first option to get more is paid in full. This is an easy one. You can just include it in the cart. Have the weekly and then have a big discount. So this is like $1,000 discount. Once they buy, and you can see this in the GHL snapshot that I gave you. Once they buy, I make them another offer, which is, hey, you want to save $1,000? And I make them another offer like that. And when they buy, I also send them the paid in full option in the confirmation email, which is, hey, you're already in this. Do you want to get the yearly discount? So I have already 3 touch points, and people have opted in all 3. Have them because they're useful. The second opportunity to get people to stay and fluctuate within your barbell is ascension. So I make regular reminders of, I got a spot open for one-on-one coaching. I got 2 spots open for one-on-one coaching. And sometimes I make these up on, guys, I'm going to be in Spain next week. Internet's really good there, so I have a spot for one-on-one coaching. So sometimes I make these up, and sometimes I'll theme them. For example, the theme now, at least in a few weeks, is going to be Black Friday. So I'm opening up one-on-one coaching, okay, whatever, because I'm going to help you with your Black Friday launch offer. Then it's more interesting. So I theme them sometimes, and sometimes I just make it up. And sometimes I just don't even give a reason. But you can vary between these so that they won't stay stale. Private messages. So every time somebody joins the tool tier, I make them fill a form. And in there, I see and I note on what are your problems, what are you looking for help with, what are your goals. And depending on how they answer, I can already tell this is like a long-term person or not. And then I will reach out to them, which is, hey, why are you here? What tool are you currently installing? What tool are you looking to install? And then I'll start a conversation from there. And the kill shot there, the really good sentence to say is, cool. These are the tools. If you'd like some help to install them together, consider becoming a client. Shall I send you the details? That's the sentence to say. Or would you like some help with that? That's also a good sentence. Another tip is insider marketing to get people to upsell. So a good way to get people to the next stage of the funnel is to talk to them about what is happening in that stage. So, for example, when I used to run calls, I would clip this stuff and then post it so everybody could see them. And I would say, hey, we got an insight in this call. This is what happened yesterday's office hours. So I'm talking about what's happening in the next stage of the funnel. I do this all over. So if I want to get people inside of my email list, I will say what is happening inside of the email list to people in social media. So then they'll want to join. If I want to get people inside of likes and cash, then I will say what's happening inside of likes and cash. So the people that are not will want to join. So you constantly see me talking about the next stage of the funnel. This is insider marketing that can be done already inside of your community. And downsell opportunities are just upon cancellation of requests. So if somebody is out or they are requesting you to be out, then you can just offer, hey, would you like to be out or would you like to still get some level of help? So this person said, listen, it didn't work out as I wanted. I didn't make that much money. And I understood that this guy kind of had a rough journey. So I said, I understand, hasn't been the easiest journey for you, but I appreciate that we held our agreement because he held his agreement. We held our agreement. And I said, how about staying at the tool tier at $40 a week when this deal is done so you can keep all the material? And they said, sure. And then I offered Cashie later and they said, sure. Again, would I rather make this was like about $300 than nothing? Yes, absolutely. And I would have made nothing if I just led with that. No, you got to stay and have that conversation. I would have been left with less money and with less energy. So that's why the barbell really comes in handy. And when you allow people to naturally upsell and downsell instead of trying to make them stay, As beautiful as that would be, it's just not real. So endnotes. Energy mismatches cause a lot of pain. And while group coaching does make a lot of money, at some point for you, you might reach a point where the pain beats the benefit. You can limit mismatches by adding 2 barbell offers to your business. One-on-one. Again, it's not what you do, but who you do it with, so you control who's in there. And your low tier. This allows you to get volatile revenue, the good kind, and stable revenue. Rather than trying to retain more clients, provide options that make it easier to stay within them. It creates a healthier environment and people are much more likely to stay with you for longer or upsell. And upsell happens more often when you remind them that they're there. Crazy, right? But if you said it and your clients didn't hear it, then you didn't say it. And your clients don't read 100% of the stuff you put out, right? So it makes sense for you to keep reminding them. So you listening to this, would you benefit from an offer barbell? If you're currently experiencing really high churn, you're kind of tired of group coaching, you have enough assets to make a tool tier, like you can't just have 2 workshops, right? And you can provide new assets at least once a month to give people a reason to stay, then yes, absolutely. I think you would benefit from this. So you can add these to your current practice. Like you don't have to kill group coaching now. If you want to, then I'd say talk to me beforehand so we can make sure that you actually want to do this, but you don't have to. Instead, you can add these 2 to your current practice, kind of to the sides. And then once they're making some money, you can decide if you want to phase your group coaching out. Now, if you don't have enough money coming in and you don't have a big enough audience to get volume on the low tier, then you should probably not do this. I'd say instead focus on selling one-on-one because it's still the easiest thing to sell, and a customer funnel so that you can get people to upsell into your one-on-one. So this is a better focus for you if you're doing that. And that is it. So I want to give you some insight on where I think the future of coaching consulting businesses are going. So these are 2 barbell offers. One that protects you and then one allows you to have volatile revenue and get lucky. My vision for the future and what I want this to be is to have a third one in the middle that replaces group coaching. Now, I did say avoid the middle, but stay with me here. Group coaching does make a lot of money. Well, let's be real. It's just that the energy allocation that we put into it at some stage stops being worth it. But nowadays, you don't have to allocate energy to it because now we have AI and AI can do it for you. And suddenly it makes much more sense to rekindle the conversation about having a middle tier if you're not going to be the one delivering it. So by the end of the year, this is how my thing is going to look. I'm going to have a tool tier that keeps revenue stable and safe, a one-on-one that allows for volatility and high jumps, and Cashie, which is the AI prompt, the GPT. That keeps that's just scale. That's just leverage that I can have, and that will replace group coaching. And I do envision a future in which most of the months, Cashie is going to make more than the other 2 combined. Until the launch at the end of the year, I'll keep track, and I'm doing this as I talk to you, of all the prompts and the material I train on. And I'm keeping tabs of every single email that I send, every post that I make that I use to sell this thing. I'd make them available for the cash creators and one-on-one folks, so that this is going to take me about 3 months to get everything ready. I want to get it ready for you in 3 days, so you can have your own version of Cashie and kind of plug in the blanks, fill in the blanks of the way you coach in your own philosophy, so that then you can launch it and this can be kind of a new leverage, a new way to have inside of your offer. Like the name spending, like the offer tridents, I guess, or something like that. But eventually I'm going to have these 3, and you're going to have templates and all the prompts for all of these 3. I'm just going to take like 3 months to develop it. But once it's ready, they're going to be for the cash creators and one-on-one folks. It is hard for me to contain my excitement around this because I truly think this is true leverage. I truly think this is going to be much, much better and make a lot more money than group coaching. So until this is ready, I'll keep you updated. But the tool tier and the one-on-one are going to stay there anyway.